Chapter 391 Codename Lu Guanzhong.
Here's the thing.
The three demon kings squatted in rows and looked at each other. The eldest lion camel king looked at the second treasure elephant king, and the second treasure elephant king looked at the third black eagle king. It was decided that King Xiandiao would tell the story. Although he was afraid of dealing with the little Taoist priest, the Xiandiao king still had to bite the bullet and speak. No way. Who made it the smallest carving? Li Chu didn't care. He just listened quietly. Utsunomiya? It is a mysterious and huge force that has existed in the Golden State for thousands of years. Few monsters know where it came from. They only know that this palace suddenly appeared on a certain mountain, and the original demon king and his subordinates on that mountain all disappeared. In the following 2,000 years, many surrounding forces wanted to annex it, but all failed. No one knew what kind of secrets were hidden in this palace. But no matter what level of powerful demon king he goes to, there always seems to be a stronger presence in Utsunomiya. Gradually, Utsunomiya established a firm foothold in the Golden State and became the leading power. But his disciples are still extremely mysterious, and they are all mysterious messengers covered in black robes. Apart from knowing that the name of the owner of Utsunomiya is King Wanshi, there is almost no further understanding. It's just that no one has seen it take action in person. And even if it goes to Utsunomiya, it can't see the whereabouts of King Wanshi. Fortunately, no one dares to provoke it, and it rarely provokes others. But just a few days ago, a mysterious messenger from Utsunomiya suddenly came to discuss a major matter with King Baoxiang and King Xuandiao. Make an alliance. The envoy did not say specifically what the alliance was about, but just said that there might be big moves in the future. And now, he could help Sanwangling solve their problems to show his sincerity. The biggest problem in Sanwangling is naturally the lion and camel king who is imprisoned in an iron prison. After the envoy agreed to the matter, he rescued the lion and camel king within a month. Moreover, there was no news of anyone hijacking the prison in the iron prison. I don't know what magical means they used. As for the matter of letting the yellow-spotted tiger go to Longjiling to release the miasma, it was just a small episode. The three demon kings actually did not know the purpose of the envoy. But since everyone helped save the eldest brother, this little matter was left to him. If they had known that this trivial matter would attract the little Taoist priest, the three demon kings would have definitely broken off the messenger's hands and 3 legs, and would not let him do such stupid things. After King Xiandiao finished speaking, he felt a little aggrieved. Little Taoist priest. In fact, we almost gave up after our joint prison robbery with Mr. Songhai failed last time. It was the people from Utsunomiya who mentioned this matter again and sent my eldest brother back. For us at Sanwangling, it is true this is an unreasonable disaster. Even if you want to punish us, the most you can do is send my eldest brother back. What kind of bird farts are you making here? Bo Yuntian's righteous speech directly caused the lion camel king behind him to stretch out his kick and knock down the Xiandiao king. Then, it looked at Li Chu pitifully. Little Taoist Masterly, I have always behaved well during my sentence there. As you have seen, now that I have returned to the Golden State, I have made up my mind never to enter Halu again. I'm in North Korea's territory. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Right. Li Chu frowned and looked at the 3 demon kings, thinking about how to deal with them. The demon king in the Golden State actually has very few opportunities to harm humans. The countless corpses in this cave belong to other monsters. The lion and camel king was imprisoned in an iron prison instead of being executed directly, which also shows that it was not a capital crime. To be fair, it would be best to pack up the 3 demon kings and send them all to an iron prison. But that would waste a lot of time. And I have something urgent to do now. Just as he pondered for a while, he heard a voice behind him saying, This little Taoist priest, I have something to say. Li Chu turned around and saw 2 old miracle doctors approaching. Thoughtfully, that thin old man in white robe is the Changchun old man, the core of Yaowang town. The wealthy old man in colorful robes is Xuanhu Wang, the owner of Xuanhu Villa and the master of the little miracle doctor. Li Chu was naturally polite to these 2 people and asked, What do the 2 miracle doctors want to do with these monsters? These 3 demon kings. Changchun old man twirled his beard and smiled. I suggest not to deal with him. Don't deal with it. Yes. The 2 miracle doctors nodded in unison. Li Chu was not surprised. He just looked at them, guessing that there must be a reason for this. Immediately, I heard Xuanhu Wang say again, Actually, the 2 of us have had a plan since we started looking for the treasure bag in Longjua Ridge. We have been wandering around in the world for many years. Although our cultivation is not good, we will not fall into the trap like this. I really have other urgent needs and have to act like this. Li Chu nodded. He had wondered about this before. This starts with my poor disciple. Chang Chun-so sighed and said slowly. This disciple is naturally the deceased doctor at Longjia Ridge. Qin Xingjin. Li Chu had heard about him from Lang Yuan of Yaowang Town before he came. What Chang Chun-so said is even more sensational. At that time, he told me that the patient looked like an old woman and was pregnant, which actually caused an uproar in my heart. Because? The old man in Chang Chun hesitated for a moment and said, in the early years, I accidentally saw something in an ancient book of the Yu dynasty. It was a fragment of a palace medical code. It recorded that the emperors of the Yu dynasty in the past dynasties all I am ordering the imperial doctor to conduct a heaven-defying experiment, the purpose of which is the elixir of death. The elixir? This is not the first time Li Chu has heard this term. But Lang Yuan did not mention it in the Yuchao medical code. The Yu dynasty was an ancient dynasty that existed 3,000 years ago and occupied the world for nearly 1,000 years before being overthrown by the previous dynasty. The previous dynasty lasted for another 1,000 years, then fell apart and experienced many twists and turns. And finally Halua Ding Ding. For the people of the Halua dynasty, Yuchao was already a very old word, an existence that would only appear in history books. Even among monsters, not many can survive more than 2,000 years. Although it is only a fragment that has not yet been successful, and the records are not complete. The experimental process mentioned above is simply contrary to nature and completely inhumane, Chang Chun-so said angrily. So after I read it, I quickly just burned that article to prevent it from being obtained by someone who is interested in doing something harmful to nature. Chang Chun old man did the right thing. If this matter spreads, maybe some powerful people will have the desire to live forever. Xian Huang also sighed. He only mentioned this matter to me later. As for I have never had any involvement in the fragments of the prescription or the experimental process. I thought this thing would completely disappear from the world. Who would have known? Chang Chun-so continued. When Qin Xingjin returned to Yaowang Town, the patient he mentioned was very similar to a certain link in the legendary elixir production process. His eyebrows twitched slightly, as if he couldn't bear to say any more. Li Chu had some vague guesses. The way of heaven is just, and mortals have a limited lifespan. If you want to forcibly increase one person's lifespan, you may need to use some means to rob other people's lifespan. And this method must be complicated and cruel. I wondered if the Yu dynasty at that time had already developed the elixir of death. Chang Chun-so's eyes were heavy. So I asked Xing Jin to detoxify people. But I didn't want to take any compensation. And I tried my best not to make enemies with those people. Please avoid all entanglements. After that, I sent a message to Xuan Huang to come over and discuss the matter with him. Unexpectedly, before he arrived, the news of Qin Xingjin's death had already been sent. The Qijua Tiansha has appeared many times, making this matter even more complicated and confusing. Chang Chun-so continued. After discussing with Xian Huang, I felt that if there are really people in the world who rely on elixirs to live forever, and they have not been discovered for so many years, they must be hidden. It must be extremely secretive. If we check it later, we will definitely not find it. But if this thing stays in the world, it will be a disaster sooner or later. Xuan Huang said. In the end, we decided to go to Longjiling together, risk ourselves, and go there in person. Maybe we can find some clues. We discovered the miasma in Longjiling, and found that the method of making this miasma is extremely sinister and ancient. The inheritance also comes from the Yu dynasty period, and it may be inextricably linked to the elixir. So we took this as a clue. I found this golden state all the way. Although we were caught, we both have some small means to ensure our own safety. The reason why Ran is here is because we want to investigate more things here. Chang Chun-so said again. The elixir these three demon kings asked us to make was also the palace elixir of the Yu dynasty. This deepens our suspicion. Utsunomiya? Li Chu thought. Could it be related to this? It's very possible. The Chang Chun old man nodded and said. If the king of all worlds is really a figure who has survived from the Yu dynasty to this day, it would be really terrible. Yes. Li Chu also felt the same. God is fair. Monsters practice and learn very slowly, but their lifespan is very long. Human beings learn and practice very quickly, but their lifespan is extremely short. So the world is balanced. But if there is a human being, he has the same lifespan as a monster. After all these years, to what extent will he enter the country? No one dared to imagine. But it must be an existence that defies heaven. What's even more frightening is that this heaven-defying existence is also extremely mysterious. and almost no one can find its location. Of course, this is just a guess after all. Changchun old man turned around and said, but one thing is certain. That is, the king of all worlds, whether human or demon, is definitely not a good person. It unites all the demons in the Golden State to form an alliance. And it is definitely not an outlier. With good intentions. That's true. Li Chu glanced at the 3 demon kings who were pulling their ears. The 3 demon kings immediately lowered their heads, indicating that they had no evil intentions. So I suggest that if you can, Taoist priest Xiao, you'd better not kill these 3 demon kings first, so as not to alert the enemy. Changchun so advised. It's better to make them undercover. Undercover? Li Chu and the 3 demon kings all listened attentively. Yes. Let them continue to form an alliance with Utsunamiya and secretly investigate the secrets of Utsunamiya and King Wanshi to see what kind of conspiracy they have. Changchun said, I can prepare some strange poisons that even the demon king cannot survive. As long as they take it. No one in the world can prepare the antidote except me. If they are obedient, I will give them a certain amount of antidote regularly. If you are disloyal, you will definitely die. When he said the last sentence, a cold light burst out from Changchun's eyes, showing that this old man was by no means a soft-hearted person. As the person who is the best at using and detoxifying drugs in the world, he has enough capital to say this. The 3 demon kings were all frightened. I thought to myself at the same time, this bad old man is really bad. That's okay. Li Chu agreed, then turned to look at the 3 demon kings, and asked very politely, that might trouble the 3 of you. What do you think? Are you willing to help me with this? The Lion Camel King, Baoxiang King and Xiandia King looked at each other. Naturally they were unwilling. Who would be willing to take a deadly poison and become a manipulated undercover agent? Seeing their embarrassed look, Li Chu nodded understandingly and said, it's normal for the 3 of you to be unwilling. After all, this kind of thing is very risky. And you are free to refuse. In this case, time is tight. So I can only kill 3 of them. Etc. Etc. Upon hearing this, the 3 demon kings suddenly jumped up in panic. The Lion and Camel King hurriedly shouted, who doesn't want to? I am clearly carried away by happiness. Little Taoist Li, you don't know something. When I was born, a Taoist priest told me my fortune and said that I was born to be an undercover material. After all these years, I didn't know until today that I was waiting for this mission in my life. Yes, that's right. King Baoxiang nodded. 8 generations of our family have been undercover agents since ancient times. When it comes to my generation, I have never been an undercover agent in my life. I always felt that the family is disgraced. To be honest, I was actually an undercover agent sent by another demon king. King Xiandia also said without hesitation. As soon as this was said, the Lion and Camel King and the Baoxiang King looked at it strangely. It's not that I went undercover and got all the way to the demon king. So I asked you to destroy the original mountain together. I didn't mention it again. The Xiandiao King scratched his head and hesitated. I didn't have a choice before. But after that, I want to be a good monster. Ignoring the grudges between them, Changchun Su immediately took out a vial and poured out 3 black pills. Come on. Please take this 9 poison river Qing Dan for the 3 demon kings. He handed it over with a smile. Although this poison pill is only a small one. You must take 1 antidote every full moon night. And take it 12 times in a row to completely detoxify. In this way, everyone will feel at ease. What if? The Lion and Camel King swallowed his saliva and asked, what would happen if the antidote was stopped for a month? Don't worry. I'm a doctor who treats illnesses and saves people. Not a ruthless devil. The old man Changchun comforted the 3 demon kings. If you take the antidote for a month, you won't die immediately. It's just that the body and soul are slowly corroded from the inside out at the same time. It takes 3 days for the intestines to rot, 5 days for the internal organs to suppurate, 7 days for the limbs to soften, and 10 days for the whole body to be paralyzed. But don't worry. You will still not die. And you will not feel any pain. Because your soul has been numb. You will just feel that the pieces of your heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys are being destroyed at your convenience every day. Excreted from the body. This will last for a whole month. Becoming an empty body. And then your soul will realize that you are dead. Then you will writhe in severe pain for 3 days. And then you can rest completely. Looking at this kind-faced old man, the eyes of the 3 demon kings gradually straightened. I even began to think in my heart whether it would be better to just die. King Xiandia frowned. with a hint of resistance, and said angrily, "Brother, do we really want to take this medicine? I would rather die in battle. It's not impossible." Before the Lion and Camel King could speak, Li Chu drew the pure yang sword after hearing the words. After listening to Changchun Old Man's description, he felt that this medicine was too inhumane and not as good as his own pure yang sword. It only hurts and doesn't itch once. Eat it. When the Lion and Camel King saw Li Chu drawing his sword, the terrifying memory came to mind again. He immediately raised his head and swallowed the poison pill. Seeing that the Lion and Camel King took the lead in taking the poison, the Baoshan King and the Xuanyao King had no choice but to grit their teeth and take the medicine. Very good. Thank you three for your generous help. Li Chu nodded. The three demon kings grinned together, as if they wanted to smile, but their brows and eyes were full of tears. Together, they formed a rather righteous expression. After thinking for a while, Li Chu took out 3 more bells. After previously discovering the magical functions of the traveling talisman, I specially prepared a few more in case of emergencies before traveling this time. But I didn't expect that they would actually come in handy. You 3. Please each wear one on your body, and never take it off at any time. In this way, I can see every move of the 3 of you. And, as long as this bell is there, I can arrive at any time when necessary. Even if you don't reach them, my sword can reach them. In this way, it will also be a kind of protection for the 3 of you. Li Chu warned. I got it. The 3 demon kings nodded like chickens pecking at rice. It's really a reassuring protection. Don't worry. Taoist Priestley. At this point, the Lion and Camel King could only express his loyalty loudly. The 3 of us brothers will definitely do our best to ensure that we complete the mission. Li Chu also looked solemn. Then this important task will be placed on the shoulders of the 3 of you. I will contact the 3 of you directly as the organization leader. From now on, you 3 will. Li Chu looked at the 3 righteous brothers. Code names Lu, Guan, Zhang. Chapter 392 Seeking Medicine from the Guanghan Sect. I think I ate too many duck necks in the first half of my life. Roasted, braised, and spicy. So I must have suffered this fate. Or maybe, in my previous life, I was an executioner who beheaded people without planning, and countless good heads were separated from their bodies under my knife. Anyway, every cause must have its effect. My retribution. It's Lao Du's hand knife. Wang Longji, who had a thick cast on his neck, grabbed Li Chu's lapel and cried on his back. As for why you don't bow your head and cry? Because it hurts. Next to him, Du Lang smiled sarcastically and said, Master, you know me. Even if you don't know me, you should know Qi Xiao. If I hadn't appeared in time to knock him out every time, in the past few days, even 9 lives are not enough to defeat him. Li Chu nodded silently. You have to believe me. You really don't blame me. Wang Longji sobbed. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to withstand the temptation. So I don't even dare to go out. But who knows, there are bad people among the crowd. Do you know how they tested me? I'm so scared. Li Chu blinked. It seemed that Wang Longji had not been very happy in Yaowan town these 2 days. Indeed. Lao Du nodded in agreement. It's been a little strange these past few days. No. It's very strange. What? Li Chu looked at him. There lives the 9th lady from Prince Han's mansion over there. And she brings a little maid. That 9th lady seems to have a strong interest in this 7th young master. Lao Du said seriously. Why are you interested? She is clearly in love with me. Wang Longji said firmly. You don't know what kind of cruel words she said to me. I blush just thinking about it. 7 young masters are a little too confident when they say this. Lao Du sneered. I just took the initiative to find you a few times and just said that I fell in love with you. Uh-huh. Then tell me, what happened to that little maid who took the initiative to find you several times? Wang Longji suddenly asked. Lao Du puffed up his chest. She is definitely in love with me. Wang Longji. Uh-huh. Li Chu looked at these 2 ordinary and confident men and suddenly felt a little embarrassed to be in their company. At the same time, in the main hall of Yanshao Gate in Beatty, 2 disciples were feeding porridge to the frozen senior brother Guanxi. While feeding them, they advised, Senior brother, just wait for recovery. Don't worry. Master said that when you recover, he will definitely take you to take revenge. Revenge is not an urgent matter. Senior brother, just rest in peace. Another disciple also said, Thankfully, it's nothing urgent. The former disciple continued, Otherwise, given senior brother's fiery temper, if he had any important tasks, and he was suddenly delayed for these days, I would probably be anxious to death. Senior brother, why are you crying? After wiping away Brother Guanqi's tears, the two disciples sat down again and started feeding. At the same time, he chatted casually. However, the atmosphere in our Yin Chao sect is still very good. Even if any urgent tasks are delayed, Master will at most just scold him and get over it. There will not be any excessive punishment. Yes, our sect is so good. Another disciple said, I heard that those rebels on Duanbei Mountain will have their hands cut off or even die if they delay things. It is extremely harsh. Ha ha ha. After all, they are in the business of beheading. So we should be more rigorous. It is impossible for us to suffer such torture. Senior brother, why are you crying again? It's strange why senior brother has been so sentimental lately. The two disciples hurriedly wiped away Brother Guanqi's tears. But they were like a spring that could not be wiped clean, and the sadness flowed back into a river. Ouch. Good for you. Never heard of that. In the medical room of Yaowan town, two old miracle doctors looked at a pile of colorful grass and leaves, clicking their tongues in admiration. The wooden king of the Yanyu sect is really willing to give up. Any of these dozens of strange poisons in the world is enough to kill a mortal. He just drank them all without looking at them. And he didn't think it was a waste. Changchun the old man shook his head. So many poisons are mixed together. No matter which one you want to solve, it will inevitably lead to several or even dozens of other poisons. If you mix them together, it will be difficult for gods to solve them. Xian Huang frowned for a moment, then lost his battle. I can't solve it. Although it can't be solved, it is really rare to see such a poisonous body in this life, which makes even this old man feel eye-opening. Changchun said, Yes, this trip is indeed worthwhile. Xuan Huang agreed. No. Wang Longqi listened to the conversation between the two miracle doctors, and his heart grew colder the more he listened. Two old miracle doctors, please give me an accurate answer. Can my poison be cured? It's definitely impossible to solve it. Changchun old man shook his head decisively. Well, upon hearing this, Wang Longqi suddenly felt ashen. His eyes turned white, and he fell back, as if he was about to lose his breath. But death does not necessarily mean death, Xuan Huing said with a smile. After hearing this, Wang Longqi sat up straight again. Yes, Changchun said, there is no solution. But if we can get the legendary holy medicine, life-shaping pill, we can cleanse everything from the past and rebuild a complete body. It's a pity that the life-shaping pill has been lost for thousands of years. Xuan Huang said again. Well, upon hearing this, Wang Longqi's vision went dark again. He fell back and was about to faint. It has been lost for thousands of years. So what is the difference between this medicine and its non-existence? Looking for it now? Who knows? It will be the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. It looked like he was going to die. Have you forgotten that the recipe for the life-shaping pill is in my hand? I am already familiar with it, Changchun said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Longqi jumped up again. I forgot. Xian Huang also chuckled. Then do you have the raw materials for the life-shaping pill? Not at all. Changchun old man shook his head. Do you know what is on it? It is impossible to get it together in this life. Well, in the end it still doesn't work. Wang Longqi couldn't breathe, leaned back and fainted again. Do you need some kind of medicinal material that has disappeared long ago? Xian Huang asked. No. Although most of the medicinal materials are rare, I have them in stock in Medicine King Town. There is only one main medicine that I need. Bingdan Sacred Heart Lotus, Changchun said. Oh, that's unlikely to be obtained. Xuan Huang agreed. Hello. With a bang, Wang Longqi threw away his wheelchair and stood up from the table. I've been putting up with you two guys for a long time. He looked at the two old miracle doctors angrily. Can you give me an accurate answer as to whether I have any hope of being saved? In just a short while, my abdominal muscles have almost developed. How to say? Is this your situation? Changchun was a little confused. If you say you will die, it's not completely certain. If you say it can be saved, it's not completely possible. Seeing that Wang Longqi was about to cry again, Xuan Huang added, the main medicine for refining the life-shaping pill is the Bingdan Sacred Heart Lotus. There is only one existing plant in the world, and it belongs to the Guanghan sect of the 12 immortal sects. Inherited sacred objects. In the Xiaoyao Pond, the holy land of Guanghan sect, Only the saints of Guanhan's sect in the past can take off a lotus seed. After taking it, they will have a stable mind and practice for thousands of miles. These sacred objects have consolidated the foundation of the sect for thousands of years. How can I easily take it out and give you a mortal? Wang Longqi pursed his lips. Life is priceless. Why don't I give it a try? Li Chu stood up and said, in any case, Wang Longqi was also his friend. And he was also implicated by himself when he was targeted by the Wooden King. Even if there is a glimmer of hope, he will not give up on Wang Longqi. Li Chu. Wang Longqi said flatly again. You are really my reborn parents. Readopted parents. And a lifelong good brother. Lao Du patted him on the shoulder and said. Seventh young master was so moved that he couldn't tell his seniority. Little Tao is priestly. Chang Chun-so looked over and said sternly. I know you are extremely talented and have great supernatural powers. But no matter how powerful you are, you can't compare to the entire immortal sect. When he said this, looking at Li Chu's handsome and calm face, Chang Chun-so suddenly felt a little guilty. Wouldn't it be too rigorous to say this? But it shouldn't be possible. Right. It doesn't make sense. After a pause, he continued, but you acted righteously for your friend. And I can't stop you. I can only remind you a few words. Among the 12 immortal sects, the Guanhan sect is an extremely difficult lineage to deal with, although he never takes the initiative to provoke others. But he is extremely wary of contact with outsiders, especially those who are close to the mountain gate. He will always fly his sword to serve. Yes. Xuanhu Wang nodded with deep sympathy. The Guanhan sect's small Yaoqi is a fairy treasure land in the world. It is the most suitable for planting heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Many top-quality medicinal materials can only grow there. Chang Chun-so and I went to Guanhan sect several times to ask for medicine. But even with our reputation and status, we were met with difficulties and extortionate prices. They simply wanted to isolate Zaiyochi from the world. Is that so? Li Chu frowned. It's true. I've heard a little about it before. Lao Du also chimed in. The entire world has a unified impression of Guanhan's sect. Du Leng, Chang Chun Old Man and Xuanhu Wang looked at each other. And the three of them, who combined were over 200 years old, said in unison, aloof, Hanging Moon Mountain. The reason for this name is that standing on the top of the mountain, you can see that the sky is high and the sky is far away, and a huge moon will seem to be hanging above your head, which is extremely shocking. Under the moon, the entire mountain seems to be covered with a silvery color. In the daytime, Xianyu Mountain is filled with red flowers and green willows, full of vitality. When Li Chu arrived at the mountain gate of Guanhan sect, it was still early, but a large crowd had already gathered here. It seems that they are all cultivators from all over the world. Listening to their conversation, it seems that they all come here to seek medicine. Brother Chen, you were driven down the mountain just 3 days ago. How dare you come up again? But what secret weapon did you get? Gang leader Wang, why are you here again? Didn't the fairies of Guanhan sect strictly warn you that there is no cure-all medicine in Xiaoyao Pond? Sect Master Xian. Oh. Even someone with your status has come to ask for medicine in person. The people who came seemed to be all well-known figures in the world, and they were somewhat familiar with each other. They all made friends and chatted with each other. Li Chu didn't have many acquaintances in the Beatty world, so he sat quietly aside. Seeing his appearance, the people around him didn't move forward unintentionally, but naturally formed a small open space. I don't know how long it took, but I heard a loud crane call. The sound reaches to the sky. Here it comes. It's time to open the mountain gate. Everyone immediately rushed forward excitedly. The mountain gate of Guanhan sect is actually just a pile of thick white marble pillars, with 3 sharp characters, Guanhan sect, engraved on them. But no one dared to take a step beyond that. A moment later, 4 beautiful women in white skirts and fluttering robes, carrying long swords on their backs, floated over, standing on the back of a psychic white crane. After a while, the white crane landed. 4 female disciples of Guanhan sect came to the mountain gate. One of them, a woman with tied hair who looked a little older, said loudly to everyone, most of you have come here to ask for medicine for the first time. I believe you also know the rules of Zaiyochi. Please come forward and report yourself. The name of the medicine you are asking for, who it will be used to save, and what it will be exchanged for. If it meets the standards of our sect, you can go up the mountain to discuss the matter of asking for the medicine. We understand. Everyone in front shouted. In fact, According to Changchun So, Guanghan sect's so-called evaluation of seeking medicine is actually a way to deceive people's hearts. After all, Zaiyochi is uniquely endowed with natural resources. If it insists on not opening it to the outside world, more and more people in the world will have grievances against the Guanghan sect. If you accumulate it for a long time, it may lead to disaster. Therefore, Guanghan sect has established such a rule for asking for medicine. Even if the vast majority of people will still be rejected, those who are rejected will find ways to increase their returns instead of just resenting Guanghan sect. In this way, there is an outlet. Okay, let's start. The woman with tied hair waved her hand. I come! The first person in line was a middle-aged man in brocade robes, who was quite majestic. He said loudly, I am the deputy leader of the Sisui gang in the north. I am here to ask for a treasure. A jade sword, flowers and leaves. For my gang leader, who is seriously injured and dying. I am willing to pay 10,000 taels of gold and 10 pairs of jade. This price made some people behind take a breath. But thinking about the life of the leader of the Sisui gang, it was worth this price. Only, the 4 women under the mountain gate seemed unmoved. Our Sisui gang has nearly 10,000 members and plays an important role in Jixiang Mansion. If my gang leader dies and the forces of the world are reshuffled, thousands of lives may be involved. Seeing that the situation was not good, the middle-aged man in brocade robe quickly shouted again. Sorry. The 4 women did not communicate, and the woman with tied hair said directly, No. Someone from behind whispered, There is only one jade sword flower in the world. It took more than 300 years to grow 4 flowers and leaves. The first 3 leaves have been used to treat the late emperor of this dynasty, Taoist celebrities and others. A mere Sisui gang leader. Indeed, it may not be able to win the eyes of Guanghan sect. The deputy gang leader left in despair. Even though he was extremely anxious, he did not dare to act recklessly under the Guanghan sect. Then, a man with extraordinary bearing and golden robes and jade belt came forward. I am the leader of Beiti Tianqi sect, Xian Mingjing. This was none other than the Xian sect master, who was the center of the crowd before. Now he stepped forward and attracted the attention of many people. It seemed that his status in the world was not low. I would like to ask for an amber moon fairy flower on my behalf, Xian Mingjing said sincerely. For the 9th generation of the Tianqi sect, I finally touched the threshold of the land fairy. Now I need this magic medicine to break through. Assistance. As long as it is given to me, my Tianqi sect is willing to be affiliated with the Guanghan sect for 100 years. And we can run freely through mountains and seas of swords and fire. Wow. These words indeed caused an uproar. You know, this Tianqi sect is not a small sect. It is quite famous in the Northland. If you let someone drive you around for 100 years, it would be the same as being a slave to the entire sect. The income that can be created in the past 100 years is far from comparable to the previous gold. This time, the 4 women turned around and discussed for a long time. No immortal sect would dare to despise the conditions put forward by Xian Mingjing. But what surprised everyone was that after the discussion, the woman with tied hair shook her head again. Sorry, she refused. No. What? Xian Mingjing and the onlookers were equally shocked. The Tianqi sect, have been your slave for 100 years. But it's not enough to exchange for an amber moon fairy flower? Your Guanghan sect? Xian Mingjing's face began to twist a little. Do you, Guanghan sect, insist on going against me? I'll get it myself. He let out a long roar and stood up from the ground. The power of reaching the peak of decline was very terrifying. Boom. But the next second, a white silk ribbon flew out from the mist in front of him, wrapped around him directly, and then swung it hard, throwing this powerful man directly into the boundless sky. Xian Mingjing, since you have never done anything evil, I will spare you the crime of disrespect once. If you dare to come to Guanghan sect again to make noise, I will not forgive you lightly. A cold voice sounded from afar. Highlight a ruthless one. Chapter 393 The Thoughts of the 3 Little Ones. On 3 Kings Ridge, the 3 brothers, the Lion Camel King, the Baoshan King, and the Xiandu King, sat together with solemn expressions. Before Li Chu left last time, he gave them another task. The yellow-spotted tiger recognized Li Chu earlier because it had a portrait of Li Chu on its body. But it is far away in Golden State in the north. Li Chu has never set foot here. Why did the portrait reach here? After some questioning, I found out that almost all the bigger mountains in the Golden State were covered with this portrait, and it was from Mount Sarutobi. At the same time, there is also a reward. Whoever sees the person in the portrait can get a heavy reward by capturing him to Mount Sarutobi or killing him to see him. This is also the reason why the yellow-spotted tiger ordered Li Chu to be captured at the first sight. But no demon knows the reason behind this. Therefore, after developing these three brothers into offline, in addition to investigating Utsunami-related information at any time, Li Chu also asked them to find out why Sarutobi-san targeted him. After all, it's not an easy place. If we choose the second-ranked monster force in the Golden State, there may be different opinions, and it is difficult to determine. But when it comes to the most powerful one, there is no doubt that it is Sarutobi Mountain. It can even be said that without Mount Sarutobi, there would be no Golden State. The three major demon gathering places in the world are all built with at least one ancestor-level demon as the core. For example, the ancestral python in Mingyu Township, the ancestral bird in Phoenix Island, and the ancestral ape in Golden State. These existences are just like the famous Waizu in the Hollywood dynasty. They are all super monsters that have survived for an unknown number of years. There must be such a presence in charge, so that the order of this world can be maintained. Sarutobi Mountain is where the ancestral ape is. Of course, the old man has long been away from the world's disputes, and has not been seen for many years. Now the real decision-makers on the mountain should be its children and grandchildren. Little Taoist Priestley is truly worthy of being one of the gods. He doesn't even provoke people on earth, but only provokes disasters in heaven. King Xiandia didn't say anything, but shook his head and sighed. You guys have found out something. Third brother, please stop showing off. The Lion and Camel King urged impatiently. In fact, it is not so urgent for other things. But this matter is related to Li Chu's life, and his life is in Li Chu's hands. If Li Chu and Saratobayama really have a deadly feud, it will be really hard for them to survive. Okay, I'll tell you right now, King Xiandiu said. Why does Sarutobi Mountain offer a reward to Taoist Priestley? What's the reason behind it? The hundreds of little demons under me made inquiries in various places, and finally got the news from a small boss in Sarutobi Mountain. This reward was actually issued by Prince Shin. Prince Shin? King Baoxiang was surprised. Ancestor Ape has dozens of sons and hundreds of grandchildren. Among them, the one with the purest blood, the most favored and the highest status is named the Prince. It can be said that if nothing unexpected happens, Prince Shin will definitely be Sarutobi-san's successor in the future. This is not good. The Lion and Camel King frowned and asked. But Prince Shin is not very young, and little Taoist Li has never been to the Golden State. How could they become enemies? Well, King Xiandiu lowered his voice and said, it is said that Yurutobi-shan had previously arranged a marriage for Prince Shin. The other party was a descendant of the mysterious Yuzu of Mingyu Township. However, after the marriage was finalized, that the young lady suddenly regretted her marriage and simply ran away. Prince Shin has met that young lady, and it can be said that he is quite enamored of him. He was very hurt by the regret of the marriage. It is said that he even sneaked out and went to the territory of the Hollywood dynasty to find the young lady in person. But she said no. I like it like this. It asked people what they liked, but they only showed it a picture, and it gave up. At that time, it wanted to find the person in the portrait and relieve its hatred, but it was quickly found by the elders, and was captured and taken back to Sarutobi Mountain to take care of it. Forced to have no choice. It had no choice but to release the portrait and spread it throughout the whole building. Bounty from the Golden State. The other two demon kings clicked their tongues after hearing this. This matter, King Baoxiang said, stroking his forehead. At a small level, it's just a junior's nonsense. But at a big level, it's the hatred of seizing his wife. What is the attitude of the Great Ape King? It's hard to say. The Great Ape King is the highest authority on Mount Sarutobi in the absence of the ancestral ape, and is also the father of Prince Shin. What nonsense is this junior doing? The Lion and Camel King glared at it. Prince Shin's grandson is considered a junior. How can little Taoist Li be a junior? Huh? The two younger brothers looked at it in surprise. Then, the Lion Camel King said, how many times have I warned you to treat little Taoist Master Li as your biological father? Have you forgotten again? Big brother, Xiandiu Wang was quite helpless. The little Taoist priest can only monitor our movements. But he can't eavesdrop. There's no need to be so exaggerated. Right. Yes. Baoxiang King seemed to have some opinions. We used to be carefree and happy here. But suddenly he came and fed us the poison and asked us to do things for him. Even if we are forced to do nothing, there is no need to do it from the bottom of our hearts. Respect it. Right. This doesn't mean that you consider a thief to be your father. Hee hee. Hearing their complaints, the Lion and Camel King was not dissatisfied. Instead, he shook his head and chuckled twice, looking at his two younger brothers, who together were almost 3,000 years old. You two are still too young. Both Baoxiang King and Xuandiao King looked at it strangely, wanting to hear what it had to say. You just know that little Taoist controls us and monitors us, and he is a threat to us, it said with the confidence of a sleeping dragon and a phoenix. Have you ever thought that he might also be an opportunity for us? Opportunity? King Baoxiang blinked. An opportunity for reincarnation? The Lion Camel King glared at it as if it were a fool, then turned to look at the Black Eagle King. Third brother, you have a smart mind. You can tell me. The Xiandiao King nodded somewhat suddenly. I see. I don't dare to be a big brother. If you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't have thought of this. It smiled and said, Brother is right. This little Taoist priestly is not the reincarnation of a powerful person. He has such cultivation at such a young age. Not only is he extremely terrifying compared to the demon clan, but he is also a heaven-defying existence among the human clan. This kind of thing, the character's future is limitless. Third brother really understands my thoughts. The Lion and Camel King nodded with satisfaction. You and I have been practicing for more than 1,000 years. And today, we have already reached the end of our talents. There are only two ways before us now. Either we can continue to stay here in Samwangling, or we can reach the end of our talents. Even if you die, you will be regarded as the demon king of this neither big nor small party. Or, find a big thigh to hug you, and then you can make further progress. And Mr. Li, his talent is endless. Even if he is not there yet, he will soon become a great being of the highest level in the world. Aren't you excited when such a big and thick leg is placed in front of you? Its words contain a strong sense of bewitchment. Brothers, as long as we perform well this time and gain his respect, we will have a bright future. Even if one day in the future, Taoist Master Li will become a real immortal, I won't be surprised. By then, one person will achieve Taoism. Chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Hearing it say that, Baoxiang King also slapped his thigh. Wonderful. Brother is really a mastermind. And the little Taoist priest probably couldn't have imagined it. King Xuandiao complimented. He thought he was taking a Samwangling under his command. But at the same time, he also wanted to become our protector. Not bad. The Lion and Camel King said with a smile. This time, no matter what, I have to hold on to this thigh and let him bring his talent to our Three Kings Ridge. Having said this, the three brothers looked at each other and smiled happily. The cave was filled with an atmosphere of joy for a while. After laughing for a while, Baoxiang King suddenly said, Having said all that, what should we do about the conflict between Taoist Priestly and Saratobayama? Who should we help? Forehead. The Lion Camel King's smile suddenly stopped. After a pause, it looked at Xiandiao King. Third brother, what do you think? King Xiandiao seemed a little embarrassed. He thought for a moment and said, In fact, in the final analysis, this matter has nothing to do with us. Why don't we just tell Taoist Priestly about this matter? Anyway, he just asked us to help with the investigation. Now giving him the results will fulfill our mission. If he wants to deal with Saratobi Mountain, we really won't be able to help him. That's right. The Lion and Camel King nodded and said, Compared with him, we are just a little lion, a little elephant, and a little bird. What can we do? In the huge cave, the three little ones cuddled against each other, and suddenly they all felt a little weak and helpless. A sneeze. Li Chu sneezed lightly and handsomely, knowing that someone was probably thinking of him again. But there was no time to care. There are already dozens of people seeking medicine who have been driven away by the Guanghan sect in front of them. There are some who cry for help, some who are messy, some who make a fuss, but none of them are successful. Seeing that it was his turn, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Ask for medicine. Seems difficult? Chapter 394. Not all. I am from Liuli village in Hedong province. If I were not desperate, I would not come here to seek medicine. A man covered his face with his hands, knelt on the ground and cried loudly. My father was too upright and killed the evildoers of the demon sect throughout his life, offending the Yenyu cult. Grandma Liahua, one of the 5 Dharma kings, released the fire from H.L. and burned my whole family to death. I was the only one who survived. If I don't have a piece of Bingdang Xinlian used as medicine now, I'm afraid my whole family will die tragically. Please, fairies of Guanghan sect, just do it. Just do it. I kowtow to you. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy kowtows was heard. And the man knocked his forehead 3 or 2 times until blood flowed out. His sincere gesture really made the sad listeners cry. But those Guanhan disciples did not move. And the woman with tied hair said coldly, "I'm sorry. Please go back." "Fairies! No way." The man kept crying and refused to leave. And his head hit the ground with a bang. Li Chu was shocked when he saw it. The Bingnan Heart Lotus that the man wanted was the predecessor of the Bingnan Sacred Heart Lotus that he wanted. The Ice Heart Lotus itself is already extremely precious. After tens of millions of years of evolution, it is possible for an even rarer Ice Heart Lotus to emerge from a large clump of Ice Heart Lotus. If ordinary Bingdang Xilian were so hard to find, isn't it as difficult as going to heaven to seek the lotus flower of the Bingdan Sacred Heart? "Your Excellency, please step aside." The woman with tied hair looked at the man and said coldly. The man ignored him and just focused on grabbing the ground with his head. Not only the disciples of Guanghan sect, but also the medicine seeker behind him became impatient and politely stepped forward and kicked him away. "Please go away." Some of them shouted unceremoniously. "You should stay away from death." Li Chu frowned. "I feel that Guanghan sect is a little unhuman. But I also feel that it is unreasonable." After thinking about it, there was no action after all. The next person to come forward was a young man in brocade clothes who was quite secretive. Like Li Chu, he never talked to the people around him or revealed his identity. But his eyes are shining and his bearing is extraordinary, which makes him stand out from the crowd at first glance. Seeing him smiling, he cupped his hands and said, "Fairy Sisters of Guanghan sect, I am here with Tong Yulan." As soon as this name came out, the expressions of the Guanghan sect disciples all changed. Not only them, but the people who asked for medicine behind were also surprised. It seems that this name has some strange magic power. Then, I heard the young master in Ji continue. "Yes, Bai Yujing's headmaster Tong Jiyang is my father." "I see." Only then did Li Chu realize why these people were so surprised. This young master in brocade clothes turned out to be Tong Wudi's son. Compared with the infinite fame of other immortal geniuses, Tong Yulan can be said to have little reputation. Except for people in the world, few ordinary people know about him. But in terms of cultivation ability, he should not lose. This is certain. Even if Nai's father only has 50% of his talent, it will be enough for him to be proud for half his life. But the reason why he is not famous is because his father is Tong Wudi. As the leader of Bai Yujing and the most powerful person in the world, Tong Wudi did not let his heirs get the slightest convenience. He even suppressed him repeatedly within Bai Yujing and gave all the opportunities to others to get ahead. Therefore, Tong Yulan actually disliked the identity of Tong Wudi's son. When traveling around the world, most people use pseudonyms. But at this moment, he came to reveal his real name, which was obviously very helpless. He lowered his head and seemed to grit his teeth before continuing. "I have a loving girl. She suffers from a strange disease and needs a moonlight white fairy fruit. I know there is something in Xiaoyao Pond. This wonderful medicine. I would like to ask all the fairies to please give me a chance for my father's sake." Judging from his concerned expression, it was obvious that he was deeply in love, and even risked his whole life to seek medicine in his father's name. But the woman with tied hair opposite him remained unmoved at all. She just replied, "If Master Tong comes to ask for medicine in person, maybe this matter will still be discussed. Master Tong, you'd better please come back." Wow! The crowd was in an uproar again. If your cultivation level is as high as Xian Mingjing, you won't be able to force him to do it. His connections are as strong as Tong Yulan's. And his father is Tong Wudi. So he can't ask for this. A large number of people dispersed in an instant. Many people who wanted to rely on other connections to ask for accommodation were unable to do so when they saw the son of Headmaster Bai Yujing, and immediately went home. Suddenly revealed from behind the crowd, a little Taoist priest dressed in green clothes, with an extraordinary face and clear brows, as if he were an immortal from heaven. Ah! When the 4 Guanghan sect female disciples saw them, their 8 eyes were fixed, and 3 of them groaned unconsciously. Is this the real appearance in the human world? Even in that bright spring dream, they could not imagine such a person. At first sight, it is inevitable to be shocked. But after all, he is a disciple of the Guanghan sect, who has always been aloof. And his mood is definitely good. The pupils of several women shook violently, and they quickly forced themselves to calm down. Li Chu blinked, not expecting that it would suddenly be his turn. So he had to step forward slowly, slowing down and thinking quickly about his words. In the eyes of several female disciples, this little Taoist priest appeared to be gentle and gentle. But the distance was not far, and he quickly came closer. Li Chu cupped his hands and said, "I'm at Dayun Temple in Jiangnan Prefecture. Li Chu, I came here to ask for an ice gallbladder sacred heart lotus to save a friend of mine who was poisoned by a strange poison. As for the reward, I can give it by you come and propose it, and we can discuss it later." This was the result of his thinking. Whether it is gold, silver, money, masters as slaves, seeking sympathy, or personal connections, the people in front tried all their tricks. But they couldn't come up with anything different. So they could only let the people of Guanghan sect set the price. He had already made plans to do it again tonight after being rejected. "I can't get it, but I can't give up my friend's life. So I can only try other less polite ways." Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard a voice coming from the other side. "Come in." Li Chu raised his eyes, and was startled. Not only him, but all the people seeking medicine behind him were stunned for a moment. After a whole day, this is the only different result. What? This guy obviously didn't say anything. Huh? Immediately, some people asking for medicine burst out. "What kind of rules do you have? My whole family is going to die. So I spent decades of savings to ask for medicine. And you don't even look at it. This kid just looks a little bit different. He is extremely handsome, and can get in without even mentioning the reward?" The woman with tied hair glanced at him coldly, and then immediately turned her gaze back to Li Chu's face with a warm smile. "This little Taoist priest. Please come with me to meet the elder in charge of little Yaoqi." "Okay." Li Chu nodded. Then he looked back at the group of jealous medicine seekers behind him, and suddenly felt a little puzzled. Ask for medicine. It doesn't seem difficult. With a clear cry, the white crane flew over. The woman with tied hair climbed on the back of the crane and playfully waved to Li Chu. "Little Taoist master, come up." Li Chu followed the instructions and climbed onto the back of the white crane. The white crane flapped its wings and flew towards Guanghan sect. The two stood side by side. The woman with tied hair seemed to be afraid to look at Li Chu. She turned her gaze slightly sideways and whispered, "Little Taoist master, let's make a deal first. We didn't let you in because we saw you were handsome." "Huh?" Li Chu blinked again. "Isn't it? He did think so just now. Although he never did things based on his face. He really couldn't think of any other reasons for that moment. So after hearing this woman say that this was not the reason, I couldn't help but ask a question. Unexpectedly, this rhetorical question actually made the woman with tied hair turn red, lowered her head a little, and replied in a low voice, "Not at all." Chapter 395 The Ultimate Monster. Hanging Moon Mountain. The vegetation is overflowing with color, and the flowers are dyed with clear frost. All the plants here are extremely lush and vigorous, with a thin brilliance. At a glance from a distance, it looks very different from the vegetation outside. This is probably the magic of the small fairyland in the human world. Even a slight contamination can change a place's soil and water. Li Chu rode the white crane and followed the woman with tied hair to the top of a distant peak. There are 7-color rainbow-like clouds and mist on the top of each mountain on Xianyu Mountain. It is obviously not naturally formed. It seems that it is the blessing of acquired supernatural powers. It seems that some formation has been arranged to make it difficult to see what is on the mountain. The little Yaoqi is on the Jade Peak, and all the affairs therein are in charge of the elders of the Yaoqi. You are going to see the elder of our generation, who is in charge of the Yaoqi later, and she will have a detailed discussion with you in person," the woman said. Li Chu nodded. He also knew before coming here that in Guanghan sect, Elder Yaoqi is a position that can be compared with the sect leader, and even has a status slightly above the sect leader, because Zai Yoqi can be said to be the foundation of Guanghan sect. The person in charge must be loyal enough, strong enough, and wise enough. Call! When the white crane crashed into the thick fog, there was a roar in the ears, as if the strong wind was sweeping across the sky. This spiritual bird seemed to be familiar with the road and continued to move forward steadily. He got out again. The scenery in front of me immediately changed. The sky was surrounded by countless gorgeous birds, some big and some small. Many strange beasts were running and jumping below, some tame and some lively. Female disciples were walking on the road in 2s and 3s. Some were wearing clothes. Some were wearing more clothes. The most eye-catching thing is naturally the jasper-like lake at the top of the mountain in the distance. It is like a piece of peerless jade inlaid on the mountain peak. No wonder it is called Chiyu Peak. As the mountain road goes forward, it is difficult to ride on the horse. According to the rules of the world, it is quite disrespectful to fly directly to the door. The woman with tied hair took Li Chu halfway and stopped and said, I can't take you any further. Just keep walking along the stone steps. And a disciple from Zaiyochi will come to pick you up. Okay. Thank you. Li Chu nodded, then turned forward. The woman with tied hair did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Li Chu's handsome back, pursed her lips, and looked slightly resentful. I didn't even ask them their names. She muttered in a low voice before turning around angrily. As soon as he turned around, he heard Li Chu calling from behind. Girl, stay here. Huh? The woman with tied hair immediately smiled again and turned around. Before I ask for advice, I heard Li Chu ask as expected. The name of Elder Yaoqi is taboo. How should I call him when we meet him later? The woman with tied hair was silent for a moment, and then replied, Su Xian can just call Elder Su Xian. Thank you. Li Chu cupped his hand again, thanked him sincerely, and turned to leave again. Waving your sleeves will not take away a single cloud. After walking another 100 steps along the stone steps, I turned around a gorgeous flower wall and saw an elegant courtyard in front of me. It was previously hidden among plants, and the roof was covered with flowers and grass, making it almost invisible from the sky. In front of the courtyard, there was actually an acquaintance standing. Miss Bilyo? Li Chu called. Although he had known that she was a disciple of Guanhan sect, he never really thought that he would meet her here in such a huge Xianyu mountain. At this time, she was wearing the Guanhan sect uniform with light blue gauze and white lining. Without the veil, she still had the same beautiful appearance. Taoist priest Shaoli. Long time no see. Bai Luo Yingying nodded, paused, and then said, You are becoming more and more handsome. Li Chu smiled politely, and the greetings were over. Bai Luo also knew his temperament, so she turned around and raised her hand. Elder Su Xian is already waiting for you inside. Come with me. After that, he pushed open the courtyard door and led the way. Li Chu followed and asked in a low voice, Elder Yaoqi meets me, but Miss Bilyo helps me? I was only selected to practice in Xiaoyao Pond last month, but I don't have such great energy, Bilyo said with a smile. But I did say some nice things to you. You will know what's going on when you get in. Whether you can take away the treasures you want depends on your ability. However, when she said this, she did not hide her approving eyes, which probably meant, I know you are very capable. When they came to the courtyard, in front of a pavilion with vegetation, they saw a middle-aged woman with a dignified bun sitting under the pavilion. Her skin was as white as frost and her face was expressionless. She was looking at the fish in the pond indifferently. Elder Su Xian, Taoist priest Shaoli is here. Bai Luo stepped forward and lowered her head to report. Elder Su Xian turned around and glanced at Li Chu. There was a slight fluctuation in Gu Jingwu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Please sit down. She raised her hand and pointed to the other side of the pavilion. Li Chu followed her words and sat down opposite her without being polite. Xiao Qiao, please step aside first. Elder Su Xian waved to Miss Bai Luo again. Yes. Miss Bilyo took the order and came out. Soon, only Elder Su Xian and Li Chu were left in the pavilion. It was quiet for a while, with only the birds chirping in the sky. Li Chu listened to Elder Su Xian's voice, which was similar to the warning voice after knocking Xian Mingjing away. To be able to deal with a powerful person who has reached the pinnacle of his career so casually, this elder must have a high level of cultivation among the land gods. Elder Su Xian looked at Li Chu for a while, and his eyes gradually became curious. Xiao Qiao is indeed right. You are indeed a little Taoist priest who is hard to see through. Even I can't see through your cultivation. The way of practice is just different from ordinary people. Li Chu said modestly. What you want is the Bingden Sacred Heart Lotus. Do you know that I only have one of this thing in Zaiyochi? And it is extremely precious. If it were placed elsewhere in the world, it would not be an exaggeration to say it is a holy thing. Elder Su Xian said again. I know. Li Chu nodded. So if you want to get it, you must pay enough reward to me, Guanhan sect. But there's no harm in talking. Li Chu saw that the other party seemed to have something in mind, so he said directly without being verbose. Guanhan sect has encountered a difficult matter recently and needs help. If you can help, you can naturally get the Bingden Sacred Heart Lotus. Elder Su Xian said slowly. I thought about Tong Yulin before, but he belongs to Bai Yujing after all. And Bai Luo said that your cultivation level must be better than his. I'm not sure, but it's probably yes. Li Chu said. Okay. You look very confident. Elder Su Xian asked again. Have you really killed a ghost king? Yeah. After hearing this, Li Chu thought for a while, and then said, "Which one?" It's not that he meant anything else, mainly because he really couldn't remember all the ghost kings he had killed in the past few days. But on second thought, Elder Su Xian knew that it was Miss Bai Luo who probably told her, and that was probably the one who made trouble in Yuhang Town in the first place. That is, the weakest one. Elder Su Xian glanced at him again, hearing the meaning of this boy's words. He didn't want to kill him less? Then she smiled. Good. There is actually a convention between our 12 immortal sections. In the early years, whenever secret realms or treasures were unearthed, cultivators from all sides would gather, causing bloodshed and serious internal strife among the human race. Shortly after the Halua dynasty established the tripod, the imperial court took the lead and gathered the 12 immortal sects for a talk. It was finally decided to divide the world into several large directions. Each different direction belongs to its own immortal sect. Now that they recognized Li Chu, Elder Su Xian began to talk about the problems they encountered. Li Chu had heard a little bit about this convention, but didn't know much about it. After all, only the 12 immortal sects were involved. As for other small sects, they are not restricted and can compete for secret realms anywhere in the world at will. After all, on the one hand, there are too many cultivators in small sects, and it is impossible to control them. On the other hand, what if we let them fight? If the 12 immortal sects like the secret realm, how can they compete? For example, the last time Bai Luo went to Yuhang Town, the reason why she remained anonymous and cautious was because of the constraints of the convention, and it was not easy to do it openly. Fortunately, Fang Fulong's secret realm is not big, so no one cares about it. But if there is an extremely precious treasure, it would be taboo. In the past few days, the heaven and earth on the northern ice sheet experienced strange changes. Elder Su Xian continued. She did not elaborate. According to the sword sect, the change was like a meteor falling to the ground, causing a huge iceberg to disappear in an instant. The Guanghan sect generally feels that this statement is untrue or simply nonsense. After the mutation occurred, strange monsters actually appeared on the ice sheet. In the past, almost no living creature survived on the Arctic ice sheet, and spiritual energy was scarce, let alone turning into monsters. Therefore, this phenomenon is extremely abnormal and has been spread in the world. When a demon is born in the extreme, something big will happen. Dashua Mountain sent disciples to investigate, and found that an iceberg not far from the change was shaken, and actually revealed a secret door. Those monsters escaped from that door. Both the Guanghan sect and the Jian sect are qualified to compete for the secret realm unearthed at that location. And some of the patterns on the gate of the secret realm are corroborated with some of the ancient books of our Guanghan sect. They are probably related to the small Yaoqi, and there may even be more Yaoqi fairy water inside. Fighting for a secret realm? Li Chu felt a little more confident after hearing this. He is quite skilled at exploring secret realms. When Elder Su Xian said this, his expression suddenly became solemn. Li Chu also listened more carefully. When you came here, did you feel that it was a bit unkind for our Guanghan sect to sit on a treasured land like Zaiyoji, but completely take it for ourselves, and sit back and watch countless lives die without doing anything to save it? She asked. Li Chu said, "It is understandable that we are facing many difficulties while sitting on this precious land." He had actually thought about this before outside, but if you think about it for a while, you can understand the general idea. Sure enough, I heard Elder Su Xian say, "In the beginning, my ancestors of Guanghan sect were compassionate and extremely enthusiastic about giving medicine to save people. So much so that more and more people asked for medicine, and almost all the precious medicines near Xiaoyao Pond were swept away. Furthermore, rumors began to spread about the treasures of heaven and earth, and all of them were sold at exorbitant prices. It turned out that the treasures were given by the ancestors, but they were either deceived by the people who asked for medicine, or the people who asked for medicine were robbed and made instead. There were more casualties. Those who asked for medicine cried more miserably than the others, and the sect did not have enough energy to check the authenticity of everyone's words. There were even some treacherous people who would deliberately bring the dying people, and after asking for the medicine, but instead of rescuing him, he sold the precious medicine. Besides, even if they all really want to save people, those precious medicines are only a drop in the bucket. In this way, we gradually stop the leakage of precious medicines. But even so, the treasure medicine is still decreasing. And thousands of years ago, our sect discovered that the fairy water in Xiaoyao Pond was gradually decreasing. Reduced? Li Chu was surprised. It turns out that there is still plenty of water in Xiaoqi? I'd never heard of this. Please don't spread this matter outside the Taoist priest. Elder Su Xian said. How can mortal water breed so many heavenly and earthly treasures in one place? Legend has it that the water in Xiaoyao Pond is the fairy water left behind by the fairy world, which is why it has such a magical effect. It's just that the fairy water will eventually be counted. In probably another 1,000 years, the little Yao Pond here will completely become an ordinary lake. So the sudden appearance of a secret realm that may be related to little Yaoqi is simply the biggest opportunity for our Guanhan sect. Elder Su Xian frowned and said, We will never allow it to be missed. After hearing this, Li Chu felt a little puzzled. If it is so important, why should we pretend to be an outsider? Before she could ask, Elder Su Xian had already said it. I saw her change of topic, with hidden anger. But no one would have thought that this secret realm would actually be like this. Only men are allowed in. After leaving Chiyu Peak, Bai Luo led Li Chu to another lonely and quiet mountain peak. This is where Guanghan sect receives male guests. It looks quite deserted. There are only a few lofts on the whole hill, and they all look like they haven't been inhabited for a long time. There will be a total of 3 people who will enter the secret realm for our Guanhan sect. And we have just finalized 2 of them now, Bai Luo said. In addition to Taoist Priestly, there is also one who is the younger brother of our sect, Saint Qing Jinling, from the Beihai Qing family. Clear Water Sword. As she spoke, she lowered her voice and said, That young master is a bit competitive, so Mr. Li should be more careful. I know. Thank you for reminding me, Li Chu said. The Beihai Qing family can be regarded as a well-known immortal cultivating family, with several powerful figures in their ancestors. The Qing family has always been on good terms with the Guanghan sect. All girls in the clan will be sent to the Guanghan sect to practice from childhood, while the men will stay in the family to be trained. As a result, women in the Qing family were generally stronger than men. Qing Jianling of this generation was particularly talented and beautiful, and she directly became the saint of Guanghan sect. As for the Clear Water Sword, its reputation is not outstanding. Miss Bai Luo sent Li Chu to the door of the attic, then stopped here and said, Then I will send him here, if there is a little Taoist Li. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a sneer from the side. Ha ha! Have you found another one who can make up the numbers? The tone was frivolous and mocking. Li Chu looked over and saw in the attic next door, on the balcony of the 2nd floor, a handsome young man sitting there with one leg dangling in the air and holding a sword in his arms. Before Li Chu could say anything, Bai Luo had already quit. She stepped forward and said, Master Qing, Taoist Priestly was also invited by our Guanghan sect to help. You have to go down to the secret realm to fight side by side. So please be respectful. I told you that I can do it alone, but my sister won't allow it. The young man said lazily, If you want to fight alongside me, you must be qualified. As he spoke, a gleam flashed in his eyes. His right halberd pointed upward, and he shouted, 10,000 sword Ju! With a cry, the sword in his arms was unsheathed, and a dragon rose into the air, instantly turning into thousands of lights and shadows, blocking out the sky. As he turned his fingers, the thousands of sword shadows rotated and wandered in the air, forming various arrays, filled with murderous intent. Finally, he picked it lightly. Countless sword tips pointed downward, pointing directly at the mountain peak. It seems that the brave soldiers and horses in formation will surround and kill him at any time. Master Qing, I know that your 10,000 sword technique has reached its peak and can evolve into 10,000 sword shadows. But please don't be too presumptuous. Bai Luo frowned. Huh? It's not easy for your proud Guanhan sect to beg me, but you still don't allow me to be arrogant? Besides, I'm not targeting your disciples. After saying that, he raised his head towards Li Chu, his eyes seeming to demonstrate but also to provoke. If you want to participate in this matter, you must at least have this strength. Can you? Li Chu frowned. On the one hand, I don't quite understand why he came up and targeted me. On the other hand, I am also a little curious. So, he said softly, the peak of 10,000 sword Ju is the evolution of 10,000 sword shadows? Uh-huh. Qing Shuijian shook his head and smiled. Where are you from? A country bumpkin? You haven't even seen the peak 1 Jianju. Right. I've definitely never seen it before. Li Chu nodded. But I know how to do it a little bit. Although he is an elegant and easygoing person, he also knows that the other party is deliberately provoking for unknown reasons. If he cannot overcome the other party, I am afraid that similar things will happen again in the future. So, Li Chu also raised his 2 fingers and shouted softly, 10,000 sword Ju. Call out. The pure yang sword rose into the sky like a red dragon. Boom. The moment the sword shadow evolved, it made a trembling roar. The sky. Suddenly it got dark. The earth turned red. The air suddenly becomes hot. Is it okay? After a moment, Li Chu looked at Qing Shuijian calmly. The other person was looking up at the sky at this time. His lips kept moving, as if he was afraid or counting. Hearing Li Chu's words, he suddenly became excited, then looked at Li Chu, and actually smiled again. Ha ha. I was joking with you, elder brother. Chapter 396 The Snowman Knows What to Do. Wan Jianju. An ancient and powerful classic sword technique, which comes from the snowy mountains and is famous all over the world. For many years, only those who are proficient in swordsmanship have been able to practice successfully. Although it is called 10,000 swords. In fact, if hundreds of sword shadows appear, it can be regarded as a skill. If there are thousands of sword shadows, they are very powerful. Those who can truly practice 10,000 sword shadows are definitely unique swordsmanship geniuses. Qing Shuijian is such a genius. This is also the magical power that he is most proud of. Otherwise, he would not use it to intimidate Li Chu. Therefore, when Li Chu said that he also knew how to use 10,000 swords, Qing Shuijian felt a little disdainful in his heart. After all, he was obviously the best at 10,000 swords. Is this man trying to humiliate himself? But, before he could even finish his thoughts of ridicule, Li Chu's 10,000 swords technique was already released. The train of thought was suddenly interrupted. The world changes color. At that moment, Qing Shuijian felt. It was as if someone had covered his eyes and the sky with a piece of red cloth. The ridicule in my heart immediately turned into shock and a trace of confusion. Is this the Wan Jianju? It seemed so, but not quite. What he saw was that in the sky above his head, red sword shadows burst out all over the sky. For a moment, it was like a blazing fire. The clouds in the sky were ignited, and the sky even darkened. If it weren't for the ban imposed by Guanhan sect from the outside world, this place would look like a huge fire cloud covering it. You have to look very carefully to find out what kind of dense clouds there are. They are clearly long swords with red light that are tightly stacked together to form a sword field. Each sword shadow points vertically downwards, and can actually cover the entire mountain peak without any gaps. Even a little crowded. He tried very hard to find out how many sword shadows there were. But even if he scanned them with his spiritual consciousness, he couldn't count them clearly. Judging from the visual effects alone, it is probably the sword mountain and the sword sea. I already have a lot of 10,000 sword techniques. This one seems to be as many as 10,000. 10,000 sword techniques? This is too ridiculous. Therefore, when Li Chu asked him, is it okay? His heart skipped a beat. Do you even need to ask? I'm not blind. It's so. Okay. Brother. In fact, what he has not thought of is that Wan Jianju actually has not only a quantitative difference, but also a huge qualitative difference. The same sword shadow may have vastly different powers. But of course Li Chu would not let the sword shadow fall and let him feel it. Looking at Qing Shuijian's honest and enthusiastic smile, Li Chu nodded slightly. It seemed that this person was quite easy to get along with. The third person on this mountain peak, Miss Bai Luo, had always known how powerful Li Chu was. But her cultivation level is not high after all, and she cannot intuitively feel the level of Li Chu's operation. She can only measure it through some achievements. For example, after killing the powerful Ghost King, you know that he is at least strong enough to fight against the Wenxiang realm. What's more, Li Chu's fighting style was quite simple at that time. But now I see this. Bill Yuo's heart also trembled violently. I already thought he had great abilities, but I didn't expect that he was much more capable than I imagined. Oh my god. As a disciple of the Guanhan sect, even if she has not practiced the 10,000 sword art, she is still well informed and knows the value of this sword art. After a moment of shock, she blinked in sudden realization. My recommendation of Taoist priest Shaoli this time seems to have made a great contribution to the sect. If there really is a magical object in the secret realm that can continue the little Yachi, then it would not be an exaggeration to call it a heavenly power. Thinking of this, the corners of Miss Bai Luo's mouth raised slightly, and her eyes looking at Li Chu became a little softer. Taoist priest Shaoli never disappoints. What a handsome and upbeat man. Actually, I didn't mean to provoke. After Miss Bai Luo left, Li Chu also went back to his room to rest. A little later, Qin Shuijian knocked on the door again and came in, carefully explaining to Li Chu. It's just that I really wanted to stand out when I entered the secret realm this time. So I wanted to establish my dominant position first. But unexpectedly I was hit hard, he said with a smile, which seemed quite sincere. Li Chu happened to have nothing to do, so he listened to him chat for a while. It turns out that the Beihai Qin family, who was born in Qin Shuijian, has been friends with the Guanghan sect for generations. Whenever a girl is born, she will be sent to the Guanghan sect to practice, while the men will stay at home to practice. Over time, the women in their family were generally much stronger than the men. Those women who returned from Guanghan sect's cultivation naturally took charge of the family. Therefore, unlike other aristocratic families in the Hulud dynasty, the Qin family favored girls over boys. Qin Shuijian, a swordsman genius who mastered Wanjian Ju at the age of 16, has always endured the criticism of many people within the family. What's the use of being strong as a man? If you practice for a few more years, you won't be as good as a woman. This kid is really talented, but it's a pity that he's a man, and Guanghan sect doesn't want him. No matter how strong he is, can he still be stronger than his sister? This kind of words has always been with him growing up. Within the reach of the Qin family, there is indeed no immortal sect at the same level as the Guanghan sect. The conditions for accepting disciples in Dashua Mountain are extremely harsh, and the cultivation environment is also very harsh. No one would send their children there. Therefore, Qin Shuijian could only swear that he would rely on his own efforts to defeat his sister, who was practicing in Guanghan sect. Day after day, year after year, through his unremitting efforts. Finally, Qin Jianling has become a contemporary saint of the Guanghan sect, with a heavenly appearance, stunning beauty, fame at a young age, and thousands of fans. And he was still a little-known young master from the Qin family. The gap actually got bigger and bigger. Qin Shuijian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Finally, this time, I encountered a rare opportunity. Guanghan sect and Dashua Mountain are competing for the secret realm, but they don't plan to send out top experts, but let their juniors fight. And it just so happens that that secret realm can only be entered by men. Qin Jianling recommended this younger brother to the sect. Qin Shuijian was overjoyed. He must seize this opportunity and prove his strength. In his sight, the enemies were not only disciples sent by Dashua Mountain, but also others sent by Guanghan sect. He made up his mind to be better than anyone else. This determination only lasted half a day. It ended with meeting Li Chu that afternoon. After listening to his thoughts, Li Chu nodded to express his understanding, and simply said, "Let's fight side by side. Come on! Also, we must pay attention to politeness. Don't worry, Brother Li." Qin Shuijian nodded heavily. "I believe that after today's experience, anyone will pay attention to being kind to others when they travel around the world. Strange to say, no matter how much my parents taught me, I couldn't learn the courtesy. After meeting some people, I suddenly became self-taught." The two were talking in the attic when they heard a gust of wind outside, as if someone was coming. When he opened the door and went out, he saw another pair of figures walking in front of him. The one on the left is a tall, handsome and elegant young man, looking at him wearing a sword-white Taoist robe. He seems to be a Taoist priest, with a warm smile on his face. He was quite chic. The one on the right is a beautiful girl. She is also slender, and is as tall as the man next to her. But he does not appear to have broad shoulders or a strong back, and his body proportions are almost perfect. Wearing a plain blue dress with a white belt, her waistline is extremely high, and her legs are long and straight. There are several ribbons fluttering behind her, and from a distance, she looks like a fairy riding the wind. Her long hair is tied casually around her shoulders and neck. Her skin is as white as porcelain. Her face is delicate, and her eyes are full of energy. Among the women Li Chu had seen, probably only Xie Shirong, the Warin from Shenluo City, could rival her in appearance. In terms of figure, it is even better than the first line. I guess there will be no one else except Qin Jianling, the saint of Guanghan sect. Sure enough, I saw that Qin Shuijian next to me had an unnatural expression, moved her mouth, and said softly, "Sister." When the woman saw the two men coming out to greet them, she paused. When her eyes fell on Li Chu, she froze for a moment, then quickly turned natural again. She smiled and said, "This must be Taoist priest Xiao Li. I heard my junior sister talking about you." Then, he pointed at Qin Shuijian. "This is my brother, Qin Shuijian of the Qin family. I think you already know him." Then he raised his hand and pointed to the young Taoist priest beside him. This is Zhang Yunzi, a disciple of Yunyu Temple. He is also invited to help our Guanghan sect enter the secret realm. I will trouble you three this time. Li Chu nodded. Hello. Zhang Yunzi looked at Li Chu and then at Qin Shuijian. His expression was a little strange, but he still cupped his hands and said, I've met you too. Qin Jialing looked at the three of them and said warmly, Then please rest here tonight. Someone will take care of you tomorrow morning. Okay. Qin Jialing just said Zhang Yunzi over, and after a brief greeting, she fluttered away. Only the shocking side is left. Zhang Yunzi turned around and looked at Qin Jialing's leaving figure, feeling a little disappointed. If it had been before, Qin Shuijian would not have dared to compete with him. But after Li Chu's lesson during the day, he was now disheartened and went back to the attic. Li Chu looked at Zhang Yunzi a few more times. Yuniguan is not an ordinary sect. This ethereal ancient inheritance has always been evaluated as if it recruits more disciples. It will be the 13th immortal sect. The foundation is extremely profound, and the reputation is extremely resounding. There have never been many disciples walking in the world, and they are almost single disciples. But all of them are the best among their generation. In fact, Li Chu's ideal has always been to manage the Yun Temple into such a place. After all, managing a large fairy sect is very troublesome. So such a small and refined scale is what he wants. Zhang Yunzi didn't know whether he felt Li Chu's gaze, or he wanted to take another look at Li Chu. But their eyes met. Taoist Master Shaoli? Zhang Yunzi couldn't help but ask. Which Taoist temple are you a disciple of? Jiangnan. The Yun Temple. Li Chu replied. Ha ha. I have long admired your name. Zhang Yunzi smiled politely. Li Chu did not expose this white lie, but replied with the same politeness. I also hear the famous name of Yuniguan. After the two exchanged pleasantries, the adults looked away tacitly and prepared to go back to their respective homes. But after a pause, Zhang Yunzi added, I always thought I was the most handsome Taoist priest in the world. The tone was a little lonely. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After another pause, Li Chu softly replied, Oh! Although the two teammates lined up this time are more or less strange, they can only be said to be harmless. After all, Li Chu was used to winning alone. A teammate is nothing more than a humanoid or non-humanoid creature that follows behind and shouts 666. Is it important? The next morning, another high-status Guanghan sect elder came with a group of disciples to pick up the three of them. After having breakfast, we headed to our destination, Northland Icefields. Everyone got on a huge white bird and soon arrived at a vast snow-capped mountain community. Among them, there is a depression that is not obvious even when looking down from a high altitude. Further forward, there is a tall mountain wall. There should have been a snow mountain here, but now one side of the snow mountain has collapsed and fallen off, revealing part of the mountain wall hidden inside. This huge mountain wall is engraved with countless incomprehensible talismans and pictures, like murals recording important events, or some kind of sacrificial inscriptions. Everyone here is a cultivator, so they can naturally feel the strange fluctuations contained in this mountain wall. The Guanghan sect elder said, This mountain wall is the entrance to the secret realm, and those strange snow monsters appear from here. In front of the mountain wall, there are a few scattered white spots. It was only after the big bird fell that we could see it clearly. It turned out to be 4 figures covered in white cloaks. There were even fewer people coming than Guanghan sect. Just a tall and thin old man with a sword in his hand. His eyes were cloudy, but Li Chu seemed to be able to see something sharp in them, like a sword hidden in a scabbard. It seems that he has practiced swordsmanship to an extremely high level. Behind the old man are 3 young men, uniformly dressed in white and carrying swords. The 4 people from the snowy mountains, young and old, all had the same expressionless faces and indifferent eyes, as if they were carved from the same mold. Elder Chen, you are here too early. When the giant bird landed, the elder of Guanghan sect greeted him first. Just listening to his tone, he wasn't very enthusiastic. As for the elder of Dashua Mountain, his tone was even more indifferent. After all, this is my territory of Dashua Mountain. There is no reason to make guests wait. The elder of the Guanghan sect listened to his seemingly pointed words and chuckled. It's not yet certain who is the master and who is the guest. Let's let the children go into the secret realm to have a look first. Can! The elder of Dashua Mountain nodded. Then, he raised his hand and said, Go in. After giving the order, the 3 expressionless sword sect disciples immediately took off and crashed towards the mountain wall. Looking at their decisive posture, It looked like they were going to be killed on the spot. But the next second, 3 consecutive bang 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 sounds were heard. The inscription on the mountain wall flashed, and 3 figures disappeared into it instantly. Sure enough, it contains a mystery. Even if they knew this, it was a bit cruel for these 3 people to rush in without blinking. The elder of the Guanhan sect turned around and said, "You guys can go in too." "Yes." Li Chu and the others agreed and slowly submerged into the mountain wall. This sudden journey into a secret realm begins here. Boom. As soon as we passed through the mountain wall, the sound of cold wind suddenly filled our ears. The strong wind was mixed with huge force, as if it was about to blow people up. If a mortal entered this place, his feet would be off the ground in an instant. The wind is also mixed with shards of ice that look like knives. If you blow them even once, it's like being struck by a sharp blade. After the ice and snow, it turned out to be an even harsher environment. "It's so cold," Qin Shuijian muttered beside him. The 3 sword sect disciples have completely disappeared, and I wonder if they are also nearby. Just when the 3 of them were trying to open their eyes, they wanted to familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. In the distance, he saw a misty shadow about 2 feet tall with an extremely strange figure, walking over from the wind and snow. "What's this?" As the shadow got closer, the 3 of them could clearly see that it seemed to be 2 bodies stacked together. Is it a snow-white monster with a human-like but rather round snowman riding on its back? As they got closer, they vaguely heard cheerful cries. "Ha ha! The snowman knows what to do." Chapter 397 Secret Snow Ice City. Flying all over the sky. It was deserted. This is what this ice and snow world looks like. Looking around, there is no trace of green, or there is no other color at all. Everything is silvery white. The tall snow beast ran on all 4s in the strong wind. It looked like an enlarged polar bear. Because of its huge size, its movements looked a bit silly, but it was actually not slow. Li and Chu also sat on the back of the snow beast and felt that it was quite stable. In front of him was a snowman that was about the same height as an ordinary person. It had a round head, a somewhat angular face, large eyes, and facial features similar to those of humans. The torso is also a huge snowball, and the limbs are made of lotus-shaped snowballs. There is only a small snowball forming a fist and no fingers. It seems quite cute. "My name is Nunu, and I am the most handsome snowman in the tribe." It introduced itself with a thumbs up, and then asked, "Outsiders, are you here to help us defeat the snow demon?" The 3 cultivators looked at each other and then replied, "Maybe." "Ha ha. I knew it," Nunu said with a smile. "Our tribe has always circulated the ancestral teachings, whether it is a snowman or a snow demon. If you want to defeat the other party, you must rely on the help of outsiders." Only then did the 3 of them understand. No wonder it was so enthusiastic. During the rest of the journey, the snowman Nunu continued to enthusiastically tell them an overview of the world. Ice and snow are the eternal theme here. The snow and wind in the sky will never stop, and the white covering the earth will never fade away. There are 3 races living on this land. There are many snow beasts, but they have low intelligence and can only live in the wild or be domesticated. There are few in number, but they are the most intelligent and have built a huge tribe of snowmen, the smallest in number. They belong to an ethnic group that has been alienated from snow beasts. They hunt snowmen or snow beasts to strengthen themselves. They are called snow demons, except for the neutral snow beasts. The snow demons and snowmen are the 2 races that are always at odds with each other on this land. "Those snow monsters are so abominable. Since you are the foreigners according to the ancestral teachings, you must help us teach them a lesson." Nunu waved his fist angrily, etc. Zhang Yunzi waved his hands, first calming its emotions, and then said, "We can indeed help you defeat the snow demon. But," he smiled, "I understand what you mean." Nunu also smiled. "The elders have long said that there is no free ice cream in the world. Since I ask you to help fight, of course your efforts will not be in vain." Then, it continued, "For example, our tribe has the best ice sculpture master in the world. When the time comes, we can help each of you make an ice sculpture that will never melt, to commemorate the great hero." Zhang Yunzi rolled his eyes. Why would anyone want that kind of thing? But at the same time, Qin Shuijian raised his eyes and asked with implicit expectation, "Is it true? Hey, don't you really want it?" Zhang Yunzi pushed him away. Qin Shuijian now. "Why don't you want to? The ice sculpture will never melt. But it is something that is not found outside the secret realm. When the time comes, I will place it in front of our Qing family's courtyard. He was looking forward to it. And Zhang Yunzi was too lazy to pay attention to him. Li Chu asked directly, "Your entire world is made of ice and snow. Is there no other landscape? Other landscapes?" Nunu was startled. "What do you mean?" "For example, a lake," Li Chu said. "Lake?" Nunu rubbed his head and thought. "It is said that a long time ago, there were many different scenery in this world. But then drastic changes occurred in the world and endless ice and snow came. And it became what it is now. Now if you want to find other scenery, you have to climb the holy mountain and go to the fairyland to find it," it finally said. "Holy mountain? Wonderland?" These two words aroused the curiosity of several people. The holy mountain is where life in this world begins. According to legend, a snowman was born on the top of the holy mountain. A snow beast was born on the mountainside. And a snow demon was born at the foot of the mountain. The snow demon received the least divinity. So only then will they be extremely vicious and murderous. The three of them had no interest in this little legend that discredited their opponents. But they had no choice but to listen patiently. Nunu continued. "At the top of the holy mountain, there is a ladder that leads to the wonderland in the clouds above. I have not been up there, but I heard from the warriors in the tribe that there are red flowers in the wonderland in the clouds. There are green grass, very lush plants and warm lakes. Everything is different from the ice and snow world." There, Zhang Yunzi nodded and said, "Maybe there is what we are looking for." What they are looking for is the secret of this world, and the fairy water of Yaoqi that may contain magical spiritual power. And the surrounding area of immortal water obviously cannot be a piece of barren ice and snow. "Let's take a look first and then talk," Li Chu said calmly. According to his past experience, after entering the secret realm, there is no need to be too dedicated to finding the target. As long as you continue to explore step by step, 80% of what you want will be delivered to your door. "Hee hee. We are going to the ice city built by our tribe soon. When you see our elder, you can talk to him in detail," Nunu said. These snowmen actually built a city, which surprised Li Chu and the others. The snow beast was running forward all the way. Suddenly, it stopped suddenly with a screeching sound, and its 4 feet drew 4 long traces of ice and snow on the ground. "Huh? What's wrong?" Zhang Yunzi asked. "Xiaowei's nose is very good. He must have smelled the snow demon in the wind." Nunu pricked up his ears and carefully observed his surroundings. "There is a snow demon ambushing, and the road ahead may be dangerous. The wind here is very weird. My consciousness was blown away before I could explore it very far." Qin Shuijian frowned. Li Chu nodded. He also encountered the same problem. Just like in the past, the TV signal was not good on windy days. The range that his mind's eye can detect has also been greatly reduced. Now we can only see a radius of about 20 miles. Fortunately, although this range is small, it is still enough. So he pointed to the hillside in front of him on the left. "There is a rather powerful aura hidden behind that." The aura was cold, gloomy, and a little loud. Very different from the little snowman, who is also cold but full of life. It should be the snow demon it calls. "Serena, run!" After hearing what Li Chu said, Nunu glanced at him and chose to believe him. Then directed the snow beast to go around in the other direction. Qin Shuijian asked, "Are you afraid of it?" "Of course not." Nunu puffed up her chest, and then shrank her neck. "But the snow demon's individual strength is slightly stronger than ours. If you encounter a snow demon alone in the wild, your chance of survival is very small. With the 3 of us, what are you afraid of?" Qin Shuijian smiled proudly. "If we encounter that snow demon, I will use all my swords to poke it into a honeycomb for you to see." Before he finished speaking, he heard a sudden roar coming from the hillside over there. Ouch! This roar actually felt like the earth was shaking. The running snow beast was so frightened that its legs weakened and almost fell to the ground. He quickly stood up straight again and ran forward even faster for his life. In the distance, the shadow of a huge creature gradually enveloped it. It was a huge snow ape with a size of nearly 10 feet. When it stood upright, it could almost block out the sky and the sun. When it saw the snow beast changing its course, it immediately chased after it. In comparison, this tall snow beast suddenly seemed minuscule. No matter how much its 4 short legs move, they are still not as good as the snow demon's long stride. "Hey!" Qin Shuijian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "This guy is quite big." He looked around. "Zhang Yunzi, brotherly, take a break for now. Let me take the lead first." As he spoke, He jumped up high and pointed his halberd in his right hand at the same time. Oh! 10,000 sword Jew. Puff! Surprisingly, when he jumped up, not only did he not take off, he fell down quickly. The snow beast was already running forward, and with nothing to catch it, the Qin Shui sword plunged into the headless snow, leaving a large glyph mark. And ahead, the snow monkey that was about to chase him had already noticed him. Zhang Yunzi frowned and shouted, "Come out!" Countless thin threads with dim light flew out from his sleeves. Thousands of threads flew over and wrapped around the Qin Shui sword that was pulling his crotch, and pulled him out of the snowdrift. But it can be seen that he uses this magic weapon with great reluctance. What happened? Qin Shui Jian was pulled back on the snow beast's back. His face looked a little strange, and there was a bit of confusion in his embarrassment. I was just about to use the wind control technique and the 10,000 sword technique when I felt that my true energy was gone. The wind here will blow away the true energy. Zhang Yunzi looked sternly. If you use magic weapons and flying swords, they cannot be separated from the body. They must be held in hand to activate them to barely maintain it. Ah? Qin Shui Jian said in shock. The true energy cannot leave the body. Wouldn't we all become waste? Li Chu blinked and wanted to say something. Before he could speak, the snowman Nunu over there shouted, "You are from the outside world and have not experienced the ice and snow festival. You will not be loved by the snow god. It seems that now, you can only rely on me to protect everyone." As it spoke, the footsteps of the huge snow demon over there were already stampeding over. The running of the snow beast may look more like a death struggle in its eyes. Okay, let's open our eyes and see how the snowman fights. Qin Shuijian shouted. Hey. Nunu held his breath and concentrated. His eyes widened. He gathered his strength for a long time, and then shouted loudly, "Go!" Its right arm was thrown away suddenly, and the snowball forming a fist in its right hand was thrown out with a whoosh. It turned into an arc and hit the snow demon high on the head. Snapped. I don't know how the snow demon feels after being hit this time. Anyway, the feeling of Li Chu and the others is. That's it? Zhang Yunzi murmured. Isn't this tickling enough? Qin Shuijian shouted. Didn't you say that the snow demon's individual strength is slightly stronger than yours? Is this called slightly stronger? Nunu snorted coldly. What do you know? My attack is so powerful that it can attack infinitely. If I keep at it, I can break its skull sooner or later. Hack you. Qin Shuijian looked back at the huge figure that had already approached and said, I can already smell its athlete's foot. Even Zhang Yunzi, who was slightly calm, changed a little. I shouldn't have died here inexplicably. Give me tens of thousands more chances, and I can defeat it. Nunu stretched out his hand, and a ball of snow was sucked up from the ground and reassembled into its right fist. It looked quite magical. Li Chu made a careful calculation and felt that it probably didn't have time to launch tens of thousands more times. No, I'll do it. He pressed Nunu's shoulder. Huh? Nunu looked at him in surprise. You? Li Chu didn't say anything more. Just quietly pulled out the sword. The strange wind here should also have some impact on his spiritual power. However, according to past experience, the quality of spiritual power is higher than that of true energy, and it should not dissipate too completely. Thinking like this, the pure yang sword was raised high. Fall gently. Laugh. Boom! A sword pierced the air, and the next second, a huge red sword energy column appeared out of thin air. She penetrates Chan Hong. Because he was worried about being cut. Li Chu used all his strength this time. Indeed, as soon as he took action, he felt a strong influence around him, which greatly weakened the power of the sword. But the snow demon's footsteps stopped immediately, because this sword energy pillar is much longer than it. Never in its life had it seen such a powerful pillar. Boom. The next second, the snow demon's upper body was completely swallowed up by the sword energy pillar. Before it could be revealed, its lower body had been evaporated by the intense heat wave. Not only it, but also the snow beasts and snowmen behind it screamed. Ah! Run! Serena! Nunu wailed. Both of them were almost evaporated by the rebounding heat wave. After a while, the group of people had already moved away from the dangerous place just now, but still quite silent. In the end, it was Qin Shui Jian who recovered from the shock first. He looked at Li Chu with a dull look. Brotherly, I know you are very strong, but being strong also requires basic laws. Right. Why are you not affected by the laws here? You can't say that. Li Chu replied calmly. Actually, I was also affected. This is indeed the case. At level 80, his sword with all his strength should definitely not be so powerful. Qin Shuijian blinked, unable to tell the truth from the lie for a moment. The snowman Nunu, who was scared to death for half his life, also turned around, looked at Li Chu and said, Now I completely believe in the ancestral teachings. With the help of a powerful outsider like you, we will definitely defeat the snow demon. Just as he was talking, the snow beast suddenly let out a roar. It turned out that it had climbed up a hillside. After climbing over the hillside, it saw a continuous ice wall in front of it. It turned out to be a very huge ice city. It stretches from east to west, with an almost invisible end, all the way into the white mist in the distance. From north to south, there are countless ice crystal roofs, and countless snowmen live there. The streets are crisscrossed, and the scale is not inferior to any other human city in the outside world. A city truly carved entirely from ice and snow. It's far bigger than the three of them imagined. But it's no wonder. Probably only such a city can stop the attack of such a giant beast. Right? Ha ha! Nunu smiled happily again. That's the city of our tribe. Isn't it awesome? It said very proudly. It's indeed amazing. Li Chu nodded sincerely. What's its name? This city is made of huge black ice. The middle is made of sticky secret snow produced at the foot of the snow mountain. It can fit tightly, and will not collapse even if it is attacked by many snow demons. Nunu introduction. This ice city built with secret snow is called Nayuki City. Chapter 398. The most handsome snowman in the world. Inside Naishua City. Elder! Elder! Look what 3 things I picked up! Nunu ran all the way into a tall palace, looking very excited. Along the way, many snowmen with slightly more graceful shapes and looks that looked like women turned their heads and stared at it. Judging from the look in his eyes, it seemed that he was not bragging when he said he was the most handsome snowman in the tribe. Li Chu and the other 3 followed it, looking at the ice and snow buildings along the way. There were similar snowmen coming and going, and they felt very mysterious. This is probably one of the charms of the secret realm. Before entering it, you will never guess what kind of world there is inside. But this charm has always been accompanied by unknown risks. If it weren't for Li Chu, I'm afraid Qin Shuijian and Zhang Yunzi would have died before they saw this city. An old snowman who looked a bit stooped and had a lot of weathered eyes came out of the palace. Although the snowman has no wrinkles or a beard, he still has signs of aging that are visible to the naked eye. Nunu! What are you yelling about? Elder Snowman said reproachfully, but his tone was not displeased. Just like a kind elder. Elder! Look! I have brought back 3 strangers. Nunu stretched out his hand and pointed at the 3 people behind him. Oh! My God! Elder Snowman's eyes suddenly widened. He is actually a foreigner. A foreigner according to the ancestral teachings? That's right. They are the foreigners mentioned in the ancestral teachings. Can they breathe? Meaning. Can they walk? Meaning. Can they talk? Meaning. These foreigners are really amazing. Elder Snowman exclaimed excitedly. The 3 of them were silent for a while. Qin Shuijian whispered, Is this a compliment? Zhang Yunzi replied, Yes. But why don't I feel happy? Qin Shuijian narrowed his eyes. Li Chu nodded silently. Nunu and the Snowman Elder shouted back and forth for a while before they explained the matter clearly. Elder Snowman's eyes focused on Li Chu. Killing a snow demon as high as a hill with one move? Oh my God! It still used that exaggerated tone. The ancestral teachings are indeed true. You are indeed sent by God to help us eliminate the snow demon. Actually, Li Chu said slowly, of course God didn't send us here. We came here to find something. If you can help us find it, then I can indeed help you fight the snow demon. This is not help, but an equal exchange. At the beginning of the exchange, he emphasized the definition to prevent the Snowman Elders from having any unrealistic illusions. Oh! The Snowman Elder also calmed down as expected. What are you looking for? This, Zhang Yunzi said. We can't be sure. So we thought about your city, the Holy Mountain, and the so-called Wonderland on the top of the mountain to take a look. Ha ha. As long as you don't harm our people, it's no problem to wander around the city, Elder Snowman said with a smile. But you can't climb the Holy Mountain. Oh, because only snowmen can enter the Hentang Wonderland. That's why we are said to be creatures born on the Holy Mountain top, Nunu explained at the side. Wouldn't it be impossible for us to go up there? Zhang Yunzi touched his chin. The most likely place to have the Yaoqi immortal water. If we don't go and take a look. Actually, Elder Snowman thought for a while, and said slowly, "If you must climb to Hintang Wonderland, there is nothing you can do." "Huh?" The three of them looked at it together, with a "tell me" look in their eyes. "I was a little worried that you would destroy the fairyland before, so I didn't mention it. If you just want to find that fairy water, there are indeed 2 springs, Yin and Yang, in Yunding Fairyland. According to legend, the Yin Spring and Yang Spring are combined in one place. Fairy water with divine power can be born. But this is a legend from a long time ago, because thousands of years ago, the Colding Spring has been occupied by the Snow Demon," etc. Elder Snowman was about to do so when Zhang Yunzi suddenly interrupted him. "Elders, didn't you just say that the Snow Demon can't climb to the Yunding Wonderland? How did it occupy a spring for thousands of years?" He nailed the blind spots. "Ha ha. This is the reason why you can also climb to Hintang Wonderland," the Snowman Elder said with a slight smile. "A long time ago, our ancestors invented an ice and snow ceremony that could transform snow beasts into snowmen. Later, this ice and snow ceremony, the ritual was stolen by the snow monsters, and they used this ritual to transform themselves into snowmen and ascend to Hintang Wonderland. Snow beasts can do it. Snow monsters can do it," Qi Shuijian asked. "Then we can also turn into snowmen? Is there any danger?" "Well, I'm not sure. The structure of you foreigners is completely different from ours. I don't know what will happen to you when you experience the Ice and Snow Festival." The Snowman Elder was asked and felt a little unconfident. Then he smiled with his beard, showing a smile like a sleeping dragon and a phoenix. "But I have a trick to know if you are in danger." "What's the clever idea?" The three of them looked at him expectantly. Just listen to Elder Snowman slowly spit out 3 words. "Give it a try." Question mark. 3 confused faces. "You send 1 person to try first, and you will know whether it can succeed." Elder Snowman spread his hands, with an expression on his face that you couldn't even imagine this. But Qin Shuijian said, "If there is danger, wouldn't something happen to the person who went to try? You can just send the weakest person to try," Elder Snowman said. "This way you can hope to reach Hintang Wonderland if you succeed, and you can retain your living strength if you fail." "How can this be done? This is so inhumane," Qin Shuijian retorted. Elder Snowman looked at Li Chu and the others, then at Qin Shuijian, and wondered, "Why are you the only one who objects?" Qin Shuijian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Because I am the weakest person now." After listening to their chatter for a while, Li Chu said, "How about I try it first?" Brotherly, Qin Shuijian turned to look at him and burst into tears. Li Chu's move was not to show off, but because he felt that there was unlikely to be any risk in that ceremony. What's more, with his current physical strength, the laws in this secret realm may not completely harm him. Facing unknown risks, I am indeed the one with the stronger ability to resist. Although he has always been cautious when it comes to his own safety, Li Chu has always stepped forward when it was necessary to protect others. "Okay, what a brave foreigner," Elder Snowman praised, and then said, "Then we can make an agreement. I will help you try to hold an Ice and Snow Festival. If it succeeds, then you will find fairy water in Yunding Wonderland. At the same time, help us recapture the spring. If we fail, then everyone will pretend that nothing happened." "Can?" Li Chu nodded and responded. "There is a huge ice cave at the southern end of Naishua City. As soon as you get closer, you can feel the cold air. The altar for performing ice and snow rituals is directly above the ice cave." When Li Chu scanned it with his mind, he noticed that there was a very terrifying aura dormant inside, which was almost unprecedented, and he couldn't help but be secretly frightened. "What's in here?" he asked. "He is the patron saint of our Naishua City," Elder Snowman said. He recounted, "Compared with the power of snow monsters, our snowmen are simply weak, and the walls of Naishua City cannot stop those terrifying giant monsters. The reason why we can live in this city is because there was the mythical beast brought down from the top of the holy mountain always protects our city. With this great existence, we don't have to worry about the snow demon coming to invade. It is a Kirin beast with ice attributes. We all call it Ice Unicorn. It's actually Qilin." Several people were a little surprised. Among the 5 auspicious things in the world, except for the 4 images, the remaining one is Qilin. The difference is that Qilong, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanwu are all the absolute best in their respective races, and only then can they become mythical supreme beings. Qilin is a naturally auspicious beast. There will only be 1 Kirin of each attribute in the world. When the previous one dies, a new one will appear. And any Qilin that reaches adulthood is a supreme being. From this perspective, the Qilin clan is a more powerful bloodline than the Dragon clan. But from ancient times to the present, there have been very few unicorns in the world. According to legend, Guolanke raised a unicorn on Duanbei Mountain. This extreme power is also an important reason why the Anti-Thief's huge target has never been wiped out. Unexpectedly, in this secret realm, there is an ancient ice unicorn that has never appeared in the world. If there is a unicorn to help, those snow monsters are no better than chickens and dogs. So why are you afraid of them? Why don't you just let the unicorn kill them? Qin Shuijian asked. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Elder Snowman and Nunu both looked a little angry. The ice unicorn is not the snow beast we raise, but the patron saint we support, the Snowman Elder said loudly. How could it be driven by us to kill? Qin Shuijian shrank his neck and stopped making any sound. After a while, everyone followed the ridge above the ice cave and climbed to the place where the altar was. This so-called altar is more like a huge circular platform, not high from the ground, and quite vast in front and back. Looking down from a high altitude, you can see that there are quite complicated patterns painted on it, and the overall shape is like a hexagonal snowflake. Now, Elder Snowman said to Li Chu, you just need to stand in the center of the altar and wait quietly for the snowflakes to fall. In this process, no matter what happens, don't resist it. It's better to enjoy it. Li Chu agreed, stepped onto the center of the altar, and stood there. Then the Snowman Elder told Nunu, go and ring the bell. Nunu took the order and immediately ran to the altar next to a pavilion with a large ice sculpture hanging in the pavilion, and rang the ice bell vigorously. It actually made a metallic clang. Clang. The sound quickly spread to Naishua City along the strong wind. After a while, I saw a large number of people coming under the altar, all of them snowmen from the city coming from all directions. They came under the altar, and were all very familiar with the process. No noise or fuss. Just standing quietly with his head lowered, as if silently reciting something. When there are more snowmen, the atmosphere becomes heavier. Not long after, snowflakes as big as goose feathers began to fall from the sky. Qin Shuijian whispered on the side. Why do I feel that they are in a state of silence? Are they going to send me brotherly away? Don't make trouble, Zhang Yunzi said. I feel this is more like a ceremony to pray for snow. Yes, the Snowman Elder said. This sacrifice was indeed accidentally discovered by the ancestors during the snow praying ceremony. Over time, it evolved into today's ice and snow festival. After he finished speaking, he raised his hands high and closed his eyes, as if communicating with heaven and earth. Zhang Yunzi and Qin Shuijian didn't dare to disturb them anymore. Let's talk about Li Chu. He stood alone in the middle of the empty altar, feeling the surroundings gradually getting colder, and the snowflakes slowly falling, quickly accumulating a deep layer. He subconsciously wanted to lift his feet, but he felt as if some force was gathering towards him from the snow. He could feel that with a little effort, he could get rid of it. But he remembered the words of the Snowman Elder and did not resist this power. I have had this experience in secret realms in the past, and it feels a bit familiar. Gradually, the snow reached my waist. It didn't make him feel cold, so he waited without any discomfort. Finally, the thick snow buried Li Chu's head. What's amazing is that the snow on this altar is so high, but it doesn't scatter any around. And the heavy snow that was flying all over the sky did not fall outside at all. Qin Shuijian frowned as he watched Li Chu being buried in the snowdrift, and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Isn't this really some kind of weird burial method? Before he finished speaking, Elder Snowman suddenly opened his eyes. It's very fast. It's actually finished. The Snowman Elder waved his hands heavily. Come out and be reborn snowman. Bang. His words were like an order, and the strange power surrounding the altar seemed to disappear. Countless snow poured out instantly, with a roar, and spread slowly along the surrounding area. In the center of the altar, Li Chu's figure gradually emerged. No, it can no longer be said that it is Li Chu. It should be a brand new snowman figure. Slender, tall and pure white. Against the backdrop of the sun, it looks like the most perfect work of art in the world. As this figure was revealed, all the surrounding snowmen exclaimed, Wow! There was an uproar. What's wrong? Qin Shuijian was excited about the success of the ceremony, but suddenly saw the exclamations of the snow people around him, and was a little confused. I heard the snowmen shouting, There are such handsome snowmen in the world! Oh my god! Can this really exist? I actually participated in the birth of such a beautiful snowman. It's such an honor. I'm afraid this is a beauty that has never appeared in the entire history of Nashua City. He grinned, as if he wanted to complain, but couldn't find the words to say. In the end, he could only sigh. As expected of Brotherly. On the other side, there is a snowman whose expression is different from everyone else's. That's Nunu. He was originally happy for the success of the ceremony, but when he saw Li Chu's complete figure, he suddenly became sluggish. The joy on his face gradually collapsed and was replaced by disbelief. I am no longer the most handsome snowman in the world? It made a heartbreaking voice. At this time, Zhang Yunzi patted his shoulder. I understand how you feel. Chapter 399 Brotherly. Please go right. Your so-called chi can only be displayed without being weakened after you transform into a snowman. By then, you will be one of the rare snowmen with powerful power. I want the three of you to do it for me. One thing. In front of a huge cliff of black ice, a pure white dragon head that looked like it was carved from ice or cast from steel slowly reached down, and the scaly body behind it extends all the way to the top of the ice cliff. Hundreds of feet at least, and its tail is hidden in the frost and mist, making it impossible to see the end at a glance. In front of this dragon head stood three expressionless young men carrying swords. It was the three sword sect disciples who entered it. After listening to the leader's words, they nodded in unison as if they had been trained. On the Yawning Wonderland, there are two springs of yin and yang. In front of the two springs, there are several ancient statues, containing strange power, guarding one side. After our snow demon turns into a snowman, our powerful power will disappear, and our combat power will be extremely mediocre. So for thousands of years, we can only barely occupy one of the springs. It is said that the combination of yin and yang springs can form magical fairy water. I can perform the ice and snow festival for you and send you into the Hintang Wonderland to find the treasures you want. But you have to help my snow demon clan capture another spring there. Okay. One of the sword sect disciples nodded and said, It's just that the other three cultivators will definitely be against us. Don't worry, the white dragon head said solemnly. After I heard that a snowman found three strangers, I sent my generals to intercept them. In this cold wind, your true energy cannot be used at all. Those weak snowmen don't have the protection of the ice unicorn. They will definitely die. Ha. Listening to its slightly arrogant smile, a young man with a sword on his back frowned and said, Although those cultivators are hostile to us, they are also disciples of the Guanghan sect of the 12 Immortals. You'd better not harm their lives. Otherwise, you may in trouble. It's too late. The white dragon's head was raised high, and the dragon's whiskers were swaying, showing infinite majesty. We snow monsters have never been able to survive. And what if I'm in trouble? It continued to say arrogantly. As long as I don't leave this world, who can do anything to me? Even if the strong man outside enters the fierce wind, ice and snow, he will never be able to do anything. He is not my opponent. Here, except Ice Jilin, I am not afraid of anyone. The three sword sect disciples were silent for a moment. Although they couldn't understand its attitude, they did recognize its strength. Even terrestrial gods will be greatly reduced in using their magical powers in this secret realm. In this case, this kind of local snow demon with super high cultivation level in the secret realm is indeed almost invincible. Unless multiple Earth Immortals come in and join forces to get rid of it. If it was just for three hired thugs, Guanghan sect probably wouldn't have gone to this extent. As long as you get the fairy water for me, you can transform into more snow demons. Then even the ice unicorn will not be able to stop me from capturing Nashua City. This ice and snow world will respect me as its king forever. No matter in the sky or on the ground. Everyone respect my name. Citron. Jia 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 jia. Jia jia jia. The arrogant laughter floated far and wide with the wind. Li Chu looked at his round belly, round head, and round fists, and then looked at the snowman under the altar who shouted handsome, and fell into deep thought for a while. The aesthetics of the snowman are really hard to understand. In this way, it was confirmed that the ice and snow festival could be carried out, and the snowman elder summoned everyone to perform sacrifices for Qing Shuijian and Zhang Yunzi. Not long after, two brand new snowmen were born. But with Li Chu in front, their appearance did not cause much trouble. Qi Shuijian finally jumped off the altar, but felt that his walking was still a little staggering, which was very novel and interesting. They can all feel that this is a force that is constantly being consumed, so they are not worried about whether they will be able to transform into a human body in the future. The snowman elder added. You have transformed into snowman, and you should be recognized by the laws of the world. Now try to fight in the snowman's way. Snowman's way. The three winked. Reminds me of that embarrassing scene. Tossing snowballs? Don't underestimate snowball throwing. A powerful snowman will throw stronger snowballs. The snowman elder said with a smile. Is it so strong that you can smash a snow demon to death thousands of times? Qing Shuijian complained softly. But after all, he still gave it a try. He raised his right fist and made a circle in midair, just like Nudu did at that time. He threw his fist towards the open space in the distance. Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind. Bang! The snowball actually made a loud roar in the air. If it had hit something, it would have been an extremely powerful explosion. Oh! He exclaimed in surprise. There's really something there. Seeing this, Zhang Yunzi stepped forward eagerly and threw a snowball into the distance. Whoosh! The snowball quickly fell to the ground with a roar. The power is much greater than that of the Qin Shui sword. After trying it, he was quite excited and turned around and said, Taoist Priestley, why don't you give it a try too? Good. Li Chu nodded and stepped forward. He also found this pattern of throwing snowballs quite interesting. The next step is to raise your hands, wave your arms, and throw the snowball hard. Whoosh! In an instant, the snowball became a star in the sky. Where are you going? I do not know. Qing Shuijian and Zhang Yunzi squinted their eyes and looked up. But they couldn't trace the snowball. Maybe I used too much force and threw it too far. Li Chu reflected. The three of them were talking here when they suddenly heard a roar from the horizon. All the snowmen around him trembled in fear. All the snowmen looked into the distance and saw a continuous mountain shadow in that direction. One of the tall icebergs exploded instantly without knowing what happened. In an instant, countless ice and snow collapsed. Qing Shuijian's pupil shrank, and he looked at Li Chu again with a little fear. Brotherly. Right. Li Chu also blinked. Maybe it's a coincidence. It just happened to be an avalanche. Zhang Yunzi said. Why don't you try again? And this time just hit it close by. Don't. The snowman elder waved his hands hurriedly. There are snowmen in Naishua City. What if they hit children? Even if they don't hit people. It's not good if they hit flowers and plants. What they didn't know was that there was a lot of noise at the altar. In the ice cave below, a pair of big, bright eyes slowly opened. The violent vibration just now awakened the patron saint of Naishua City. Ice Qilin opened his eyes, and there was indifference and anger in his eyes. The ice unicorn in this world is a godlike existence, and the gods will be angry if they are awakened. Someone needs to pay the price for Qilin's wrath. The divine light in its eyes slowly looked towards the direction of the thrown snowball, as if it could penetrate the earth and icebergs, and see through everything above. Then, the divine light suddenly trembled slightly. It seemed that he had seen something extremely terrifying. Then, after a moment of swaying and flickering, the two divine lights suddenly disappeared again. That's right. Bing Qilin closed his eyes again and leaned down. It seems like nothing happened. The holy mountain is the highest mountain in this world of ice and snow. There is no end in sight when you look up. You have to go through the mist on the mountainside to see a faint cloud pillar on the top of the mountain, because snow beasts cannot be ridden on such a steep slope. The warriors of Naishua City led Li Chu and the others for a long time before reaching the top of the mountain. Only then did I realize that the original cloud pillar was not an ethereal cloud pillar at all, but an actual cloud-like vine that curved upward. It's already very high here, but the cloud vine still leads straight to the vast heights of the sky. The elders don't allow me to go to Yanding Wonderland, so I won't be able to see you off on the rest of the way. Nunu was quite reluctant to give up, but he felt quite relieved to be able to climb to this position. Don't worry. We will defeat the snow demon, Qing Shuijian said. After saying goodbye, the three of them climbed up the long cloud vine. Snowmen can't fly, so this climb is quite long. But because all the true energy and spiritual power were internalized into the power of the three of them, they didn't feel tired at all. Halfway up the climb, it was already sunset. By the time you can see the end of the cloud vines, it should already be dark, and it's pitch black above, so you can't see anything clearly. There was a hole at the junction of the clouds and vines, and Li Chudang got into it first. There was a crash. The head emerged from a long leaf. The cloud vine came up from a patch of grass and an inconspicuous tree. Further up, there are no plants. It seems that it was specially placed to attract the snowmen below, rather than growing naturally. Looking around, I finally saw the long-lost green color. This is a high slope, and there is a bottomless red spring under the high slope. There are weeds and shrubs on the hillside, and there are stone tablets and pillars with an ancient atmosphere among the grass and trees. It seems that a palace once existed, but it has long been dilapidated. There were tall stone platforms around, as if they were spiritual. As the three people arrived, the stone platform immediately lit up with flames, turning into a grand cluster of torches, illuminating everything. The three of them got closer to the stone tablet and saw that what was drawn on it seemed to be a map. The picture shows a canyon with a spring on both sides of the canyon. There are 3 passages between the 2 springs, but there is a long river running across the middle, intermittently cutting off all 3 passages. There are also some weird black circles on the passage, and each black circle has a cross. This is similar to what Elder Snowman described, Zong Yunzi said after reading it. Indeed, Elder Snowman had already told the 3 of them about the situation here. If you want to break through the 3 passages, you can only go through the river, and then smash the enemy's statue blocking the road before you can go to another spring. The road-blocking statue is extremely powerful, and is now controlled by the snow demon. As long as a snowman from this side approaches, it will be attacked. Not only is its attack power powerful, but its defense is also extremely tough. You have to hit it with snowballs countless times to break it, and it will reappear the next day. The torch on the opposite side is also lit. Qing Shui Jian stood on a high slope, looking across the canyon, and noticed that there was fire there too. Maybe they are people from the Snow Mountain, Zong Yunzi said. They should have arrived not long before us. We haven't heard the sound of the statue attacking from the front. This battle is inevitable. Qing Shui Jian was eager to try. It seems that we have to divide our troops into 3 directions. Li Chu thought for a moment and said, if we advance from one way, maybe the opponent will attack from other directions and break our spring. That's right, Zong Yunzi agreed. And the middle route is the most important, because this route is the closest and can quickly support the other 2 routes along the river. How about? Qing Shuijian looked at Li Chu. Brotherly, you can take the middle step. Li Chu nodded. Okay. He has never been afraid of taking on heavy responsibilities. The same conversation happened across the canyon at about the same time. 3 expressionless snowmen of the same style gathered in front of the stone monument for a while. And one snowman said, I have the highest skill, so I will go through the middle. The 2 junior brothers walked up and down separately. Let's try to defeat the opponent together. On the opposite side, they meet in front of the spring. Senior brother, you will take the middle road, so we can rest assured. The other 2 snowmen transformed into disciples of the sword sect nodded in unison. The 3 snowmen went on their own way. Brother, you moved forward and quickly passed the first statue in the middle and arrived at the open area in the center. At the same time, another snowman figure appeared on the opposite side. When he saw the snowman opposite for the first time, Senior brother Yu was startled and thought to himself, how could there be such a handsome snowman in this world? It's really scary. The snowman opposite was naturally Li Chu. He just looked at the snowman opposite and said nothing, seeing that there was no movement from the other party. Senior brother Yu said coldly, Sword sect, Yu Luan. Hearing the name on the other side, Li Chu also said, Dayun Temple, Li Chu. Earlier, the leader of the snow demon said that he would send his generals to intercept and kill you. I was worried about your safety, but seeing you standing here makes me feel relieved, Yu Luan said. When Li Chu heard this, he felt that this disciple of the sword sect was quite kind, and replied, I'm sorry for bothering you. I'm just afraid that Guanghan's sect will seek revenge, Yu Luan said calmly. Li Chu shrugged and said no more. Then come on. I'm offended. Yu Luan raised his hand and made a starting gesture. Fighting in snowman mode must be the first time for both parties, and neither of them has any experience. But there are really not many ways in which the snowman can cause damage. I can only throw a snowball. Without further ado, Yu Luan's first snowball had already shot out of the wind. Came quickly. Li Chu only heard the rumors, and knew that his cultivation level was much better than that of Qing Shui Jian. He should be on par with Zong Yunzi, and could be regarded as a young genius in the world. Whoosh! Li Chu didn't dodge, but threw a snowball at the same time as him. Whoosh! 2 snowballs passed almost one after another in white lines. Bang! Yu Luan's snowball hit Li Chu and exploded instantly. The white mist swallowed Li Chu instantly. But Li Chu's snowball passed a few feet away from Yu Luan. Yu Luan felt a little proud. This opponent probably hadn't practiced before coming here, and his accuracy was average. But he could be so wrong. However, his pride could only last for a while. The next moment, Li Chu's figure emerged from the white mist. He was still as handsome and unsullied. And he was not injured at all. What? Yulun couldn't help but feel shocked. But what shocked him even more was what came next. That's right. It's the back. Behind him, there was a loud rumble, accompanied by the clatter of boulders breaking and scattering. No way. Yulun's pupils widened instantly, and he turned around in disbelief. I saw that the statue, which was said to be extremely powerful and could only be shattered after countless attacks, had been reduced to fragments. Was it actually Li Chu's target? Just one hit? Is there something wrong? Countless doubts arose in Yulun's mind. At this moment, he looked back at Li Chu's figure, and felt that there was a little bit of terror mixed in with that handsomeness. He would not doubt that the snow demon had given him false information. Even the leader of the snow demon highly praised the attack and defense of the statue. The statue was definitely not made of paper. But Li Chu destroyed it with a normal attack that had no special effects. Isn't this a bit outrageous? Simply. At this moment, 3 words came to Yulun's mind. Demon King. Chapter 400, recommended. Today's hinting wonderland has a chill in the wind. 2 pure white figures appeared here, slowly walking toward each other. They all look cold. Because one is a snowman. The other one is also a snowman. The 2 snowmen stood 10 feet apart. Coincidentally, because they are all masters, they know that if they continue to move forward, they may die. Maybe it will be the same if we don't move forward. But they are not afraid, because they have known for a long time that since they met today, it is likely that only one person will be able to leave alive. The snowman on the south side said, I didn't expect you to be here. The snowman on the north side said, I didn't expect that it would be you who came. Ha. Do you know who I am? Asked the snowman on the south side. I don't know. The snowman on the north side replied. After a pause, he asked again, Then you know who I am? I can't recognize it. The snowman on the south side replied coldly. Ha. The 2 snowmen sneered in unison. The laughter seemed to be filled with strong wind and swords. After laughing, it was the snowman on the south side who spoke first. Beihai Qingjia. Qingshui's sword. I know your sister. The snowman on the north side responded. He continued. Dosnao Mountain. Moffer. I know you are about to be defeated by me. Qin Shuijian's words were equally sharp. In just a short moment, they seemed to have already fought. I don't know who wins and who loses. Moffer looked indifferently. We in Dashua Mountain never teach victory or defeat. Only life and death. I don't know who lives and who dies. Qin Shuijian slowly shook his head. But my snowball knows. Snowball? Moffer sneered. You still have your snowball in your heart, so you will never be able to defeat me. Why? Qin Shuijian responded with the same disdain. You don't have a snowball in your hand, and there's no snowball in your heart? Good. You think I don't have a snowball in my hand, but a snowball in my heart? Good. Ha. Then you are absolutely wrong. Qin Shuijian's eyes suddenly lit up. I have a snowball in my hand and a snowball in my heart. I don't care about these things. I only care about one thing. My snowball must be faster than yours. Snowballs in the world are invincible, but they can only be broken quickly. If Ma Fr had eyebrows, they would probably be frowning. It seemed that Qin Shuijian's words gave him some invisible pressure. That was an area he had never touched. However, this pressure also made him vaguely excited, because he is a man who has walked down the snow-capped mountains. He is never afraid of strong enemies. He is only afraid that the enemy's snowball will be disadvantageous. The wind is getting tighter. Come on then. At this point, there was nothing left to say. Qin Shuijian raised his right hand high. Ma Fr let go of everything and also raised his fist. The word snowball is horizontal and vertical. Right. Standing. Wrong. Lie down. This has been the truth of men throughout the ages. Therefore, Qin Shui's sword took the lead in swinging his snowball. It was like a ray of light. A bright white light, instantly cutting through the air, carrying a slanting parabola with a lightning-like outline. A whooshing sound was the sound of breaking wind. The sound was very small, but Mayful heard a lot from it. He seemed to hear the cry of a person who had been despised by his family since childhood, the anger of a man who refused to be mediocre, and the aloofness of a genius who did not fall into the world. Ah! If he hadn't fought against him, if he hadn't been against the same sex, he would have fallen in love with the man in front of him. Only those who truly understand Snowball can understand this rumor. Unfortunately, he was the end of this rumor. But he was doubly honored. I can fight with such a snowman. Drink! Ma Fr let out a clear shout. raised his breath, jumped up, and jumped high to the side and front. In an instant, the white light seemed to have been hit, but it seemed to have missed it. Danger after danger. Bang! The snowball hit the statue far behind. But nothing happened, and the statue seemed unscathed. Qin Shuijian also had a smile on his lips. He didn't expect that the enemy could actually dodge this blow with his thoughts. But instead of feeling disappointed, he felt excited. Electric light and flint. There wasn't much room for him to think. Because immediately after, Mafer's counterattack came. Whoosh! The sound of wind broke through the air. That was a thunder. The huge human world seemed to be torn apart by this ray of snow. The 3,000 worlds seemed to be amazed by the shock of this thunder. At that moment, Qin Shuijian really thought he couldn't escape. Turn left. Backward. Forward. Right. No. There is no way for him to escape in this world. Ah! Seemingly being cornered, he suddenly smiled. For the snowman who is always seeking transcendence, where can there be a real desperate situation in the world? There seemed to be a click. And he suddenly turned over in the air, his body almost bending in the air. Is this something a snowman can do? Mafer almost admired him. Even if this is his opponent. Bang! Mafer's snowball also hit the statue behind Qin Shui's sword and exploded violently. The statue remained motionless after that. It is indeed a legendary statue. After a round, the two snowmen looked at their opponents and suddenly smiled. The book says that a snowman who loves to laugh will never have bad luck. They all felt that they were very lucky to meet such an opponent. Come again! Qin Shuijian said with high spirits. Come again! Mafer was full of energy. When you meet an opponent in chess, you will meet a good talent. Nothing more than this. Rumble. Just as they were about to continue enjoying the rare master battle in the world, a huge roar suddenly came from the distance. There was also the sound of gravel falling to the ground. The two people looked sideways at the same time in the direction where the roar came from, which was the middle road. Their fighting enthusiasm was suddenly interrupted, and they all paused. Yuluin looked at Li Chu and felt a chill running down his spine. Is this something a human? No. A real snowman can do? He swallowed. No wonder Li Chu's snowball didn't hit him. If it had landed on him, it would have turned into snow's slag. Mother! He couldn't help but ask. What are you doing? Li Chu looked at him and said, It's just an ordinary snowball. Should we still fight? A wry smile appeared on Yuluin's lips. Still fighting? Slap your ass. He uttered 3 words with difficulty. Let's push it. After the explosion, the air became quiet. It seems to be just a small episode. Qin Shuijian and Ma Fa looked at each other again. Such a wonderful peak showdown should not be interrupted by anything. So Qin Shuijian lowered his right arm and instantly regenerated a snowball as a fist. Although there is no snow here, their storage is enough to support such a battle. Come again! The second blow of the Qin Shui sword immediately flew out viciously. This time it was no longer a test or a move, but the fastest snowball he could send out. As fast as a shooting star. Mafer was completely caught off guard. Bang! His body was hit by the snowball, thrown up high, and fell heavily. He flew 5 or 6 feet away before landing. Exploded snowflakes flew all over the sky and slowly fell. The flying white reminded him of the snowy mountains, where there was the same snow and the same whiteness. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and seemed unable to get up. However, the sound of swords in the snowy mountain suddenly rang in his ears. Have you ever risked your life for something in your life? Such a voice came to his mind, and he gritted his teeth and stood up. Good! Seeing his opponent get up, Qin Shuijian subconsciously shouted, Hello. He was a snowball. Even his iron body should have cracked. But Ma Fa actually persisted. Who wouldn't admire such a tough guy? Mafer stood up, wiped the snow stains from the corner of his mouth, and smiled with difficulty. Not bad. If it doesn't work, don't stiffen up. Qin Shuijian smiled. Watch my move. Mafer's response was an equally sharp snowball. It may not be as fast, but it seems to block more directions. Qin Shuijian watched Snowball arrive, as if there was no room to escape, not even retreat. He could only use his chest to meet the blow. Does such a snowball really exist in the world? It's terrible. Bang. Snowballs exploded in his chest. When the snowflakes dispersed, Qin Shuijian's body had disappeared. If you look closely, you can see that he is lying far away under the statue. He seems to be dead, but he seems not to be. Suddenly, he turned his hands and actually stood up again. Good guy! He barely supported his body and moved forward, then slowly walked back, swaying along the way. Ma Fe did not take advantage of the victory and pursue it, but returned Qin Shui Jian's words. No! Don't hold on! Fart! Qin Shui Jian retorted without mercy, and continued. I just want to know how you made this move. Ah! Ma Fe chuckled and shook his head. Some things, like your wife's vagina, cannot be shared with others no matter what. Come again! Come again! The two real men roared at each other, once again filled with pride. Rumble. As a result, only half of the roar came out, and it was covered by a loud noise in the distance. The two people looked at the place where the sound came from in surprise at the same time. It seemed to be the location of the second tower on Mayfuller's side. There. No way. No way. This idea appeared in Yuluan's mind again. He followed Li Chu and saw the man walking forward slowly. Then came to the second statue. Then gently raised his hand and threw it high. There was a roar. The second statue was supposed to be more powerful than the first statue, but it was still like a toy. It was blown apart by Li Chu before he had a chance to attack. But Li Chuna is obviously just an ordinary snowball. Right? What's even scarier is, the power of the snowman form is derived from the strength of the original body's true energy. If a snowball is so powerful, how strong must his original body be? You have to be a land god to start. Right? But when he was outside the secret realm earlier, he looked very young. Could it be the reincarnation of some great power? Just when his thoughts were racing, Li Chu has already reached the three towers. Behind, there is a naked highland. After being interrupted twice in succession, Qin Shui Jian and Ma Fe were a little out of touch emotionally. It was brewed twice. But Ma Fe still couldn't help but doubt. What happened in the middle? Why was there an explosion from the second tower? The opponent may have the strongest Yeti in the middle, but his own middle laner is Yuluan. Who can knock him out? Don't be distracted. Qin Shuijian laughed. He is confident in his own center. After all, it is brotherly who is sitting there. So he devoted himself more leisurely to the peak duel in front of him and shouted, Come again! Come again! Come again! Ma Fe yelled back. The fierce fighting spirit seemed to fill the field again. But, before the two of them could lift the snowball again, just hear another roar. This time it was the location of the three towers on the Mayful side. And the last statue was also blown up. What happened? Ma Fe's heart was shaken. Could it be that senior brother Yuluan was lost? Ahem! Qin Shuijian regained his mood. Let's fight again. Hit, Ma Fe muttered. And suddenly said, I'll beat your mother. Turn around and run. I don't know what happened in the middle. And the thread was threaded in such a short time. Is this still playable without support? Li Chu looked at the Galpa in front of him, and it seemed that it was no different from his own. It's just that the spring water under the high slope is ice blue. Earlier at his home, he had filled a bottle of red spring water in an ice crystal bottle. Now, he only needs to fill another bottle of blue spring water to complete the task. They only need to confirm whether there is Yaoqi immortal water here. As for how to transport all the spring water, that is a question that Guanghan sect needs to consider in the future. But if you want to get closer to this spring, there are two final statues. If the statues on the high ground are destroyed, all the statues in the future will change owners, which means they will occupy the two springs again. Boom. In the blink of an eye, another statue was broken. Just when he was about to break another statue, Li Chu seemed to remember something. He turned around and looked at Yuluan, who was standing quietly under the high ground. Won't you stop me? Yuluan shrugged. Aren't I humiliating myself by stopping you here? When Ma Fe hurried over from the bottom road, what he saw was the broken appearance of his last statue. The naked spring water has been exposed in front of Li Chu, and senior brother Yuluan, whom he trusted in every possible way, stood there timidly like a loyal audience, watching everything happen. It seemed like they would be applauding the next second. It was difficult for him to understand what was happening. The trio from the Snow Demon side were first driven out of Hintang Wonderland in despair. The trio on the Yeti side searched carefully and found some incomprehensible ancient ruins. After confirming that there were no other treasures, they descended from Yunting and returned to the Holy Mountain. Of course, the rainbow farts of Qin Shui's sword and Zhang Yunzi are indispensable in the middle. There is also some reluctance for Qin Shui's sword. It's really a pity that my opponent, who is equally matched, was at the top of the bottom lane at that time. You and I were going back and forth. It was a fierce battle, but it was a pity that brotherly pushed the high ground. Zhang Yunzi smiled and said, I am still smart. I know that if I team up with Li Chu, I can win as long as I stand under the tower and don't come out. The three of them were talking and laughing, and were about to return to Nishua City. I saw a few more figures suddenly running up from the foot of the holy mountain. It was none other than the three Yuluan people from Dashua Mountain. Huh? Qin Shuijian stepped forward and said, Do you still want to fight? No. Yuluan looked solemn and stepped forward. You must not go down. Citron, the leader of the snow demon, is blocking the way down the mountain. It becomes angry and wants to intercept and kill you. Needless to say, a thunderous voice came over at this time. Because the snow demon cannot climb to the top of the holy mountain. Only sound can reach it. You foreigners are really unreliable. Citroen's voice is still infinitely arrogant. Standing on the edge and looking down. You can vaguely see its huge silver-white body almost circling the holy mountain. If you don't leave the fairy water here today, don't even think about leaving. Chapter 401, Taoist Priest Shaoli, the Eternal God. Citron walked peacefully. When it learned that the three disciples had lost the battle in Hintang Wonderland, it became furious on the spot. Because those two springs are of great significance to it. There is a secret that the snowman may not know at all. There was never a snow demon in this world until later. A snowman brought back a batch of fairy water from the Hintang Wonderland, trying to see if it could change this land filled with ice and snow. Unfortunately, they failed. Even fairy water cannot make plants grow in the ice and snow world below. Disappointed, the remaining fairy water was poured into a river that would not freeze. Later, many snow beasts drank the water from that river, and some snow monsters were born from it. After a long time, even that river no longer had any fairy water left. But if the newly born snow monster can trace its bloodline back, it is still the descendant of the snow beasts who lived on both sides of the river. No doubt, immortal water is the source of the birth of the snow demon. But neither the snow beast nor the snow demon is qualified to climb the top of the holy mountain, which makes it particularly angry. Those snow monsters who turned into snowmen through the ice and snow festival would also become mediocre in strength. Although they barely managed to capture a spring, it was meaningless. Only the combination of two springs can turn into fairy water. I originally placed my hope on these outsiders, who could still retain their powerful power even after turning into snowmen, but who knew that there was also a huge difference in the power of the outsiders. Hope was dashed again. When has Citron ever suffered this kind of injustice? Originally, there was an agreement between the snow demon and the snowman that matters above the clouds should be settled on the clouds, and no manipulation could be done outside the fairyland. But in anger, Citron suddenly stopped caring about this. This agreement originally existed to bind the snow demons under the cloud top. How could the snowmen have the ability to fight them? Moreover, the stranger might already be carrying synthetic fairy water. Thinking of this, Citron couldn't care less. It roared angrily, jumped into the air, and circled around the entire holy mountain, looking at the entire ice and snow world. Who dares to mess with Citron? If these outsiders dare to disobey its will, they must pay the price with blood. Listening to the roar of the Citron, the cultivators on the top of the holy mountain were a little panicked. Now they are both in the form of snowmen. Although all the energy has been converted into power, the fight is like a child having a snowball fight. And the method is quite simple. The debate power is naturally greatly reduced. Yuluan glanced at the calmly Chu. Some existences in the mind that defy heaven are probably not included. But even against the odds, he didn't think Li Chu could defeat Citron in such a state. After all, even in the human world outside, it is a ferocious beast that only the best in the world can win. So he advised, Maybe these words are not appropriate for us to say, but I do think that giving the fairy water you got to Citron may be the only option now. Li Chu looked at him thoughtfully and noncommittally. Zhang Yunzi next to him said, It can be seen that Brother Yu is telling the truth. We have also heard people mention the vicious reputation of the leader of the snow demon in Nishua City. At present, there is no one except Ice Qilin in this secret territory. If you can defeat it again, why don't you give it the immortal water temporarily in exchange for peace? After leaving the secret realm, if Guanhan sect wants to come in again to get the immortal water, they will naturally find a way to get rid of this vicious beast. Qin Shuijian also nodded. That makes sense. They are about to reach unity. Li Chu frowned slightly and asked, But why don't you give it a try? Try it? Yuluan was stunned for a moment. Is this just a casual try? Just give it a try. Seeing the serious look on Li Chu's face, he advised, As soon as you get off the top of the holy mountain, Citron will attack you immediately. And I'm afraid it won't give you anything. I won't go down. Li Chu poked his head at the edge of the mountain top and glanced at the huge dragon body and the high-spirited and fierce dragon head below. "I'll try it here. It's safe." This, Yulun was even more stunned. "It's at least 800 feet away from here. If it is a flying sword or magic weapon, it is naturally easy to fly this distance." But at least Snowball hadn't heard of any snowman who could do it. If someone else had said this, he would have refuted it. But when Li Chu said this, his first reaction was, could it be that I have too little knowledge? "We should be able to hit it." Li Chu made a visual inspection and nodded lightly. He slowly raised his right hand and aimed at Citron's head. "Anyway, it's just a snowball thrown downwards. If it hits, you will make money. If you don't hit, you won't lose. In the worst case, you can hand over the fairy water in your hand." Thinking about it this way, there is no pressure. He threw the little snowball hard. Whoosh! A white light streaked through the air. Compared with the huge dragon body below, the slender arc looked more like a joke than an attack. The white light was already reflected in Citron's vertical pupils. But it didn't have the slightest thought of dodging. There was only a sneer in my heart. These stupid foreigners. In fact, if it tries to hide, you may be surprised to find that it can't hide at all. Boom! The snowball hit the dragon's head and made a huge explosion. Citron was shocked for the first moment when the sound came out. Huh? When this little snowball hits the head, why is the sound not pop or pop? Even if it is pop, why is it so exaggerated? Why did I hear some cracking sounds? Etc. Why does your head hurt so much? The severe pain of a broken head came, and it immediately wanted to raise its claws to cover its own dragon head. But it was in vain. Where is my head? Gone? No. My head is gone. What am I thinking about? Ah. In a snowflake. The thoughts of Citroën. A ferocious beast that has roamed the world of ice and snow for thousands of years, came to an end. A huge body without a dragon head still maintained an awe-inspiring posture in the air. It stagnated for a few breaths before slowly falling. Boom! This huge thing fell below and caused another wave. A huge snow mist rose into the sky and almost reached the top of the mountain. It took a while before it drifted down. It seemed like a heavy snowfall. But the snow has finished falling. But Yulun and the others still can't close their mouths. Li Chu looked like he had completed some trivial activity and killed a mosquito without any trouble. But the more understated his demeanor was, the more terrifying he seemed. That's Citron. Even they who have just arrived in this world know how terrifying this thing is. Breaks when touched? Is something wrong? How could that little snowball? 800 feet away. A ball exploded off the head of the snow demon leader. Oh my god. Is this something a human can do? In fact, as early as when Li Chu knocked down the statue with a ball, Yulun had already doubted whether Li Chu was a human being. Looking at his current skill, Yulun became even more determined in this idea. He is not human. He can't be human. The same thought also appeared in Qin Shuiqian's mind. But he was not so shocked. When the same person surprises you too many times, you will inevitably develop some antibodies. Of course, Brother Li is not a human being. He is the eternal god. Inside Naishua's city, under the 10,000 years ice cave, there was a pair of big, bright eyes staring in this direction. When Citron squatted on the top of the holy mountain and screamed, there was hesitation in the divine light. When Citron was hit in the head by a ball, the doubts in this divine light gradually dissipated, revealing some satisfaction. Then, there was a bit of ridicule. Then there was some complacency, and he seemed to be proud of his own intelligence. Then he slowly closed his eyes again. Go back to sleep contentedly. The sleeping Ice Qilin even had a slight smile on his lips. The meaning of that smile seemed to say, as expected of me, Ice Qilin, I'm really smart. Ah! You guys are back so soon! When he saw Li Chu and the others returning to Nashua City, Elder Snowman was overjoyed. Although there were 3 people when we went, there were 6 when we came back. After all, it would not be convenient for Yulun and the others to go to the Snow Demon. It's better to just admit defeat and follow Li Chu and the others to Nashua City for a tour, and then leave the secret realm together. At least safety is guaranteed. It fulfills its mission, Li Chu replied. While Elder Snowman was happy, he also looked at several people with strange eyes, because the other 5 people followed Li Chu obediently, not daring to take a step forward, and no one even dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. And looking at the odd expression, it seemed as if everyone would kneel down in front of him in the next second. It was fine when we left, but what happened in the middle? After a while, After hearing what happened in the middle, the snowman elder could no longer calm down. Even it wanted to kneel down to Li Chu. Oh my god! My god! My god! You actually killed Citron with just one blow? Elder Snowman repeated it several times before he could reluctantly accept this fact. This may be something that even Lord Ice-Chilling can't do, it said, and then consciously made a mistake. No! How can I question the great patron Saint Ice-Chilling? But, Elder, Li Chu interrupted his thoughts and said, now we have to leave first. Others may come here and want to climb to Hintang Wonderland. I hope you can continue to give the help. Will do. Elder Snowman held Li Chu's hand, nodded heavily, and almost shed a few old tears. When leaving, the Snowman Elder brought almost all the snowmen in the city and almost came to see Li Chu off. It was a long way from Nashua City before I had to wave goodbye. With so many snowmen, it is still too risky to leave Nashua City collectively. Although Citron is dead, the other snow monsters hunting on the ice fields are not dead. As for the promised statue, the snowmen did not break their promise. The extremely efficient snowman craftsmen have already made 3 ice sculptures of the same height according to the proportion of 3 people. An ice sculpture that claims to never melt. However, neither Li Chu nor Zhang Yunzi chose to take away the ice sculpture. After all, such a large object was not very convenient to carry. Only Qin Shui Jian excitedly picked up his statue and prepared to erect it in front of his courtyard. Before leaving the secret realm, a few people actually had some concerns. After all, they were still in the form of snowmen. In case they would remain like this after leaving, it's a little embarrassing. Fortunately, after leaving the secret realm, the 6 people immediately returned to their human bodies. Li Chu also changed from the most handsome snowman back to the most handsome Taoist priest. Zhang Yunzi looked at his handsome back and couldn't help but feel a touch of bitterness in the corner of his mouth. So strong and so handsome. Is it necessary? The elder from Guanghan sect and Elder Chen from Dashua Mountain were both waiting outside. They were a little surprised to see the 6 of them coming out together. Even if the secret realm battle between the immortal sects is no longer as bloody as it used to be, it is still quite fierce. Otherwise, it won't all be done by juniors. It is because if the older generation of masters and powerful men fight, it will easily lead to a big feud. There are very few people who are as harmonious as them. And compared to the joyful appearance of the Guanghan sect, the morale of the Dashua mountainside is indeed a bit low. When Yuluan and the others came back, Elder Chen was slightly unhappy, frowned and asked, what happened? Yuluan pursed his lips and asked in a low voice, Elder, do you believe there are really gods in the world? Question mark. The word Chuan suddenly appeared on Elder Chen's forehead. Over at Guanghan sect, the female elder smiled when she saw the 3 people returning victoriously. How is it? Li Chu handed over 2 pure bottles. It's going well. The origin of the secret realm is not yet known, but the situation is roughly understood. When these 2 bottles of spring water are combined, there may be fairy water. If there is indeed immortal water in this secret realm, then the 3 young heroes deserve the most credit. The elder was immediately overjoyed. With a whistle, the spiritual bird flew over and carried the 3 of them back to Xianyu Mountain. On the Hanging Moon Mountain, there is a jade peak. Elder Su Xian had been waiting there with Bai Luo, and when he saw the spiritual bird falling, he also stood up, facing the issue of fairy water. As the elder of Xiaoyoshi, she is particularly concerned. After taking the bottle of Yin water and the bottle of Yang water, she smiled slightly and said, thank you 3 for your contribution to this trip, regardless of whether you can get the immortal water or not. I, the Guanghan sect, will give you the reward promised by me. Li Chu felt relieved. Next, she has to go to Xiaoyao Pond to get water for comparison. A series of things cannot be seen by the 3 of them. The Guanghan sect protects Xiaoyao Pond extremely tightly. Not to mention outsiders. Even its own disciples find it difficult to get even half a step closer. Elder Su Xian hasn't come back yet, but Bai Luo has already returned with a long jasper box. Little Taoist Priestly, this is the Binghuan Sacred Heart Lotus you want. When she said this, she bit her lip, with clear reluctance in her eyes. Thank you. Li Chu took it and nodded gently. You're welcome. I heard what they said. You helped my Guanghan sect a lot in the secret realm. You deserve this. Bai Luo said softly. Li Chu didn't stay long. After getting what he wanted, he said goodbye and flew back to Yaowang town, watching his sword light go away for a long time. Biluo didn't look back. Don't look at Brother Li. Come and take a look at this. Qin Shuijian on the side greeted with a smile. There he showed off his ice sculpture with a proud look on his face. "What is this?" Billio asked. "The snowman of Nashua City carved it specially for me. An ice sculpture that will never melt." Qing Shuiqian said. "Then what's in your hand?" Bai Luo asked curiously. Qing Shuiqian looked at his hand and said nonchalantly, "Water." His eyes trembled. Looking over again, I found that the ice sculpture had indeed melted. "Isn't it? I just touched it a few times. Why is it watering?" he exclaimed. When Li Chu returned to Yaowang town, he immediately sent the Bing and Sacred Heart Lotus to Changchun Old Man. But as soon as he landed, he was told that a weirdo was looking for him. He was a little curious. Who had come here to find him? I walked over and saw that he was an acquaintance, the Xiandiao king among the three little ones. As soon as he saw Li Chu coming, King Xiandiao immediately showed a flattering smile. "Xiao Tao is priestly. We have important news to report." Chapter 402, Kill the Phoenix with a Sword and Return. When King Xiandiao came, he mainly said two things. The first thing, of course, was what Li Chu asked before, and it also gave the three little ones a headache for a while. About Sarutobi Mountain. According to the previous agreement, King Xiandiao was simply stating the facts, and Sawangling did not intend to get involved in this matter at all. Of course, it has also thought about it. If Li Chu forces them to help with something, it will agree to it. But whether you do it after you return depends on the situation. In short, it means not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not being responsible. After listening to what it said, Li Chu thought for a moment. Prince Shin of Mount Sarutobi. I have never heard of it, and it is even more impossible to form a feud. But it's not like he has never encountered such unfounded resentment over the years. Handsome, giving him too much trouble. Well, sighing, Li Chu said, I don't know the specific reasons and how to solve them. It seems that I have to have a good talk with them when I have time. Although he said, let's talk, in a very calm tone. After listening to it, King Xiandiao felt that he smelled a bit of blood for some reason. In his mind, he pictured Li Chu fighting all the way to Sarutobi Mountain, killing gods when God blocked him, and killing demons when monster blocked him. It's scary to think about it. I don't know why, but it always feels that compared to the ancestral ape, Little Taoistly is a more terrifying existence. Maybe it's because every monster knows how powerful the ancestor monster is, but no one knows how strong Li Chu is. To be honest, now Li Chu is a little confused. He was also unsure about his own strength. After easily killing the Citroen in the secret realm, I gained a lot of experience points, and my progress was still not slow. If this continues, I cannot rule out the possibility that I will become invincible. Fortunately, Li Chu's mentality is good, and he is still not inflated at all. He is full of losses and gains modestly, maintaining a humble and prudent mentality, and continuing to gain experience points from a position that does not affect justice is the most stable path. After all, even if you have been ranked first in the exam for more than 10 years, you may suddenly overturn and end up in a disastrous second place. So even if you are truly invincible, it is not a reason to be proud. King Xiandiao saw that Li Chu's face looked okay, and did not look very angry. So he continued to talk about the second thing. A few days ago, a secret news came from Utsunomiya. Our Sanwangling family is definitely not the only demon king contacted by King Wanshi. This time, they just found another demon king to help them. After learning the news, we three brothers started to inquire about it. Speaking of this, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Thanks to our three brothers, we still have some connections in the Golden State. In one night, we found out this important information. Li Chu gave him an approving look. Then listened carefully. King Xiandiao was praised and said with satisfaction, the person who received the mission from Utsunomiya should be the Black Phoenix King from Changfengling. Then it gave a general introduction. There are relatively few bird monsters in the Golden State, and there are even fewer accomplished monster kings. This Black Phoenix King is considered a special one. The Phoenix clan and the Huang clan are actually similar to the Dragon clan. They are both powerful bloodlines inherited from ancient times, but they are slightly weaker. Among them, the Phoenix is the male, and the Phoenix is the female. Black Phoenix is a darker type among the Phoenix clan, but it can also be regarded as a direct descendant on Phoenix Island. A while ago, there was a major rebellion on Phoenix Island. The final result was that they were suppressed, and some of the rebel demon kings fled in all directions. Two of them came to the Golden State. One is King Bifeng, and the other is King Black Phoenix. The two demons have been a couple for many years. These two newcomers were eager to settle down in the Golden State, and wanted to get the support of the local demon king. That's why King Baifeng was so eager to help with the prison robbery at Sanwangling. Then, he was evaporated by Li Chu's sword. Actually, they just want to have a place to stay. At this point, the Xiandiao king sighed. Who would have thought that this family would be destroyed by someone's sword? After a pause, it seemed to realize that it had said something strange. It quickly raised its head and said to Li Chu, I didn't mean to say that killing was wrong. Prison robbery is definitely a crime worthy of death. After saying this, it felt something was wrong and hurriedly added, Of course, we three brothers have repented, so we don't deserve to die. We will definitely change our minds and become monsters again. Let's get to the point. Li Chu was too lazy to listen to its confession. Ah, okay. King Xiandiao quickly changed the subject. After the death of King Baifeng, the Black Phoenix King was alone. Although it was not weak, it was squeezed out by the other demon kings in the Golden State, and it was still difficult to gain a foothold. At this time, Utsunomiya stepped in and helped it a lot. With Utsunomiya's help, it got a good cave in Chanfeng Ridge and started to form its own power. Hearing this, Li Chu nodded slightly to express his understanding. The Demon King's cave is probably similar to a human's house. Although in theory there is open space everywhere. You can sleep on any street. But it is not easy to really own a house of your own. In particular, the Golden State is a resort in the hearts of monsters in the world. It has long been overrun by monsters, and has become seriously involved. A little monster like the yellow-spotted tiger who goes out of town, even if he is already the best among the little monsters, will not be able to have a cave of his own after working hard all his life. Don't even think about it. They can only spend their youth in the Golden State. And then when they grow older, return to smaller mountains such as Longjuling. Can they realize their dream of becoming kings and hegemons? This is already considered happiness. I don't know how many little demons will die in the struggle of the Golden State, and become a stepping stone for the expansion of their own demon king. It is not easy for a demon to be born, and one knows one's warmth and coldness. I happen to have some friendship with the Black Phoenix King, the Black Eagle King continued, his face a little red. If you think about it carefully, without it, the Black Phoenix King would not have become a widow. Now it has passed the information to the ruthless Taoist priest who killed its husband. So it didn't completely hide it from me, but let me know that Utsunomiya had indeed given it a task. But it refused to say what the content was. It seems that Utsunomiya is very strict about keeping such things secret. Maybe this isn't the first time, King Xiandiao finally said. After listening, Li Chu pondered for a moment. Utsunomiya provides help to these demon kings, and then lets them complete their tasks for themselves. It seems that he wants to subtly turn the Golden State into his own power, and if you don't know what Utsunomiya asked him to do, you can't guess more. He asked, Is there any way to put my traveling talisman on it? This, Xiandiao King showed a troubled expression. It's not that easy. After thinking about it, Li Chu said, It shouldn't be difficult. I have a motto that I can tell you. Oh, big sister. Xiandiao Wang smiled boldly. I'm here again. Uh-huh. But this place is no longer Yaowang Town, but a long and narrow black stone mountain with a huge cave on the mountain. The distance between Yaowang Town and the Golden State is not particularly far. For a bird monster like it, the round trip only takes an hour or two. There were not many little demons in the cave, maybe 30 or 50, and most of them were weak in cultivation. But for a newly built cave to be of this size, it was already pretty good. In the cave, a middle-aged female demon with black feathers and a strong body stood up to greet her. Xiandiao King, why are you here again? What? Xiandiao King came up with a smile. Aren't you still welcome? Of course not. It's just that I happened to have something to do and wanted to go out. The Black Phoenix King sat down with it again. Are you going to do something assigned by Utsunomiya? King Xiandiao asked. King Xiandiao, you promised not to ask last time. Black Phoenix King looked a little unhappy. You asked me whether I had accepted Utsunomiya's mission. I shouldn't have revealed it to you. You asked again and again. But you went too far. Hey, why are you angry? I'm just asking. Uh-huh. King Xiandiao waved his hand and said, Then, it continued to say meaningfully, It's just that Utsunomiya is a bit weird after all. I advise you, sister, to have less contact with him. Hearing this, the Black Phoenix King chuckled. Do you think I can't see that they are coming from the wrong way? But what can I do? The king of all worlds is strong enough. Only by borrowing his power can I avenge my husband. Kill the one you mentioned is extremely powerful Taoist priest. King Xiandiao was silent for a moment. After a while, he said with a complicated expression, Sister, when will we repay the injustice? What are these words? The Black Phoenix King asked. The hatred for killing my husband is irreconcilable. Do you still want me to give up revenge? Of course not. Xiandiao King waved his hand quickly. The Black Phoenix King asked again, Don't you hate that Taoist priest in your heart? Don't dare to talk nonsense. King Xiandiao waved his hands hurriedly. At the same time, I secretly thought in my heart, good words can't persuade the damned devil. So he took out a jade box from his arms and opened it. There was a brocade bag inside, which was bulging and seemed to have the fragrance of medicine. Not to mention those unhappy things. I came to see you this time, just to give you this thing. What is this? Black Phoenix King asked curiously. A few days ago, I captured 2 human beings in the cave who are good at refining medicine. This is the secret recipe medicine bag they refined. As long as you wear it on your body, you can detoxify, nourish your skin, stay young forever, and you will not be old for 8,000 years. And the longer you live, the better you look. Beauty? When the Black Phoenix King heard this, his eyes lit up. He picked up the brocade bag, sniffed it twice at the tip of his nose, didn't feel anything strange, and then put it away. When King Xuanyu saw it, he thought that Taoist Master Li's 8-character motto was really effective. For men, it's for virility. For women, it's for beauty. Sure enough, he is invincible. But turning his face, Black Phoenix King suddenly stared at Xiandiao King with a suspicious look on his face, with a penetrating light in his eyes. The Xiandiao King was aroused by its gaze and said hurriedly, Sister, why do you look at me like this? The Black Phoenix King sneered. I've seen it a long time ago. Why don't you recruit it from the ground up? King Xiandiao was startled. Cold sweat fell down his face, and he forced himself to calm down and said, What did you see? You gave me this thing? Black Phoenix King sneered to himself. Is there something wrong with it? Have you discovered all this? Xiandiao King stood up. Li Chu asked the old miracle doctor in Yaowang town to make this medicine bag. Although it is not as exaggerated as eternal youth, the effect of clearing away turbidity and nourishing the skin is real. The talisman is carefully sewn inside, and through the carefully reserved needle holes, the talisman can just pass through. Could such an exquisite design be seen by the Black Phoenix King at a glance? It couldn't help but worry. This Black Phoenix King possesses pure phoenix blood and is gifted with the power of the gods. If it comes to a fight, there is an 80% chance that I will not be its opponent. If what happened today were exposed, it would be very difficult for him to escape. Thinking of this, it raised its hand and said, Listen to my explanation. Humph. What's the explanation? The Black Phoenix King snorted again, with a worried expression on his face. It's just that you like me. When the excuse King Xiandiao made up came to his lips, he was suddenly stunned. Clam? You came to me to chat with me again and again, and now you gave me this object. That's all you meant. We are not 300 or 400-year-old little monsters. Why don't you understand? The Black Phoenix King turned around and said, My husband died not long ago, so I have no time to think about it at this time. Are you willing to wait for me for a while? The Black Phoenix King raised his eyes and looked at it. King Xiandiao also looked at Black Phoenix King, feeling confused for a while. Am I willing? I can screw you. After leaving Changfengling, King Xiandiao returned to Yaowang town after another long journey with embarrassment on his face. Came to Li Chu's attic to report the results. Fulfilling my mission, I have successfully delivered Taoist priest Li's medicine bag to the Black Phoenix King. Thank you for your hard work. Li Chu nodded towards him. In fact, he had already discovered it. Wherever he thought, he could see the Black Phoenix King's actions at this time turn out to be. Did Utsunamiya let him do this? This must not be tolerated. I tried to get it to join our camp, but it has a deep hatred for Taoist priestly. It seems that I can't persuade it. King Xiandiao continued. Well, Li Chu said, it seems that we can only kill him, but it's not easy to kill it. After all, the Black Phoenix King has the authentic bloodline of the ancient Phoenix clan. He has extremely high moral standards and is gifted with magical powers. The Xiandiao King lowered his head and pondered. We 3 brothers were not completely sure to keep it even if we tried together. Maybe even the news will leak out. As it spoke, it heard a whooshing sound. When he looked up, He found that Li Chu was closing his eyes slightly, his expression unchanged. So it continued. So you may have to take action yourself. Taoist Master Li. Moreover, the Phoenix clan has many life-saving magical powers. Even you must be more careful. If you don't pay attention, you will be escaped by it. As he said that, he heard another whooshing sound. It turned out that the flaming flying sword flew in from the window and returned to the sword pouch behind Li Chu. Immediately, Li Chu opened his eyes. Sorry, I didn't listen carefully just now. He apologized. What did you say? I said, King Xiandiu said, it's very difficult to kill the Black Phoenix King. Oh. Hearing this, Li Chu nodded and slowly uttered a few words. Not really. Chapter 403 The Mysterious Disappearance of the Golden State Demon King. Next to a small town on the edge of Northland. In a yard at the edge of the town. The chimney was still smoking, and a fire was burning under the stove. Steaming. A woman called out from the kitchen. The head of the house has asked my daughter to come over for dinner. Okay. The old man agreed and walked towards a room in the yard, shouting as he walked. Girl, it's time to eat. But no one agreed. When I opened the door, I saw that the room was empty, with no one around. Oh? The old man exclaimed. Why did this nice person disappear just like he said? Don't make trouble with Dad. When he looked carefully, he caught a glimpse of a yellow ingot on the dressing table in the room. The heavy thing I picked up was clearly real gold. The old man's eyes were full of shock. What on earth is going on? A black wind swept through the mountains and stopped in a dilapidated cave not far away. The delicate girl opened her eyes and saw a middle-aged woman with black feathers all over her body and a strong figure, with a demonic light on her face, walking into the cave carrying herself with one hand. As he walked into the depths of the cave, with a faint light, he could see that there were already 4 girls who were also controlled inside. They were all similar in age and body shape to himself. Great Immortal, what are you doing? The girl couldn't help but beg. Please let me go. This woman was naturally the Black Phoenix King from the Golden State. She turned a deaf ear to the girls begging for mercy. Instead, she threw the girl aside, then pulled out a black feather and flew it out. There was a flash of light, and the black feather stabbed the girl. She fainted and could no longer move. The Black Phoenix King counted and murmured, We have already captured 2 here. It seems we need to move to another place. Monsters harming people in the Halua dynasty is a very risky thing, as long as the matter is serious enough to attract Zhao Yankei's attention. Once investigated, something might happen. Therefore, it is very cautious and picks some remote places in the countryside. After arresting people, it will leave enough money for a lifetime, just to keep the families of these girls silent, especially after the death of King Baifeng. The Black Phoenix King now has shadows about doing things in Halua. But there is no other way. If you want to get more support from Utsunamiya, you can only try your best to complete the tasks assigned by them. That's right. Utsunamiya's order was to ask the Black Phoenix King to help them capture a certain number of human girls. The Black Phoenix King was thinking that as long as he changed to a few larger counties, he could capture 5 more. Once the number of 10 people is gathered, they can return to the Golden State for business. How these girls will be dealt with by then is none of its business. When he gets enough support from Utsunamiya, he can ask for their help to kill the little Taoist priest and avenge his husband. Well, technically the ex-husband. After you have avenged it, you can think about others. Although the Xiandiao King looks unreliable, it can still be used. At any rate, it's just a carving, which is better than nothing. As for these things in front of me, the Black Phoenix King looked at the girls he had captured without a trace of emotion in his heart. They are just humble mortals. Without the protection of those cultivators, they would have been reduced to blood food long ago. Who would care about their life and death? Thinking this, the Black Phoenix King turned around and wanted to walk out of the cave. But before he could take a step, he saw a red light coming towards him. In the attic of Yaowang Town, King Xiandiao was startled in confusion after hearing Li Chu's words. Then he asked, Taoist priest Shaoli, have you dealt with Black Phoenix before? Not really. Li Chu shook his head again. What about you? King Xiandiao hesitated in his words. If he said, How dare you be so confident? It would probably be a bit bad. But that's what he really thought. It felt that even if Li Chu was a land god, he could not definitely kill the Black Phoenix King. Li Chu seemed to understand its meaning and explained. Because it is already dead. Dead? King Xiandiao's eyes widened. How did you die? The news was a bit sudden. After all, just a second ago, it was explaining to Li Chu how difficult it was to deal with. The moment he asked this question, King Xiandiao looked at the flying sword behind Li Chu and suddenly thought of something terrible. It pointed at Li Chu's sword and then pointed out the window. Did it go out just now? Couldn't it? That's right. Li Chu nodded and said, as long as it is within the range of the walking talisman, my flying sword can reach it. Upon hearing this, King Xiandiao broke out in cold sweat, almost soaking his back. When Li Chu asked him to wear the traveling talisman, he said that if anything happened, he would be there at any time, even if people can't reach it. The sword can. It turns out that it doesn't have any special meaning. It's just a literal meaning. While listening to the wind and talking and laughing in this small building, the demon returned from being killed 3,000 miles away. Is this something a human can do? Thinking of this, it quickly apologized in its heart. It should be. Is this something a human can do? Is this sword-driving skill that spans thousands of miles in an instant really real? The fear in its heart almost froze when it thought that its three brothers were under the surveillance of Xing Fu Fu at all times. Doesn't it mean that as long as Li Chu is unhappy, he can come over with a sword at any time and take away the lives of these three little ones? So I say, Li Chu emphasized, this talisman can protect you. Hee. King Xiandiao could only laugh twice. This protection. It's really scary. When the girls regained consciousness, they heard a gentle voice asking in their ears, are you okay? When he opened his eyes, he saw a handsome and perfect profile face. A flaming flying sword hung in the cave. So a warm light illuminated the little Taoist priest's face. With just one glance, the girls took a breath, and an idea came to them almost at the same time. I must be dead. This is the paradise world. Right? Unexpectedly, Li Chu stood up and continued. I have killed the monster. You are all safe. Now I will take you home. Go home. The girls were startled. Go to whose home? Question mark. Li Chu blinked and said, of course, I will send you each back to your home. These words without any emotion pulled the girls out of their confusion and remembered what they had experienced. Little Taoist master, someone exclaimed. You actually killed that monster. You are so powerful. Oh my God. The little Taoist priest saved our lives. What would I do if it weren't for you? There is no way to repay the kindness of saving a life. This little girl is willing to pledge her life to report the great kindness she has grown up in. I do too. Seeing the rescue girls enthusiastically wanting to repay themselves, Li Chu insisted on carrying forward the fine traditions he had learned since childhood. Show kindness without expecting anything in return. Do good deeds without leaving a name. Thousands of words condensed into one sentence. He raised his hand and said firmly, no need. After sending the reluctant girls home respectively, Li Chukai returned to Yaowang town with his sword. Chang Chunso was racing against time to refine the elixir. Wang Longqi was waiting anxiously, and Lao Du was watching him closely. The hands rubbed together. It was as if a swordsman who hadn't killed anyone for a long time was sharpening his sword. There is actually a strange feeling of tranquility over time. I thought I could do nothing for a while. But the next day, King Xiandiao came again. It looked like it had dark circles under its eyes, and it looked like it was mentally exhausted. King Xiandiao really didn't sleep well, because as soon as it closes its eyes, it dreams of a flying sword flying towards it with rainbow light. Behind that rainbow light, hundreds of miles away, there is a handsome face. Every time he thinks of this, he wakes up trembling. As a result, new news came the next day. The news of the Black Phoenix King's mysterious disappearance quickly spread throughout several nearby mountains, leaving no traces and no clue as to where it went. But Utsunami Ya's mission seems to be urgent, and they have found a new demon king, the Gongyang King of Huangmen Mountain. This Gongyang King is different from the Black Phoenix King. He is a senior demon in the Golden State. He has always made good friends and has quite a lot of connections. I don't know what kind of favor Utsunami can give it, so that it will be willing to help. After receiving the news, King Xiandiao went straight to Huangmen Mountain without any hesitation. When he saw the Gongyang King, he immediately showed an extremely warm smile, so enthusiastic that the Gongyang King was a little scared, feeling that its eyes were like looking at a dead person. Brother Xiandiao, what kind of wind has brought you here? Gongyang King greeted him in a consistent manner. Didn't I just get a good treasure? My eldest brother quickly asked me to send a copy to Brother Gongyang, King Xiandiao said with a smile. Oh! The Gongyang King welcomed it and sat down, and asked, the Lion and Camel King is really interested. What kind of treasure is it? Now! King Xiandio took out the medicine bag and said mysteriously, "This is it." The Gong King took it, looked at it carefully, and put it on the table. "I don't understand this. What is the purpose of this thing? Can you, San Wangling, value it so much? A few days ago, we either captured 2 miraculous doctors who are good at refining medicine in our cave, or they presented this treasure. Don't look at the smell of this medicine bag, which is inconspicuous. When worn on the body, it has great effects on both humans and monsters. Strong aphrodisiac effect. Is there still this matter?" The Gong King blinked, quite surprised. But he immediately said, "I can't use this thing." "Of course." Xiandiao King nodded repeatedly. "How can a serious demon king use this thing?" "Yes. Can a serious demon king be the one who can use this thing?" Gong King also said. Having said this, it had already firmly grasped the medicine bag and put it into its sleeve. Ha! Xiandiao King caught a glimpse of its movements and smiled. "I can't say no to the Lion Camel King's enthusiasm." The Gong King waved his hand and said, "Of course, I want to give you this face." "Ha! That's natural." King Xiandiao saw through it without saying anything, and continued to agree. Afterwards, King Gong warmly invited him to stay for a banquet. It was a great time, and the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves to the fullest. After all, they had some friendship. So during the banquet, King Xiandiao still tried to win over King Gong. "Brother Gong, I have something I don't know whether to say or not," it asked. "But it doesn't matter," King Gong said. "I heard that my brother has been very close to Utsunomiya recently. My younger brother is a little curious. Utsunomiya's origin is mysterious, and he doesn't seem to get along well with me. Why is my brother entangled with him?" If it asks this question, if the Gong King's attitude is not so resolute, it will win over the other party to join the camp of the righteous Taoist priestly, and together they will abandon the dark side and join the bright side. Then the Gong King replied, "Brother, you don't know something. The origin of Utsunomiya is mysterious, but King Wanshur has been very kind to me in saving my life. So, even if they ask me to die, I will go. What's more? Little things." King Xiandiao was silent for a moment after hearing this, and sighed. "These trivial matters are almost the same as asking you to die." "What did you say?" King Gong asked again. "It's okay. Brother, let me toast you." King Xiandiao raised his glass high. The Gong King looks a little weird in its posture. Why do you always feel like you want to send away your pleasure? After having their last supper with King Gong, King Xuandia rushed all the way to Yaowang Town to report the matter to Li Chu. "It stands to reason that Utsunomiya's own power is definitely not weak. It is definitely better to do this kind of thing of capturing humans by ourselves. I don't know what kind of trouble they have encountered. They have to pretend to be outsiders." It expressed its doubts again. "Indeed, there must be some unknown dilemma." Li Chu also thought it made sense. Among the 3 little ones, only the Xiandiao King has a brain. "But doing this every time is not an option," King Xiandiao added. "If you kill someone every time, they look for someone to arrest. Then they will be aware of it in just a few times. But you can't watch people get hurt," Li Chu said. "When the true body of the king of all worlds cannot be found, it won't hurt to kill a few more of these evil-doing monsters. Wait until they notice it. Maybe it's when the truth is revealed." Hearing the calm tone of swatting a mosquito, King Xiandiao trembled in his heart again, and said with a smile, "The 3 of us have always stood on the side of justice." Li Chu nodded and did not hesitate to praise. "So far, you have performed well." After hearing these words, King Xiandiao breathed a sigh of relief. "You can have a good sleep tonight." The next day, the Gong King disappeared, as expected. The whole world evaporated without leaving any trace. This caused some demons in the Golden State to panic. The Black Phoenix King and the Gong King were not ordinary little demons, and no one would care if they died. These 2 are both worthy demon kings. It disappeared silently for 2 consecutive days, which was really strange. The other demon kings in the Golden State began to panic. After all, no one knows whether he will be next. Then, King Xiandiao came to Yaowang Town again. Li Chu looked at it and said, "Actually, you don't have to go back and forth like this all the time. If any demon king helps Utsunomiya harm people, you just have to find a way to hang the medicine bag. As long as it does something, I will naturally remove it." "Behead it. It's quite hard for you to go back and forth so frequently." "It's not hard. It's not hard. If you don't come this time, you won't be able to do it," King Xiandiao muttered. "Oh." Li Chu saw that it looked strange and asked, "Which demon king is it this time?" The Xiandia king stared at Li Chu's finger, as if he was afraid of the way it stood up, and said cautiously, "Utsunomiya is here this time. It's the Lion Camel King, the Treasure Elephant King, and the Xiandia King, who always supports justice in the Sanwang Mountains." Listening here, Li Chu's fingers moved subconsciously. This small movement scared the Xiandia King to the point where he almost peed. Then Li Chu felt something was wrong after listening to it. Oh! Chapter 404 Utsunomiya. Xian. Li Chu looked at King Xiandiao. King Xiandiao looked at Li Chu. The air seemed to be still for a moment, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Li Chu seemed to have made preparations, and then realized that this person today was an acquaintance and could not be killed for the moment. The two fingers were lowered with slight disappointment, hitting Citron in the head with one ball in the secret realm of ice and snow, plus the experience points gained from killing the Demon King in the past 2 days. It is really quite impressive. It has allowed him to stay away from the starting point of level 80 and advance towards level 81. If there are 3 more Demon Kings who are equivalent to the decline level, they should be infinitely close to level 81. 81. 99. Return to true nature. What a yearning number. He looked at Xiandia King with a hint of longing. King Xiandia was excited, stood up immediately, and said in a tone that was almost like an oath, "Don't worry, Taoist Masterly. Since our 3 brothers have agreed to help you, naturally we are completely on your side, and there is no way we can help you anymore. Utsunomiya hurts human beings. Not only that, whoever dares to hurt human beings in the future will be sworn in with me. Sanwangling. We 3 brothers are human beings' best friends, best partners. Alas." Li Chu sighed and praised. "I recognize your awareness." What a waste of recognition. You sighed there. He clearly looks disappointed. King Xiandiao did not let go of every emotion in Li Chu's eyes. After all, a speck of dust in the eyes of a little Taoist priest may become a heavy mountain if it falls on these 3 little ones. "I'm just thinking about what should be done about this matter," Li Chu said. "Since Utsunomiya has found your head, it might not be an opportunity that can be exploited." "Yes." King Xiandiao nodded and said, "Isn't Taoist Priestly just trying to find out the inside story of Utsunomiya? As long as you let your people enter with your walking talisman, wouldn't everyone know about it?" "Yes, that's a good idea." The words of King Xiandiao coincided with those of Li Chu. It would be a pity not to take advantage of such an opportunity to penetrate the enemy's interior. But where to find so many girls? Li Chu muttered to himself. King Xiandiao had already been sent away by him, and they agreed that the 3 demon kings would come to Yaowang town tomorrow on the pretext of going out to capture women. At that time, Li Chu will find 10 women waiting here, and they will all carry Li Chu's amulets to protect their safety. When they enter Utsunomiya, they will know what is the secret of this mysterious force. But the problem is, after all, this is a very risky matter, and it is impossible to just find a few girls to take over. If they knew the seriousness of the matter, I'm afraid not many girls would be willing to take this risk. A man disguised as a woman? Stop it. Wang Longji and Du Lang were also in the room at this time. When they heard Li Chu talking about this matter, they also helped out. Hearing Li Chu's confusion, an idea flashed in their minds at the same time. I know. Qi Xiao and Lao Du looked at each other, caught a glimpse of the aura in each other's eyes, and showed a smile full of wisdom and sympathy like a crouching dragon and a phoenix. I know there is a place, Wang Longji said with a smile. There are all women inside, Lao Du continued. Wang Longji said, and they are all in their prime. Lao Du said, they all have special skills. Wang Longji said, they are all very sacrificial and willing to help others. Lao Du said, Master has had some dealings with them. The two people talked more and more alike, as if they were about to open their palms and reveal the word fire at the same time. This is the place. Fourth, Lo. Guanhan sect. Wang Longji and Lao Du blinked at the same time, then showed awkward smiles. Something went wrong. Lao Du said, the girls in the brothel must be unreliable. They have no cultivation. You can't send them to the monster den just because they are good girls. Right. Even if there is a master guarding you all the time, there won't be any big problems. But you are not afraid. 10,000. Just in case. The female cultivators of Guanhan sect are more suitable because they have the ability to protect themselves. Wang Longji said, good girls can be invited as long as they are paid. Anyway, they are protected by Li Chu. They are just going in for a walk. There is no chance of anything going wrong. The female cultivators of Guanhan's sect are naturally more powerful than them. But why should people help you? Lao Du spread his hands and said, because the master is handsome. Seeing him taking it for granted, Wang Longqi was momentarily stunned. There's really no way to refute it. Yes, asking Guanhan's sect for help is indeed a feasible method. Li Chu thought for a while, stood up, and walked out of the door without hesitation. Li Chu visited Guanhan's sect again, and was treated much more enthusiastically. After all, he can be considered as helping Guanhan's sect. Although it is an equal exchange, the favor is still there. What's more, the strength he showed in the secret realm of ice and snow last time was enough to make any force look at him with admiration. This time, he was directly taken to the elders of Yaoqi. After explaining his intention, Elder Su Xian agreed without hesitation. It is an unforgivable crime to hunt down human girls for whatever purpose. As cultivators, we should uphold justice for such monsters. Even if Taoist Priestley doesn't mention it, our Guanhan sect knows about it and won't do anything about it. If you let his evil deeds go again, this time, our sect will send several elders to take action with you. After all, Guanhan's sect is worthy of being one of the 12 immortal sects, and the sense of responsibility of its disciples is beyond words. After her generous words, she told Bai Luo, take Taoist Priestley to pick out a girl. Yes, Bai Luo responded. Then he took Li Chu to the hall of another mountain peak. Li Chu was sitting on a wicker chair when he saw Bai Luo going out for a moment, and then walking in with a row of more than a dozen Guanhan sect disciples with smiling faces. Seeing Li Chu, the girls all had expectations in their eyes, and they all called out, hello, Mr. Li. Seeing these female disciples lined up in front of him, Li Chu examined them carefully and frowned slightly. Seeing this, Bai Luo hurriedly said, are you not satisfied, Taoist Priestley? If there is nothing you are satisfied with, then I will go out and call in another group of fellow sisters. The elder has given orders, and I must let you choose until you are satisfied. Li Chu hesitated for a moment and did not say anything. Instead, he raised his finger and pointed at two of them. These two can stay, but the other girls will be embarrassed. It will be a waste of trouble. The two female cultivators who were selected were naturally smiling, while the ones who were not selected were greatly disappointed and followed Bai Luo out angrily. Not long after, Bai Luo walked in with a new group of female nuns. As soon as the girls entered the door, they said in unison again, hello, Mr. Shaoli. Li Chu looked at it again. This time, he only picked one. Make another batch. Bai Luo stepped forward and said, little Taoist Priestley, why don't you tell me the selection criteria? And I will help you call more senior sisters who meet the requirements. This will save you a waste of time. Li Chu thought for a moment and said, no need. Just pick a few more times. The reason why he didn't say it was because his selection criteria was ugly. After years of practice, female cultivators can't change their natural facial shape. But most of them have ice-cold muscles and excellent temperament. As long as their congenital conditions are not too poor, they are probably beautiful. But here's the problem. Those monsters that capture human girls are eager to go to the wild mountains and ridges to look for them. The more savage and remote the better. Because Chaotian K is stationed in large cities. Committing crimes is too dangerous. As a result, most of the people they captured were farm girls. And even the best-looking ones were nowhere to be found. These Guanhan sect disciples are so fair and beautiful. And if they are suddenly sent over, their flaws will inevitably be exposed. However, this standard cannot be declared verbally. Asking people to help run to dangerous places. And also saying that the reason I chose you is because you are ugly enough. This is a bit too inhumane. After some selection, Li Chu struggled to choose short ones from the tall ones, and selected 10 who could not be said to be ugly, but whose appearance was more ordinary. On the same day, he took the 3 elders of Guanhan's sect and these 10 female disciples back to Yaowan town. Early the next morning, in the distance, a demonic cloud floated over. The 3 frosty-faced Guanhan sect elders all held swords in their hands, and the female disciples behind them also drew out their flying sword weapons. Don't draw your sword! One of our own! Taoist Master Shaoli is us! A familiar voice came from the cloud. Li Chu motioned for everyone to be calm, and saw the demonic cloud falling lightly to the ground. Lion Camel King, Treasure Elephant King, Xiandu King. The 3 little ones raised their hands high and trotted all the way to Li Chu's side, with flattering smiles on their faces. When the Guanhan sect disciples saw this, They all felt a little disillusioned. These demon kings, who are obviously not low in cultivation, are also very arrogant when they use their magical powers. Why do they act like domesticated ones in front of Taoist priestly? Is there something wrong with that? These few are my internal agents in the Golden State. They have endured humiliation and made a lot of contributions during this period. Li Chu introduced to everyone. How can it be called enduring humiliation and bearing heavy burdens? It's all for justice and world peace. It's the lofty ideals that bring us together. The three little ones also replied righteously. Looking at the posture, it seems that at any time he may raise his hand to salute and hand over an application form for admission. The Guanghan sect's disciples had little trust in these three demon kings, but they had a high level of trust in Li Chu. Seeing that Li Chu was so familiar with them, he lowered his guard a little. Those people went to Tsunamiya together with the three demon kings, and I and the three elders followed closely, Li Chu said. Okay. The 10 female disciples of Guanghan sect nodded. Okay. Then everyone is offended. Offended? I'm sorry. The three little ones apologized politely, while casting spells to restrain the 10 female disciples, and then carried them to the clouds. With another finger gesture, the demonic cloud rose into the sky and flew far away towards the Golden State. Li Chu and the three elders of Guanghan sect followed closely behind. Just talk about the three little ones. Soon we arrived at the high mountains of the Golden State. On the highest peak, there was a very conspicuous huge bronze palace. This is the legendary Tsunamiya. The palace is located on a cliff, with an ancient feel and a bit of sharpness, as if it can be pulled out at any time like a sharp sword. It makes people feel chilly in the liver and gallbladder just looking at it. If they were not forced to do so, with the strength of Samwangling, they would not want to have any interaction with Tsunamiya. In the entire Golden State, there is probably no demon king who is not deeply wary of this strange force, and is unwilling to take a step forward. But this time, life forced me to come. According to their previous agreement, they brought the girls all the way to the gate of the bronze palace. Before they could call the door, the palace door burst open. Inside is a large hall with a very high dome, which is cold, empty, and without a trace of popularity. It is said that there were more than a dozen demon kings who came to Tsunamiya together and entered the hall together. The hall looked so empty from the outside, but as soon as they stepped in, the palace door slammed shut. When he opened it again, there was already a river of blood inside. The more empty it is, the scarier it is. No one knows where the danger will appear. Mr. Messenger? King Xiandiao called out and walked into the room, quite frightened. After a while, a few gentle footsteps came from the palace. You can leave if you stay. A cold command came. A shadow wearing a black robe appeared deep in the hall. It was the envoy who had previously contacted Samwangling. Okay. The Lion and Camel King agreed. Then King Baoxiong asked, Master Messenger, I wonder what you want to use these human women for. Huh? The messenger raised his eyes and said in a stern tone, What does it have to do with the three of you? It's okay. My second brother is just very curious. Hey, we shouldn't ask. So naturally we won't ask. King Xiandiao hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Actually, it doesn't hurt to tell you. After all, we will still cooperate in the future. The messenger thought for a moment and said, These women are going to be sent to Ziyuan. Aster? King Xuandiao blinked. Is there still Aster in Tsunamiya? In Naowang town. Just as Li Chu's figure left with a sword, a hidden figure quietly closed the window in the attic not far away. Madam, that little Taoist priest with extremely high cultivation level has gone away. Fan Fan whispered. Yes. Mrs. Wenxiang, the ninth lady of Prince Han's mansion, nodded after hearing this. During the few days that Li Chu was in Yaowang town, the master and servant did not dare to make any rash moves, but just observed a few people silently. Now that Li Chu has left, they dare to use their minds. I found out something from Dr. Lang earlier that this group of people came to Yaowang town to help their contact detoxify them, Wenxiang murmured. But after these days of observation, I have reason to suspect that the reason they want to treat the contact person is to interrogate him for information about the mountain. Otherwise, why do they strictly control contact between contact persons and us? Why do they treat contact persons so roughly? Although the little Taoist priest is gone, his apprentice, the old Taoist priest, is also a bit weird. He doesn't want him to do anything bad. It seems that he can only be cruel this time so that you can get everything he got? I got it. Fan Fan took out a medicine bottle. I got it from the young disciples in Yaowang town. It's Jiuxian Law Soul Powder, which is specially used to anesthetize large monsters. As long as a small amount is mixed into the water, it can kill more than a dozen monsters. If it is used on people, they will never wake up. Wen Xiang opened an earthenware cup on the side, which was fragrant and seemed to be a cup of soup. Pour, she ordered. Fan Fan sprinkled the medicinal powder into the soup. Pour more. Wen Xiang felt that it was not safe and ordered again. Fan Fan poured another big lump. Just put them all in, Wen Xiang said with a frown. Fan Fan sprinkled the entire bottle of medicinal powder into it. You're sure the medicine can defeat him? Right. Do you need to use it again? Wen Xiang always felt a little unstable when she thought of the ghostly Taoist priest. Fan Fan held her hand and said, Madam, it's almost done. There's almost no soup left in the medicine. Okay. Wen Xiang nodded reluctantly. Then you go. I don't know when the little Taoist priest will be back. So hurry up. Okay. Fan Fan nodded heavily. The master and servant looked at each other, their eyes filled with a tragic feeling of failure or failure. Fan Fan walked up to the attic where Wang Longqi was sitting with a cup of soup in her hands, and said softly, Taoist Master Du, are you there? Miss Fan Fan, is there something wrong? Du Lang came out to greet him, and asked when he saw the little girl he hadn't seen in the past few days standing outside the door. I was helping Madam make soup, and there happened to be some left over, so I filled an extra bowl and wanted to give you a taste. Ah, the girl is interested. Lao Du happily took the soup bowl, opened it, and looked a little puzzled. This soup is so thick. Fan Fan blinked and said with a smile, I'll give you all the useful information. Chapter 405. Aren't you afraid of me? This Utsunomiya is really well hidden. The three little ones walked out of the bronze hall and whispered. King Baoxian was a little puzzled. This Utsunomiya doesn't look big. How can it fit a Xian? Maybe, King Xiandu said. It's far bigger than we thought. By sending people to Utsunomiya, even if they have temporarily completed their mission, they can return to Sanwangling easily. As for the follow-up, Li Chu and several elders of Guanhan sect will be responsible for it. At this time, they were all watching cautiously not far away. In addition to Li Chu's traveling talisman, those female disciples also left various audio-visual techniques on their bodies to ensure all-round surveillance without blind spots. In terms of magical powers, Guanhan sect definitely has more connections than Li Chu. The black-robed envoy from Utsunomiya used a long magic weapon rope to hold all the unconscious female disciples. With a gentle pull, the women seemed to be driven away like corpses. They did not open their eyes, but started to move on their own. The black-robed messenger walked silently at the front. He probably didn't expect that life would be broadcast live every day. Entering along the small door at the back of the main hall, the light dimmed, and the road ahead seemed to have some slope, because Li Chu could detect with his mind that their position was going downwards. After walking a little further, I heard the sound of rushing water. There is actually an underground river hidden beneath the bronze palace. After the messenger arrived, he picked up some magic formula, and the void pulled a force. Not long after, a bright light appeared in front of the dark river. The bright light is getting closer and closer, and it is getting more and more dazzling. When I reached the river bank, I saw clearly that it was a very large, dark lanternfish with a dazzling light hanging on its head. The giant lanternfish stopped and immediately opened its huge mouth with thick fangs. Li Chu's fingers immediately stood up. If the female disciple of Guanhan sect is in the slightest danger, his Chunyang sword will arrive as soon as possible. Only, he didn't think that Utsunomiya spent so much effort to capture these human girls just to feed the fish. Sure enough, the huge mouth of the lanternfish was fully opened, as if a portal had been opened, and the black-robed messenger directly led the female disciples in. The light inside was brighter than in the dark river. The inner walls of the lanternfish's body were filled with a glimmering light. As you walked in, there was a wide red space. Is this a room inside the lanternfish? The black-robed messenger entered and sat down leaning against the wall. There was a rumble. The lanternfish closed its huge mouth, turned its head, and headed upstream along the underground river. So Shine is not inside Utsunomiya? Li Chu looked at the direction of the lanternfish's current, and had a vague guess in his mind, and then followed it with several elders of Guanhan sect. Naturally, he can wield a long-range sword and strike accurately no matter how far away he is. But several Guanhan sect elders do not have this ability. They must stay within a certain distance to ensure that they can protect the safety of their disciples at any time. The underground river was unexpectedly long, and the lanternfish swam surprisingly fast. It took nearly an hour to stop. Li Chu raised his eyes, and saw that the place where the lanternfish was staying was indeed deep in Longjua Ridge. The really important location of Utsunamiya is not in the Golden State, but in Longjuling. This is also why the life and death of a doctor on Longjuling can eventually involve Utsunamiya. Someone must have discovered the underground river from Golden State to Longjuling and used it to play a trick. If there weren't ghosts like the three little ones, no one would have discovered this underground secret passage for thousands of years. After traveling all the way to the heart of Longjua Ridge, the lanternfish stopped and opened its huge mouth again. The black-robed messenger led the female disciples out of the fish mouth again. Looking around, there was actually a well-made circular pool. There was a stone platform beside the pool, and the steps were built into the water, just in time to guide him out. The pool is located in an empty cave, but it doesn't look like natural rocks, but like a space built by piles of bricks and stones. There are many complicated murals carved on the walls, but some of them are hard to see clearly, and the style seems to be quite ancient. In the middle of the mountain, there is a space like this, like a big tomb. An elder from Guanghan sect expressed his first feeling, and the others nodded. The black-robed envoy led a group of people along the exit passage and walked a long way before arriving at what seemed to be a prison cell. There were 2 guards in black robes standing in front of the door, with red masks on their faces. "The new medicine mother is here, informing them to prepare Lu Chong and Yao Yin," the black-robed messenger said coldly. From his tone, it seemed that his status was much higher than that of the 2 guards. "Yes," the guard agreed, brought the female disciples in, and put them into cells respectively. The black-robed messenger turned back and walked along the passage to another spacious stone room. "Sui Tianguan, is everything going well?" In the stone room, there were already 2 people waiting there. One was a man in black robes with an old voice, and the other was a burly man wearing armor. It seems that not everyone here is wearing black robes. "It went quite smoothly. The Sanwangling we found this time is quite capable, and we caught enough medicine mothers without any trouble," the black-robed messenger known as Sui Tianguan said. "Ha ha." The big man laughed. "The monsters Sui Tianguan was looking for were successfully captured. You Tianguan, couldn't find any of them. It seems that Sui Tianguan is more reliable in doing things." The man in black robes with an old voice, known as Yu Tianguan, snorted softly. "This is indeed a bit strange. I am still investigating the reason behind it, and there is no need for you, General Beishan, to sow discord here." The big man known as the Northern God General chuckled. "Yes." Sui Tianguan sat at the table and echoed. "It's been thousands of years. What's the point of still using the little tricks from back then? Well, I know that the relationship between you 2 heavenly officials is stronger than gold. Only between our divine generals can there be enmity." The Northern Divine General Dalala stood up and said, "How do you think of these medicine mothers? Are any of them good-looking? Okay, I've endured it for a long time, so I'm going to have some fun. When the elixir comes out, I'll let you all eat my seed. Ha ha." Neither of the 2 heavenly officials made a sound. He felt bored and walked out. After his footsteps went away, the stone room was quiet for a while before another sound came out. Yu Tianguan said, "Although it has been so long, I still find it difficult to accept obtaining immortality in this way. We will go to the 18th level of HL. All of these are sacrifices that must be made in order to establish a true immortal kingdom." Sui Tianguan said firmly. "It's okay for you to say this to me, but don't let the king hear it. Otherwise, do you still remember how miserable the death of General Dongshan was?" Yu Tianguan nodded and let out a sigh of relief. After a pause, Sui Tianguan asked again, "What happened last time? That is, what happened to the Dharma king of the Yenyu sect? What else can we do?" Yu Tianguan's tone became colder. "He wants to cooperate with us. Of course he can. Give him the elixir. And the king agrees. But he actually wants to have the prescription for the elixir. This matter is absolutely impossible. There was no room for negotiation. Later, he poisoned all the medicine mothers with strange poisons. And even the doctor who detoxified the medicine mothers was not spared. And he had already made a deadly vendetta. Is this what the king means?" Sui Tianguan asked. "Of course. The king has already spoken, and we will fight the golden bodhisattva until death," Yu Tianguan said in a deep voice. Sui Tianguan nodded and said, "Since it is the king's wish, there is no room for further discussion. But now we want to use the Golden State to regain control of the north. And we also need to seek benefits between the government and Duanbei Mountain. If we provoke such a powerful enemy as the Yenyu sect again, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. You are not responsible for this aspect, So you may not know something. If it were before, the Yin sect might still be a strong enemy. But now? Yu Tianguan sneered. Oh. Zhou Tianguan showed a little curiosity. The leader of the Yin sect, Emperor Yu of the demon sect, Yu Huaxing, is said to be practicing some unparalleled demonic skill, and will never leave the seclusion until he has mastered it. And the 5 Dharma kings below him have been killed one after another recently, and only 3 are left. Mr. Baisher is an old man who only wants to enjoy himself. If we use elixir to seduce him, he might fall to us immediately. Grandma Liahua has a deep relationship with the former Yin Emperor, but she doesn't really buy into the idea of Yu-washing. She almost listens to the instructions, but doesn't listen to the announcement. Yu Tianguan said coldly. So what we have to deal with now is just the golden bodhisattva who hides his head and tail. If there is no trace of him, there is no need for the king to worry about this matter personally. We can easily kill him. Take it. It seems that although they have been huddled in this corner of the north, they are quite well informed and always pay attention to human affairs. I see. Zhou Tianguan nodded. In such troubled times, he actually dares to provoke me. Utsunomiya. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Maybe he didn't expect it. Yu Tianguan sneered. When I was investigating the Yin sect in depth, I found some interesting things. For example, do you know how the 2 Dharma kings died? How? Zhou Tianguan asked. The Yin sect is very secretive about this, and not many people in the world know about it. But I still found some clues and pieced together the general story. Yu Tianguan said. Previously, their sect probably had a plan. The 5 Dharma kings stirred up troubles in the Halua dynasty and built momentum for Yu Huanqing's release. Among them, Lord Sanhai's plan was to destroy Shenluo City. In fact, it has gone quite smoothly. Who would have known? A little Taoist priest was killed in the middle. Little Taoist priest? Yes. There is a young Taoist priest from the south of the Yangtze River named Li Chu. He is not very old. His appearance in Shenluo City is quite impressive. Lord Sanhai has already summoned Xuanwu, one of the 4 elephants, and is about to freeze Shenluo City. But he and the monks from Bailong Temple jointly stopped him. Afterwards, Lord Sanhai seemed to seek revenge on him. And then he finally fell. How can a little Taoist priest achieve such a level of cultivation? Could it be that a powerful person has been reincarnated? Zhou Tianguan was a little doubtful. Probably so, Yu Tianguan said. I don't know the details, but I also know that the Wooden King probably died in the hands of this little Taoist priest. Oh! Zhou Tianguan was slightly surprised. The Wooden King's troubles in southern Xinjiang originally went smoothly, but after he met the little Taoist priest, he was determined to avenge Kang Heijin and tried to use a trick to get rid of the little Taoist priest. And then he provoked the god of death. His last course of action seemed to be that shortly after he tried to threaten the little Taoist priest into handing over something, news of his death came out. This, Zhou Tianguan took a breath. I heard that the Wooden King was extremely cautious. Almost no one knew where his body was. Yet he could be killed. It's really scary. Yes, Yu Tianguan said. There is really no reason for talent in this world. You and I are immortal and have been practicing for thousands of years. But our progress is getting slower and slower. In the past 1,000 years, it has been difficult to make any progress. Some people can reach the pinnacle of the world with just 100 years of practice. We'd better be careful to avoid people like this. Zhou Tianguan was still frightened. That's right. Yu Tianguan also agreed. I checked more about this little Taoist priest. According to legend, he is extremely handsome, almost unlike a mortal. He hates evil as much as he hates it. And he is extremely keen to kill evil spirits. He has high cultivation level. Jew, no matter what enemy you kill, you only need to use 1 sword. And everyone will die with 1 sword. Isn't it too exaggerated? Zhou Tianguan asked in surprise. In the thousands of years we have lived, we have not seen any unparalleled genius. But no one can say that 1 sword can destroy all enemies. I'm not making this up. In short, so far, no one has seen anyone who can make him use the 2nd sword. Yu Tianguan said. Anyway, if you meet a handsome little Taoist priest with a sword that is full of fire, take advantage of it as soon as possible. Just stay away. Zhou Tianguan said. I know. Before he finished speaking, a loud rumble was heard, and there seemed to be some big vibration outside. The 2 heavenly officials looked over together. What happened? But he said that the Northern Divine General, after leaving the stone room, he walked gracefully to the outside of the cell. When the 2 guards saw him, they immediately nodded. Master General, Hee hee. Bei Shenjiang laughed twice and walked into it. There are more than a dozen iron prisons reinforced with talismans on both sides, and 10 girls are locked in them. They were all awake at this time, and when they saw him coming in, they immediately looked at him. Ha ha ha. Bei Shen General said with a lewd smile. You probably don't know what fate you will face next. I am the first to come, but I will not be the last. Fear, struggle, and beg for mercy. My favorite, look at how scared and helpless you are in the face of abuse. Saying perverted words, he turned his attention to the woman in the first cell. He saw the girl looking at him very calmly, with no expression on her face. Huh? Bei Shenjiang frowned. Aren't you afraid of me? Really not afraid. Boring. He turned his gaze, glanced at the second woman, and then met a pair of calm faces of the same style. She was not pretending to be calm. There was no panic in her eyes, and there was even a hint of laughter in her eyes. Eh? That's weird. General Bei Shen muttered and turned his attention to the next person. The 10 people looked down one after another, and General Bei Shen touched his head. What's going on? Aren't you afraid of me? In the past, when girls were caught, they would cry and scream for a long time as soon as they opened their eyes. When they saw him coming to do violence, they would almost turn into desperate little lambs. Such a strange thing of collective calmness has not been seen in many years. General Bei Shen couldn't find the pleasure, but felt angry. I'm going in one by one. I want to see if you are really not afraid. After that, he will open the first cell and become angry and violent. At this moment, I suddenly heard a rumble above my head. A sudden realization came to General Bei Shen's mind that something terrifying was coming towards him. He raised his head and saw a rainbow light piercing the stone wall. In an instant, he realized, since they are not afraid, the one who should be afraid is themselves. Chapter 406. Don't call him by his name. Bei Shen will go peacefully. When he walked into the cell, the little Taoist priest who was monitoring the case had already locked onto him. As soon as he made any unscrupulous actions, he would immediately give him a thunder blow. The Guanghan sect personnel who were jointly conducting the control frowned. This group of villains seems to be stronger than imagined. Do you want to ask the sect for more support? It can be considered. Li Chu nodded in agreement. When dealing with such a secret force that may have existed for thousands of years, it is always right to have more imagination. It is better to overestimate than underestimate. He turned around and said, if those people want to harm the female disciples, I will take action immediately and never let them be harmed. Good. The Guanghan sect elder came to the side, took out a jade slip from his sleeve, said something with it, and then threw it into the sky. A hissing sound. The jade slip turned into a cold light and flew away. Their control was concentrated in the cells, and their field of vision was very narrow. And when the stone chamber was built, it was obvious that some kind of breath-isolating material was used. The breath could not penetrate, and the mind's eye could not observe everything in it. The atmosphere was a bit tense. After a while, the big man in armor appeared in the cell. There was no need to guess whether he was going to do something evil. The expression on his face was already filled with illegality and crime. Seeing him wandering around in front of the cells for a while, it seemed that he finally couldn't hold himself in any longer. And Li Chu stood up. I'll rush in first, bring out the female disciples, and ask the elders to raid the formation for me. What he was thinking about at this time was not to eliminate many bad guys, but to ensure the safety of the girls, who were used as baits, and release them first, and then consider fighting the underground villains. These enemies. Presumably it won't be that easy to deal with. The unknown is often the scariest thing. Seeing that General Bei Shen was about to run to his cell, Li Chu raised 2 fingers and said, Swordsmanship! Call out. A streak of red light was like a flying fireball, seeming to ignore all the mountains and piercing straight towards the direction of the cell. Wherever he passed, the thick mountain wall seemed to not exist. Listening to his words about sword control, several elders of Guanghan sect looked at each other, somewhat strangely. You call this sword control? If you want to elaborate, if you raise your fingers and move the sword it will. It does look like a master of sword control. But your power. Something's not quite right. What's going on with the creation of mountains and new lands? Boom. In short, it was a bang. When the northern god General Underground looked up, he saw a red light in his eyes, as if the gate of heaven had opened to welcome him. But the next second, he realized that this idea was too naive. People like him would only deserve to go to hell after death. In fact, in the past 3,000 years, they have thought about how they would die more than once. Except for the great emperor. Probably no one really thought that he could live forever. But General Beish never thought that he would die so hastily. You have survived for 3,000 years. And it's gone in 1 second? At least you let me know who killed me. Right? As soon as his thoughts turned here, the rainbow light was getting closer and closer. And he vaguely saw a figure coming in with the rainbow light. Although the face and body shape can't be seen clearly, you can feel the handsomeness coming from the vague outline. Unfortunately, I couldn't see who it was after all. As for resistance? This idea never existed in his mind for a moment. The powerful sword energy was simply more powerful than he had ever seen in 3,000 years. Such a sword can no longer be called an attack. It should be called a divine punishment. Block? If you have that time, you might as well appreciate the revolving door of your life. When the pure yang sword fell, Beishan would melt on the spot without any lag. Li Chu's figure also fell. The girls in the cell let out a burst of noisy screams. In fact, it was not difficult to guess. They were nothing more than exclamations of how handsome, strong, and big they were. At this time, the two guards had heard the noise and rushed in quickly. In the past, when Beishan came, he would tell them not to come in no matter what noise they heard. They also knew that this northern god would have some strange habits. When doing errands, any sound could be made, but the movement was too big. At that moment, the two guards made up their minds. Even if it was really General Beishan who was doing something, they would definitely come in and see what kind of posture could make the earth shake. As a result, as soon as I came in, I felt very dazzling. It took me a while to see clearly the person in front of me. A Taoist priest who was so handsome that it was difficult to look directly at him. If it weren't for the exaggeratedly large hole in the cell, they might have thought that this person was the Beishan general, etc. Is there a big hole in the cell? The two guards suddenly felt a sense of fear. Although they are not the priests who have lived for thousands of years, they can still be regarded as veterans of Utsunomiya. I have heard it mentioned by predecessors that the construction of this tomb used almost half of the national power of the Diwu dynasty. This is not only a large tomb, but also an impossible fortress. It has been a place that no outsider has been able to enter for many years. And now he can open a big hole so easily. Why? Because he is handsome enough? Thinking of this, the two guards felt numb all over. Obviously they were between life and death. The two shouted almost at the same time. I'll go back and report. You hold on, they all said in unison. Then turned around and ran away. The movements are uniform for these evil forces that harm innocent humans, no matter whether they are big fish or small shrimps. Li Chu naturally has no mercy at all. He holds the Chunyang sword and swings it gently. A sword with 1/8 of a strand of spiritual power had already struck out in a mighty manner, and the red dragon swallowed up the two guards mercilessly. The cell suddenly became quiet. Li Chu then looked around and asked, "Are you all okay? I'll rescue you right now." With a flick of his fingertips, the pure yang sword circled around and instantly swept away the solid iron prison door. Regardless of the talisman's restrictions, it melts immediately upon contact, revealing an indestructible one. As soon as the cell door opened, a squeaking sound suddenly came from the surroundings. Those female disciples of the Guanghan sect who faced the ferocious northern god generals, who were calm and even with a hint of sneer, who did not show any fear even after falling into the devil's cave, and who were full of courage and pride, almost at the same time, threw themselves at Li Li very delicately. On Chu. Little Taoist Priestly, thanks to you for coming. I'm really scared to death. What would I do without you? It's great to have Mr. Li. It's just terrible. Li Chu looked at the suddenly weak female disciples and felt that human nature was really elusive. After Li Chu fell, several elders of Guanghan sect also flew into the air, their spiritual consciousness seeping into the ground through the gap opened by the pure yang sword. And they were on guard. These elders are generally in the decline realm, and there is a land god in the lead, but they do not dare to take this strange force lightly. Taoist priest Xiao Li's high-profile attack will definitely lead to a crazy counterattack from the other side. We must be careful about plundering the formation to ensure that they can escape safely. Good. Several elders raised their eyebrows and stood ready. But underground, there is another scene. In the original stone room, Zhu Tianguan and Yu Tianguan were startled by the shocking sound of the pure yang sword falling, and they both frowned and stood up immediately. What kind of powerful enemy is this? He actually dares to break through the mountain wall and come here? Even with the cultivation level of you and me, it is impossible to cause such damage to the tomb. The person who comes here is evil. The king is not here, so you must be careful. The wave comes from the cell. General Bashan is over there. He should be able to resist it. Don't be anxious and take a look at the situation. The two of them exchanged a few words, and did not leave immediately. Yu Tianguan raised his hand, and the void trembled, and a wave of water mist like ripples appeared. The mist revealed the scene in the cell at this time. The Northern Divine General has disappeared. There seemed to be no sign of the guards outside the cell. There was only a group of beautiful women, surrounding a little Taoist priest with a frown on his face. The little Taoist priest looks extremely handsome, holding a sword in his hand with fire on it, etc. In this way. Hack. Zhu Tianguan couldn't help but cursed. Isn't it? It seems so. Yu Tianguan's voice was also unbelievable. As soon as the front leg said to hide, the back leg came to kill them. What does this mean? Always remember, there will be reverberations. As long as you think about the person in your heart, you will definitely meet. Shaking his head to get rid of those outrageous thoughts, Zhu Tianguan suppressed his voice and said, Is this a name that should not be called? Yu Tianguan's pupils shrank. He wasn't sure, but he didn't dare to deny. Legend has it that when there were still gods in the world, those gods would have a strong sense of their own names. Every mortal who calls the name of a god will be watched by the god. If you are a sincere believer, you will receive help. If someone with dishonest intentions interrupts, they will also be punished. Later, the gods disappeared from the world. But a secret technique remained. This secret technique possesses powerful power. It is said that only those who have reached the highest level of cultivation in the world and can communicate with heaven and earth can practice it. I don't know the specific name of this secret technique. I just know that I can't call it by its name. As long as you mention the practitioner of this secret art, you will be sensed by him, and he will be watching you in the dark. As they thought about it, the backs of the two heavenly officials began to feel numb. It must be. Yu Tianguan nodded heavily. Otherwise, why would he come here just as I mentioned it to you? How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Then he must have been watching over and found something of interest before he came. Elixir. Even if you are the best in the world, it is difficult to resist the temptation of the elixir. This must be why he came here. Our unintentional mistake turned out to be a big mistake. It's really irreparable. General Bashan has no breath. He must have killed him in one breath. With this level of cultivation, if the king is not here, no one can fight with him. It's dangerous. The two heavenly officials analyzed it here, and the more they talked about it, the more terrifying it became. How to remedy it now? There is no prescription for elixir in this big tomb. Only we and the king know it. As long as we escape, it won't be a big problem. Zhu Tianguan looked at Right Tianguan, frowned and said, Are you saying that we have provoked such a powerful enemy and just left? Let go of everything here, and give up the family fortune accumulated over thousands of years? Yu Tianguan looked at Zhu Tianguan and said seriously, No, we shouldn't walk. We have to run. I also need to inform the other divine generals to run together. The elders of the Guanghan sect outside thought that Li Chu would escort a group of female disciples out, and would be pursued by Tsunamiya. They are here, ready to stop the enemy for Li Chu at any time. What I didn't expect was, Li Chu fell down not long ago, and hasn't come up yet. Several exits suddenly opened in the mountain, and then a group of men in black robes rushed out as if fleeing for their lives. Moving in different directions, using different methods, they flew far away in an instant. The sky is full of stars. Judging from the speed of their escape, they are all quite strong in cultivation. But I don't know why. There are no signs of fighting down there. Right? Wouldn't these people just abandon their hometown without any resistance? How is this going? The visual impression is like a tiger getting into a hole in the ground, and then many wild boars running out, running towards the distance without looking back. What kind of home is not home? Whoever looks back is the grandson. Although the picture is weird, there is still a hint of joy. The few heavenly officials and generals who fled without saying a word met at the agreed-upon safe place thousands of miles away. They looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed. After a while, Zhu Tianguan broke the silence. This guy is really hateful. He only comes here when the king is not around. Yes, if the king is here, even if he is the best in the world, what should we fear? That's right. The others all agreed. The atmosphere began to get harmonious. But what they didn't know was that when all this happened, there were two other figures on another mountain peak not far from Longjiling who witnessed everything. Ha ha. The monk, wearing a golden cassock and a solemn face, chuckled. Then our cooperation is settled. Naturally, those of us who are not tolerated by the world should be on the same side. Opposite him was an old man with a stooped body and a hoarse voice, covered in black robes. The people who don't tolerate us are just not yet enlightened. We need to help them convert. The monk had a gentle tone, but his words were a little strange. I'm not as elegant as the master. I'm only interested in their longevity. The man in black robe also smiled solemnly. Now that we have confirmed our cooperation, I think the master will come in person next time we meet. Right. The monk, king of all worlds, smiled. Don't play tricks on your physical body. Poor monk. It can't be the true body. For people like us, once the true body is found, we are not far away from death. Ha! You are indeed a wonderful person. The man in black robe laughed again. Then I will go back and prepare the elixir for you. Thank you, the monk said with his hands clasped together. The man in black robe turned around and looked in the direction of the large tomb on Lungjua Ridge. Although it was dozens of miles away, it was not a very far distance for people like them. The moment Li Chu's sword energy broke through the mountain, the man in black robe stopped. After hesitating for a moment, he turned back and said, I had a great time chatting with you. Why don't we chat more? Well, the monk also looked in that direction. It seems there is something wrong there? The man in black robe waved his hand. It's harmless. Don't you need to go back and take a look? The monk asked again. The man in black robe shook his head. No need. Utsunomiya's subordinates are fleeing in all directions. The monk said again. The man in black robe gritted his teeth and said, Things outside of me. Chapter 407. My dear. The knife in my hand in my dream. Hiss. This is a wide cave with no light, with several round stone platforms on both sides of the cave. After experiencing darkness for an unknown amount of time, the stone platform began to flash with electric light, accompanied by a squeaking sound. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! After the light flickered for a while, figures in black robes began to appear on the stone platform. These figures are not entities, but they are extremely clear. Looking at each other is no different from being in person. Ahem. On the high platform at the front, a rickety figure coughed twice. All the men in black robes immediately turned around, knelt down and shouted, Your Majesty! Give flat. That figure was none other than the so-called King of all ages, who had previously met with the golden bodhisattva outside Lungjua Ridge. As for whether what is revealed is his true body, it is naturally unknown. I'll just say two things. Looking down at the crowd of black robes below, King Wancher began with a heavy tone. First point. During special times, everyone should not gather in the real world. From now on, all correspondence will be conducted in this virtual world. Yes. A man in black robe nodded upon hearing this. If the little Taoist priest hadn't acted cautiously yesterday and didn't rush out of the cell, I'm afraid they might not all be able to escape. At this time, they still have lingering fears. Then the Wancher King issued an order, and the wind was very tight. They were first dispersed to various places in the human world to avoid being caught by the little Taoist priests. But not everyone is afraid. A big man on the left said angrily, If he hadn't taken advantage of the king's absence to come, how could he have taken away the aster? This guy is really despicable. Now that the king is here, why should we be timid? It's better to seek revenge from him directly. With the king sitting in charge, there's nothing to fear even if you are extremely powerful. King Wancher was silent for a moment. Then he said softly, Indeed. After finishing speaking, he said in a somewhat ethereal tone, It's just that this matter needs long-term consideration. Is that necessary? The big man continued angrily. The last general is willing to take the lead and rush directly into his Lao Shitsi Taoist temple and kill everyone from top to bottom. Only then. Southern General. King Wancher suddenly called him softly, as if he understood the temper of King Wancher. The big man, known as the Southern God General, shook violently, immediately regained consciousness, closed his mouth, and leaned forward to obey the order. I know that you and Beige will have an irreversible friendship, but the deceased is gone, so don't lose your bearings. The general will finally be convicted. Nan Xinjiang knelt down with a trembling voice. Although King Wancher didn't have a tone of rebuke, he was already frightened to the bone. For thousands of years, they have already understood the temperament of the king of all ages. Joy and anger kill people in an instant. It doesn't matter. You can live. King Wancher didn't seem to care, and said in a soft voice, Thousands of years of friendship is indeed difficult to break up. But things have happened. You can only try not to think too much about the sad things, and focus on current matters. Yes, said the Southern God General with tears in his eyes. I will try my best to restrain my thoughts, and not think too much about the death of the Northern God General. Okay. King Watcher nodded and continued. About the person who enters you in. Speaking of this, his voice seemed to fluctuate a little. Since you can't call him by his first name, I gave him a code name to avoid being spied on by him. From now on, we will call him the Little Talus Priest who wiped out the body of the Northern God General in an instant. Woo! Tears welled up in Nan Xinjiang's eyes. Zhuo Tianguan next to him whispered, General Nanshan, you promised to restrain yourself in front of the king. But don't go too far. Okay. I know. Nan Xinjiang sobbed and held back his tears. Zhuo Tianguan turned his head, cupped his hands, and said, Your Majesty, regarding this Little Talus Priest who caused the Northern God to annihilate his body and soul in an instant, I have a plan to offer. Ugh. Nan Xinjiang burst into tears again. The official Yu Tianguan next to him reminded, You are the Little Talus Priest who wiped out the body of the Northern God General in an instant. How can you tamper with the code name given by the king himself? It's the sin of a minor minister. Zhuo Tianguan complained. But judging from the way the Little Talus killed people, it is impossible for a sword to kill the body and not affect the soul at all. It is guessed that the Northern God will destroy the soul. Nothing wrong with that. Woo. To put it this way, General Beishan may have fallen into the 18th level of H.L. and will never be reincarnated. These can be added at will. And then the code name given by the king will be meaningless. Yu Tianguan said. You. Southern General. King Watcher cast his cold gaze again. I told you to restrain your thoughts before, but you never heard it. We are discussing important matters. How can you be crying here and cry? He said this, obviously angry. Nan Xinjiang was shocked and frightened, but also felt extremely wronged. He held 1,000 words in his heart, but he had no choice but to take a deep breath and swallow all the grievances. Zhuo Tianguan, go ahead. King Watcher turned his gaze again. Although the Little Talus Priest who was killed by the Northern God in this moment is quite powerful, as long as it is used properly, it may not be a bad thing. Zhuo Tianguan said meaningfully. You mean to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf? King Watcher immediately understood what he meant, paused, and then said, Tell me, which tiger is it in your mind? The king must have some concerns in his mind. Zhuo Tianguan smiled. Is there any other tiger in the north that is bigger than this? Broken Monument Mountain. In Miaowang Town. When Du Lang finally drank up the viscous soup with all his efforts, he licked his lips and smacked the taste. Miss Fang Fang, you made this soup. Before I finished speaking, I felt dizzy. It's pretty cool. With a pop, he fell into the grass in front of the porch. Fang Fang looked around and made a gesture not far away, and a beautiful figure walked into the attic. Connector. Miss Wenxiang gritted her teeth. I'll see where you run this time. Bang. The door was pushed open. Wang Longqi was studying Buddhist scriptures about being pure and ascetic in his room. When he looked up and saw Miss Wenxiang, the hairs all over his body stood up. But he quickly took a deep breath, tried hard to suppress the thoughts in his heart, and let out a long breath of no desire, begging for anger. Miss Wenxiang, you're here, he said with a sage smile. Wenxiang stared at Wang Longqi and said, You must give me an explanation this time. I understand. The first time you looked at me, I understood. Wang Longqi nodded in response. Do you understand? Wenxiang came closer and lowered his voice. Then why have you always refused to give it to me? Hiss. Wang Longqi gritted his teeth and took a breath, and hurriedly moved his body back to the bedside, trying to explain that he really couldn't do it now. But then I thought about it. How could a man say no? Having said that, it's anyone's guess whether Miss Wenxiang will come to see me again. After pondering for a while, he raised his eyes and said intermittently, Of course, I can give you what you want. It's just that it's really inconvenient now. I can't explain some things to you. I will go there in 2 days, looking for you. When the time comes, I will naturally give you what you want, and I will give it to you in large quantities. Chong Chun-so's elixir will probably be refined tomorrow, and his body will definitely have recovered in 2 days. Although it's a bit hard. But how can a man do it without fighting? Wenxiang was a little strange, but she had no choice but to nod and agree. In that case, let's wait for 2 days. After that, she didn't stay much and turned around to leave. Just when I was walking past the table, I accidentally knocked off the Buddhist scripture on it, and the book fell to the ground with a crash. Wenxiang didn't think much and leaned over to pick it up. Wang Longqi looked at her clothes. His heart jumped suddenly and shouted, "No!" But it's too late. In the flash of lightning, Wen Xiang had already bent down. She was wearing a cool spring tube-top gauze dress, which was already very plump. When she leaned over, the sight was obviously unstoppable. Wang Longqi recited Buddhist scriptures fiercely in his heart, trying to control himself to close his eyes and not look at anything inappropriate. But I can't control it at all. He seemed to be able to hear a bang, like the sound of his blood suddenly accelerating. Crap. Even though I have prayed 72 times, I only have a shiver. Isn't it still okay? At this moment of life and death, Wang Longqi's hair was suddenly stirred by a rustling sound. There was an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. The best brother is that you can trust him with your neck. The best brother is that will always be there when you need him. The best brother is that you can always trust him to help you. That's right. Wang Longqi's best brother is Li Chu, and Du Lank is the young apprentice left by Li Chu. So he will naturally not disappoint his uncle. Wang Longqi thought so, and closed his eyes peacefully. Snapped. A familiar hand knife fell hard on a familiar location, as natural as a tired bird returning to its nest, and as freehand as a cook doing his job. Plop. Qi Shao's body fell down in response. Wen Xiang looked at the figure revealed after he fell in horror. An old Taoist priest with a dark face had his eyes tightly closed, clearly asleep. But his sword strike was still as steady and accurate as a flying fairy from the sky. Bang. After killing Wang Longqi, Lao Du also fell down. It seemed that the effect of Law Soul Powder was effective. So what's going on? I love the knife in my dream? Chapter 408. What are you doing? Guang Henzong first conducted a search on Ziyuan, and then notified Kaodiank of the matter. After all, such a secret lair that has existed for an unknown period of time may contain some cultivation resources. Those in Utsunomiya fled in such a hurry that they may not be able to clean them all. Unfortunately, the search results disappointed them. There was nothing useful in the tomb-like lair. It was built on a scale as vast as a royal palace, and included some extremely luxurious places of enjoyment. But for these practitioners, besides being disgusting, it's still disgusting. The clues inside show that these people have done many dehumanizing things inside. Then the people from Chaotian K came here to conduct a more detailed investigation. The conclusion is that this is indeed the ruins of the Yu dynasty back then. At this time, Li Chu had returned to Yaowang town and talked about the matter with Changchun Old Man and Xuanhu Wang. The two old miracle doctors knew more than he imagined. According to unofficial records, the Yu dynasty was in decline and was already on the verge of internal and external troubles. However, it suddenly built a secret imperial mausoleum for the deceased old emperor regardless of national resources. No one knows where this mausoleum is located, and no one knows we know why it spends so much money. This incident also indirectly accelerated the destruction of the Yu dynasty. After the matter was settled, Xuanhu Wang also talked eloquently. Thinking about it now, it should be that the palace doctors at that time had found the formula for the elixir through cruel and inhumane experiments. And that Ziyuan was not a big tomb at all, but a place of eternal enjoyment built for himself by the then reigning Emperor Yuchao. Place. The so-called elixir of death, the Changchun old man said in a deep voice, is just to use the characteristics of the worm to take away people's lifespan. They first impregnate a young woman, then implant the worm into her body, and use the secret medicine to induce the worm to combine with the fetus, forming a stillborn fetus that robs the mother's body of life. The final elixir should be made from this stillborn fetus. When Li Chu heard this, he also frowned. Such behavior is more abominable than the evil spirit of a demon that sucks people's life away. That's right. The Changchun old man nodded and said, so when I got a glimpse of it, I immediately destroyed all the information about the elixir. It's really chilling to think that these people have used this method to exist in the world for thousands of years. If someone hadn't poisoned those mothers this time, which involved the incident of Long Juling seeking medical treatment, and the Changchun old man happened to have this knowledge, he still wouldn't know how many more people those villains would continue to kill. It's a pity that we didn't catch them all this time, Li Chu said again. There's no need to worry about this. It's fine that no one knew about this matter before. Now that the imperial court knows about it, Kaodiank will naturally step up the search for it all over the world. They can just hide it honestly. If they have evil thoughts again, I shouldn't be able to escape, Xuanhu Wang said with relief. Don't you have to worry if the imperial court intervenes? Changchun so sighed meaningfully. On the contrary, I am even more worried. Xuanhu Wang looked at him, as if he understood something, and his expression became serious. In this world, the better people live. the more they want to live forever. The next day, another group of people came to Yaowang town. These people were all dressed in brocade clothes, red and black, holding high signs of avoidance, and carrying a small sedan chair. The person in the sedan chair comes from Chowda. Legend has it that in the imperial city, there is always a supreme being sitting in the world, or a certain mythical beast, or a certain master. This is also a very reasonable guess. After all, if there are not enough experts in the imperial city to take charge, the emperor of the Holuid dynasty will not be able to sit still. Among all the speculations, one name was none other than the great eunuch of Genie division, Feng Qianqian. Feng Qianqian has served 2 generations of kings, and has not left the palace for 50 years. She has considerable decisive power in the imperial city. The so-called royal genie department is actually in charge of him alone. He never left the palace, and his 9 godsons always walked in his place. As long as he is known as Feng Qianqian's adopted son, even the feudal officials will be in awe of him. The one who came this time was one of Feng Qianqian's adopted sons.
My name is Feng Wu, and I am here to deliver an oral message for your majesty.
A tall, feminine and handsome young eunuch stepped down from the sedan chair and said to official Lang Yu who came to greet him.
5th eunuch, thank you for your hard work. It's just that my master is still refining the elixir and has no leisure time at the moment. Please wait for a while,
Lang Yu once said.
This oral message is not for the old miraculous Dr. Changchun, but for a little Taoist priestly,
Feng Wu said with a smile. Lang Yu was stunned, and then took Feng Wu to find Li Chu. When Feng Wu saw Li Chu, his eyes suddenly lit up.
I've heard long ago that Priestley has an extraordinary appearance. When I saw him today, I was really amazed. Thank you for the compliment, eunuch.
Li Chu nodded in thanks. Then he looked at Feng Wu calmly, not knowing what message he wanted to convey. The emperor's words to him must be related to the matter of Utsunomiya and Xian this time.
Your majesty has heard about Taoist priest Xiao Li's deeds a few days ago,
Feng Wu said.
Oh.
This made Li Chu a little surprised. But after thinking about it for a moment, it was not surprising. After all, among the people he has come into contact with, there are also some current singers. There are only a few people who have access to the emperor.
Since the imperial master returned from Jiangnan, he has always been full of praise for you. Nowadays, there are not many people who are often around his majesty who don't know the name of little Taoist Li,
Feng Wu said with a chuckle. It turned out to be Li Maoqing. Li Chu said,
it's just the national master's false praise. The destruction of Utsunomiya this time, as reported by Kaodiank, was almost the work of Taoist priest Xiao Li,
Feng Wu continued.
The main reason is that the thieves were cowardly and fled before fighting.
Li Chu was not greedy for credit, and said honestly,
I only made a small contribution. Little Taoist Master Li, please stop being modest.
Feng Wu shook his head and said,
Your Majesty heard about this. Long Yen was very happy. He immediately decided to reward Taoist Priestley with 10,000 taels of gold.
Li Chu's eyes lit up slightly. The current emperor of the Holuid dynasty is indeed a wise king.
It's just,
Feng Wu made a slight twist.
His Majesty has decreed that you want to cash in on this bounty. You have to wait until the Immortal Sect Imperial Examination. And you, little Taoist Priestley, will personally go to the Holy Song to meet the Holy Spirit before you can get it.
The light in Li Chu's eyes dimmed again. Without thinking carefully, you can guess that it must be Li Maoqing's idea. He has spent so much time in Yongwen, and knows the correct way to get along with himself. Using this method is clearly forcing him to go to Chaoga City when the time comes. In fact, Li Chu didn't mind walking around the bustling capital. But what Li Maoqing's purpose was remained to be considered. Serving the imperial court or something. He had clearly rejected him a long time ago. So he probably wouldn't mention it again. There is no point in taking part in the Immortal Imperial Examination. I really couldn't figure him out for a while. Seeing him ponder for a moment, Feng Wu didn't argue with him about etiquette and left immediately. When dealing with these lay practitioners, being too strict with etiquette is inherently humiliating. The oral instruction was very short, and it was reasonable to say that the matter had been completed. But Feng Wu still stayed in Yaowang town. It was said that he would rest for one night and return tomorrow. Li Chu looked at the medicine house where Changchun so made medicine, and vaguely felt that the purpose of his visit might not be that simple. Whatever bounty or instructions you give yourself may be just in name. The real purpose lies elsewhere. Wang Longqi is probably the only happy person in Yaowan town, which has a slightly heavy atmosphere. When the crystal-clear life-shaping pill was freshly baked and delivered to him, he was moved to tears. Picking up the life-shaping pill, he said with emotion.
I am where I am today thanks to my good brother Li Chu. Over the years, you were there when I was sucked in by female ghosts. And you were there when I was killed by monsters. You were there when I was poisoned by the magic cultivator. The medicine won't be effective when it's cold,
Chang Chunso said lightly, immediately blocking all his subsequent words. Wang Longqi immediately didn't dare to write any more ink, and immediately swallowed the pill in one gulp. Then with a pop, he raised his head and fell to the ground again. This is, Li Chu looked at Chang Chunso.
The process of reshaping the body with a life-shaping pill is like this. He will wake up in about 1 day and 1 night. By then, there should be no serious problem,
Chang Chun said with a smile.
It's okay.
Lao Du dragged Wang Longqi's leg and took him back to the attic. Li Chu looked at Chang Chun old man and asked in a low voice.
The messenger in the palace? It doesn't matter.
Chang Chunso smiled and shook his head, saying,
Little Taoist Master Li, please rest assured that we old guys will never do anything unclean. No one can force us to do anything.
He said this calmly, but Li Chu could also feel an invisible pressure. But since Chang Chunso said so, he could only nod lightly.
Ah!
Wang Longqi screamed and woke up suddenly.
Young Master Qi, are you awake?
A dark face asked from the side.
How do you feel? I feel great.
Wang Longqi smiled and asked.
How long have I been unconscious? The whole day and night.
Old Du said.
The old miracle doctor's calculations are extremely accurate.
Wang Longqi looked at the sky outside and saw the sunset, and said hurriedly,
No, I almost missed it.
After saying that, he immediately put on his clothes and rushed out, almost disappearing into smoke.
Ouch.
Lao Du explained in amazement. This life-shaping pill is really magical. It can turn a half-dead person into a wild dog without a rein. The smoke ran all the way to another attic not far away, on the second floor, when Xiang was waiting anxiously. When suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside.
Miss Wenxiang. It's me. It's Wang Longqi you've been waiting for. Connector?
Wenxiang hurriedly raised her head, stood up and opened the door.
You're finally here. Yes.
Wang Longqi hurried in, his face full of joy.
I can finally give you what you want. Is the time ripe?
Wenxiang raised her eyebrows. The mission she had been waiting for so long was finally about to be known. And she was actually a little more inexplicably nervous. She stood up, closed the door and window, and checked around again, being careful to be careful that the partition had ears, before she turned back.
What mission was assigned to me on the mountain? It took so long.
In the blink of an eye, her words stopped abruptly. And then the topic changed. She was shocked and angry.
What are you doing taking off your clothes?
Chapter 409, Duanbei Mountain is with you. The big moon hangs in the sky. With a roar, a huge shadow crossed a corner of the Sangshan Mountain, seeming to pounce downwards. Facing the giant shadow, a relatively small human figure jumped into the air and punched the giant shadow in the chest. The visual contrast was quite strong. What was so shocking was that after a short pause, the giant mountain-like shadow suddenly flew backwards and was thrown into the center of the bright moon, rolling several times in the air. Whoosh! The human figure landed on the ground and twisted his wrist, looking quite relaxed and content. The giant shadow that was knocked away did not fall to the ground. In midair, a dazzling sword light flashed suddenly. The bright sword light almost weaved into a petal, and then slowly disappeared. And the huge shadow, with a bang, shattered into dozens of pieces, and then crashed to the ground, splashing into thick clouds of smoke, almost covering the night sky. A monster of such a huge size should have been the king of a mountain forest. But in the hands of these unknown people, it was as fragile as a toy. Another figure landed. The one who punches and the one who draws the sword. The two people looked at each other for a long time. The puncher on the left has a slender figure, stern eyes, sharp cheeks, and a rather fierce face. The one with the sword on the right is short in stature and has small eyes. He looks like he has no other characteristics except being ugly. These two people seem to know each other, and they seem to be meeting each other for the first time. After a long silence, the man on the left called out,
Commander He? What are you doing here?
The man on the right, who was called Commander He, paused and replied,
It was a long night, and I had no intention of sleeping. I came out to hunt a monster.
He asked again,
Commander Chow, why are you here?
The man on the other side replied,
Before you killed the monster, I was already hunting it.
After this slightly strange conversation, the two were silent for a while, and then suddenly looked at each other and smiled. The password is correct.
I really didn't expect it would be you who came,
Commander Chow said quietly.
I didn't expect that Commander Chow, who was so highly regarded, would be in the same situation as me.
Commander, he said with a smile.
If I remember correctly, Commander, you went up the mountain more than 10 years ago. At that time, the Golden Bodhisattva had already placed spies on the mountain?
Commander Chow asked.
That's not true. But I was just a little guy when I went up the mountain. If it hadn't been for the Dharma King's enlightenment, how would I have had the chance to become the leader in this life?
Commander, he said again.
It is Commander Chow who leads you. But you are the beloved disciple of the boss. Why?
Also,
what about my beloved disciple? Now that I'm standing here, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I rebelled and went up the mountain to stop being treated like a dog. No matter whether it's for the Emperor or any other big boss. It won't work.
Commander Chow raised his eyebrows and said sternly.
Good ambition. Ha.
Commander, he smiled again. As they talked, the two gradually approached, and then sat opposite each other under the mountain wall. There are many heroes on Broken Steel Mountain. Generally, the higher the bounty, the greater the reputation. And now these two people have to be in the first row on the Seagate wall of every big city. Kill Shinshou and Chao Pan. Rolling Ground Dragon. He too. It's just that since these two are gathering here tonight, it seems that their identity as rebels is not so pure.
I and King Wanshur have long agreed that as long as we work together to capture the Northland, I will be the master of Duanbei Mountain. If we can join forces to capture the entire world, then he can set aside the Northland and grant me the title of king.
Chao Pan said loudly.
If you help me, it will be like adding an extra arm in the mountain, and my chances of success will be much greater.
He just smiled and said,
I'm not that ambitious. I just have to obey the order of the King of Dharma. In fact,
I am still quite in awe of the master. It's not easy to dominate Duanbei Mountain with just the two of you and me.
That's why we want to talk about cooperation,
Chao Pan said.
Didn't the Golden Bodhisattva tell you the key to our talks today?
Oh. He too pretended to be all ears.
The Wanshur King intends to use the Duanbei Mountain to deal with powerful enemies and weaken the power of the mountain. Otherwise, if the Master and Qilin are together, we will naturally have no hope of ascending to the throne,
Chao Pan said ambitiously.
The method of contacting me and the Dharma King is quite mysterious and cannot convey much information. I still need Commander Chow to explain the specific matters to me.
He too asked.
For example, if the top of the human world is a tiger, then what will happen in the north? Who can be worthy of this wolf? It was originally difficult to find, but one happened to appear the day before yesterday.
Judge Chow smiled coldly.
Utsunamiya's secret lair in Longjia Mountain was actually taken away by someone in one fell swoop the day before yesterday. And the person who entered it brazenly was just a young Taoist priest from the south of the Yangtze River,
Chao Pan said.
This person's background is definitely not simple. 2 of your Yenyu sect's Dharma Kings have already died at his hands. So this time, King Wanshur wants us to provoke a grudge between Duanbei Mountain and this little Taoist priest. A Taoist priest from the south of the Yangtze River.
He too thought for a while and frowned slightly, as if he remembered some rumors in the Yenyu sect.
I'm being watched very closely by the boss now, and I can't get away for a while. I have to trouble Commander He to do this. If you have time, you can go to Yaowang Town. You have to do it as soon as possible to prevent him from leaving Bei. It's inconvenient to take action again,
Chao Pan said. He too thought for a while and said,
There seem to be 2 hidden stakes near me in Yaowang Town. It's just that no news has come back for a long time. I don't know what happened. I just happened to go take a look. As for how to do it specifically,
Chao Pan came closer.
Please listen to me explain in detail.
He told it like this, and so, and as he listened, a smile gradually appeared on He2's face. He couldn't help but praise.
As expected of Commander Chow. This is such a bad idea. Oh, I said this is a great idea.
He too quickly changed his mind. Snapped. In an attic room in Yaowang Town, Wang Longqi was only wearing a piece of cloth, which was then tied tightly with a rope and thrown to the ground. On the side, Miss Wenxiang stood there holding a leather whip with a gloomy expression. Wang Longqian was trembling and said in a low voice,
What are you doing? I don't like this tone. Even if I like it, I am tying up others, not others tying me up.
His eyes were filled with confusion, and he obviously hadn't thought clearly about how something he had been looking forward to for so long suddenly turned into this. Is there something wrong?
You slut.
Miss Winseong said with anger in her eyes.
Where did you come from?
During the questioning, he flicked his wrist, and the whip whipped in the air again, making a crisp sound. Judging from the intensity, if it falls on you, there will definitely be no good fruits to be gained.
I'm from Yuhang Town, Hangzhou Prefecture in the south of the Yangtze River.
Wang Longqi quickly replied obediently.
Then what are you doing in Yaowan Town?
Miss Winseong asked again.
What else can I do in Yaowan Town?
Wang Longqi said weakly.
I've been poisoned. Please give me medicine. You came to ask for medicine. Why are there 2 happy bells on your body? What Wanling?
Wang Longqi was stunned.
2 happy bells. 2 bells?
Snapped. This time Miss Winseong didn't repeat it, but shook her backhand like a whip.
No. 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 I really don't know what you are talking about. Girl.
Wang Longqi really wanted to cry. He would never have imagined that this tattooed girl seduced him again and again just to make him eat her whip. Not. Seeing that his expression didn't seem to be fake, Winseong took out a small bell from his waist and shook it gently. A tinkling sound resounded in the room. The sound of bells also sounded in Wang Longqi's pile of clothes. Winseong stepped forward and took out the bell.
That's it.
Winseong stared at him with a gloomy expression.
Where did you get it from?
Wang Longqi recalled it for a moment, and then replied,
I picked this up at the gate of Yaowan Town that day. Picked it up?
Winseong's first reaction was that he was lying. After all, this item must be carried by the connector. So how could it be lost so easily? But then I thought about it. And it is true that it is easier to lose if you carry it close to your body. But it has been missing for so long. Why hasn't the contact person come to look for it? Could it be that some kind of accident has happened? Looking at Wang Longqi again, I felt that his expression was aggrieved, like a bullied local dog. And he really didn't look like a man of the city. Thinking that she had been racking her brains to get close to this guy these days, and wasting an unknown amount of time. Winseong couldn't help but feel itchy in her teeth. But then I thought about it. My performance was indeed easily misunderstood. And his behavior today can be explained. Even though he said this, he still felt angry. Without giving him a whip, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. The whip in Miss Winseong's hand spun 3 times, and finally fell on Wang Longqi. With a snap.
Ouch!
Wang Longqi screamed miserably.
I really didn't lie. Girl, why did you slap me?
Miss Winseong raised her eyebrows and scolded.
Didn't your mother teach you how to pick up gold without being ignorant? Ouch!
At the same time, someone in a mountain call hundreds of miles away also let out the same scream. But the heart-rending level sounded much more severe than she shouts. A figure in white clothes was kicked more than 10 feet away and fell heavily to the ground. He vomited a mouthful of blood before he stopped.
Your Majesty, I have found out my guilt. Please spare me.
After the man got up, he immediately begged for mercy. Convicted, the person standing opposite was none other than he too, one of the leaders of Duanbei Mountain, who had a secret meeting with others in the mountain last night. The person opposite him, who was being beaten, was a young man wearing a sword-white uniform. And he turned out to be a familiar face. The eldest brother of the Yanchao clan is also called Guanxi brother by people in the world. It's just that Brother Kansai looks a bit miserable right now after being beaten.
Do you know how many things you have delayed? Because of you, we in the mountains have been completely reduced to spectators in the Yaowan Town incident. We have been completely at a disadvantage in terms of intelligence and have not even had a sip of soup.
When he too faced the lower-ranking person, his amiability was completely gone. His expression was sinister, and his whole body was full of violence.
Let me ask you, where are your 2 bells? It's gone.
Jin Guanxi replied weakly. Bang! He too kicked Jin Guanxi backwards with another flying kick, and his body slid 10 feet away.
How long has it been lost?
He too caught up again and asked.
It's been 7 or 8 days.
Jin Guanxi got up, but before he could stand firmly, another kick flew over.
7 or 8 days.
He too kicked me again, and then asked angrily.
What have you done in these 7 or 8 days?
This. Jin Guanxi also discovered that it is safest to lie down wherever you fall. So he simply didn't get up and reply.
I didn't do anything. Did nothing?
This time he too was completely angry. If the previous behavior can be explained by incompetence, then this behavior of giving up treatment is simply hopeless. He raised his foot and kicked Jin Guanxi, who was lying on the ground, into a somersault, and actually stood up. Then he grabbed Jin Guanxi by the collar and asked,
You don't want to do it anymore?
No, Jin Guanxi replied weakly.
Lord Commander, please listen to my explanation. I literally didn't do anything. During those few days, someone cast a mobilization spell on me, and I really couldn't do anything. I could only eat liquid food. As soon as I recovered, I accepted your call and came to see you. I'm still thinking of asking you to help me take revenge. I feel miserable.
As Jin Guanqi talked, he felt very innocent. A sense of grievance welled up, and tears immediately filled his eyes.
Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?
He too snorted coldly.
Whose immobilization method can hold you for 7 or 8 days? Which Taoist land immortal? I don't know. He is a very hateful little Taoist priest who is terrifyingly handsome and has terrifyingly high levels of cultivation.
Jin Guanqi found that when he described the enemy, he couldn't think of any negative words. Thinking about it this way, he felt even more aggrieved. I can only add a hateful sentence silently.
Little Taoist priest from Yaowang town.
He too frowned.
So it's him.
Just when I was thinking about how to lead the conflict away, I didn't expect that I really couldn't find anything after trying to break through the iron shoes. It took no effort at all.
Does the commander know him?
Jin Guanqi asked hurriedly.
I don't know him, but I vaguely know something.
He too smiled slightly, and then said warmly,
No matter who dares to attack my subordinates, he will definitely pay the price with blood. Right.
Jin Guanqi looked at him, not daring to say yes or no for a moment. He just wanted to remind you that you yourself hit me just now, and he is more ruthless than the little Taoist priest.
Anyway, you can go find him for revenge,
he too said. But Jin Guanqi hesitated to speak.
I know. You are worried that you are no match for him,
he too said.
Ha.
Jin Guanqi smiled. Force a smile. He is not worried about this because he is definitely no match. People never worry about certain failures. What he is worried about is whether the commander is the opponent of the little Taoist priest.
Don't worry. Duanbei Mountain, are behind you. If he treats you like this, he is going against our entire Duanbei Mountain. Right,
he too said.
You can reveal your identity this time. Let's see if he dares to deal with you.
How are you? What your commander means is.
Jin Guanqi was stunned for a moment, and then he showed a sincere smile.
I don't need to do it anymore.
Yes, he too said.
You don't need to be a hidden stake anymore. Finally,
Jin Guanqi burst into tears for a moment.
3 years and 3 years. It has been 10 years, and I finally don't have to be an undercover agent. Go with peace of mind.
He too looked at him with a smile.
Duanbei Mountain is with you.
When Wang Longqi came back, he was silent, flat-mouthed, and looked like a defeated dog. There was also an obvious whip mark on his face.
Yo?
Lao Du saw this and asked with a smile.
Young Master Qi, didn't you go to deliver the whip? Why did you still get whipped? You don't understand this.
Qi Xiao muttered.
It's all about young people's interests.
After saying that, he hurried upstairs. I'm afraid that if I say a few more words, my tears will fall.
He.
Lao Du looked at his back and whispered to Li Chu.
Master, look. I just said that it is impossible for Miss Wenxiang to fall in love with him. Men always have this weird self-confidence, thinking that other girls will.
Fall in love with yourself. Humph. It's all an illusion.
He had a look of disdain that could see through the world. Oh, Li Chu heard this and asked.
What about Miss Fan Fan?
I saw Lao Du raise his face proudly.
She is definitely in love with me.
Chapter 410 So deep. It's night. The sky is clear, and the moon is bright in the sky. Inside the Fagan gate. But there was a sudden splash of blood, shocking the silent night.
Ah!
A scream. The middle-aged man wearing a tiger-skin robe struggled to get into the air, only to find that he was blocked by an invisible restriction in midair. With his cultivation in the decay realm, he was not able to break through the impact. There was a loud bang and ripples surging all around. Move.
Second and third. You have been deliberately trying to usurp the throne for a long time. Have you ever thought that you would violate the oath we swore in front of the ancestors?
The man turned around and roared.
In the beginning, the 4 of us killed chickens and became brothers. We didn't want to be born in the same year, the same month and the same day. But we wanted to die in the same year, the same month, the same day. Now you want to kill me. Why are you trying to kill me?
Ha ha ha. 2 mocking laughs came from the other side.
Brother, you really can't blame us. We swore an oath to our ancestors back then. But now that we have been blessed by gods, we can no longer fulfill the oaths we made back then.
A tall, slender, handsome-faced white-faced scholar stood opposite him in the air, with a feminine but chilling smile. Next to him, A tall man with a strong back and strong waist also appeared. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be somewhat similar to the man in tiger robe. But he was also standing on the opposite side of him.
Third brother.
As expected, the man in tiger robe looked at him and said sadly and angrily,
It doesn't matter if my second brother has evil intentions. You are my brother. I am the eldest brother, and you are the eldest brother. I like your temperament, and I never care about superiority or inferiority. I always take you with me through the world. Now you actually follow him to rebel against me. Are you blinded by lard?
Brother, a faint hesitation flashed between the tall man's brows. But it was quickly wiped away completely.
This is the will of the Bodhisattva. We can only obey it.
When he said this, his expression was respectful and pious.
Bodhisattva?
The tiger-robed man was startled for a moment, and then showed a sudden look on his face.
Could it be the golden Bodhisattva of the Yenyu sect? No wonder. I also asked who placed this golden light restriction. It turned out to be the method of the golden Bodhisattva. I heard that he has always been good at deceiving people. But what method can make you two ignore brotherhood and kill the fourth child like this? Brother, as long as you stop resisting, surrender yourself, and follow us to see the Bodhisattva. Maybe he will forgive you for your disrespect. You will also have a share in the future Northland Buddhist kingdom.
The white-faced scholar said softly.
Ha ha. The Buddhist kingdom in the north.
The tiger-robed man sneered upon hearing this.
He has a great idea. When will it be Momin Shusha's turn to speak loudly in the north?
After saying that, he raised his hands, raised his fingers in the air, and shouted,
Tiger roars!
With the finger gestures and the Dharma seal raised, a huge tiger head appeared out of thin air. This beautiful tiger head had its eyes closed at first. As his true energy was injected, he suddenly opened his eyes again, and divine light burst out from his eyes. Let out a huge roar. Ouch! Tigers roar in the night sky. This man was none other than Lin Husheng, the famous master of the Fakian sect in the north, known as the Northern Tiger. It is said that he was ugly when he was born and was abandoned in the mountains and forests. A Taoist tiger monster happened to see him. The tiger demon was seriously injured and his life was approaching. Instead of harming him, he fed his own demon elixir to the little baby. He was also uniquely blessed. Not only was he not counterattacked by the surging power of the demonic pill, but he also possessed a tiger spirit that made him invincible. He was also grateful and gave himself the name, Lin Husheng. Of course, this tiger soul also has drawbacks. That is, his current cultivation level has probably reached the peak of the tiger demon back then, and it will be difficult for him to make any further progress. Therefore, there are rumors in the world that the cultivation level of the second master of the Fakian sect has actually surpassed that of the master. Now is the time for confirmation. This tiger roar is already his famous stunt. The violent sound waves almost formed substantial ripples, spreading out and making the moonlight tremble. The earth shook, but the white-faced scholar did not use his magical power to fight against him. Instead, he gently raised a bell and threw it into the air. After the bell left my hand, it spun around wildly, almost to the point where the movement could not be seen clearly. At the same time, it swelled in the wind and became very huge. Boom! In an instant, the bell turned into a big golden bell. The ripples of the tiger's roar spread to the bell. But the golden bell vibrated and actually absorbed all the roaring sound waves in one breath.
What?
Lin Husheng was surprised, but he didn't have time to make a move. The white-faced scholar raised his fingers again, and the golden clock suddenly turned and made a deafening buzz. This buzzing sound was directed at Lin Husheng alone. Bang! The invisible pillar of sound waves blasted past, pouring into the tiger's mouth that had not yet been closed, and penetrated hard. Boom! The tiger's mouth suddenly opened wide, and it was almost unbearable. When the sound waves continued to enter, it could no longer bear it and burst into pieces. Puff! Lin Husheng's tiger soul was broken, and a mouthful of blood spurted out to the sky, almost turning into a rain of blood. His entire body immediately broke through and fell from midair. The tall man's eyes were quick, and his body was swishing. He rushed forward and caught Lin Husheng.
The third child.
Lin Husheng felt that someone was supporting him, and through his blood-blurred eyes, he could see the face of the third child.
I knew you still had a conscience. No, brother,
the third child replied dully.
I'm afraid you won't die completely.
After that, he waved his palm and slapped Lin Husheng Tian Lingai hard. This palm implies the power to crack mountains and crack rocks, which means that he will crush his head and die immediately. At the critical moment, Lin Husheng thought that his life was over, and he was about to close his eyes. Not wanting to make waves, a breeze suddenly passed by. Lin Husheng in the arms of the third child actually disappeared. His palm missed everything. The white-faced scholar and the tall man looked in front of him. Not far away, there was a lazy figure of a young man. Lin Husheng opened his eyes again and saw an unfamiliar face.
Senior Fufeng?
He asked in surprise. Yes. The person in front of him was Lu Fufeng, the Fakian sect boy who had some interactions with Li Chu at the Four Flying Conference of Jiang and Feilai sect. At this time, he was dressed in cloth, still looking lazy, and there was a little sparkle in his eyes. One hand was stretched forward, and a little breeze surrounded the palm, which lifted Lin Husheng's figure, making him appear relaxed and freehand. Back then, he had a good relationship with the old head of Fakian sect, so he chose to devote his second life to Fakian sect. However, after the old master passed away, his bond with the Fakian sect weakened. Not long after participating in the Four Flying Conference, Lu Fufeng's own cultivation was almost restored, and he, who loved freedom, left the Fakian sect again and traveled around. Unexpectedly, he would appear here in time when the Fakian sect is in danger today.
My cheap old man has actually been killed.
Lu Fufeng's eyes wandered over the faces of the second and third sons, and there was no emotion or anger in his tone.
I'm still a little late, so I can only kill you. Come and give him revenge.
Senior. The white-faced scholar's face turned gloomy, and he lowered his voice and said,
We are working for the Golden Bodhisattva. Do you really want to go against us?
Humph. Lu Fufeng snorted with disdain.
What is it? Is it worthy of using it to suppress me?
He lifted Lin Husheng with a breeze with one hand, and raised the other hand high, aiming at the white-faced scholar. The white-faced scholar didn't know what method he was going to use, and he tried to avoid it in a hurry. But before he moved down 3 feet, he felt a strong force raging in his body. Bang! The clothes around him exploded suddenly and turned into a pile of rags. His whole body let out a wail, covering his chest and falling. Just now, I was still on guard about where this wind was coming from, but I didn't expect it to be blowing from within my own body, and there was no way to avoid it. This is simply the method of land gods. Just when he was about to lose, he suddenly heard the sound of a wooden fish in the air. Clang! The sound of the wooden fish seemed to hit the white-faced scholar's chest, knocking away the raging wind in his body and instantly making him calm down.
Huh?
This time it was Lu Fufeng's turn to be surprised. Then, a figure of a monk wearing a golden cassock slowly rose into the sky. This monk has a majestic appearance, just like an arhat descending into the world. Golden Bodhisattva, Lu Fufeng's eyes finally opened completely, with a serious look on his face. The appearance of this monk is exactly that of the first Dharma king of the Yanyu sect, who negotiated with the king of all worlds in the mountains the day before yesterday. Golden Bodhisattva. It's just that at this time, his eyes were more indifferent, more like a superior bodhisattva. It seems to be the same, but it seems to be different.
This poor monk heard that someone said that I am not worthy just now.
After the Golden Bodhisattva appeared, he looked at Lu Fufeng and said slowly. Lu Fufeng looked at him and replied without hesitation.
I'm bragging. Ha ha. That's good.
Jean Bodhisattva smiled. Then from somewhere, the sound of a wooden fish suddenly sounded again. It seemed to be coming from him, but he clearly didn't make any move. Clang. This sound was quiet and silent, echoing in the night sky. The next second, what caught Lu Fufeng off guard was that Lin Husheng, who was being held in his palm, suddenly turned over, his eyes filled with indifference, and he grabbed his wrist with one claw. Laugh. Lu Fufeng's body was not strong, so Lin Husheng used his claws with all his strength, and instantly transformed into a tiger's head, biting his wrist viciously. He was caught off guard, and blood burst out in an instant, almost breaking it off. Lu Fufeng hissed in pain. He knew that Lin Husheng was not born out of his original wish, but was controlled by the Golden Bodhisattva when he was seriously injured. But now facing these people, no matter how much I want to save them, I'm afraid I'm powerless. The white-faced scholar and the tall man over there gathered around again, trying to take advantage of his illness and kill him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Fufeng turned around instantly, transformed into a breeze again, and quickly escaped from Lin Husheng's minions. This breeze is not unpleasant at all. But the Golden Bodhisattva behind him remained expressionless and just said softly, Chase. The sound of wind suddenly poured into the ears of the two white-faced scholars, as if a golden light suddenly enveloped them. taking the two of them away in an instant. There may not be many cultivators in the world who can perform such a speedy escape technique, but at this time, they can actually reach this level with two people, which shows the cultivation level of this golden bodhisattva. He sealed the ban today just to help the Fakian sect usurp the throne without revealing the news. If Lu Fufeng escaped, it would inevitably be in vain. But even though he was fast, Lu Fufeng was not slow either. The breeze was far away, and he had flown hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until this moment that the golden light caught up. Then, a white snake-like horse flew out of the golden light. This is not the method of the golden bodhisattva, but the magic weapon of the white-faced scholar. Bang! Originally there was a huge gap in the cultivation between the two, but at this time Lu Fufeng tried his best to escape. But the white-faced scholar was leisurely attacking in the golden bodhisattva's light escape. Lu Fufeng was not good at defense, so he was immediately hit. One hit. Immediately, the breeze fell to the ground. Boom! Lu Fufeng was hit in the back. His face was facing down, and he fell to the ground instantly. He seemed to have hit something, and he felt a strong demonic energy, and there was a wailing sound. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a large pit, and on the edge of the pit within sight, there was a slightly familiar, expressionless, and extremely handsome face.
Little Taoist Master Li?
He called out in a voice that seemed unbelievable. It was just a brief encounter in Jiangnan before. If Li Chu's cultivation and appearance hadn't left an indelible impression on people, he shouldn't have remembered him. But why is he here? Is it an illusion? Then what? You pause. And then Li Chukai said indifferently,
Steal my monster.
That's right. Li Chu lives in Yaowang town, but has not missed leveling up. It was nightfall, and I was looking for a hilltop nearby, hoping to summon a monster for daily leveling. Unexpectedly, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky, with a huge impact, and actually killed a monster in one fell swoop. Experience gone. Li Chu looked down at the bottom of the pit, and felt that the young man under the pit seemed familiar. But even if you know it, you still have to give a reasonable explanation. Lu Fufeng was obviously well versed in the ways of the world, and he immediately recognized the hidden meaning in Li Chu's words. But he didn't have time to explain in detail, so he could only point his finger to the sky.
Someone from the demon sect is chasing me.
If he were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he wouldn't even bother to say this. But the impression Li Chu left on him at the Jiangnan Sifei conference made him realize that he was clearly a strong supporter. If the two of them joined forces, they might be able to resist the golden bodhisattva. Li Chu actually noticed the golden glow in the sky. But since they didn't provoke him, he didn't provoke them either. When he heard Lu Fufeng shouting, he frowned and looked over.
Magic Gate?
Golden Bodhisattva looked down at Li Chu, and his indifferent eyes finally had a hint of unexplainable complexity. The handsome little Taoist priest. Although he had never seen the legendary Taoist priest, when he saw the appearance of the person in front of him, that description immediately resonated with him. Who else could it be besides this look? With this in mind, he gently ordered,
Go and try his depth.
Hearing this, the white-faced scholar frowned and said to the tall man,
Go and test his depth.
The tall man also wanted to give instructions, but unfortunately there were only 3 people here, and he was already at the bottom of the food chain. I had no choice but to fly forward and look at the little Taoist priest who looked young and expressionless, wondering if he had been frightened out of his wits. So he smiled ferociously.
Since you are unlucky, then you can't blame me.
After saying that, he let out a wolf howl and pounced down. In the process of jumping down, a huge ferocious wolf shape instantly appeared outside his body. Boom! Li Chu frowned as he watched the other party attack him without saying a word. Although he did not confirm the identity of the demon sect, he was obviously not a kind person because of his tendency to kill him as soon as he said so. He himself was not such a person. He just raised his sword and swung a quarter-silk spiritual sword, helplessly resisting the opponent's blow. Roar! The red dragon came out, flew up into the air, and immediately hit the wolf shape that was jumping down. In an instant, it was swallowed up without any delay. Then it went straight up into the sky, passing a few feet in front of the golden glow. The surging spiritual energy fluctuated, causing the pupils of the golden bodhisattva and the white-faced scholar to tremble. Exploded instantly. I don't know whether Lao Sen's death has been tested or not. However, his death was probably meaningful. The white-faced scholar twitched his eyelids and said involuntarily,
Hack! So deep!
Chapter 411 What does it feel like? When the white light entered his body, and he felt the slightly surge of experience. Li Chu forgave Lu Fufeng a little in his heart. The monster he knocked to death obviously did not have such a high experience value. Then, he turned his gaze to the golden glow in the sky, and saw the two existences that seemed to have higher experience points, and seemed to be more evil. The white-faced scholar couldn't help but get excited again, and took 2 steps back. When he got behind the golden bodhisattva, he whispered again,
Bodhisattva, this child has appeared out of nowhere, and is quite terrifying. What should we do?
Golden bodhisattva just said softly,
It doesn't matter.
These 2 short words were like a centering hammer, which fell in the ears of the white-faced scholar, who had already devoutly believed in him, and immediately made his heart soar. Make him feel that standing behind the golden bodhisattva is so safe. Right? Less than a second after the white-faced scholar felt a sense of security, he saw the golden light flowing in front of him begin to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a living person disappeared out of thin air. The white-faced scholar was surprised for a short time, and then became dumbfounded. You brought me here, and now you are leaving on your own? It's okay for you. What about me? Is this something a human can do? As soon as the thought that was unfavorable to the golden bodhisattva appeared in his mind, he felt a pain in his head, and the thought seemed to be erased and no longer existed. At this time, the white-faced scholar's thoughts changed. Such escape speed. So scary. As expected of the great golden bodhisattva. From the moment he saw Li Chu draw his sword, Jin Bodhisattva had already determined that this was the terrifying little Taoist priest in the legend. And there was no way he could be wrong. Kill Song Haijun. Kill Miran King. Destroy Tsunami Ya. Relating this series of events, he immediately realized that he was in danger. A giant of the demon sect of his level. He used his magical escape ability to press the bottom of the box, and highlighted it neatly. This choice is undoubtedly the right one. If he chooses to use that golden light to lead his men to escape the same way, they may not be able to escape Li Chu's flying fire meteors. Refers to the art of sword control. The white-faced scholar looked left and right, then looked back at Li Chu below. Finally, he chose to show an awkward smile.
Today we meet by chance. It's fate. We are all from the world, so don't make things difficult for each other.
Before he could finish speaking, Lu Fufeng shouted from the other side,
Get down here.
Without Li Chu taking action, Jin Bodhisattva was frightened back. So he stood up and grabbed the white-faced scholar from the height. The white-faced scholar felt a gust of wind swirl around his body. He couldn't help but refuse, and was thrown to the ground heavily. Bang! After controlling the enemy, he turned back, cupped his hands towards Li Chu and said,
Thank you, Taoist Priestly, for your rescue. Not long after we left Hangzhou, your cultivation has improved a lot. It's really enviable.
Li Chu just smiled slightly and asked,
This is it?
Well, speaking of this, Lu Fufeng couldn't help but sigh.
This person is the second sect leader of the Beiti Feidian sect. The person you killed earlier is the third sect leader. The 2 of them were bewitched by the golden bodhisattva and rebelled in the sect to usurp the throne, killing the 4th child and the eldest brother.
He gritted his teeth again.
I left the Feidian sect a while ago and traveled around the north. I heard that several large sects have usurped the throne recently, and there are vague shadows of the demon sect behind them. I'm worried about the Feidian sect. I was in such a situation, so I went back to take a look. I didn't want to catch up with this group of villains committing crimes. And they also encountered the golden bodhisattva, the head of the 5 Dharma kings of the Yin Yu sect.
Demon sect. Li Chu listened to his description and faintly smelled the smell of conspiracy. Every person in the demon sect that he had come into contact with before appeared with a conspiracy. There must be some ulterior motive behind Golden Bodhisattva's actions in the Northland. But after all, he didn't understand this. So he focused his attention on the white-faced scholar. Lu Fufeng also had the same idea, and without delay, asked directly,
Tell me, is there any conspiracy behind the Golden Bodhisattva ordering you to usurp the throne?
Buddha. The white-faced scholar repeated something in a low voice, as if he wanted to say something, but he frowned in pain. While he was struggling, another wooden fish sound sounded in his ears. Clang. The sound of the wooden fish seemed to detonate something in his mind. The white-faced scholar suddenly jumped up and roared, Ah! Boom! He was able to break free from the restraints of Lu Fufeng's magical power. But he didn't escape or attack immediately. Instead, his whole body exploded, and countless blood arrows popped out. After a series of explosions, his body became like a water bag with many holes punctured. He quickly withered and fell to the ground. His eyes were blank, and he was obviously dead. After all, He was a powerful expert in the realm of death. But he died so easily, which surprised both Li Chu and Lu Fufeng. After a while, Lu Fufeng frowned and said,
I have long heard that the Golden Bodhisattva has a way of bewitching people's hearts. Now it seems that this is not bewitchment at all. It is the use of some kind of magical power to turn others into existences that are almost like his puppets. Not only can it influence its actions, but it can also influence its life and death. Yes.
Li Chu nodded in agreement.
This is indeed shocking. But there must be loopholes in his magical power. How do you say this?
Lu Fufeng asked curiously. Li Chu obviously didn't understand the Golden Bodhisattva at all. Just by looking at the scene in front of him, could he deduce the weakness of his magical power? That would be too powerful.
It's just a guess,
Li Chu said calmly.
If his magical power can easily control a master of this level, then he doesn't need to usurp the throne at all. Wouldn't it be nice to just control the entire Fadian sect from top to bottom? It makes sense.
Lu Fufeng nodded immediately. Li Chu added,
I have been staying in the nearby Yaowang town recently. You are also injured. Why don't you come and get treatment? Oh, have you already arrived at Yaowang town?
Lu Fufeng said with a smile.
I was in a panic and didn't pay attention to this. I had a good relationship with Chong Chun So in the early years, and I just wanted to catch up with him.
He was not lying. When he was traveling in the Northland in his previous life, he did have an old relationship with the Chongchun old man. But now that he has passed away as the second generation, his temperament are full of vigor and youthfulness. If he hadn't said anything, Li Chu might have really forgotten that the young man in front of him was an old guy who was over 100 years old. On the way back to Yaowang town, Lu Fufeng told Li Chu what he had seen in the past few days, including the usurpation of power among many sects in the north. Somehow, Li Chu thought of the many demon kings that Utsunomiya had contacted in the Golden State. Is there any connection between this? At the same time, another black shadow quietly sneaked into Yaowang town. Tuk tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door of Mrs. Wenxiang's room in Prince Han's 9th mansion.
Who is it?
Fang Fang, who was outside, walked over first and opened the door. Outside the door was a young man with sharp eyebrows and ringed eyes, who seemed to be an unfamiliar face. Before Fang Fang could ask, the man said first,
Take me to see Madame Nine. I'm the contact person from the mountain.
Fang Fang was startled and opened her mouth suddenly.
Oh, is it you?
She hurriedly brought the man in, then closed the door and let him enter the inner room. This man is none other than Dun Baishan, who arranged to come to Yaowang town to meet with Fang Fang. His apparent identity is Guanxi, the senior brother of the Yin Zhao clan. Feel sorry. The first thing he said when he saw Wenxiang was an apology, looking a little embarrassed.
Some minor accidents happened outside of Yaowang town, and the 2 bells were lost. I was unable to move around for many days.
Seeing that Wenxiang's expression was not depressed, he quickly raised another token.
But fortunately, the commander still believes in me. This token can prove my identity.
The token looked like it was carved from white stone, with a cloud patterned mark painted on it. When Wenxiang saw the token, he immediately recognized his identity as Jing Guanxi. This sign was drawn by the headmaster Guolong Ke himself, and only important figures in the mountain would carry it.
What's your name?
She asked.
My identity is senior brother of Yin Zhao clan, Jin Guanxi. My friends in the world call me Brother Guanxi.
Jin Guanxi replied.
Okay. See.
Wenxiang said unceremoniously.
What exactly is the mission on the mountain? I have been waiting here for a long time.
Forehead. Brother Kansai was embarrassed and said,
It doesn't matter what the previous mission was. The current mission is for us to deal with a person. Who? A little Taoist priest from the south of the Yangtze River is named Li Chu.
Brother Guanxi said through gritted teeth.
Is it him?
Wenxiang was startled.
What? Do you recognize him?
Brother Guanxi asked.
I haven't just met him a few times.
Wenxiang shook his head hesitantly, and then added,
But I don't feel like he is a bad person. Why?
Brother Guanxi asked bitterly.
Because he is handsome?
It's because he is extremely handsome, Wenxiang added in her mind. But of course she couldn't say that, she explained.
Of course, he wouldn't be so superficial. Just seeing how he behaves in daily life. He is quite upright. It's all an illusion,
Brother Guanxi said angrily.
This sun has always been against me at Duanbei Mountain. The reason why I didn't come to meet you in time is because he deliberately blocked it and ruined the big things in the mountain. Now, if we want to atone for our sins, we have to deal with him. Are you going to kill him?
Wenxiang asked with a frown.
Even if he is not allowed to die, He will be beaten, imprisoned for another 10 days and a half, and then beaten again.
Brother Guanchi said again, with a look of sorrow and indignation. Wen Xiang looked at Brother Guanchi's expression and felt very strange. He was obviously discussing to hit someone else. But why did it seem like the hit was just on him? After a pause, she asked again.
The little Taoist priest is not low in cultivation. How should we deal with him? Of course you can't attack by force. You can only outwit them.
Jin Guanchi smiled evilly.
I just thought of a clever plan.
The next day, King Han of the North, who was in King Han's palace, suddenly received an urgent letter from Yaowang town. The ninth madam who was haunted by dreams had recovered from her illness, and she hoped that the prince could come to Yaowang town to take him back in person. In response to this, King Han immediately ordered the chariot guards to set off. Others may not know that King Han and the ninth lady have never slept together in the same bed, because the day before Mrs. Ninth entered the mansion was the day when King Han received the doctor's order to quit sex. A man will be tolerant enough to a beautiful woman he has not slept with yet. As for why he had to pick her up personally, King Han only thought it was a woman's vanity. Probably because he wanted the people in Yaowang town to meet their princely husband. In short, a group of people drove to Yaowang town in a mighty manner. They set off in the morning and arrived in the afternoon. Lang Yuan came out to greet her again and led King Han to drive to Wen Xiang's attic. However, she heard the little maid say that Madame had been called over by Taoist priestly. After hearing this, King Han went to the attic where Li Chu and others lived. As a result, before reaching the bottom of the attic, a scream was heard.
Ah!
Immediately, Miss Wen Xiang hurriedly ran out of it. When she saw the prince's car, she immediately ran to it with tears in her eyes, threw herself into Prince Han's arms and said,
Your Majesty, you came just in time. Someone is frivolous with me. Ah?
King Han suddenly felt that there was something on top of his head. He hugged Wen Xiang and asked,
Who is it?
Wen Xiang turned around and pointed at Li Chu, who was coming out of the attic to check the situation.
That's him.
Everyone present was confused. Li Chu was a little confused about what happened downstairs, so he came down to check. Just now, Miss Wen Xiang suddenly came to the door for no reason, saying that she was about to leave Yaowang town and was quite reluctant to leave her. So she came here to say goodbye. But Li Chu was not familiar with her at all, and he only learned about her from Wan Longqi. However, this kind of woman, who was inexplicably familiar with him, usually had anywhere from 1,000 to 800. So he didn't bother to talk to her. He just politely agreed with her and sent her out. As a result, after Miss Wen Xiang came downstairs, she suddenly screamed. Li Chu immediately followed him out to check, followed by Wan Longqi, Du Lang and other Jiangnan talents. Unexpectedly, Miss Wen Xiang poured dirty water on her head with her backhand. This made him a little strange. Lang Yuan was a little puzzled because in his daily interactions with Li Chu, he felt that this little Taoist priest did not seem to be someone who would be overwhelmed by women. Wan Longqi and Du Lan were also a little puzzled because they knew Li Chu too well. Not to mention that he didn't even bother to do such a thing. Besides, he didn't have to do such a thing. As for His Highness King Han, he was actually a little confused. One is surprised by the appearance of this little Taoist priest, and the other is that based on his understanding of his ninth lady, she does not look like a chaste and martyr woman. Such a handsome little Taoist priest. She didn't just follow him. Could it be that in her eyes, I am more handsome than this little Taoist priest? King Han's thoughts suddenly drifted away, and a devilish smile appeared on his face. Prince Wen Xiang raised his eyes and patted King Han on the chest.
Ah! Cough!
His Highness King Han came to his senses and immediately frowned.
How dare you, a little Taoist priest, to look down on my wife? I didn't,
Li Chu explained calmly. King Han lowered his head and asked,
What did he do to you?
Wen Xiang immediately replied,
He touched my butt.
As soon as these words came out, there were several shouts in the venue.
How brave!
This is King Han.
What does it feel like?
This is Wan Longqi. Chapter 412. I am also very suspicious. Yaowang Town. A few wisps of green smoke curled up, gradually converging into a clear figure, with fluttering clothes and an immortal air. Two heads crowded in front of the incense burner, as if they were rushing to kowtow. That figure was none other than Yu Qian, the master of Dayun Temple whom he had not seen for many days. The two people rushing to offer incense to Yu Qian were his good disciple Du Lang and his good confidant Wan Longqi.
What's the matter?
The old Taoist priest asked leisurely.
It seemed like something had happened before he thought of me. He usually doesn't burn incense, and just hugs my feet temporarily.
Hey, Wang Longqi seemed to have thought of some unsightly scene, and said quickly,
What time has it been? Let's not talk about these heavy-flavored things. Where are you thinking? Kid?
The old Taoist priest scolded angrily.
If it's Miss Care in Gilness or Miss Zuyu from Teogulu, it's almost enough for me to hold her feet.
Wang Long replied 7 times.
At the very least, it has to be the kind of beautiful feet like Miss Lin Xiang from Chunminlu. You Guan Lord, just forget about your feet. Look at how you look like a kid who has never seen the world. You can pretend to be beautiful with a few vulgar powders.
The old Taoist priest shook his head and sneered.
If you have seen Fairy Mingqin or Bai Yujing from Xianyu Pavilion, you too, please don't get distracted.
Du Lang quickly begged them.
Let's talk about business first. Right.
Otherwise, with his understanding of these 2 crooks, he would definitely be able to follow these girls all the way to the origin of human foot fetish.
You also know that you have to talk about business.
The old Taoist priest rolled his eyes at the 2 of them angrily.
It's like this. Master, something serious has happened.
Du Lang said worriedly.
Master was taken away by King Han's people, and it is said that he will be taken back to Jixiang Mansion for interrogation. Why take him away?
The old Taoist priest asked.
Because Li Chu touched Madame Nine's ass at Prince Han's mansion,
Wang Longqi said with envy.
Oops.
The old Taoist priest seemed extremely shocked when he heard this. He slapped his thigh and his eyes were filled with surprise. When Du Lang and Wang Longqi met, they thought it was a difficult matter and immediately frowned. Unexpectedly, after being shocked for a while, the old Taoist priest actually started to shed tears in his eyes. I couldn't help but cover my face with my sleeves and started sobbing. Well,
Master, that's not the case.
Wang Longqi waved his hands quickly and said,
Why are you still crying? Yes, Master, even if you are convicted of molesting a woman, you will be severely punished. That is, you will be beaten dozens of times and imprisoned for several months. But you won't have to cry.
Lao Du also consoled him.
You know nothing. I am crying with joy.
The old Taoist priest sobbed and raised his face and said,
I have brought this apprentice up since he was a child and taught him for more than 10 years. He is like me in appearance, talent, cultivation, and sense of justice.
The 2 were speechless for a moment.
Only when it comes to feelings, he's still stuck. I'm so anxious.
Yu Qian sighed like an old father.
It's good now. My apprentice finally knows how good a woman is, and he will finally touch it.
Woman's butt is broken. Master Yu.
Wang Longqi grinned and said,
Although you say so, molesting women from good families is not something worth advocating. You are somewhat undermining the construction of the legal system if you are so happy. That's true.
Yu Qian nodded and said,
Then let him accept the sanction of the law. After he comes back, I will organize a blind date for him. Anyway, according to the conditions of my apprentice, the girl who likes him is not allowed to go from Hangzhou to the western regions.
Ah, Master. Du Lang waved his hand and had to interrupt again.
The key is that this matter has not been settled yet. My master, he was probably wronged. He did not molest a good woman.
Ah? Yu Qian felt disappointed when he heard this. After being stunned for a while, he sighed and said,
Then I'm happy for nothing. TSK tis TSK.
Wang Longqi shook his head and sighed.
Children educated by such a master will not have to worry about going to jail when they grow up.
Oh! Yu Qian was disappointed for a while and then asked,
What's going on? Tell me clearly. That's it.
Lao Du began to tell.
Aren't we staying in Yaowang town? There is also a 9th lady from Prince Han's mansion. Miss Wenxiang. This Miss Wenxiang has always been a little weird. When I was not good enough, she tried to seduce me several times. When I was good enough, she tied me up and whipped me.
Wang Longqi interrupted at the right time.
Hey.
Yu Qian shook his head.
I didn't expect you to be so lucky. I didn't do it voluntarily.
Wang Longqi added.
Okay. We are all from the world. There is nothing to be embarrassed about.
Yu Qian said.
I don't have many contacts with people in your circle. But I have accidentally met a few big names in the circle over the years. Dude, I'll introduce you later. You better get to know him by chance.
Wang Longqi said angrily.
Hey.
Seeing that the conversation between the 2 started to get serious again, Lao Du had to raise his hand to interrupt again.
Does anyone care about my master's life or death? Go on.
Yu Qian's thoughts returned from the big boss in the circle to his good disciple.
She always wanted to get close to Qi Xiao before. Just now, she came to our attic to look for my master. After talking to him, She went downstairs and suddenly rushed out, shouting molestation as she ran. King Han happened to come to pick her up. After returning home, the driver just arrived in front of the attic and saw this scene. King Han was naturally furious when he saw it. But with the two old miracle doctors Chang Chun-so and Xian, who were giving the master's character support, he did not dare to immediately criticize the master. Do something. So he took him back to the prison in Jixiang Mansion, and said that he would be interrogated and investigated carefully to find out the truth. After Dulang finished speaking, he came to another conclusion. I feel more like a fairy leaping. Or she framed her unilaterally. But the master has no grudges against her. I don't know why she would do this. Will she destroy it if she doesn't get it? Actually, with Li Chu's ability, those people can't do anything to him. Wang Longqi continued. But this kind of thing is no joke. If he escapes by force, he will be hunted by Prince Han's mansion in the future. It's like confirming that there is something wrong in your heart. If word spreads, it will be social death. If it was a deliberate frame-up, it would be a bit vicious. Yu Qian touched his chin. This kind of thing may not be serious, but it can indeed destroy a person's entire reputation. If it is not resolved, his entire life will be ruined. They will all bear the stain. Yes. Old Du nodded repeatedly. Are you sure that it was really not Li Chu who did it? Yu Qian finally asked. Master Yu, please don't judge yourself and others. Wang Longqi rolled his eyes. I believe in my master's character. He will never do such a thing. Du Lang said seriously. I believe in Li Chu's appearance more. If he wants to do something, he doesn't need to do this at all. Wang Longqi said. It sounds very reasonable. Yu Qian nodded and said. If he is indeed innocent, then I will recommend someone to you. She should be able to prove this. Oh. Both people's eyes lit up. Madam. In Prince Han's palace, the little maid Fan Fan came closer and asked in a low voice. Is the little Taoist really scornful of you? Of course it's a lie. Wen Xiang shook his head and frowned. It's just an order from the mountain that told me to deal with him like this. And I have no choice. Ah, Fan Fan said with an unbearable expression. How pitiful that little Taoist priest is. Yes, I feel guilty too. Wen Xiang also looked unbearable, thinking that handsome face had been misunderstood because of her. She was also tangled in her heart. But I have been blessed by Duanbei Mountain since I was a child to survive. I have sworn to repay Duanbei Mountain. So how can I disobey it? But why do you have to deal with the little Taoist priest on the mountain? Fa Fong asked again. He doesn't seem to be a bad person. According to the real contact person, he was the one who prevented our contact, which delayed the mission on the mountain. Wen Xiang explained. Is it possible? Fa Fong pouted. That contact person is a bad person? Her thoughts are very simple. The leaders on Duanbei Mountain must be good people. That Taoist priest's appearance must not be a bad person. If we use this method of elimination, it can only mean that the person in the middle is bad. You girl! Wen Xiang smiled and said with deep approval. What you said makes sense. Jia 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 jia. At this moment, the contact person, Brother Guanxi, also burst into laughter. No matter how high his cultivation level is. So what? Do you still dare to break out of the cell? If he dares to escape, he will have to bear the name of molesting women from good families for the rest of his life. But if he doesn't escape, he will never be able to explain this matter, even if it is not a serious crime. King Han will never let him go. He will still escape from prison as a last resort. I still need to find someone to publicize this matter. By the time, I just want him to die socially. Well done. He too, the leader of Duanbei Mountain, stood in front of him. I just asked you to think of a way to deal with him. I didn't expect you to directly think of such an unethical trick. They are all well taught by the commander. Brother Guanxi said with a flattering smile. But the compliment didn't seem to make the other person happy. The smile on He Tu's face disappeared instantly. King Han Ji Banjing also had some headaches about how to deal with this little Taoist priest. If you follow the law, it's just a few slaps, which is not painful or itchy for this kind of cultivator. But this little Taoist priest has some status after all. According to the two old miracle doctors in Yaowang town, he has just been commended by Chowga for his great achievements. And he will be admitted to the palace to be a saint in a while. If you shout and kill easily, you will have trouble with the emperor. But just letting him go like this would make Wen Xiang's face difficult to deal with. In fact, it stands to reason that if a cultivator breaks the law, he should be dealt with by Chaodiank, and the punishment will be more severe. However, his relationship with Chaodiank has never been close. At most, They are in conflict with each other. If left to them, they may not be able to make decisions that satisfy them. While he was struggling, someone from Chaotiank actually came to the door. And not just any ordinary person. A white-robed commander of Chaotian Palace stationed in Jixiang Mansion came in, with a female cultivator who was quite influential in the world.
His Royal Highness King Han,
the white-robed commander introduced.
This is the famous nemesis of the obscene thief in the world, Master Ling Feng. She knows that you are now dealing with a case of a cultivator being frivolous with the ninth lady of the palace. Take the initiative to come and help. Master Ling Feng.
King Han immediately greeted him. This Master Ling Feng is wearing a black robe. His age cannot be discerned from his appearance, but his facial features are regular. However, he feels very cold and old-fashioned, and does not have any sense of beauty. When he looks at it, his eyes will make people want to reflect on today. Did he do something wrong that was unethical? Her name was also quite famous in the Holuid dynasty. In the past, cultivators often used their supernatural powers to humiliate ordinary women. In the final analysis, it is because cultivators are blessed with magical powers that it is too easy to invade mortals. But it is difficult to find evidence for committing crimes. Decades ago, Master Ling Feng began to devote herself to studying various magical powers and magical weapons for this type of crime. Over the years, she has arrested not 1,000 but also 800 thieves. With her efforts, the crimes of monks bullying ordinary women dropped by 60%. The year before last, the Queen Mother specially commended her at the Halua celebration and gave her a gold medal, which was a great honor. Therefore, even the generals, ministers and princes must treat her with courtesy.
After I learned about this matter, I made a special trip to share your worries with the prince.
Master Ling Feng said straight to the point.
I also asked the prince to ascend the throne immediately, before the time is short. I have a way to confirm whether the Taoist priest is frivolous with Madame Ninth. Then Master Lao is here for you.
King Han thanked him. Not long after, the case was raised to court in Jixiang Mansion, with King Han's power in the north. This is just a matter of words. There were 3 people sitting in the hall, namely King Han, Chaotian K. Baipao, and Jinren Lingfeng. Then, Madame Ninth and the little Taoist priest were brought up. Li Chu still looked calm, obviously believing that those who are clean will self-clean. On the other hand, Miss Wenxiang was rather worried. Somehow, this incident spread very quickly in Jixiang Mansion. In just half a day, the people on the streets all knew that there was a handsome little Taoist named Li Chu from the south of the Yangtze River, who was so bold and frivolous that he had belittled the ninth lady of Prince Han's mansion. As a result, a large crowd of spectators quickly gathered in the hall. At the front of the crowd were a young man in brocade clothes with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a black-faced Taoist priest. Wang Longqi looked at the court and wondered,
how do you think Master Yu, with his virtues, could have made friends with this lecherous nemesis of the Holuid dynasty? It stands to reason that Master Ling Feng would have met him at first glance. He should be sentenced to Lingqi. Right. Huh.
Lao Du sneered.
My master's ability in dealing with women is astonishing. Good guy.
Wang Longqi shook his head and said,
You look more and more like Li Chu.
In court, Master Ling Feng asked indifferently,
Mrs. Ninth, is it true that you said that this little Taoist priest is contemptuous of you? Yes.
Wenxiang nodded lowly.
Little Taoist priest, can you plead guilty?
Master Ling Feng asked Li Chu again.
That's absolutely not the case.
Li Chu said calmly. Okay. Master Ling Feng stood up.
I am here to prove this matter.
She walked slowly to Wenxiang and said,
Mrs. Ninth, please turn around.
After hearing what she said, Wenxiang memorized it nervously. I heard Master Ling Feng say loudly,
I am now going to use a magical power to reveal my body. Anyone else who has touched your body within 12 hours will have traces of it. If he is really contemptuous of you, he will definitely not be able to hide it. After saying that, she raised a bottle of medicinal powder and didn't sprinkle it much. She just pointed a little, and a cluster of white powder fell evenly on Wenxiang's buttocks, which were as thick as the full moon. Then he shouted again,
Show! Call out.
That layer of medicinal powder actually fluoresced in the daytime. What's even more amazing is that some of them don't show any fluorescence, and are just the mark of a slap.
What?
The spectators in the hall were in an uproar. Who would have thought that this little Taoist priest, who looked like a human being, could actually be real? King Han was also furious and stood up.
You? A Taoist priest? Are you going to deny me again? Li Chu's expression remained calm, and Master Ling Feng said again,
Your Highness, King Han, please be patient. We are still not sure that it is the fingerprint of this little Taoist priest.
She turned her head, looked at Li Chu, and said,
Stretch your hand over and press it on this handprint. Huh?
Li Chu looked at her with a dark look on his face.
If you want to prove your innocence, press here.
Master Ling Feng shouted. Li Chu had no choice but to press his hand up and leave in a hurry. The layer of phosphor powder flickered for a moment, and then dimmed again. As usual, Master Ling Feng then said,
His Royal Highness, King Han, this fingerprint is not his.
King Han's face was ashen, and he was confused for a moment.
Is there anyone else?
At this time, Wang Longqi, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in the hall, raised his hand and shouted,
I admit that I am also from Yaowang Town, and I am also in the attic. My suspicion is also very high. We must let him. I'll take a test too. I am the master's apprentice, and I have always been inseparable from the master and the seventh young master.
A dark-faced Durange next to him also raised his hand and said,
If they are suspected, then I can't get away with it.
Chapter 413 Save Me. Save me. Save me. In addition to Du Lang and Wang Longqi, there were other voices in the hall.
I'm also from Yaowang Town, and I'm showing off my cards. I surrender. I am also very suspicious. I hope it can be tested. If it is really me who did it, please let the law not let me go. If I didn't do it, I hope King Han can let me go. It is our duty to revive Helua's legal system.
For a time, the crowd in the hall was furious, setting off a wave of people actively admitting their suspicions. And it seemed that the officials were unable to stop them. Officials from the Jixiang mansion were watching the trial, and they couldn't help but burst into tears.
If the suspects in every case can be so self-aware, there will be no need to worry about the construction of the legal system in Helua.
After a pause, he continued,
If the people of Li are like this, how can our officials lag behind? Let me go first. I have also been to Yaowang Town.
Miss Wenxiang felt the intense gazes, and was so startled that she took a few steps back. King Han stood up and shouted,
Stand back, everyone. What a shame. You guys are the butts of my ninth wife.
Is it public? His Royal Highness King Han.
Master Ling Feng turned around, looked at him and said,
Now we can rule out the suspicion of Taoist Master Li. Madam Ninth may have recognized the wrong person in panic. As for who the thief is who is frivolous to Madam Ninth, Your Highness still wants to test them one by one.
King Han gritted his teeth and said,
How to test this? After testing one by one, all the ones that are not correct are found. Wenxiang, do you still remember the others?
Wenxiang blushed and shook her head.
Then let's drop this case.
King Han said in a deep voice.
I don't agree,
shouted someone in the hall. King Han stared at him.
Who are you? I am a family member of the plaintiff. I said forget it. What qualifications do you have to disagree? I'm a suspect.
Wang Longqi responded aggressively with his head held high.
Huh?
King Han didn't bother to pay attention to him. He looked around, waved his hand angrily and said,
Go back home.
Everyone in the hall cried out that it was a pity, only regretting that they missed one more opportunity to prove their innocence. After everyone dispersed, Li Chukai walked up to Master Ling Feng, nodded and said,
Thank you, Senior, for proving my innocence for me. There is no need to thank me. The pure will become pure themselves, and the turbid will become turbid. If this is really what you did, I will never be lenient.
Master Ling Feng replied expressionlessly. She turned around and added another sentence.
By the way, help me bring a message to your master. Tell him to be careful when he does bad things and don't get caught by me.
Okay. Li Chu agreed gently. This sentence sounded like a threat. But when Li Chu heard it, he felt that Master Ling Feng did not have any ill intentions. Besides, how could his master do bad things? What bad intentions could an old Taoist priest have? Maybe Master Ling Feng still has some prejudice against his master based on the stereotypes he had when he was young. But Li Chu knew it all too well.
The master's kidneys no longer support him from doing any bad things.
It's good now.
Wang Longqi walked up happily.
My poison has been cured, and Li Chu's crime has been washed away. We can go back to Hangzhou together. Go back?
Li Chu frowned.
There are some things I want to ask the master before I talk.
The curls of green smoke rose from an inn and gradually gathered into the appearance of an old Taoist priest. Only this time, there was one more person offering incense to him.
Ha ha. Disciple, you are back. It seems that Ling Feng is reliable.
Yu Qian twirled his beard and said with a smile,
It brings worries to Master,
Li Chu said.
Without Master Ling Feng, this matter would be really difficult to solve. Is there anything difficult to solve?
Yu Qian said.
The worst case scenario is that you will kill an official and escape from prison, and then go up the mountain and become a bandit. My friends in the world can just take you in. Don't talk about rebellion so lightly.
Du Lang was frightened when he heard this, and quickly stopped the old Taoist priest Yun Danfeng's words. Good guy. Do you think there's anything big going on? Then Li Chu responded calmly.
Being wanted is still a bit troublesome after all, and the incense of the Taoist temple will also be affected. It's more than a little troublesome. Master!
Lao Du was about to cry, listening to Li Chu's tone. It seems that being a rebel, and having his head hung in the most conspicuous places in major cities in Halua, as a reward seems to only have the disadvantage of affecting his income. He will be beheaded. What he fears most is that with Li Chu's cultivation and Yu Qian's connections, the two of them can live well no matter where they are in the world. But Lao Du is not good at it. He is already nearly 50 years old, so he found such a master just to support him in his old age. He rebelled. What should I do? This is a disaster that affects the whole family. If Li Chu was offered a reward of 1 million taels, why should he be offered a reward of 500 taels? Right? Then it will be difficult for me to do it in the future. On the other hand, Wang Longqi also grinned.
I am often incompatible with you because I am too law-abiding. Everything over there has been settled. It's time for you to come back. Right?
Yu Qian asked again.
If you don't come back directly, you will offer incense to me instead. Is there anything that needs to be delayed?
He could guess clearly what Li Chu was thinking.
Indeed.
Li Chu nodded.
Disciple encountered some things in the north.
As he said this, Li Chu briefly told the story of the Golden Bodhisattva.
I always feel that they seem to be brewing some big conspiracy. I talked about this with Lu Fufeng yesterday. He has gone to various sects in the north to check for information. If there is any news, he will come back and notify me in time. He is worried that one person is not enough. He was fighting against the Yenyu sect, so he left me to help him. I don't have a very good impression of the Golden Bodhisattva either.
Golden Bodhisattva. The old Taoist priest touched his beard, pondered for a moment, and said,
He is indeed the most difficult one to deal with among the 5 Dharma kings of the demon sect. In a sense, he is even more difficult to kill than Yu Huansheng. If there is anyone in this world, whoever can kill him might really have to be you. Master, do you know anything about him?
Li Chu asked.
You don't know much. I won't teach you anything until you hear more. In short, when you go out, you must remember that the world is dangerous and be careful.
The old Taoist priest said again.
Disciple understands.
Li Chu responded. Then, he talked about the emperor summoning him to Chaoda City to meet him.
Li Maoqing. This old boy.
Yu Qian said angrily.
I knew when he left that he didn't hold his shit in well. He wanted to make you go to Songcheng. But he just wanted to borrow your power to help the court is doing business. As long as he gives you enough money, I guess you don't mind either. Everyone has a duty to serve Halua.
Li Chu said.
What if the money is not enough?
Wang Longqi asked in a low voice. Li Chu quickly replied.
See you again if we have the chance. I will definitely do it next time. That's the right attitude. What's so great about the emperor? The current chomping emperor in Halua has a pretty good reputation. But if there's anything about him that displeases you,
the worst case scenario is that you'll kill the emperor, and then go up the mountain to turn into a bandit.
Yu Qian said scary words seemingly casually.
Master, it's almost done.
Lao Du quickly stopped him. Good guy. He now believes that the #1 rebel in Tianji is a friend of the old Taoist priest. He can't say anything about rebellion. In fact, maybe that Guodang was bewitched by the old Taoist priest and became the Guolongke he is today. A picture had begun to appear in his mind. Many years later, Yu Qian sat under the old locust tree in the Yun Temple and told the children with a smile.
Li Chu, the #1 rebel in the sky? That is my apprentice.
It was getting late, and a figure in a black robe knocked on Li Chu's door. When he opened the door, he saw that the person took off his hood, and it turned out to be Miss Wenxiang. Li Chu subconsciously took a step back, then looked left and right, wary of the other party's more rigorous immortal dance this time. He was already prepared. Whenever Wenxiang dared to come within 3 feet of him, he would flash her with his hand, and then use his hand to restrain her, never giving her any chance to come into contact with him. But looking at Wenxiang's expression, he seemed a little melancholy, and it didn't look like he was looking for trouble. After a pause, she said as expected,
Zhao Tao is priestly. I'm here to apologize to you.
Li Chu let her in and saw Wen Xiang standing there and saying,
Actually, I didn't want to do this to you. It was because of the instigation of other people that this happened. I think he might do something else.
I'm thinking of ways to harm you. So I'm here to remind you.
Oh! Li Chu wondered for a moment.
Who is it? That person is the eldest disciple of the Yin Xiao clan, who controls Guanxi,
Wen Xiang said, and then added,
I hope you don't tell others that it was me who said this. You can't mention anything else. I'll start with Gon. It's him.
Li Chu suddenly realized that this person did have a problem with him. But why is the ninth lady of Prince Han's mansion related to the eldest disciple of Yin Xiao clan? This is a strange thing. After hastily saying Zheng Guanxi's name, Miss Wen Xiang immediately turned around and left. Apparently she didn't want to reveal more. And Li Chu didn't ask any further questions. The reason why he came to inform Li Chu was because Wen Xiang felt guilty after doing this, and was worried that Zheng Guanxi would do something harmful to harm Li Chu again. So she came to remind him. She didn't mention a word about her secret identity, because she wanted Li Chu to focus the conflict solely on Zheng Guanxi, and not involve Duanbei Mountain. She still insisted on the simple idea that everyone in Duanbei Mountain was a good person. And Li Chu was obviously a good person. Then there can only be one bad guy. Li Chu stood up and closed the door. When he saw Wang Longqi coming back from next door, and asked him,
Why did Miss Wen Xiang come to see you again? Huh?
Li Chu was curious.
Her face is covered by a black robe. How did you know it was her? Hey, I can recognize that but at a glance.
Wang Longqi waved his hand. Li Chu was silent for a moment, and had to admit that even the most useless trash would have some abilities that ordinary people could not reach.
Why did she come to you again?
Wang Longqi asked.
Isn't it because she wants to frame you again? No.
Li Chu shook his head and said nothing more. Because Wen Xiang asked him to keep it a secret. Let alone the news she revealed. He didn't mention it to Wang Longqi. Unexpectedly, Wang Longqi came over and said mysteriously,
I just went to Jixiang Mansion, a gathering place for literati and elegant scholars. Guess who I saw?
Li Chu reacted for a moment before realizing what he was talking about. It was not surprising after thinking about it. So he asked,
Who? The person you taught me lessons in Yaowang Town last time.
Wang Longqi said with a smile.
The eldest disciple of the Yin Xiao sect. The town of Guanxi.
Oh,
Brother Kansai.
The good girl's gentle call brought Brother Kansai's thoughts back to reality.
Are you unhappy today?
The good girl next to you asked.
No. I'm very happy.
Brother Guanxi said with a livid face. He was indeed unhappy. But he couldn't say it. Otherwise, if you ask him why he is unhappy, will you say that his plot has failed? Who wants to admit that they are a bad person? Although Li Chu only made a decision on him. His career, dignity, and physical health were all harmed because of this decision. Although some of them were not imposed on him by Li Chu, he still attributed them to the little Taoist priest. I thought that this frame-up method was safe. And it would 100% cause the little Taoist priest to die socially. And he could officially return to Duanbei Mountain. That's why he made a reservation for the celebration banquet tonight. And invited the brothers from the Yin Xiao clan to drink wine. Unexpectedly, a nemesis of the lecherous thief appeared out of thin air and rescued the little Taoist priest. So angry. Looking at the table of food and wine beside him, as well as the beautiful girls, he felt even more aggrieved. This table is not cheap. Those fellow apprentices were still there, mingling and laughing, making him feel even more uncomfortable. After thinking about it, Brother Guanxi stood up and quietly left the table. He came to the backyard of the brothel and climbed over the wall with a bang. All the work is gone. Whoever wants to pay for this celebration banquet will pay. Thinking like this, he was about to slip away along the wall of the alley. After taking a few steps, a figure wearing a blue robe appeared in front of him. It was the one he hated so much that he gritted his teeth just now. Little Taoist.
No.
Brother Guanxi shook his head and rubbed his eyes.
Am I drunk? No.
Li Chu responded, breaking his illusion. Dear mother. He was agitated and felt the cold wind blowing.
Did you instigate what happened to Miss Wen Xiang?
Li Chu asked coldly. In fact, when Zheng Guanxi saw his guilty look as a thief, it could already explain a lot of things. The reason why I asked this question is just to follow the process. The moment Wang Longqi told Li Chu that Zheng Guanxi was within Jixiangfa City, his tragic ending was already doomed. Li Chu only needed to use his mental skills to scan the whole city, find that familiar aura, and lock him in an instant. When Zheng Guanxi heard Li Chu ask this question, he knew that the matter had been revealed. His legs went weak, and he wanted to kneel down on the spot. But as he was drunk, he suddenly felt a little unhappy. You bullied me when the people from Duanbei Mountain didn't come. And now that the people from Duanbei Mountain are here, you still bully me. Then didn't the people from Duanbei Mountain come here in vain? I am from Duanbei Mountain. What do you dare to do to me? Thinking of this, he suddenly became arrogant, straightened his chest, looked sternly, and shouted loudly, "Help!" Certainly, hearing that the first word he spoke was not "no," Li Chu stopped him without hesitation. This time, it was all out action. Although what Brother Guanxi did was not punishable by death, it did cause him some trouble. So Li Chu decided to jail him for a longer period of time as punishment. Makes sense. After settling down, Li Chu turned around and left without any hesitation. Brother Guanxi looked sadly at the retreating figure of the little Taoist priest, with tears in his eyes. Come again. No, I don't want to eat liquid food anymore. Just as he was thinking about it, another black shadow suddenly fell next to him. Brother Guanxi glanced out of the corner of his eye, and it turned out to be he too, the leader of Duanbei Mountain. He immediately gave him a look asking for help. Lord Commander, help me, help me, help me. He too had a sinister smile on his face, as if he had read his distress signal, and whispered, Don't worry, I'm here to save you. Looking at the commander's gaze, Jin Guanxi somehow suddenly remembered a warning sign in his heart. I'm afraid this grandson has bad intentions. Not good. His eyes returned to the direction that Li Chu had left just now. The little Taoist priest he had been afraid of like a tiger and a wolf, now suddenly wished that he would come back and beat him again. Don't walk so fast. Help me. Help me. Help me. Chapter 414. Come and kill me if you are a brother. On a high hill, there is a peculiar flame-red building that looks like a temple. This building is ventilated from all sides, and what is enshrined inside is not a Buddhist altar statue, but a huge gilt torch, in which a red gold magical flame flutters in the wind and will never go out. This fire is called human fire. In the shadow of the flames, a slightly short but imposing figure, with his back to everyone, handed 3 long incense sticks into the fire, paid homage with great piety, inserted them into the incense burner, and then turned around. He still couldn't see his face clearly, but just by turning his eyes, the aura of a dragon and a tiger looking down on all living beings was already exuded. Everyone below lowered their eyebrows and bowed their heads. No one dared to raise their eyes to look. Then, a sonorous and powerful voice was heard. More than 20 years ago, Human Fire and I were determined to do justice for heaven. So we came to Duanbei Mountain and started a prosperous business. My brothers and I are ambitious. At that time, it was less than half a month after the grass fell. I had to fight 3 battles with the Imperial Court in one day. I was about to lose my strength. It wasn't until I attracted the Qilin beast that I stabilized Duanbei Mountain. But I was still in the business of beheading. In this year, 6 of our brothers died. We avenged every one of them. The fortune teller said that my life is one that will cause thousands of bones to wither away. But I don't agree. Although we who come out to hang out in the world don't care about life and death. Every one of us on the mountain is my good disciple and good brother. I will never abandon anyone easily. The man cast his gaze into the distance again. The time I spent with Jin Guanxi was short. But being able to become a senior fellow of Yin Zhao clan in such a short period of time can be said to be a gift. Now that he was killed, we have to avenge him. Master is right. Among the people below, he too said loudly with a cry. He was also short in stature, but his body shape was very similar to that of the person in front of him. He lowered his head and said with tears, I just took over Jixiang Mansion's hidden stake not long ago. But I also know that Jin Guanxi has been working hard for me at Duanbei Mountain. Working hard? Such a young hero should have been the pillar of our Duanbei Mountain in the future. But he was mercilessly killed by a Taoist priest. The method was extremely cruel. As he spoke, he pointed to the side. It turned out that Jin Guanxi's body was lying next to that building. His orifices were bleeding, and his eyes were split open. It looked like he had been beaten to death with heavy means, and he was still harboring great resentment before he died. When I arrived, I saw him in such a miserable state. How much hatred a person must experience before death to be so unwilling. These hidden stakes may not live with us, but each of them is our beloved relatives, friends, and brothers. He too threw himself next to Jin Guanxi's body and cried loudly. If he didn't know better, he might have thought that the person who died was his father, and he had to be someone who was definitely his biological son. The figure in the shadow is naturally the boss of Duanbei Mountain and the #1 rebel in the Hulua dynasty, Guolong. He is also the Guodang mentioned by Yu Qian. He slowly said,
I heard from you that the murderer has a very high level of cultivation. That's right.
He too gritted his teeth and said,
I once heard from Jin Guanqi about that man. His magical powers are very evil. I'm afraid he has the level of a land god. He had previously destroyed Yaowang Town's mission, and now he is even more ruthless in killing people. I don't know what grudge he has against me, Duanbei Mountain, but no matter what, we must fight to the death.
Land fairy, Guolong groaned. No matter what level of power they are, they will not want to provoke such an opponent, especially an earthly immortal with unknown origins and no worries. If you form a deadly feud with such a person and specifically want to deal with you, then any force will lose half of its life. If it weren't for those land gods, who frequently move mountains and seas, most of them stay away from worldly disputes and ignore the vendettas in rivers and lakes. The ecology of today's rivers and lakes would never be so harmonious.
Master!
At this time, Judge Chao took the initiative to stand up in the queue and said,
It is better for the disciples to check the details of this person first, determine his origin, and then think about how to avenge this dead stump. Very good. As expected of my beloved disciple, you can take the initiative to take care of your master's worries.
Guolong glanced at him with satisfaction. Then he said,
Then this matter will be left to the two of you. Everyone on the mountain. Except Jilin. If you need help, just ask. If necessary, I can also take action myself.
Judge Chao's eyes were shining brightly, and they both clasped their fists and said,
Yes.
Li Chu didn't know what happened on Broken Steel Mountain in the distance, but Lu Fufeng came to visit again today and brought some news.
I recently investigated some sects in the Northland's martial arts world, and found that those who have usurped power are not only those sects that focus on cultivation, but also large gangs that are in line with the secular world. The entire Blackwater Mansion has almost completed a blood exchange, and the Jixiang Mansion, starting from the Fake Yin sect, has also begun to be gradually infiltrated. The situation is not optimistic. I am afraid that the power under the control of the Golden Bodhisattva is greater than what I know. Many,
Lu Fufeng said with a serious expression. Although he is a lonely land god and can be said to be carefree, he is not completely without worries in his heart. Many years ago, he went around the Northland punishing evil and promoting good. He has always had deep feelings for this land. Now that Jean Bodhisattva wants to stir up trouble here, he naturally wants to stop it. When he gradually takes control of all the large gangs in the 3 prefectures of the Northland, it will probably be time for the plan to be implemented. He added at the end.
It's just that his magical powers are elusive,
Li Chu said thoughtfully.
Even if you know who is controlled by him, it is difficult to stop them. That's right.
Lu Fufeng nodded.
The magical power of Jean Bodhisattva is really hard to guard against. So I never took action during the investigation, for fear of alerting the enemy. Those controlled by him do not seem to affect their minds and can think as usual. This is better than ordinary puppetry. Much more powerful. It's just that those people will regard him as their faith and obey his orders. They will not have any negative thoughts about him in their minds. If even some things involving the Golden Bodhisattva are exposed, they will commit suicide immediately.
Lu Fufeng frowned and said,
This is no longer something that can be done simply by bewitching people's minds. Directly rewriting people's thoughts at will is simply the art of ghosts and gods. If such a magical power existed in the world, it would be very famous. Right?
Li Chu wondered.
Not necessarily.
Lu Fufeng shook his head.
In fact, the more powerful the magical power is, the more likely it is that no one will know about it. Because any magical power has its weaknesses. And if it is known to too many people, it may be leaked. So, after many people obtain ancient supernatural powers, or even magical arts from immortal places or other channels, they will not disclose them and hide them when using them. It will take countless years before someone can crack them. That's it.
Li Chu finally understood. He really didn't know much about supernatural powers. He no longer has the same curiosity and desire for this kind of thing as he did at the beginning. He just thinks it is enough. Anyway, most of the time, one sword is enough.
So if we want to deal with the Golden Bodhisattva, we still have to start with him. I think we might be able to use some methods to lure him out.
Lu Fufeng said again.
Oh.
Li Chu listened carefully.
Observing those he selected, they are basically large gangs with greater influence in the local area and famous disciples who are all superior. gradually infiltrating from north to south. It may still be some time before reaching the city of Jixiang Mansion. If we are in this section, if such a large-scale gang can develop in time, Jean Bodhisattva will definitely come to the door. After all, only he can use his magical power.
Lu Fufeng explained his thoughts. Li Chu nodded and agreed. He is actually very familiar with this technique. It is nothing more than fishing. Maybe Jean Bodhisattva thought he was here to fish. But when he came, he would find that in this river and lake, whoever is weak is the fish.
With the cultivation of Xiao Taoist priestly in me, it is not difficult to establish a world in Jixiang Mansion and create such a force from scratch.
Lu Fufeng continued.
The difficulty is that it cannot be done by you and me. Someone will take action. Because Jean Bodhisattva will conduct a detailed investigation before starting the plan.
And once we reveal our presence, he will definitely not take the bait. Indeed.
Li Chu also thought of this. Paused. And said,
but it's not difficult to solve. I have a way.
Oh. Lu Fufeng was delighted.
We just need to find a new face that Jean Bodhisattva has never seen before, and let him take action to defeat the rest of the gangs in Jixiang Mansion.
Li Chu said. Lu Fufeng was silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer this extremely correct nonsense. After a pause, he smiled and said,
then where should I find this person? I have a soul possession technique. I just need to find someone I can trust.
Li Chu said.
I happen to have a trustworthy friend by my side.
Uh-huh. Lu Fufeng smiled brightly.
It's really easy to work with Taoist priestly.
After laughing, he began to think. It seems that Li Chu has already thought of everything he thought of. And Li Chu has thought of Li Chu he didn't expect. He can beat Li Chu who he can beat. And he can beat Li Chu who he can't beat. In this case, wouldn't he just need to shout 666? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Lu Fufeng, am not a bastard. At this time, he still didn't seem to understand the truth. The reason why a person becomes a gangster is not only because he is too weak, but also sometimes because his teammates are too strong. That night, in a small alley in Jixiang Mansion, deep in the darkness, there were faint noisy screams. You have to get very close to hear the roar inside. When I opened the curtain and walked in, I discovered that it was an underground casino. In the smoke-filled lobby, red-eyed gamblers stared intently at the gambling games in front of them. Whether it was paigao, mahjong, or dice, piles of gold and silver were placed there. Dazzlingly, there were also some women wearing bright and revealing clothes, walking among the crowd, ogling the big winners at the gaming table. A young man in brocade clothes with thick eyebrows and big eyes walked in with his head held high. As the saying goes, nourish it for 7,000 days, and use it for 71 hours. Wang Longqi is naturally the trustworthy friend, Li Chu said. At this time, Li Chu's soul was already in his body.
Hey, this young man looks strange.
Isn't he? A boy immediately came up to him with a smile on his face.
What do you want to do here? Hello. I'm here to cause trouble,
Li Chu said politely.
Ah?
The boy was startled. Obviously, this tone coupled with these words made him a little unresponsive.
I'm sorry. I'm here to cause trouble.
Li Chu repeated again.
Can you please call out the gang members who are watching the scene? I want to give them a painful beating.
You? The boy looked at him and was stunned for a long time, and finally said,
Are you sick?
Oh. Li Chu sighed. Why is polite communication useless? Then he moved his finger, and a cold light flashed through. A flying sword shining brightly appeared in front of the young man, only an inch away from his eyes. The boy suddenly became cross-eyed. In order not to reveal his identity, Li Chu deliberately left the pure yang sword in his body and replaced it with an ordinary iron sword worth a few taels of silver. But with the blessing of his spiritual power, this ordinary iron sword still looked like it had the aura of death. The next second, the boy came back to his senses, and was so frightened that he screamed at the top of his lungs.
Brother Crow. Someone is coming to destroy the place. Brother Crow.
He turned around and ran quickly to the inner hall. The gamblers in the venue also dispersed in a hurry. Some hid in the corner to watch the fun, and some took advantage of the chaos and ran away after taking money.
Don't mess around.
Just heard a loud shout. Several big muscular men rushed out from inside. The first one had an unruly face and a fierce gaze. He should be the Brother Crow that the boy called him. Seeing Li Chu Yujin in front, their eyes were a little wary. For this kind of street gangster, practicing some martial arts is enough to get ahead. And those who can come into contact with real magical powers are already quite powerful masters. However, It seems that the boy in front of him is not very old, and his cultivation level is probably not very high. He should be able to deal with a few of his brothers swarming him. This kind of chief practitioner with low cultivation level is easy to deal with as long as he gets close. Thinking like this,
Wu Yao felt confident and asked,
which gang do you belong to and come to trample on our Dongqing gang? Haven't you heard of the name of our Dongqing 5 tigers?
After saying that, he looked back and shouted,
Stand up your chest and raise your head. Aren't you even full?
As soon as he said this, the 4 men behind him raised their chests high and assumed an arrogant look.
I come from a new gang called...
Li Chu paused for a moment when he asked. He had never thought about this, but he quickly answered,
The True Men. True Men? Huh?
Crow sneered.
I've never heard of it. Yes, it has just been established. I am the only one at the moment, but there may be a few more in the future.
Li Chu still answered politely.
No wonder you came here to cause trouble all by yourself. It turns out that you are a stupid young man who doesn't know anything and wants to join the world after learning magical powers.
Crow sneered, raised his hand, and pulled out the sharp blade behind him. Several people behind him also drew their knives and pointed them at Li Chu.
If you don't want to die, I advise you to get out of here.
Crow finally threatened.
There are many nameless corpses in Jixiang Mansion every day, and there might be one more of yours tomorrow. I don't want to die, and I don't want to get out. It doesn't matter.
Li Chu nodded, gave an encouraging look, and said,
If you are a brother, come and chop me.
Chapter 415, Past Events in Jixiang Mansion, 20 Years of Underworld Turmoil.
Name. Brother Crow. Oh, it's a crow. I'm asking for your real name. Tong Lia. Just call me Tong Tong. Gangs. Dongqing Gang. How many people are there in total? 5. So you are all the members of the 5 tigers. Yes.
It was probably the first time this gambling house had experienced such a quiet night since it opened. In this huge space, there were only inquiries from time to time. The boss had already disappeared, and only the Dongqing 5 tigers held their ears with both hands, squatted against the wall, and answered Li Chu's questions obediently. Of course, they don't want to be so humiliated, but just now Li Chu stopped them, and then performed a simple and unpretentious sword-controlling skill. At that moment, a revolving lantern began to appear before their eyes, and reflected on the true meaning of life. That is, be born and live. Live. These 3 words circled back and forth in Crow's mind, constantly amplifying, always reminding him to answer the questions of the person in front of him honestly. After asking one by one, Li Chu roughly understood the details of the people in front of him, then nodded and said to them,
The reason why I came to disturb you is actually a small request. I hope you can do my job.
My subordinates, can you join me in Truman?
Although his tone was very polite, the undecided direction of the sword tip always shook the eyes of the Dongqing 5 tigers. Can you still refuse this? The 5 people nodded quickly and said,
What an honor. Thank you very much.
Li Chu also returned the greeting. Really, although some people may look hateful, with gnarled muscles and vicious tattoos, if you interact with them for a while, you will find that they are actually very warm and kind people.
Then, since today is the first day of Truman's establishment, you don't have to squat anymore. Just stand up. Well, why are you still kneeling?
Li Chu was talking, trying to get a few people to stand up. But as soon as Brother Crow stood up, he suddenly fell to his knees again.
My legs are weak.
Brother Crow smiled sheepishly, glanced at the tip of the sword hanging above, and whispered,
That's a good thing to say. Okay.
Li Chu continued,
Wang Qi. You can call me Qi Shao. Or you can call me Qi Brother. When I founded Chumen, I didn't have any big ambitions. I just hoped to unify the entire Jixiang Mansion. Gang power.
Clam? The Dongqing 5 tigers all opened their mouths full of surprise. No big ambitions. Unify the gang forces in Jixiang Mansion. If these words were said by others, they would definitely think that this person is suffering from some serious illness. But when these words came from the mouth of a person who had just defeated them, the 5 tigers didn't know what to think. God, if you have any big ambitions, do you want to change the government?
Why? Do you guys have any objections?
Li Chu asked again. No. No.
Wu Hu shook his head like a rattle. Although my heart is full of objections.
It doesn't matter. You are also my elders from the early days of Truman, and you know more about the situation in Jixiang Mansion. If you have any suggestions, you can make them. I will absolutely respect your opinions.
Li Chu said warmly.
That's it.
Brother Crow scratched his head and said,
Brother 7. That's it. The situation in Jixiang Fuqing is special. Because of the existence of Prince Han's palace, there has never been a large-scale force that dominates the world in the city. Unlike the Yanxiao clan outside, Feitian sect is so huge. But the forces that can survive in the city must have a deep background. But it is more complicated. Nowadays, there are 3 biggest bosses in Jixiangfu City. One is Bald Lu from the East City, Uncle Kun from the West City, and 4th Master Zhao from the North City. As for us in the South City, the public security is chaotic, and there is a mixed bag of fish and dragons. They all look down on us. But there is no stable big force. Among these 3 people, Bald Lu is suspected of having a court background. The elder brothers in Dongcheng who dare to go against him, even if they are more powerful than him, will often be targeted by Chao Tianke and have been suppressed to the point of being suppressed. 4th Master Zhao, he has a background in martial arts, and his leg skills are said to have been learned from Tianwang Mountain, a chess piece planted by Tianwang Mountain in the north. Uncle Kun is much more mysterious. His methods are more insidious and vicious, and he often kills people invisible. Plus his son is strong, known as the invincible fighter in every city. The father and son together are simply invincible. So far, no one has been able to find out what his background is. And this is the most terrifying thing.
After Brother Crow finished speaking, he said with a stern face,
Moreover, even if Brother Chi can deal with the 3 of them, and the forces behind them don't care about you, what you are about to face is the suppression of Prince Han's palace. Because Prince Han's palace will not allow Fuqing, there is no dominant gang in the country. So when it comes to unifying the city, it doesn't matter whether we can do it or not. Even if we can do it, it doesn't make any sense. Yes.
Li Chu listened and nodded thoughtfully.
These difficulties you raised are of great practical significance. I will seriously consider how to solve them. Are there any others?
Brother Crow was stunned after hearing this. Does this present some difficulties? I am clearly advising you to give up this unrealistic idea.
Boss, is there more?
Li Chu looked at others again. If this is all just
a little difficult,
then there really isn't any. The other 4 tigers immediately shook their heads firmly.
Well, I hope we can work together to make Truman bigger and stronger.
Finally, Li Chu said something very official. Yusui House. It is the largest brothel in Nancheng. Such a place where money is made every day has always been the most coveted place in Nancheng. Therefore, there is a saying that whoever is the boss of Nancheng can occupy Yusui Tower. Nowadays, the person who looks after Yaquilu is an elder brother named Nanbatian. Nanbatian was born in the Yanxiao clan, and is the younger brother of the current head of the Yanxiao clan. His cultivation level is not weak. It's just that I couldn't stand the miserable life in the mountains. So I came to this prosperous city to live in the world. In the past 10 years, he has gathered at least 800 juniors. And he has personally taught these juniors their martial arts. Today, his power is already quite impressive. Some people say that with his strength, he can at least give him a run for his money with Mr. Zhao Si and Bei Cheng. But he himself has stated many times that he has no such ambition at all. It is enough to just recruit some young apprentices near Itsue building to eat, drink, and have fun every day. On the 2nd day after Truman was established, Li Chu brought 5 of his men to Itsue Tower. Although the Dongqing 5 tigers used to look after gambling houses, with their income, they really didn't dare to step into the Itsue building unless it was a holiday. They were all very excited when they saw Li Chu bringing them here.
Brother Chi, we haven't done anything for you yet. Yet you bring us to such a nice place to drink wine. This is really embarrassing,
one person said, scratching his head.
Li Chu turned around and looked at him strangely.
Pay them to drink wine? This guy's brains are really big. How could anyone think of this level? He said.
I brought the 5 of you here, obviously to cause trouble. Oh?
The 5 tigers were shocked. The boss didn't say a word, and he didn't bring any weapons. Just 6 people came to Nanbaishan's field. Who could have imagined this level?
Brother Chi, this is no joke,
Crow shouted quickly.
Nanbatian can summon 400 to 500 people here with just a wave of his hand. And his own martial arts training is also extremely terrifying. There are only 6 of us. The main reason why you came here is because you didn't let your brothers take the lead. How can we destroy the place with our bare hands? What should we do if we bring weapons and cause death?
Li Chu said seriously.
Clam?
The Dongqing 5 tigers were completely stunned. Are you worried about killing someone? Shouldn't you worry first about whether someone will beat you to death?
Just follow me.
Li Chu gave them a reassuring look, then found a maid in the room and greeted.
I'm sorry. Please inform Nan Batian that we are from the Truman family. Here to cause trouble. Crazy.
The maid rolled her eyes at him, turned around and left. Li Chu was really startled. He has met some rude men, but such a rude woman was rare in his life. Then he remembered that he was in Wang Longqi's body, and it suddenly dawned on him. It turns out that Wang Longqi has always been treated like this. He is really pitiful. Li Chu scratched his head. These maids ignored him, so it was not easy to threaten the women. He was really helpless for a moment. So he turned around and asked,
You are professionals. How can you mess up the situation when others ignore us?
Brother Crow looked at the newly recognized boss and thought loudly in his mind. He can beat you to death. He can beat you to death. To suppress his urge to shout, crazy too. After a pause, he took a deep breath, smiled and said,
Seventh brother. Smash the place. Smash the place. Isn't there a word for smash in this? That's it.
Li Chu understood, then pointed around.
Let's get started.
All right. Pointed it by Li Chu. Brother Crow bravely walked to a table of guests, gritted his teeth, and overturned the table. Wow! There were screams. And then he shouted,
I'm here to cause trouble. Tell Nan Batian to get out.
Amidst the noise, a group of maids ran to the back to report.
Well done.
Li Chu gave him a thumbs up.
Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment. Brother Chi.
Crow nodded, and then said,
But Brother Chi, it will be too late if we don't run away. Run?
Li Chu frowned and said,
Why are you running? You can just hit whoever I point out later.
While he was talking, he heard a loud shout.
Where did the thief come from? Dare to trample on my master's place.
A group of burly men rushed out from behind. They were one size larger than the Dongxing 5 tigers. Their temples were bulging high, and their eyes were gleaming. They were obviously very advanced in martial arts. But, after all, Li Chu was someone who had fought against the Fuhuang demon body at the pinnacle of martial arts. Although the demon body was dead, it was not comparable to these living creatures. In this way, he will naturally not have any fear of these people. Seeing that a big man was about to rush forward, Li Chu raised his hand and pointed, and his body suddenly froze. Only then did the 5 tigers realize their intention of
shooting wherever pointed,
and they immediately acted like 5 hounds letting go of their reins. Biting the wild boar that had been hit by the arrow for their master, he rushed forward and punched and kicked the big man who couldn't move. As soon as he knocked this man to the ground, Li Chu's fingers were already waving rapidly, and the group of big men who rushed over suddenly froze in place. The Dongxing 5 tigers discovered for the first time that driving wooden piles also requires physical strength. Li Chu decided too quickly. Don't you need to accumulate force or consume energy in your body fixing techniques? The battle was not going well in the front, so the big men from behind rushed out one after another. After a while, the field was filled with big men who were immobilized. The 5 tigers could no longer fight them, so they had to try their best to knock them down one by one. Li Chu looked around and found nothing missing, so he simply walked to the back hall. After opening the curtain and going to the back, I saw a group of warblers and swallows huddled together shivering under the protection of the old bustard. Li Chu asked warmly,
Have you seen Nan Batian? No. Mr. Nan Batian has already gone out.
The old bustard immediately raised his finger and said,
Huh?
Li Chu turned around. Just then I heard someone scream.
Ouch! This person is so tough!
It seemed that he kicked someone and broke his own leg. Then I heard a crow cry,
Brother Chi, this is Nan Batian. He is here. Name. Nan Batian. I'm asking about your real name.
Brother Crow added in time.
Oh.
Nan Batian, who was squatting aside with his hands holding his ears, quickly nodded obediently, and then said,
My real name is Chen Haonan, but I feel that this name is not domineering enough. Not like my elder brother's name, and not like the protagonist. So I just changed it to Nan Batian.
Genius Nanba is obviously the evil villain who will be defeated when he hears it. Li Chu complained silently, then asked,
Gang? I was born in the Yanzhao clan, and now I founded the Backing clan myself. Number of people? 962 people. Okay.
After asking some questions, Li Chu simply kept it in his mind and continued.
The reason why I came to disturb you is actually because I have a merciless request. I hope you can be my subordinates and join my Chudor. Okay?
Nan Batian looked at the hundreds of people behind him with trembling eyes. It could almost be said that they were all knocked down by the person in front of him. He also went out to explore the world and saw the world. Knowing that just by relying on this one-hand stabilization technique, the man in front of me is a very capable person. This kind of person can play you to death with just one finger, no matter how polite his tone is. Do you really dare to say no? So Nan Batian nodded firmly.
It's an honor.
The Dongxing 5 tiger sat aside and looked at this scene, feeling inexplicably familiar. I don't know why. Even though it's only one day apart, I feel like I'm a world apart.
Okay. With the strong support of all of you, our Chumen has taken another solid step on the road to unifying the auspicious city.
Li Chu gave a special and official compliment. Then, they untied Nan Batian's people one by one and asked them to clean up the mess here. Several core figures of Truman moved to a private room in Itsue building. Li Chu began to rub his chin and muttered,
Bald Lu, Fourth Master Zhao, and Uncle Kuan. Who should we start to deal with? Do you have any suggestions?
Forehead. Nan Batian is new and doesn't dare to speak yet. But what can the Dongxing 5 tigers say? Today's events have completely refreshed their horizons. When the atmosphere was somewhat silent, a big man suddenly knocked on the door and said,
Master, there is a letter from Shiqing.
Oh! Nan Batian was a little puzzled. Then he opened the letter and read it. His expression suddenly changed.
Uncle Kuan's news came so quickly. What's wrong?
Li Chu asked. Nan Batian raised his head and said,
Brother Qi, if Uncle Kuan wants to declare war on you, he will declare war on our true men.
Oh! Li Chu was also a little surprised. Less than half an hour after he took over Itsue Tower, he got the news and decided to declare war on true men. The speed of this intelligence and decision-making is indeed not simple. However, he was originally planning to hit someone. But now someone came to his door, so he didn't need to worry too much. So he asked directly,
Where is he going to fight?
Just listen to Nan Batian slowly say,
The place where he scheduled the decisive battle is Ivory Mountain.
Chapter 416 Haha. I say goodbye. Ivory Mountain. There is a vast mountain outside Jixiangfu City. It is named after its shape like a standing giant elephant, especially its pair of giant teeth. According to legend, this is where a precious elephant god from the ancient times sat in the human world, and his body turned into mountains and rivers. Some people even say that they often hear the immortal cry of Buxiang's spirit on full moon nights, because Jixiang Mansion is the city after all, and the Northern Han King is in charge. Those gangs can make small fuss, but if they want to engage in large-scale firefights or even large-scale battles, it would be too arrogant and tantamount to self-destruction. Therefore, it is an unwritten rule in Jixiang Mansion that all large-scale battles will be resolved in Ivory Mountain. As for the aftermath of the battle, you don't have to worry about things like dealing with corpses. Someone will take care of it naturally, and no traces will be left behind. The person cleaning the battlefield is Sanyue Villa. This villa only appeared on Ivory Mountain in the past 20 years, and is very mysterious. There are various activities such as eating, drinking, prostitution and gambling, specializing in the business of Jianghu people. Whether it's black and white or demons and ghosts, as long as you come, it will receive you. And when a battle begins, Sanyue Villa will cooperate to set up formations, seal the mountains, and take care of chores, which is quite considerate. Thanks to this convenience, the people in Jixiang Mansion will treat this villa as their own influence and come to visit often. And the business of the villa will become more and more prosperous. As for those who want to deal with Sanyue Villa, they will be boycotted by everyone. The owner of Sanyue Villa is named Mrs. Xie. Everyone in the world of Beatty knew that she was graceful and good at dancing, but no one knew about her past. This woman can single-handedly stir up the turmoil in the entire Jixiang Mansion and even the Northland in Ivory Mountain. But her past has always been a mystery. There are many respectable people who have admired her, but no one can touch the hem of her clothes. There were also some people who wanted to use more radical methods to get close to her. Later, those people died, but she was still alive. This night, Sanyue Villa has opened the mountain ceiling formation again. This mountain ceiling formation does not mean that the entire Ivory Mountain Road is closed. In that case, the originally scheduled battle will not be fought. Instead, a red cloud will rise that covers all the atmosphere, blocking all views of the mountain. Anyone who frequents the rivers and lakes will understand when they see it. If a war is about to break out, they will naturally not go up the mountain again. If you are not afraid of death, you can still get close, but you will be responsible for the consequences. On a full moon night, on the top of Ivory Mountain, within the amiable red cloud, in the lobby of Sanyue Villa, a middle-aged man, with a shining head, and a huge young man had arrived here early.
I always feel like there's something sinister about tonight.
The middle-aged man sat on a high chair with a solemn expression. Click. Click. The huge young man just held a piece of fruit and ate it quietly without speaking, as if the middle-aged man's words were not meant for him.
What are you worried about, brother?
Before he could even finish his words, a silver bell-like laughter came from outside the house. Before anyone arrived, I heard the smile first. A tall, curly middle-aged beautiful woman had already walked in. She was dressed in a purple dress with fringes. Her hair was tied up in a fairy bun, and she wore several dazzling hairpins. With her silver face and phoenix eyes and eyebrows, she is both beautiful and charming. This woman is Mrs. Xie from Sanyue Villa, and that man was actually the overlord of the Jixiang mansion, the most mysterious Uncle Kun of Xiqing. Listening to what Mrs. Xie calls him, it seems that the relationship between the two is not simple. If this news is released, Jixiang mansion will probably be slightly shocked. Uncle Kun, also named Xie.
I was wondering if this would be a good time.
Uncle Kun pondered, with a worried look in his eyes.
You have long wanted to annex Nanbatian and bring Nancheng under your control. This will be an important step for you to dominate Jixiang mansion. Without Nancheng, your power will never surpass Bald Lu and Fourth Master Zhao.
Mrs. Xie came closer and sat opposite Uncle Kun.
But Nanbatian's connections are not weak. You were worried that the other two would find an opportunity to intervene when dealing with him, which would make it difficult. So you stayed put for a long time. This time, the stupid Qing who didn't know where he came from suddenly came to the door. It was a good time to suddenly incorporate the entire Nanbatian forces. If you don't declare war first, after a while, Bald Lu and Zhao the Fourth Master will do the same thing. By then,
everyone might have to share the fat piece of Nancheng.
In just a few words, she guessed Uncle Kun's thoughts completely.
My good sister. People say I am the mastermind. I really don't have any secrets in front of you.
Uncle Kun smiled and said,
Then do you know what I'm worried about? Nothing more than that.
Mrs. Xie thought for a while and said,
How advanced is the boy who can defeat Nanbatian in one battle? In order not to miss this opportunity, you hastily declared war. If his strength is really beyond imagination, then stealing the chicken will end up losing the rice. Of course.
Uncle Kun nodded and smiled.
You don't seem worried anymore?
Mrs. Xie asked in a blink of an eye.
Because I know, sister, since you have thought about this level, you will definitely help me prepare. Right?
Uncle Kun asked with a smile.
We are not brothers and sisters.
Mrs. Xie also smiled and said,
It's just a friendship between the same clan. How do you know that I will offend others for you? We are relatives after all. Others, and you are not even relatives.
Uncle Kun seemed to be sure of something and said,
I am sure that no one except me will keep you after reunifying Jixiang Mansion. A force like the Sanyue Villa, isn't it? Not always.
Mrs. Xie replied noncommittally, and then said,
I will definitely not help you deal with others. But tonight is the night of the full moon. Legend has it that the fighting spirit of the precious elephant in Ivory Mountain often awakens at this time.
Not much to say. Just to the point. Uncle Kun is also a smart man, so he naturally understood the meaning of her words. He couldn't help but feel reassured, and said with a smile,
I have spent a lot of money to ask a sword cultivator from the snowy mountains to take action once to protect us. If you have touched that kind of existence, I shouldn't have to worry anymore. If you happen to have the help of the resurrected fighting spirit of Ivory Mountain at this time, it will be a sure thing, no matter how powerful the newcomer is. He can't be a land god. Right?
Mrs. Xie's eyes were full of confidence.
This is absolutely impossible.
Uncle Kun said firmly. If he were a terrestrial god, there would be no need to go to such trouble. All he had to do was come to him, and everything would be over. After a pause, he added, Perhaps there is no need for these two beings to take action at all. My own power alone is enough to defeat this stupid young man.
Oh, does my brother's arrangement have any deeper meaning?
Mrs. Xie asked again.
Don't pretend to be stupid. Can I hide my arrangements on the mountain from you?
Uncle Kun said with a smile.
I will let people clear the road up the mountain, without setting up any defensive lines all the way, directly to the summit villa. And on the left and right sides of the dangerous road up the mountain, there will be more than 1,000 elite soldiers ambushed on each side. When the time comes, there was a sinister and cunning light in his eyes. Ordinary people encounter this kind of situation, and see that the road is clear and empty. But they don't dare to go up the mountain directly from the road. They will definitely suspect that I have an ambush on the road. But as long as he walks onto the small road, heavy killings will begin. With your help. On this ivory mountain, I have the right time, place, and people.
Uncle Kun sneered.
How can I lose? Even if he can fight all the way here. My son is still here.
He looked at the young man eating fruit beside him. At this moment, the fruit in his hand was finished. The man threw away the core and dug through his clothes again, only to find that it was gone. So he stood up and said,
Dad, I'm going to the orchard.
Uncle Kun lost his momentum, rolled his eyes and said,
I just know how to eat.
While their conversation was in full swing, suddenly, a sudden inquiry sounded from in front of the lobby door.
Excuse me, is Uncle Kun from Shicheng here?
Uncle Kun looked over at the sound and was suddenly startled. The person standing at the door was actually a young man in brocade clothes with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Judging from his description, he was very similar to the new Nanchung talker described by his subordinates.
But? Who are you? What are you here for?
Uncle Kun asked sharply.
I, Wang Qi, have received your declaration of war, and come here specifically to participate in the war.
Li Chu replied politely.
What? Uncle Kun was surprised. After looking behind Li Chu, he saw that there was no one behind him, and he felt a little confused.
You're the only one here? Yes.
Li Chu nodded.
Because I don't have many men. I don't want them to come to this kind of dangerous and unknown battle. It would be bad if it causes attrition.
What he said was true, but it sounded strange to Uncle Kun's ears. If you don't want your men to fight in a dangerous battle, then what do you want them to do? Simply shout 666? He asked again.
How did you get up here? Just along the road. All the way up.
Li Chu was also a little puzzled as to why this uncle kept asking some strange questions. However, out of self-restraint, he still answered seriously.
Just walk all the way up. Aren't you afraid of an ambush?
Uncle Kun was suddenly confused, and he couldn't figure out whether the person in front of him was too naive or too shrewd. This stupid young man is really not afraid of being ambushed?
Why are you afraid?
Li Chu looked at him strangely.
Aren't I just here to beat people?
As for who they are, how many they are, and where they are, is it important? Uncle Kun looked at the man in front of him and realized that it seemed difficult for him to communicate effectively with him through words. So he immediately gritted his teeth and shouted,
Ah Young, come on!
Since you dare to go to the meeting alone, then I will break your knife. Let you, a young man, experience the dangers of the world.
Drink!
The huge young man next to him shouted. His muscles tensed up, and his momentum suddenly rose. When he was eating the fruit just now, he looked like a harmless person. But when he entered the battle state, he suddenly exuded the aura of a wild beast. Roar! A beast-like roar sounded from deep in his throat. His right foot stomped, and his body ejected like a cannonball. There was a sudden ripple in the air, and the figure had disappeared. This impact shattered mountains and rocks. Li Chu felt that the other party was coming fast and hard, and immediately did not dare to treat him lightly. He saw that he was concentrating, exerting all his strength, and raising a finger extremely seriously. Certainly. Bang! Ah Chiang's figure flew into the air, and with a sudden pause, all his strength disappeared. Then, there was another bang, and the head hit the ground. Call. Li Chu let out a breath and retracted his index finger. So close. This, Uncle Kun's own cultivation level was not very high. When he saw that his son, who had fought all over the city, was suddenly subdued by someone's finger, his eyes widened. So scary. But it was meaningless to say anything else at this time. He quickly gave a look to Mrs. Boom. With this order from him, it seemed as if something ancient had walked out of its ancient tomb. Amidst the rumbling sound, the entire hall seemed to disappear. The radiance of the stars in the sky suddenly shone in. A huge elephant soul standing tall in the sky appeared outside, with a pair of huge eyes filled with blazing fire of war. Uncle Kun and Mrs. Xie in the lobby disappeared. Only Li Chu is left, and it only has Li Chu in its eyes. The appearance of this precious elephant fighting spirit did not come to the real world, but dragged the entire Ivory Mountain together with Li Chu into the virtual world. Between reality and reality, death and resurrection, return to the ancient times. At the same time, another bright sword light penetrated from the sky. It is not difficult for a sword cultivator in the decline realm to transcend reality and reality. Above the sword light, I saw a man in a wide robe and long sleeves standing in the sky, laughing loudly.
I'm here.
It was Uncle Kun who spent a lot of money to invite the Dakshishan sword cultivator to take action once. For an immortal sword cultivator of this level, you cannot hire one if you are willing to pay the price. You must have enough connections to recommend him. However, as long as it can be called upon once, it may be decisive for the life or death of a force. This famous sword Heavenly Lord is one of the most experienced sword cultivators in the Snow Mountain, and he has left many legends of sages in the north. He is a direct disciple of the red-browed sword master, and his strength is beyond doubt. At the same time, Uncle Kun's ability to recruit this person is enough to show his strength. Roar! The precious elephant war spirit roared, staring at Li Chu. The huge elephant foot had already been raised, and it was about to cover the sky and cover the sun before falling. Li Chu finally felt a bit of pressure, pointed his halberd to the sky, and shouted, "Door controlling technique! Call out!" A meteor-like silver light pierced the sky and appeared in the virtual world in an instant. Laugh. One sword. It passed through the forehead of Baoxiang war spirit, and like a swimming fish, it swam in and out of its body, went straight all the way, and protruded from the back of its spine in an instant. Indestructible. Boom. The huge elephant feet had reached less than 10 feet above Li Chu's head, and were about to fall down. But the body of the precious elephant fighting spirit suddenly froze. Then, slowly falling like a mountain, the fire of war was extinguished in his eyes. Kill with one sword. The sword Heavenly Lord in midair had just wondered about his identity. He had not yet taken action with the Baoxiang war spirit. Instead, he stood on the sword light and watched with his hands down. I saw this horrific scene without even thinking about it. Rumble, rumble. When the treasure elephant fighting spirit collapsed halfway like a mountain, it suddenly shattered and turned into stars all over the sky. Upon seeing this, Li Chu turned his attention to the famous sword Tianzuan in midair. Famous sword Tianzuan's pupil shrank. His eyes were fixed for a second, and then he showed the excellent mental quality of a sword cultivator. He did not show the slightest panic, but suddenly waved his robed sleeves and laughed loudly again. Ha ha! I say goodbye! A ray of sword light flew away from the dust, highlighting a person who was free and easy, as if he was really an unrelated and enthusiastic passerby who watched a great scene. Waving your sleeves will not take away a single cloud. Chapter 417 Hongmen Bath. In the lobby of the villa, as Mrs. Xie summoned the treasure elephant fighting spirit, Li Chu's figure was instantly pulled into another ethereal realm. Immediately afterwards, the famous sword master invited by Uncle Kun also turned into a stream of light and rushed into it. The two of them felt relieved. Uncle Kun wiped the eye-catching beads of sweat on his bright forehead and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that my son didn't even make a move. This stupid young man really has two brushes. But he probably didn't expect our arrangement. In this way." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard an explosion. It seemed as if something suddenly shattered, or as if a mountain collapsed. The next second, in a blur of light and shadow, the stream of light shot out in the opposite direction at a speed 3 times faster than when it went out, heading straight into the distance. Extremely chic. Then, Li Chu's figure reappeared in the lobby. Baoxiang's fighting spirit was shattered, and the balance between reality and reality lost the power to maintain it. Looking at the position where he stood, it seemed that he had never moved, and his two opponents were already dead and one escaped. Uncle Kun's eyes turned from pride to shock in an instant, and there was also a strong sense of shock and disbelief. He probably didn't expect that their arrangement was so vulnerable. Who is this kid? I feel like I'm probably a terrestrial god. Then why did you come here to join a gang? Personal hobby? Mrs. Xie was equally unbelievable about this, but she acted faster when she saw the opportunity. She blinked and immediately smiled again. The seventh young master's magical power is really amazing. Yes. Uncle Kun also showed a surprised face. I don't know what it was that suddenly appeared just now. It was really scary. Fortunately, brother, you were quick and defeated them in a blink of an eye. I heard you calling them. So stop pretending you don't know them. Li Chu said speechlessly. Uncle Kun's smile was awkward on his face for a few seconds, and then he knelt down with a thud. Brother, I admit defeat this time. I didn't expect that your cultivation level is so high. I just ask you to have a lot of energy and stay. My father and son are both alive. I can quit this auspicious city overnight and never dare to mess around again. The situation was stronger than the person, so he was happy to admit his defeat. The strength displayed by the person in front of them was obviously not on the same level as what they could come into contact with, no matter why he appears in Jixiang Mansion. He is a real dragon crossing the river. I originally thought that I was a local snake who could suppress each other. Only now can I see clearly that compared to this dragon, I am nothing more than a loach, an earthworm, a shrimp, or a geoduck. Anyway, it's not something that can be hardened.
Save the lives of you, father and son?
Li Chu pondered for a moment.
Whose life will be spared?
He originally didn't want to kill anyone, but now people are kneeling down and begging. Uncle Kun was stunned, and quickly changed his words.
Two. Please sit down and talk first.
Li Chu walked to the other side, and sat down by himself. When he saw the two of them still standing and kneeling there, he greeted them. Uncle Kun and Mrs. Xie quickly sat down and looked at him eagerly, feeling uneasy in their hearts. When the knife is for you, and the fish is for you, no matter how polite the knife is, the fish will not feel safe.
Actually, I don't intend to kill anyone here.
Li Chu's first words after sitting down made them feel a little relieved.
I just want to unify the gang forces in the city as soon as possible. In the process, I will inevitably have some friction with you. Now I have won this declaration of war. Right?
He asked again specifically. After all, it was Uncle Kun who specifically declared war on him. Although he was a little timid looking at the other party's current appearance, he still confirmed it.
Of course.
Uncle Kun and Mrs. Xie both nodded. How? Is winning too easy to feel? It seems like I won, but it seems like I haven't fought yet.
Since I won, it's easy to handle.
Li Chu nodded.
You said you wanted to leave the city just now, which is indeed possible. I also respect your personal freedom. But I have another suggestion here. I hope, Uncle Kun, you can bring your forces and join my crewmen. How about it? If I can recruit you directly, then I can save a lot of trouble.
This is actually the purpose of his coming today. If he wants to kill the other 3 eldest brothers, it will not be difficult for him. The difficult thing is that after killing the boss, his subordinates will immediately disperse, making it even more difficult to gather them together. Recruiting a few big ones directly is the fastest way. Recruit me. Uncle Kun's eyes were a little hesitant. There were indeed many such things in gang wars. But for a scheming and cunning person like him, few people would choose to recruit him.
Aren't Qishao worried that I have different intentions?
He couldn't help but ask.
Can you?
Li Chu asked back. He really doesn't care about this, because in his concept, Uncle Kun can refuse completely, and he will not force it. Everyone just needs to treat each other with sincerity, and that's it. To take a step back, even if this person really has different intentions. So what?
Of course not.
Uncle Kun quickly shook his head and continued.
Since Qishao believes in me, I naturally dare not refuse. From now on, my father and son will serve as Qishao's lackeys and work hard.
After expressing his loyalty, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Unexpectedly, a moment ago, he was the overlord of one party, and in the blink of an eye he became someone else's lackey. As for the thought of not agreeing, it never occurred for a second. After all, no one would feel that they could really refuse in this situation. This is clearly a threat.
Since you agreed to join Truman, we will be members of the same sect from now on, so there is no need to be so polite.
Li Chu nodded and said,
I just hope that we can be more honest and understand each other better. So I want to ask you some questions.
After a pause, he asked,
for example, do you have the support of any big force behind you?
Well, after hearing this, Uncle Kun couldn't help but smile bitterly.
If I really relied on some big force like them, how could I have fallen today?
At this point, he felt something was wrong and quickly said,
how could I be honored to follow the 7th young master?
Immediately, he confessed to Li Chu.
Actually, my father and son have worked hard in Jixiang Mansion all these years because of my calculations. I have always deliberately created a sense of mystery, just to make people see clearly the power behind me and not dare to act rashly. In fact, the reason why I am able to victory is all because of...
He looked at Mrs. Xie.
The owner of Songyue Villa is a sister of my clan. She runs this place and has advanced intelligence. I rely on the information she helps me to find out,
so that I can always predict the enemy's opportunities. If we talk about backers, my biggest backer is actually this sister. Otherwise, if I ask you for a decisive battle today, the greatest master I will find will not be a sword cultivator hired from the snowy mountains at a high cost.
Speaking of this, he was a little angry again.
I spent so much money, and only heard 2 laughs, and didn't even see a human being. I don't know. I thought he was just trying to make a joke.
After chanting twice, He also ended his story. That's it. Li Chu nodded to express understanding. From the look of him, he didn't look like he was lying. Judging from today's situation, it seems reasonable. But, Li Chu asked, you don't have a big force behind you. How dare you compete with others? If you defeat me today, annex Nanchang, and become the largest force in Fucheng, it is not very likely that you will be besieged by the other two people. Then how can you resist if you have no support? I have already thought of this. Uncle Kuan said. Actually, it is because I am not backed by a big force that I am the most likely person to dominate Jixiang Mansion City. It's simple. Because Prince Han's mansion will not allow any big force to control the underground of Jixiang Mansion. Unless it is themselves. As soon as Uncle Kuan said it, Li Chu understood immediately. I originally planned to become the largest force in Jixiang Mansion and immediately pledge allegiance to Prince Han's mansion. If I have the strength to take over the entire city, I believe Prince Han will also be happy to control this force. Okay. Li Chu said nothing more after hearing this. He then asked, if I want to unify the city, I must meet the other two bosses in Dongcheng and Beicheng. Which one do you think is best to fight first? This? Uncle Kun immediately started thinking about it. This can be regarded as the first key question that the new eldest brother asked him. No matter what, he must not show his timidity. After thinking for a while, he said, if you ask me, don't choose which one is in front and which one is behind. Just do both together. Oh, with your strength, Qi Xiao, you are absolutely invincible in the current Jixiang Mansion City. Uncle Kuan said firmly, as long as they don't give them time to recruit experts from the forces behind them, they will be sure of success. If the news is released today that you defeated me, then they will definitely be alert. But if the news is released that I defeated you today and will occupy the West City and South City, then they will set their sights on me. At this time, I will make another excuse to invite them to discuss the carving up of Nanchang, and their vigilance will not be so strong. Uncle Kun became more and more smooth as he spoke, and he was actually a little excited. As long as they arrive, Qi Xiao, you will take action again. That's not just holding it in our hands and letting us do whatever we want. Li Chu said, this is a great plan. But why are you so happy? It turned out that Uncle Kuan couldn't help but smile as he spoke, and his smooth scalp began to turn red. My brother will get very excited whenever he mentions scheming other people's things. This is probably his love, Mrs. Xie said with a smile. Only then did Li Chu realize that this guy was a born bad guy. But, I have to admit, he is indeed very talented. After leaving Ivory Mountain, Li Chu did not return directly to Yisui Tower, but first went to an inn in Fucheng. Lu Fufeng is guarding his body here, because the physical body was occupied for a relatively long time this time. Li Chu directly put Wang Longqi's soul into hibernation to avoid any mental trauma if he remained in that state of nothingness for too long. Therefore, while returning to his physical body regularly, Wang Longqi also had to be allowed to come out and have some fun. When I opened my eyes again, it felt familiar again. Xiao Taoist Master Li is always quick to do things. It seems to be very smooth, Lu Fufeng said with a smile. It was indeed the first time for him to fight such an easy battle. As long as he stayed at home, everything outside would be taken care of. Even a little embarrassed. It went quite smoothly, and we have finalized the next plan. Li Chu nodded and replied. Ah. Wang Longqi woke up, stretched and said, it's not yet dawn, but you still do things so fast. After a pause, he added, it's really boring. It would be great if you could let me enter your body next time. This is impossible. Li Chu shook his head and said, no matter whether I am willing or not, unless you can practice the art of soul possession, you simply can't do this. Alas. Wang Longqi sighed. He also understood that although some things were easy for Li Chu to do, in fact, they were beyond the reach of ordinary people in a lifetime. The art of soul possession is not that simple even for cultivators in the Wanxiang realm and the decaying realm. You must have talent. Lu Fufeng laughed at the side and said, you are quite ambitious. What do you want to do with the body of little Taoist Priestley? This is it. Wang Longqi didn't seem to have thought about it just now. After being asked, he blinked and suddenly smiled. Then, smile again. Then, the smile gradually became obscene. That night, many pairs of eyes stared at the Ivory Mountains, but few understood what was happening above. All I knew was that there were no large troops going up the mountain, but there was a loud sound like a landslide coming from the Sanyue Villa. There were different opinions for a while. However,
News soon spread that the newly debuted Lung Tu Ching, relying on his high level of cultivation, actually went to the meeting alone. Uncle Kun invited 2 decapitating experts and hundreds of masters to besiege him. And he finally fought alive. Die. After this battle, Uncle Kun will become the overlord of Xiqing and Nancheng. Bald Lu from Dongcheng and Mr. Zhao from Beicheng naturally got the news immediately. They must not have slept well that night. But what they didn't expect was to receive a letter from Uncle Kun early the next morning. Invite the 2 of them to meet and discuss the matter of carving up Nancheng together. Only then did the 2 of them smile knowingly. Apparently, they all thought this was the smartest thing to do. The meeting place was still the same place.
The 3 of us have had this kind of meeting more than once. Because the 2 of them have high cultivation. They all come alone. But my cultivation is too weak. So I am allowed to bring a guard. I brought my son.
The next day, Uncle Kun gave a sermon to Li Chu. As a person from Deyangwen, Li Chu was naturally very keen on ethics. He immediately felt that these words were a bit strange and glanced at Uncle Kun silently.
No.
Uncle Kun also realized the problem and quickly changed his words.
I used to take care of my sons.
This time, he naturally brought Li Chu, who was in Wang Longqi's body.
But I still haven't figured it out.
Li Chu frowned.
Why did you choose to meet in a place like this?
He looked at the steam rising around him with confusion on his face.
On the one hand, it means that everyone is unarmed, uncovered, and honest with each other,
Uncle Kun said.
On the other hand, it is also the common interest of the 3 of us. It's a pity that I have to ask them to take a Hongmen bath this time.
After that, he lowered his body a little, and everything from his neck down was submerged in the pool. That's right. This was a large, wide pool with surging heat. And Li Chu and he were soaking naked in the pool, enjoying the hot water.
Young Master Qi, you are probably not from here. I don't know that our bathhouse is one of the best.
After a while, Uncle Kun said and climbed up quickly.
Would you like to lie down and let me rub it for you?
After saying that, he showed a warm and flattering smile. He also patted his thigh and made a sound. Snapped. Chapter 418 Battle of Tianwang Mountain. On this day, the clouds were gathering. In the streets and alleys of Jixiang Mansion, countless black clothes emerged like a tide. On the other side, a wave of people in white clogged the street. The 2 waves finally collided in the center of the 3-way intersection, forming a clear boundary. Another group of men in red attire had been waiting here for a long time. After a while, a middle-aged man with an unruly face emerged from the crowd of men in black. His left foot seemed a little out of place, but the arrogance on his face completely made people ignore his physical flaws. The corners of his mouth twitched occasionally, revealing a hint of disdain. This person is none other than Mr. Zhao, who is all-powerful in Jixiang Mansion.
Tell Lao Lu to come out and see me,
he said solemnly.
Old Fourth, you haven't entered the pool yet. Why are you so anxious to see me?
Before he finished speaking, like a bright light, a braised egg, or a rubber ball, a dazzling head walked out from the crowd in white. This person is none other than Bald Lu, the overlord of Dongcheng.
Do you know why Quang called us here this time?
Mr. Zhao asked solemnly.
Weren't we discussing how to divide Nancheng?
Bald Lu wondered.
The corners of my mouth have been twitching since last night,
Mr. Zhao said, twitching his cheek twice more.
I feel like things are not that simple. Come on. Your mouth has been twitching since you were born. Can it be taken as an omen?
Bald head exposed ruthlessly. Fourth Master Zhao glared at him, seeming a little angry, but unable to refute. He paused and finally said,
Then go in and have a look. If he dares to have any objections. Brothers, kill!
The men in black behind him roared in unison.
Who are you trying to scare?
The bald man waved his hands and said to the people behind him,
If I don't come out in half an hour, you guys rush in. Yes.
The people in white also shouted in unison. With that said, Fourth Master Zhao and Bald Lu walked into the splendid building in front of them. There were 3 big characters on the building plaque.
Blue Flower Pond.
This is where the 3 people have always secretly met. After walking in, the boss of Qinghua Pond was standing in the middle, accompanied by a group of maids, and greeted him familiarly.
The 2 bosses are here. Uncle Kun is already waiting in Tianzhou Pond, and he only brought 1 young man with him. Come. Well, okay.
Fourth Master Zhao and Bald Head nodded and walked in. When he arrived at the room where Tianzhou was, he had already taken off all his clothes, leaving only a towel around his body. In the smoke, both of them saw Uncle Kun's shining forehead on the edge of the pool. Uncle Kun also saw the arrival of the two of them, with his dazzling bald head. On the contrary, Li Chu seemed to be looming here, inconspicuous.
Ha ha. You two friends. You're late.
Uncle Kun saw the two arriving and quickly stood up to greet them.
Hiss yes. Huh? I've wanted to come here for a long time too.
Fourth Master Zhao and Bald Lu Zixahaha went down into the pool, and it took them a long time to move over. The bald man smiled and said,
It's been a long time since the three of us were reunited. It's probably not good for the three of us to get together,
Mr. Zhao said without hesitation.
Ha ha. The fourth child is still so upright,
Uncle Kun said with a smile.
Eh?
Bald Lu's eyes were small but sharp. He glanced at Li Chu and asked,
Have you changed your son? Don't talk nonsense.
Uncle Kun waved his hands nervously.
You can say this is my father.
The other two frowned, vaguely feeling that these words were a bit strange.
I'm Wang Qi.
Li Chu came forward and said,
Actually, I want to see you two today. A Kun? What do you mean?
Realizing something was wrong, the bald man and fourth Master Zhao stood up at the same time, their eyes full of threats. As long as the opponent has a hint of murderous intent, they will immediately burst into cultivation and start the battle. Even if you can't kill the enemy with one blow, you can still bring in the men outside the door.
I advise you two to sit down and assume a more comfortable posture,
Li Chu said calmly.
You have no place to speak here.
Bald Lu suddenly stiffened before he could finish his words. At the same time, fourth Master Zhao's body also stayed in place.
I'm sorry. You two. In order to prevent you from doing anything drastic, I have to temporarily talk to you in this way. I hope you don't mind. If you do, you can raise it.
There was silence.
Okay. No one brought it up. So now I'll unlock the acupuncture point where you're talking.
With that said, Li Chu allowed the two of them to talk.
Who are you?
Mr. Zhao asked angrily, as soon as he opened his mouth.
My name is Wang Qi, and I am the leader of the True Clan. In addition, Uncle Kun is now also a member of my Chu clan,
Li Chu said.
Isn't Truman that new small force that emerged in Nanchang?
The two of them looked at Uncle Kun again.
That's right. I'm a newcomer to Truman, and I'm showing off my cards.
Uncle Kun spread his hands and said,
I actually lost the decisive battle with Qi Shao yesterday. Qi Shao killed the Baoxiang battle spirit in Ivory Mountain with his own strength, frightened away a sword cultivator in the Dashua Mountain who was in the decline realm. His cultivation is immeasurable. I follow the seventh young master willingly.
Judging from his dog-legged appearance, no one could possibly feel it. In fact, he was not willing at all at the time. But now facing Mr. Zhao and Bald Lu, he suddenly found the pleasure of flipping the two poles, and immediately accepted this new setting. Brother Crow probably understands this feeling best 2 days ago.
Then you called us here for this kid today just to plot against us?
Fourth Master Zhao glared at him.
Actually, it's not a conspiracy. I'm just trying to persuade you to join Truman,
Uncle Kun said with a smile.
That's a good idea,
Mr. Zhao said.
You two try to touch me today? No. Why are you raising your hands? You're just kidding me.
Following his threat, Li Chu suddenly raised his right hand, pointing his halberd upward, as if he was about to use some magical power. It means just give it a try.
Huh?
Li Chu heard this and put down his hand again.
Actually, I didn't mean to offend you two, but for some reasons, I had to unify the gang forces in Jixiang Mansion, and the conflict with you two was really forced by the situation. So I am here to sincerely invite you two to lead my forces to join my Truman. I can guarantee that your original forces and territory will remain unchanged. I can also take out Nanchang and divide it equally among you. What's the invitation? You just want us to be your dogs,
the bald man said. His little eyes turned to Uncle Kun again and said,
just like him.
Uncle Kun looked proud.
Well, today I want to show you what's wrong with being a dog.
When a person makes up his mind to be shameless, there is really nothing that others can do against him.
If you two don't agree, you can actually choose to leave Jixiang Mansion. I won't stop you in any way. But if you continue to be my enemy after you leave, then I may not hold back,
Li Chu said again. Overall, it's just one sentence. Don't say that you didn't predict what you said. It seemed that he felt that the other party had no murderous intention, and his attitude was relatively gentle. Bald Lu rolled his eyes and said in a persuasive tone,
Young man, you do have some magical powers, but you have to know that the gang forces in Jixiang Mansion, it's not that simple. To put it simply, the water here is too deep and you can't control it. That's right.
Mr. Zhao grinned and said.
You probably don't know who is behind us.
I know, Li Chu said. They both paused for a moment. My mood suddenly changed. I know. But I'm not afraid.
Is that what you mean?
Bald Lu sneered.
Young people, don't be too arrogant. You can talk about it.
Li Chu raised his hand and said. Mr. Zhao looked at them for a long time. And then said,
It doesn't matter if I tell you. I came down from Tianwang Mountain. The dragon and tiger in the north are turbulent. And all forces are gathering. Tianwang Mountain, cannot live without my own outpost here. If you want to invade my power, you will undoubtedly declare war on Tianwang Mountain. Can you afford this?
Tianwang Mountain, one of the 12 immortal sects, is also in the north. It is considered the edge of the Northland. It is not far from here. It is reasonable to bury a chess piece here. The bald Li said.
To tell you the truth, I'm not afraid. I was born in Chaotianke, and was actually placed here by the imperial court to monitor the situation in the city. There are hidden stakes for us all over King Han's fiefdom, and I am just the most powerful one.
If you remove me, it will only be regarded as disrespect to Chaotianke and the entire imperial court.
Oh! Li Chu nodded when he heard this. Hey, what do you mean? Aren't you afraid after hearing this? After the two bosses talked about their origins, Li Chu's reaction made them quite dissatisfied. There was even a hint of worry. This kid seems really not afraid. To be honest, Li Chu is really not very interested in these two forces. After all, these two are one of the 12 immortal sects, famous and upright. If he knew that his move was to attract the Golden Bodhisattva, he would probably not be particularly resistant. Especially Chaotianke. What they do should be their responsibility. It's just that I can't tell them about this matter. If the top officials of Chaotianke and Tianwang Mountain really come, then I can still discuss it with them. After saying that, Li Chu simply waved his hands and said,
In that case, why not ask the forces behind you to send someone to talk to me or fight with me? He said this very calmly, but for some reason, both Bald Lu and Mr. Zhao felt a sense of humiliation. It's like saying, go back and call your adults. The two of them felt shocked and angry when they were so humiliated. And then they both said angrily,
Okay.
After the secret meeting, the three bosses all left safely. But Bald Lu and Fourth Master Zhao both looked solemn, while Uncle Kun was the only one who was proud. For a time, the speculation about Uncle Kun in Fuching circles couldn't help but become more mysterious. Early the next morning, as expected, a man in white robe from Chaotianke came to the door. Li Chu looked at the familiar Chinese character face and big white robe, and shouted,
Duan Baipao? It's me.
The person had a hint of doubt.
Have you seen me? Aren't you Duan Zhang and Duan Baipao from Hangzhou Prefecture? Have you never seen me?
Li Chu was also a little puzzled. Even if Duan Zhang didn't recognize him, he had seen Wang Longqi.
Oh, you may have mistaken the person. Duan Zhang is my brother, and Duan Zhu is the white robe commander of Chaotianke Jixiang Mansion.
The man cupped his hands.
Oh!
Li Chu then realized that although this man looked similar to Duan Zhang, his voice and speech habits were actually quite different. I have a destiny with this brother.
Do you know my brother?
Duan Zhu asked again.
There are more than one. I am good friends with the two white robe commanders Duan Zhang and Duan Geng, and I have had many dealings with senior Duan Lulong.
Li Chu said.
Yeah. I originally wanted to find out about you today, but it turns out that the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple, and I no longer recognize my family.
Duan Zhu laughed. However, judging from the suspicious gleam in his eyes, his vigilance against Li Chu has not decreased.
My real name is Li Chu. If Duan Baipao doesn't believe me, you can ask Duan Baipao of Hangzhou Mansion and Duan Baipao of Shalua City.
Li Chu said.
Your Excellency, you are Li Chu? Taoist Priestly?
Duan Zhu's expression suddenly became a little excited.
The Taoist Priestly who killed the evil spirits in Hangzhou and killed the Dharma King outside Shalua City? Yes, it's me.
Li Chu nodded. Wrong. Duan Zhu suddenly leaned back and looked at Li Chu with unkind eyes.
Although my two brothers praised Taoist Priestly's magical powers during the New Year's Eve banquet, they did not forget to mention that Priestly is not only a highly skilled person. You are absolutely stunning, and your appearance is unparalleled in the world, which has aroused the curiosity of all the women in the family. But when I see your dignity, to put it mildly, it is quite wretched.
After hearing this, Li Chu nodded directly and said,
I don't deny this.
That's very polite indeed.
Huh?
His calm look made Duanju feel a little strange.
Because I am in a state of possession by the soul at this time, in the body of a good friend of mine. And the purpose of what I did is actually to plan with others to attract the golden bodhisattva in this way.
After confirming Duanju's identity, he simply revealed the entire plan. If the decisive battle with Jin Bodhisattva comes, with the help of Chao Yan-K, things will be easier. While the two were talking, they suddenly heard a rapid knock on the door outside. Li Chu went out to open the door and saw Uncle Kun himself coming to deliver the message.
Chi Xiao, something is not good. Huh? What's wrong?
Li Chu asked.
Lao Si invited a little heavenly king from Tianwang Mountain to challenge you in person.
Uncle Kun said in a hurry. Those who are awarded the title of Little Heavenly King on Tianwang Mountain are all figures close to the peak of martial arts. And they are terrifying existences, who may compete for the great Heavenly King in the future. Although Uncle Kun is very confident in Li Chu's cultivation, the realm of the two is beyond his reach. Uncle Kun is really not sure whether he can defeat the Little Heavenly King. While talking, another letter was delivered. Li Chu unfolded it, and saw that it was a letter of challenge with 16 large characters written on it.
On the night of the waning moon, on the top of the Ivory Mountain, a sword coming from the west, flying immortals from the sky.
Chapter 419. Green Dragon on the left, White Tiger on the right, and Old Cow in the center. Songyue Villa. After the noisy night, the villa is actually quite quiet during the day. Even before the servants got up, Mrs. Xie was already fully dressed and appeared in the living room off to the side. There are two people sitting in the living room. The one on the left has stern eyes, a thin face, and a stern look. The one on the right has small eyes, a short stature, and a rather ugly appearance. These two people turned out to be the two commanders of Duanbei Mountain. Chao Pan. He too.
Thank you, madam.
Seeing the woman in costume come in, the two of them stood up to greet her. Their expressions were quite respectful. Although this Madame Xie can be regarded as a hidden stake in Duanbei Mountain and human world fire here, her relationship with them is not an ordinary superior and subordinate relationship. Even strictly speaking, she was holding the flame order, and they were the ones who should obey the order. It is said that one of the founders of human fire had some connection with this woman. He left the flame token to her before leaving, and she used the power of human fire to create this villa. In the days that followed, although she would help Renjianhuo provide key information, she was not affiliated with Duanbei Mountain and was a relatively unique existence. Therefore, the commanders who came down from the mountain had to respect her.
You two commanders, you don't need to be polite. Please take a seat,
Madame Xie greeted, and also sat on the main seat, smiling and asked,
The noble commanders on the mountain are all busy, but they rarely come to my shop. You two are here today. You must have something to do. Right. There is indeed something I need to trouble madam,
Chao Pian said.
But there's no harm in talking. A few days ago, Shan Shan had some missions in Yaowang town, but they were sabotaged and a hidden stake that had been in business for many years was killed. The boss was very angry about this incident and ordered me to track down the villain who killed my brother.
He too said angrily. It's just that after the two of us found out that he entered Jixiangfa City, he seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. We can no longer find where this person went. Logically speaking, he should not have left the city. In desperation, we thought that Mrs. Xie has many eyes and ears here and is well informed. So we asked for your help.
Chao Pan said again.
Looking for someone. This is a trivial matter. As long as the person is in the city, there is no reason why we can't find him.
Madame Xie pursed her lips and smiled.
Who are you two commanders looking for? He is a young Taoist priest with a very high level of cultivation. He should be very conspicuous wherever he goes, because he is also extremely handsome.
He too said.
A very handsome Taoist priest?
Mrs. Xie said.
This is an easy target to find. The target's name is Li Chu. He may have other aliases. It would be safer to find a Taoist priest.
Chao Pan also said.
Okay. I'll take care of this matter.
Mrs. Xie said.
If you two commanders have some free time, you might as well take a stroll in the Jixiang mansion and wait for the news. Oh, the north is so remote. Where is there anything to see?
Judge Chao shook his head and smiled.
If it's normal, that might be the case. But there is indeed excitement about to start today.
Mrs. Xie said.
Oh, what's the excitement?
They asked.
Recently, a new young man has emerged in the city. He looks like a stupid young man. He doesn't understand the rules of the world at all. But his cultivation level is frightening. He chopped up the treasure elephant fighting spirit on my mountain with one move. And he claims to unify the gang forces in the city. He captured the West City and the South City in a few days, and was about to have a public decisive battle with the little heavenly king invited by 4th Master Zhao of the North City. The decisive battle will take place on my Ivory Mountain.
Mrs. Xie Yingying said, although Wang Qisha was frightened the day she went to Ivory Mountain. But Ivory Mountain was a neutral force after all. And Uncle Kun later joined Truman. So there was no grudge between her and Truman. And Sanyue Villa continued to operate peacefully. But when it comes to things related to Wang Qi, she will still be quite enthusiastic.
Little Heavenly King. Could it be the Little Heavenly King from Tianwang Mountain? There are only a few of them. What young man can fight a decisive battle with an existence of this level?
Judge Chao was a little surprised when he heard the news. Could it be that some old guy has reincarnated into his second life?
He too said.
I don't know about that,
Mrs. Xie said.
Looking at his cultivation, he does look like the reincarnation of an earthly immortal. But looking at his behavior, he doesn't look like an old man at all. He just looks like a young boy who is ignorant of the world. So it's a strange thing. If the two commanders were not busy, they could really take a look at this young man. Of course we have to take a look.
Judge Chao smiled.
The master likes ambitious young people the most. If he is really capable, then it is not impossible for us to recruit him to the mountain and directly give him a commander to be equal to us. Not bad.
He too also nodded. Then Mrs. Xie arranged for people to entertain the two commanders. And she also went to make arrangements to find Li Chu. Jixiang Fuqing is neither big nor small. But an extremely handsome Taoist priest is indeed an easy target. And it is a piece of cake for her. The sky was getting dark very quickly. And countless people quickly gathered on the top of the Ivory Mountain. Most people in the city would not miss this excitement. The fact that 4th Master Zhao was born in Tianwang Mountain has been rumored in the past. But seeing that he was able to invite a little heavenly king today is completely confirmed. This decisive battle was for people to watch casually. So naturally they had the intention of deliberately establishing their power. And that young man who came out of nowhere and left several big guys in Fuqing helpless within a few days also became the focus of countless gazes. In any case, his achievements alone are amazing enough. As long as he can survive a fight with Little Heavenly King today, his future will be absolutely limitless. In this decisive battle, there is no arena belonging to both warring parties. After all, for a battle of this level, any human-built arena would be too small. Right now, those two figures were standing in the most conspicuous position in front. If the Ivory Mountain is compared to a burly giant elephant, then the two people are standing on the two most prominent tusks. The cliffs are towering and the mountain breeze is solemn, as if someone will fall down from the top if they are not careful. But only in such a situation can one be worthy of a true master. The peak is crowded with people, but it seems silent. Li Chu stood calmly on this protruding stone wall, looking at the man on the opposite stone wall calmly. He is no longer the little Taoist priest who first entered the world. After experiencing many battles in which he defeated his opponents instantly, he has now accumulated strong self-confidence. Faintly, he already has a bit of a master's bearing. The so-called fear comes from the unknown. After you have experienced enough opponents, you will have a consideration for the person in front of you. This consideration will replace all unreasonable thoughts. For example, now, after Li Chu defeated Fu Huang's demonic body, he now has an understanding of human warriors can win. On the opposite side, his opponent's confidence was even stronger. Of course, he has enough reasons. This contestant from Tianwang Mountain is named Tingyong, and he is the youngest little heavenly king in Tianwang Mountain. He is less than 40 years old this year, and already has a third-level martial arts fighting spirit. The existence of martial arts fighting spirit can be said to be the pinnacle of skills for warriors. Anyone who can cultivate a martial arts spirit can be called a great master of martial arts in the world. However, there are 2, 3, or even more such things that only appear in Tianwang Mountain. If compared with combat power, each martial arts fighting spirit should have a strength that is not inferior to that of the treasure chest fighting spirit from the day before yesterday. And because it is controlled by warriors, it should be more powerful. He has short hair like a steel needle. Although he is middle-aged, his appearance still looks like that of his youth. Because I have been in seclusion on the mountain for more than 20 years, it seems like this time does not exist. His eyes are as bright as lightning. His eye sockets are deep. His facial contours are like a knife and an axe. And his muscles are as strong as a rock. A very classic image of a warrior from Mount Tianwang. Highlight a hard word. Amid the roaring mountain breeze, he and Li Chu looked at each other. Li Chu's eyes were very calm, while Ting Yang's eyes became more dazzling, burning with fighting spirit. I don't know how long it took, but it seemed to be very fast. Yet it seemed to be very slow. And a shout suddenly sounded from the mountain peak.
The hour has come. The contest begins.
The voice broke through the mountain wind and fell on the ears of the two of them. Li Chu's eyes were still calm, and Ting Yang's eyes were like full of explosives that had been ignited and burst into flames instantly.
Ha ha ha!
He who had been silent suddenly laughed out loud.
In the past 20 years, I have been in seclusion 3 times, and I have cultivated 3 martial arts fighting spirits before I dare to walk around the world. If I show my 3 fighting spirits today, can you, if you stand firm and don't retreat, then I will respect you as a man.
On the cliff, Ting Yang fled and suddenly jumped into the air. Although nothing happened, everyone on the top of the mountain still exclaimed in surprise, and their gaze changed from looking down to looking up. Facing this action, Li Chu did not move, standing firmly on the stone wall. Drink, Ting Yang shouted loudly, making a sizzling sound, and his upper body clothes instantly shattered into dust.
It's an act that only a supermaster would dare to do before the fight begins,
someone exclaimed. But this exclamation was quickly drowned out, because there is a tattoo on each of Ting Yang's exposed arms. On the left arm is a ferocious cyan dragon with scaly claws, and on the right arm is a menacing Tingyan white tiger, and on his chest is a majestic bull with horns like knives.
The green dragon on the left, the white tiger on the right, and the old cow in the center.
The sound of exclamation below almost formed a terrifying wave.
This is the strongest fighting spirit configuration in Tianwang Mountain. No wonder he dares to utter wild words. The release of 3 war spirits can scare Wang Qi away. If all 3 of the most powerful war spirits are released, not many people in the world will dare to look at him.
Faced with such momentum, Li Chu remained motionless, standing firmly on the stone wall.
Good boy. You are quite calm.
Ting Yang chuckled, raised his right arm high, and shouted,
Green Dragon Soul, come out!
Roar. Following his call, the dragon roared into the sky. A ray of green light circled out from his arm and shot towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, it rose up against the storm and turned into a clear dragon that was more than 100 feet long. Awesome head. As soon as the dragon soul came out, in just a moment, the people watching the battle below, including those with weak cultivation, were so frightened that they took a few steps back and collapsed to the ground. With such a momentum, instead of a fighting spirit, it is clearly a real dragon. Facing such a dragon soul, Li Chu remained motionless, standing firmly on the stone wall.
Ha ha!
Ting Yang sneered, taking advantage of the momentum. He raised his right arm again.
Drink the white tiger's soul. Come out!
A roar. Ouch. The white tiger lord kills. When a white light flew out from his arm and turned into a white tiger with angry eyes that was dozens of feet tall. The crowd suddenly started to move. Helpless, many Jianghu people just couldn't resist the power and sat or knelt on the ground. Now that the white tiger has appeared, it is even more murderous. And the people who were in trouble just now are so frightened that they wet their pants. Today, many people have learned that there is a threshold even for watching the fun. Facing such dragons and tigers, Li Chu still didn't move, standing firmly on the stone wall.
Huh?
Ting Yang raised his eyebrows, showing a hint of appreciation.
Okay, then let's take a look at this again. Reckless bull soul, come out!
He clasped his hands on his chest and pushed hard. In terms of natural power, the wild ox is naturally inferior to mythical beasts such as the green dragon and the white tiger. But he couldn't stand this reckless bull soul, which was his natal fighting soul that he had practiced since he was a child. It was the foundation of his martial arts and his strongest method. Moo. As he pushed out his palms, a red-eyed bull appeared out of nowhere, bigger than the green dragon and white tiger combined. These 3 fighting spirits are in the sky, covering the stars and the moon, making the night dark. Ah! Countless people in the world couldn't bear it. They didn't even have a chance to get down the mountain quickly and fainted on the spot. Facing these 3 souls, they all came out. Li Chu always remained calm and didn't express anything. He also wanted to see more of Ting Yang's martial arts skills. Now that he saw it, he was really surprised. Only, if it's over, then it's time for him to take action.
Ha ha!
Ting Yang on the other side didn't know what he was thinking, but he laughed heartily.
Yes, at your age you can resist the power of my 3 fighting spirits. But this is not necessarily a blessing. It's a disaster.
After saying that, He raised his right hand. Kill! Roar! As if they understood his order, the three fighting spirits swooped down together. The surging arrogance seemed as if their target was not Li Chu, but to slaughter all the people in the mountain.
Oh my god!
A master from Jixiang Mansion exclaimed. Faced with such an impact, Li Chu finally moved. He turned over and held a long sword behind his back. 2 by 2. And it felt familiar to his hand. Then he slashed forward. The sword rises and the sword falls, like he had done countless times before. Laugh. A ray of silver light cut through the night sky, forming a half-moon shape, passing through the arrogant green dragon, the murderous white tiger, and the huge bull. Then the silver light passed by, brushing against Tingyong's hair and passing through the distant sky. The three majestic war spirits maintained their swooping posture for a short moment, and then suddenly stagnated, as if fixed in the sky. This fixation lasted only a moment, and then it collapsed in an instant. Shattered. Shattered. 3 ways collapsed. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the stars were shining all over the sky and everything disappeared. Ah! Tingyong's pupils were infinitely dilated, but his face could not express any expression for the moment. Of course it's not just him. It's everyone. Silence. Silence is tonight's Ivory Mountain. It wasn't until a long time later that some small comments started to sound. This.
Destroy 3 fighting souls with 1 sword? Oh my god!
At the front of the crowd, Chao Pan and he too, whose faces were hidden in bamboo hats, were equally shocked.
Sword cultivators like this are simply hard to predict.
He too's voice was a bit suspicious.
Are we still recruiting? Ha ha. Now is the time to hire people. The more experts like this, the more we should recruit them.
The light in Chao Pan's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he thought of. On the protruding stone wall, Li Chu, who had just released a 3-wire spiritual sword, had already retracted his sword. He felt that the outcome was decided. He didn't make any movements. He just stood firmly on the stone wall. Chapter 420 Li Chu Chu Clan Chu. The next day, Truman held an internal meeting. The newcomers who have just joined include Bald Lu and 4th Master Zhao, because Chao Tianke and Li Chu were familiar with each other. Duan Ju's request for instructions was quickly approved, although Bald Lu didn't know what was going on. The news he got from the top was to join Truman and fully support Li Chu. This order coincided with his desire to survive, and was naturally implemented vigorously. Now in Li Chu's field of vision, a braised egg with a flattering smile would appear at every turn. 4th Master Zhao was not so at ease. The little heavenly King Tingyong practiced hard in seclusion on and off for 20 years, and finally developed a 3-level fighting spirit. I thought I could amaze the world, but who knew that I would straighten my hips in the first battle? He also specially sought out the Jianghu people in Jixiang Fuchun to watch, hoping to publicize the results of this battle. Now it's okay. The whole world will soon know that there is a new little king in Tianwang Mountain who was crushed in the north. But at any rate, Li Chu showed mercy. When the sword light passed over his head, Tingyong felt that if the sword went downwards, he would have no chance of surviving. The strong physique built up through decades of hard work does not give him a sense of security at all. Under multiple blows, he flew away from the humiliating scene. Mr. Zhao, who had the entire gang, old and young, wishing that his subordinates would bring their families to support him, was suddenly left behind and became an orphan all of a sudden. When Li Chu climbed to the top of the mountain and asked 4th Master Zhao again if he wanted to join Truman, 4th Master Zhao didn't think he had a second option. The dignified underworld tycoon suddenly felt that he, weak, pitiful, and helpless. As a strong-willed man, 4th Master Zhao thought to himself, if it weren't for the hundreds of brothers behind him, I would never agree to this kid. Then he nodded repeatedly.
What an honor! I have admired Qi Shao for a long time.
So there were 2 of them at the Truman conference the next day. Sitting in front of them was Uncle Kuan, the veteran of the Truman family. He had joined for 3 whole days and had worked hard. Now he is sitting in the front row, showing off his power, and his face is full of pride. In front are the old members who were founding fathers of the gang, joining Nanbatian for 4 days and Dongxing 5 Tigers for 5 days. Especially the Dongxing 5 Tigers headed by Brother Wu. They probably would never have imagined that they would have the opportunity to be in the same room with some of the top bosses in Fuchun and sit in the first 2 rows.
Fellow disciples,
Li Chu stood in front and said loudly,
today we are gathered together to contribute our efforts to the revitalization of Chumen. Thank you very much for joining us.
Everyone stood up and returned the gift.
Nowadays, Although Truman's development momentum is still good, there are still several more important issues before us.
Li Chu continued.
The first one is that although we have become the largest gang in Fuching, Prince Han's palace will not sit idly by and ignore this.
Li Chu looked around at everyone.
Do you have any suggestions on how to deal with Han?
The prince's palace will discuss it. I don't want to use violence against King Han unless necessary.
Everyone was silent for a moment. There is no need to add the last sentence at all. What do you mean? Boss, do you still dare to violently eradicate King Han when necessary? We are gang members, not rebels. In this regard, Li Chu didn't have much respect for the royal family. After all, it wasn't the first time. It can be said that he contributed to the downfall of Jiang and Wang Jibashu. But after all, you can't just kill a prince for fun if it's not necessary. No money was given. After a short silence, Uncle Kuan stood up, looked around, cleared his throat, and said with a smile,
I have some opinions. As a veteran of the Truman family, I still understand the situation of the Truman family. Nowadays, Southeast and Northwest is in our hands. It can be said that the 7th young master is the underground emperor of Fuching. And this Fuching is our Truman world. But this situation is precisely what Prince Han's mansion is extremely afraid of. If we want to cooperate with Prince Han's mansion, we have two options. The first is to be small. The best way is for us to voluntarily surrender to Prince Han's mansion, hand over the power for them to drive, and express our willingness to be the minions of Prince Han in the north. Only then will they feel completely at ease. But this kind of cooperation, the 7th young master must not be able to accept it.
Uncle Kuan glanced at Li Chu, who nodded. It is naturally impossible to serve as King Han's subordinate. Moreover, King Han himself has met Wang Lingqi, so if he has any impression, the secret may be exposed.
If you don't want to completely surrender, but want to be equals, then you need to have the ability to be equals. And this ability lies within the 7th young master himself. A master of this level, even King Han, must face up to it. So our second option now is to go bigger. In other words, we should publicize and exaggerate our power. Last night, the 7 young masters defeated the little Heavenly King of Heavenly King Mountain. This must be publicized. And we must emphasize that it was a sword that crushed him and spared his life. Let King Han fear us. Then we can live in peace. As for the option of not cooperating with Prince Han's mansion, I don't recommend it. It would be unwise to go against the imperial court. However, if the 7th young master is confident enough and no one knows about it, he can directly kill Prince Han of the North. As far as I know, the current King Han has not yet determined his successor, so no one can cause trouble to us for at least a few years. This is the most convenient move.
Kuan, let's forget about this plan.
Bald Lu quickly waved his hand.
Just don't make the matter a big deal.
He represents the Chaotiang forces. Although he does not deal with King Han, he is only here to monitor King Han's palace. If King Han was killed directly, things would be very serious. The most terrifying thing was that he clearly saw Wang Qi's eyes light up when Uncle Kun mentioned
the most convenient.
Just now, he's obviously tempted. 4th Master Zhao also said weakly,
if the little king loses, he loses. Is it necessary to whip the corpse repeatedly? It is still necessary.
Li Chu said directly.
I think this proposal is good. If our true clan strength is raised to be on an equal footing with Prince Han's mansion, we will naturally be respected by others. Then let's make the first 5-day plan.
After Truman's first 5-day plan was released, the temporary division of power in Fuching remained unchanged. East City still belongs to Bald Lu. West City still belongs to Uncle Kuan. North City still belongs to 4th Master Zhao. And Nancheng still belongs to Nan Batian. The 5 tigers of Dongxing sit at the Truman headquarters as heralds, responsible for communicating with all parties. As for money, food and manpower, there is no need to turn it over. It is still up to all parties to coordinate. In short, after a series of orders were issued, several big bosses suddenly felt that they had lost nothing. It seems that everything is still the same as before, except that there is a unified boss in name. But what's the difference between a boss who doesn't ask for anything from you and will jump out to protect you when something happens, and a living bodhisattva? So what is Wang Qifei doing so vigorously? Just for a false reputation? Li Chu really didn't care about this. Anyway, this Truman only took a few days to build. Looking back, it might last for a long time before being disbanded. Just when he wanted to go to Lu Fufeng to learn more about the situation, 2 unexpected guests came to the door. Both of them wore bamboo hats to cover their faces and dressed up as gangsters. One could only tell that one was taller and the other shorter. Their cheap pulses are long, and they all seem to be masters. They were introduced by Mrs. Xia and brought here by Uncle Kuan. They were said to have good connections. So Li Chu also received them seriously.
You too. Please sit down.
Li Chu raised his hand.
Thank you.
After the two people sat down and took off their hats, they saw that the one on the left had a thin cheek and a stern face, and the one on the right had small eyes and rosacea. These two people, Chao Pan and he too from Duanbei Mountain, actually found Truman's headquarters directly.
Brother Wang, you have built such a great foundation in the city in just a few days. You are truly a young hero.
Chao Chao started to compliment him.
I don't dare. It's just a fluke,
Li Chu replied.
It can be seen that Brother Wang is a very ambitious man,
Chao Pan said again.
I don't have any big ambitions, but I just want to have a career in Jixiang Mansion,
Li Chu added.
Oh, how can such a small Jixiang Mansion trap a real hero?
Chao Pan came closer and said,
Brother Wang, don't you want to do something really great? A big achievement?
Li Chu wondered for a moment.
How big is it? For example, the entire Hilua dynasty is as big as that,
he too said in a bewitching voice next to him.
Oh!
Li Chu was a little surprised when he heard what they said.
Where did you two come from? Before asking us, we actually want to ask Brother Wang first,
Chao Pan said.
Where did you come from? Why is it that there is no legend about you in the world, but you suddenly came out with such terrifying cultivation?
Li Chu pondered for a moment and replied.
I am not from any sect. Master is a wandering chief practitioner. I have been practicing in seclusion in the south, and I just came out this year.
This statement was inspired by the little heavenly King Tingyong. He was born out of thin air, and just said he was in seclusion.
Yeah.
Chao Pan nodded, which he thought was reasonable for such a young cultivator to possess such a Taoist practice. Even if he is reincarnated as an earthly immortal, it will be a little faster. Only if he has been in seclusion and concentrated on practice can he achieve this achievement.
I also guessed a little bit. If Brother Wang is such a good person,
if he comes from an immortal sect or a big power, he must be the core of the key training. Why come to Jixiang Mansion to start a career alone?
Chao Pan smiled and said,
As for where we come from.
He leaned forward again and lowered his voice.
Brother Wang, have you heard of Duanbei Mountain?
Huh? Li Chu was surprised and doubtful. No wonder the arrogant words he uttered before turned out to be rebels. The master once said before that if you have any difficulties in the north, you can go to Broken Steel Mountain to find his good brothers. So Li Chu has a good impression of the force itself in Broken Steel Mountain. So he nodded and said,
I heard that there are some heroes on the mountain. Since my brother said so.
Chao Pan did not hesitate and asked directly,
Do you have any intention of joining Duanbei Mountain? Brother, with your cultivation level, if you go up the mountain, you will probably be able to appoint a commander directly. The commander of my Duanbei Mountain is a well-known figure in the world, and he will definitely become famous overnight.
He was not bragging, and Li Chu believed it. With one more commander in Duanbei Mountain, there will be an extremely high reward on the wall of every big city in the world, which can be seen by the entire Hilua dynasty. Isn't this just becoming famous overnight?
To be honest, I have a good impression of Duanbei Mountain, but I still have some things to worry about at the moment.
Li Chu thought for a moment, but did not say anything about what he was preparing to do against the Golden Bodhisattva. After all, this is a secret matter, and the more people know about it, the more risks there are. The reason I told the people at Chaotian K the day before yesterday was because they belong to the Imperial Court, and there was nothing wrong with notifying them in the event of a direct collision. There is no need to support these two heroes. After all, they are rebels, and it may not be a good thing to involve them too deeply. But he didn't refuse coldly.
If you two need help from me, Chuman, you can bring it up. If we can, we will definitely be happy to help.
Li Chu said,
We can maintain a cooperative relationship. Cooperate.
Judge Chao smiled.
That's not a bad idea. If Brother Wang still has concerns, you can keep a closer look. Anyway, Duanbei Mountain welcomes heroes from all over the world and will not reject anyone who comes. No matter when you want to go up the mountain, the door will be open to you,
he said enthusiastically. He too said on the side,
There is really something that Truman needs help with right now.
The two of them had asked Mrs. Xie for help yesterday, but there has been no news yet. This newly promoted Fuching boss is more powerful, and it may be more efficient if he is asked for help. But it doesn't hurt to talk, Li Chu said. So he too said, our trip down the mountain is actually to deal with a person. This person is our great enemy in Duanbei Mountain. He has previously undermined our mission and brutally killed our hidden stake. The head of the family has issued a strict order. He must be eradicated regardless of manpower. But after this person entered Jixiangfu City, he seemed to have disappeared from the world. And we couldn't find him. Chao Pan continued, Brother Wang, it would be great if your men could help us search for him. Are you just looking for someone? Li Chu said. This is not difficult. This man has extremely high cultivation level. If he is found, I'm afraid the other masters on the mountain will have to come down and join forces to surround him. Chao Pan said. That's it. Li Chu nodded. I am a little curious in my heart. Who is this enemy that needs to be taken so seriously in Duanbei Mountain? Then who is this person? He then asked. This man is a young Taoist priest who came from the south of the Yangtze River. He is young and has a very high level of cultivation. He too said. Huh? Li Chu blinked. Moreover, this man is extremely handsome. It is said that he is extremely handsome and is extremely eye-catching wherever he goes. Chao Pang said. Huh? Li Chu's brows wrinkled subtly. He couldn't help but ask. Then what is the name of the man you are talking about? Li Chu. He too replied and suddenly smiled again. Truman's Chu. Chapter 421. Each has his own agenda to drive the tiger away and devour the wolf. Li Chu? Hearing them call his name, Li Chabincha sat here and felt confused. Did I kill the people from Duanbei Mountain? When? At that time, Wen Xiang did not tell Li Chu that she was from Broken Bay Mountain. So Li Chu could not even think of Jin Guanxi. But it is obviously unwise to reveal his identity at this time. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, I have never heard of this person. But since you two said that he has a high level of cultivation, he should be somewhat famous. According to what we know so far, this person's debut time is still short. But the people he killed were all famous people. For example, the Magic King, another Magic King, etc. Chao Ban said. The Northland is far away from the south of the Yangtze River. It is normal that Brother Wang has not heard of him for a while. But since he dares to offend us on the top of Duanbei Mountain, we will naturally not let him become famous all over the world again. Okay, I can help you two find this person, Li Chu added. But what is the grudge between him and Duanbei Mountain? Can you tell me in detail? From what you said, he killed several people from the demon sect. And it's not like a bad person. If we deal with someone indiscriminately, it would be against the moral principles of our generation. A few days ago, 2 of our hidden stakes from Duanbei Mountain were about to join forces in Yaowang Town. However, the little Taoist priest blocked them. As a result, the joint failed and the mission ended in failure. He too did not hesitate to explain. There's still this matter, Li Chu muttered. Later, our hidden stake met the Taoist priest again in Jixiangfu City. This time he actually took action directly. When I arrived, I saw him killing someone. The method was extremely cruel. The death was extremely miserable. When it came to the emotional part, he too even gritted his teeth. I only hate that my cultivation level is so low that I dare not step forward to take revenge alone. On Broken Monument Mountain, brotherhood is the most important thing. Every hidden stake is my brother and sister. And they ended up like this. How can I not hate it to the core? Is this happening? Li Chu shook his head again in surprise. This is not a compliment to he too. He was really surprised. How come I didn't know that Li Chu killed someone? Frowning, he asked again. I wonder what the identity of the deceased under-commander he is. Brother Wang. Chao Pan looked at him. Why are you asking in such detail? Yeah. Li Chu pondered for a moment and replied seriously. Curious. Faced with this reason, Chao Fan and he too were speechless for a moment. However, considering that they need help from the person in front of them, it is not easy for the two of them to hide. So he too thought about it and finally told him. His true identity is that he is the senior brother of the Yanxiao clan. Senior brother of Yanxiao clan? A line suddenly became clear in Li Chu's mind. Wen Xiang girl. Guanxi brother. Duanbeishan. So it turns out that he actually sabotaged Duanbei Mountain's plan without realizing it. But I can't blame myself. I still remember that the starting point of all conflicts was that Brother Kansai was not polite. What's wrong with people who jump in line and get beaten? As for killing him, it was definitely not his own doing. It seemed that there was some misunderstanding or someone deliberately framed him. Looking at Chao Pan, he too across from him. He began to feel that these two people could not be trusted easily. So he nodded calmly, without revealing any doubts, and just said,
"In that case, let us leave this matter to Truman. As long as there is news, I will notify you two as soon as possible. But, how to find you two?
We will be staying at Sanyue Villa during this period. If there is any news, just send someone to deliver a letter to Mrs. Xie and ask her to forward it to us."
"Good." Li Chu nodded again. There is also some speculation about Mrs. Xie's origin. How could she be a lonely woman with no background and run such a villa in Jixiang Mansion? It seems that it is inextricably related to Duanbei Mountain. After he too left, he asked Chao Pan,
"Does Commander Chao think that Wang Qi is reliable? I feel like he's weird."
Judge Chao frowned.
"But I can't tell what's wrong. I also think he is a bit strange."
He too also agreed.
"But there are so many strange people in the world. As long as he has the ability, it doesn't matter if he is a bit weird. It's just that this kind of weirdo is difficult to control. If you are an ordinary person, what you want is nothing more than cultivation, power, money, status, and beauty."
Chao Pan thought deeply.
"But if you are not an ordinary person, what you want is mostly special. It may be difficult for him to be moved by worldly fame and fortune. Fortunately, he has a good impression of Duanbei Mountain. Even if he doesn't like it, he is still willing to help us,"
he too said with a smile.
"Do not forget."
Chao Pan suddenly turned around gloomily.
"We are not doing anything for Duanbei Mountain."
He too was startled and said,
"That's right. Commander Chao is determined to let him. If I am pulling people up the mountain, they will naturally be my own team."
Chao Pan said.
"If it is just to increase the strength on the mountain, wouldn't it be a disservice?"
He too looked at Chao Pan and wanted to say something. But suddenly he felt an idea flash in his mind.
"In a quarter of an hour, we will arrive at Shirley Pavilion outside the city."
This thought poured directly into his mind like a bell, overwhelming all his thoughts in an instant, and making it impossible to avoid it. He immediately understood where this came from and said,
"General Chao, I'll excuse you for a moment. Where are you going?"
He too looked around and said,
"Dharma King summons."
"Golden Bodhisattva?" Chao Pan smiled playfully and said,
"Okay, then I will go back to the villa to wait for you."
The two parted ways. He too's figure flashed and turned into a gust of wind, sweeping through the streets. There were shouts of exclamation on the street, but no one could see his figure clearly. But in the blink of an eye, he too had arrived at the agreed-upon location, the remote Shirley Pavilion outside the city. As he appeared here, a figure of a monk wearing a golden cassock and a solemn appearance walked out from behind him, as if he appeared out of thin air. "It is the Golden Bodhisattva."
"General, he came very early,"
Jean Bodhisattva said warmly.
"Don't dare to neglect the Dharma King's call."
He too hurriedly lowered his head and said, when speaking to the Golden Bodhisattva, his eyes were filled with a pious light,
"I'm looking for you this time. I still have some things I want to trouble you with."
Jean Bodhisattva said again,
"The Dharma King has his orders, and he must obey them."
He too said immediately,
"Recently, the Northland Buddhist Kingdom's plan has been expanding rapidly, and it has reached Jixiangfu City. I heard that a new force has emerged in the city recently, called Chu Men. Do you know about it?"
asked the Golden Bodhisattva.
"I just met Wang Qi, the leader of the Chu clan."
He too replied,
"Oh, what do you think of him? Can we be included as a companion in the Buddhist kingdom?"
Jean Bodhisattva asked. He too thought for a while, shook his head and said,
"His cultivation level is very high, and his weird temperament does not seem like he can be included in the Buddhist kingdom."
Alas, Jean Bodhisattva sighed, seemingly extremely sad, and said,
"Then we can only kill him. Does the Dharma King want to let other believers take action like in the past? Or does he need my help?"
He too asked proactively.
"You are my most important believer. If I don't have to, I won't need your help."
Jean Bodhisattva said,
"You just need to help me find suitable followers under him."
Dharma King, he too pondered for a moment and suddenly said,
"I suddenly had an idea. Speak. We just asked Wang Qi in the name of Duanbei Mountain to help us find the little Taoist priest from the south of the Yangtze River. If we find him, we may not be able to try to get him to join us. If Duanbei Mountain is a tiger and the little Taoist priest is a wolf, then the little Taoist priest is a tiger. Isn't Wang Qi also a wolf?"
He too Dao.
"Isn't it wonderful to provoke Wang Qi to fight with the little Taoist priest and let them both lose? Then we will reap the benefits. It's a good idea."
Jean Bodhisattva said,
It's just that the last time I met the little Taoist priest, I felt that his strength was quite unfathomable. And even I may not be his opponent. And at Jixiang Mansion, the gang leader may not be able to defeat both sides with him. Actually, when I looked at Wang Chi's sword energy, I felt that it was unfathomable. He too said, "We can lie in ambush, depending on the situation. Anyway, getting rid of either of them will be beneficial to the establishment of our Buddhist kingdom in the north." Right. It's natural. The golden bodhisattva nodded with satisfaction. As Lu Fufeng said before, if it were a general puppet technique, the person being manipulated would be like a puppet and would never be able to think like this. However, the golden bodhisattva can control a person without affecting the person's mind at all. Just terrible. What he too didn't know was that when he was communicating with Jin Bodhisattva, Jin Bodhisattva's eyes inadvertently glanced into the distance. And in the direction of that glance, a figure was standing, silently sizing them up. This person is Chao Pan. Chao Pan's eyes were sinister, staring in the direction of he too and Jin Bodhisattva, as if he could understand what the two were talking about. While watching quietly, I suddenly heard a Buddha call from behind. "Amitabha, why is Commander Chao spying on our conversation?" Chao Pan was startled, turned around, and saw another golden bodhisattva behind him. He is wearing a golden cassock, a handsome face, a solemn appearance, and his deep pupils are full of indifference. Chao Pan, who has extremely keen senses, had no idea when this figure appeared, but after thinking about the identity of the other party, he felt relieved and said with a smile, "The Dharma King's magical powers are indeed powerful. I am not maliciously spying on you. I just want to hear whether the Dharma King is sincerely cooperating with me. Cooperation is naturally sincere. As a Buddhist, we are not sincere for a moment." The golden bodhisattva smiled and said, "This can make the king of all generations not have to doubt." Dharma King, Chao Pan's eyes flickered and he said, "What I said is to cooperate with me, not with the king of eternity." "Oh." Jin Bodhisattva raised his eyes. "Dharma King, please don't treat me as a subordinate of the king of all worlds. In fact, I have a cooperative relationship with him. I just want to use the power of outsiders to compete for power on the mountain. As for this outsider, it can be the king of all worlds. And naturally it can also be you, the king of Dhamma. It can be seen that Commander Chao is a man with great ambitions." After a pause, Jin Bodhisattva said again, "In that case, we can have a good talk." When everyone on the other side had their own secrets, Li Chu also returned to his body and awakened Wan Longqi. Several people offered incense to Yu Qian together. The incense burner was placed. Green smoke curled up, and the figure of the old Taoist priest slowly appeared in front of everyone. "Ha ha! What's the matter?" he asked with a smile. The smoke behind him swayed from time to time, and the shadow of a small fat dragon appeared for a while, and the shadow of a koi fish appeared for a while, as if two children were fighting over something. Li Chu said, "Disciple, there is something strange happening here." As he spoke, he told what Duanbeixian said about killing people. "Oh!" After hearing this, the old Taoist priest also showed a playful expression. "You just locked people in place. But the commander said he saw you kill people with his own eyes. So, either you lied or you lied." The old Taoist glanced at Li Chu again. "It's impossible for you to lie, because it's impossible for the person you killed to see his death. It makes sense." Wang Longqi nodded at the old Taoist priest's analysis. "Then it can only be that he lied." The old Taoist priest spread his hands. "But why do they put the blame on me?" Li Chu frowned. "First of all, the leader of Duanbei Mountain is a good friend of mine. I know him very well, and there is absolutely no way he would do such a thing." Yu Qian touched his chin and said, "And you are my disciple, so it is impossible for you to kill someone for no reason. There must be something wrong with the people contacting you, and they want to harm you or Duanbei Mountain. Is the leader of Duanbei Mountain really so trustworthy? He is the #1 traitor in the world." Wang Longqi interjected from the side. "Don't worry. Our friendship is much deeper than that between you and my disciple," Yu Qian said. "Old Taoist master, are you close friends with Guolanke?" Lu Fufeng came up from the side and said, "I wonder what your old name is in the world. You must be a well-known figure." "Right." Yu Qian glanced at him and found that he was a stranger. He said with a straight face, "I'm just a stranger. I think Lao Gua is not bad. Then how should we deal with this matter?" Li Chu said thoughtfully, "Even if we don't seek help from Duanbei Mountain, we can't be enemies with him. If the master really has an old relationship with the master,
Should he go directly to the mountain to talk to him about this matter? Things are better.
The old Taoist priest thought for a while and said,
Since they are looking for you, I think you might as well use their tactics to help Duanbei Mountain catch the mole. Just follow the plan? That's right.
A sly smile appeared on the old Taoist priest's face.
These little things are so cunning. When the fire in the world was first created, and I was playing tricks, they didn't know where to find their mother.
The next day, Chao Fan and he too, who were in Sanyue Villa, received a letter from Truman.
They have found the location of the little Taoist priest.
Chao Pan took the letter and said,
Hee. This is easy to handle.
He too smiled and said,
The next thing is to think about how to trick Wang Qilu here. No need.
Judge Chao put down the letter and said with a smile,
Wang Qi is willing to help us deal with Li Chu. This trick drives the tiger to swallow the wolf. It's done.
Chapter 422 Li Chu fell.
Brother King. It's so generous.
When they saw Wang Qi again, Chao Pan and he too both had big smiles on their faces. There was no way. Things were going too smoothly. A person you want to trick will jump out of your way without you having to ask. This can't be said to be just coming to the pillow when you are dozing off. Instead, as soon as you yawn and open your mouth, someone pours a bowl of powerful sweat medicine into your stomach, making you sleep until your wife runs away and can't wake up. However, when they saw Wang Qi this time, they felt a little strange. Although this Wang Qi has thick eyebrows and big eyes, he always looks like he has a wretched temperament that he can't get rid of. The last time we met, that filthy look was just on the surface, and his eyes looked serious. But when we met again this time, his wretched temperament seemed to emanate from his bones. Even if being vulgar is a kind of poison, he actually became poisonous in just one day?
Brothers, there is no need to say more.
Wang Qi stared with big eyes and said solemnly,
Destroy Li Chu and eliminate harm for the people without delay.
He was dressed in brocade clothes and had a sword behind his back. After saying lo, Brother Crow drove a carriage over.
The little Taoist priest has a keen sense of consciousness. In order to prevent him from noticing, we will approach him in a carriage first.
Wang Qi's explanation seemed reasonable to the two of them at Duanbei. When cultivators are close to each other, it is of course faster to use magical powers. But once the true energy fluctuations are leaked, they will be noticed faster. On the carriage, Wang Qi said again,
The reason why you couldn't find the little Taoist priest before was because he was not in the city, but secretly went to Bohai Cliff outside the city. According to my investigation, he suffered a serious injury, and every morning he adjusts his breath and recuperates on the cliff of the Bohai Sea. This is a good opportunity for us.
He was injured? After hearing this, Chao Pan felt refreshed. They had previously thought that Wang Qi's cultivation might not be as good as Li Chu's. If Li Chu's strength was damaged, the probability of them both losing would be greater. He too and him looked at each other, and the two men with evil intentions showed evil smiles at the same time. The carriage left the city and drove all the way to a high mountain outside the city. The cliffs on both sides were bulging and the mountains were stacked on top of each other, blocking the view. Before ascending the cliff, the carriage stopped. Wang Qi looked at Brother Crow and said directly,
Go back first.
The crow was ordered to return. Wang Qi raised his hand, pointed to a loft in the distance, and said,
Two commanders, the little Taoist priest is recuperating in that loft. But if he goes further here, he will definitely notice it. I have two people right now, a plan. Chao Pan and he too were thinking at the same time. No matter what plan he proposed, they must find a way to trick him into meeting the little Taoist priest alone. The two of them don't have the courage to confront that little Taoist priest. As a result, before they could finish thinking, they heard Wang Qi say,
The first plan is for me to go forward alone. I have a unique magical power to conceal my breath. I can approach here slowly so that he doesn't notice. When the two of us arrive, we will fight. Once you're at ease, you two can come out to help us out.
After hearing this, both Chao Pan and he too were stunned. Is this too considerate? Just get what you want. Just when the two of them wanted to quickly agree to this plan, they heard Wang Qi say again,
The second plan is that I will teach you the unique magical power of concealing the breath. And then the three of us will approach this place together.
But, Wang Qi showed a troubled expression.
But my master once told me that our magical powers are all top secrets in the world and must not be spread easily. If I use this plan, I will have to make a huge sacrifice. Oh, this is really true. Brother.
Chao Pan held Wang Qi's hand and said moodily,
Although I really want to come forward with you. Brother. If you break the rules of this division because of us, we will never redeem ourselves.
Brother Wang, he too had tears in his eyes.
You are here to help. How can we accept such a huge sacrifice for a unique magical power? Don't hesitate. No matter what you say today, you have to fight the little Taoist priest yourself. You too.
Wang Qi raised his head, as if he was moved.
You are really willing to let me come forward alone? But you must feel so sorry for staying here. How much pain there is. We can bear it together.
Chao Pan beat his chest heavily.
Two brothers. You are so righteous.
Wang Qi said emotionally.
It doesn't matter. Brother, just take our share and go.
He too raised his hand high.
Wang
Qi paused, then turned around, took a breath, and walked forward. As he walked over there, he saw a figure suddenly emerging from the attic. It was a little Taoist priest wearing a blue robe, although he couldn't see his face clearly from a distance. But at a glance, the wind blowing from there carried a handsome flavor. Who else could it be besides Li Chu? He sat cross-legged on the top of the attic and began to breathe into the sky, as if he was really exercising to heal his injuries. Chao Pan and he too met the rightful owner, and were convinced that they no longer had any other doubts. Next, we just need to wait quietly for Wang Qi and Li Chu to collide with each other. When the time comes, the snipe and the clam will fight, and the fisherman will profit. Both of them felt that things were going so smoothly that it was unimaginable. They looked at each other again, and felt that there was a sly smile in each other's eyes. Sitting on the top of the attic is naturally the real Li Chu. In fact, through the ultra-long range of his mind's eye, he has already seen the situation here clearly. And the Wang Qi who came was naturally the real Wang Long Qi. Yesterday, Yu Qian was talking about such a plan in the smoke.
If there is a mole on Broken Steel Mountain, I'm afraid things won't be too simple. There must be a treacherous conspiracy. If you want to investigate clearly, the best way is actually for you to take a trip to Broken Steel Mountain. Me?
Li Chu said clearly.
It's Wang Qi. Right. That's right.
Yu Qian said.
The two people who came to you seem to be very problematic. It is of course easy to get rid of them. But if you can find a way to gain the trust of these two people, you should have the opportunity to gain access to the secrets behind them. That's the best thing. Although I have been away from the human fire for many years, I still help him again if I can. If you want Wang Qi to gain their trust, there is nothing better than killing Li Chu alone.
Li Chu replied immediately.
Oh?
Lu Fufeng was startled by his words, but he immediately understood.
Little Taoist priest Li wants to fake his death? That's right.
Li Chu nodded and said,
If I can achieve this feat, it will not be difficult to get a leadership position in the mountain. Chao Pan and he too may also win over me. That's very good.
Yu Qian also nodded with a smile.
The only troublesome thing is that once the news gets out about Broken Monument Mountain, you will inevitably be wanted. It's not something casual,
Li Chu said worriedly.
It doesn't matter.
The old Taoist priest waved his hand decisively and said with a smile,
It's not your face that is wanted. Indeed. In this case, there is no need to worry.
Li Chu nodded.
Ha ha. Who is the wanted person?
Wang Longqi laughed a few times along with the giggling one. And suddenly his eyes widened.
Don't worry. Qi Xiao.
Behind him, Lao Du, who had never had any presence in the matter of using his brain, patted his shoulder.
I'll take care of your wife. So don't worry about it. No need.
Wang Longqi said with a guilty conscience.
I haven't even married and had children yet.
Lao Du pondered for a moment and said,
In this case, you should hurry up and get a wife first, and I will figure out a solution for the children. Hack you.
Wang Longqi pushed Lao Du's hand away and looked at Yu Qian.
Master Yu, it's okay if I sacrifice a little for the cause of your Taoist temple. But don't you pick anyone? What a trap. Don't worry,
the old Taoist priest said.
You are still my godson. How could I sell you out like this? Believe me, the mountain man has his own clever plan.
Wang Longqi pursed his lips, his face full of belief. From the perspective of Chao Fan and he too, they saw Wang Qi slowly approaching the attic step by step. Just when he reached the bottom of the attic, the little Taoist priest finally noticed him. After seeing him, the little Taoist's expression seemed to change. He stood up, then turned around and fled into the attic. Wang Qi followed up with a lunge and rushed in.
Fight! Fight!
Chao Pan and he too both shouted loudly in their hearts. After a pause, there seemed to be no movement in the attic.
Huh?
Judge Chao was confused.
What are they doing? Would you like to take a closer look?
He too was also a little confused. The view from where they were was really blocked, and they could only see a corner of the attic. Just as the two were hesitating, they suddenly heard an explosion. Roar! A red dragon broke through the wall from the attic and flew straight to the mountain beside the two of them. Boom! Rumble! Cheong Yujio annihilated that mountain peak into dust in one go. Flying debris swept down, and a burst of violent and hot sand and dust instantly enveloped the two of them.
My mother!
E2 exclaimed. Of course, this bit of sand and dust will not obscure their perception, nor will it cause any harm to them. But the shock to their souls is indescribable. What kind of sword is this? One sword is a mountain. The two of them had heard before that Li Chu's sword was as powerful as a red dragon, but they never thought it was so big. Immediately, the two of them couldn't help but be extremely glad that they didn't go there with Wang Qi. Any aftermath of this may not be something they can block. Before the lingering fear in my heart had passed, suddenly, I heard the sound of breaking wind, and another silver light flew through the sky. Whoosh! A silver sword light as big as the moon.
Oh my god!
Laugh. This is Wang Qi's sword energy. The two of them had witnessed this sword in the battle between Wang Qi and Nottingyong. It was as graceful as a startling giant, as powerful as a swimming dragon, and it was as powerful as a killing blow, unparalleled in the world. But the sword that cut off 3 fighting souls that day was not so huge. It's like the moon falling from the sky. However, the little Taoist priest's cultivation must be higher than that of the little heavenly king. It is normal to use more force when fighting him. But did Wang Qi still retain his strength that day? Isn't this too scary? Just now, the two of them thought it was stupid for him to approach the little Taoist priest alone. But now they realized that he was actually confident. Kara Law. The silver sword light flashed across another strange peak above the two people's heads. Half of the peak suddenly shook, and then slowly slid down. Faster and faster. Break the mountain with one sword. Chao Pan, and he too quickly jumped to dodge. Under the huge shadow above their heads. If they slowed down even a little bit, their lives might be in danger. The two of them have always believed that they are masters of the world, and it is difficult to rival them among their peers. But the battle between these two young people is so dangerous for them to even watch the battle. A sense of absurdity came over me. As for the courage to get closer, there was not a trace left. Roar! Just as he landed, there was another roar of the red dragon, and another surge of blazing sword energy burst out. Boom! Rumble! Landslide. The ground cracks. It's like an earth dragon turning over. Then, there was another silver sword light. Laugh. The mountain is broken. The strong wind that came from nowhere became more and more wild, filled with gravel, and howled everywhere. The fierce wind and sand are charming to the eyes, and the vicious sword energy shakes the mountains. Finally, the two could no longer see clearly what was happening over there. As for that fragile little building, it seems to have collapsed long ago. Boom, boom, boom. In this series of fierce battles, Chao Pan and he too were exhausted just to avoid the aftermath. They had a feeling at the same time. Are they the only ones in the world who can fight like this with each other? Except for each other. I'm afraid it would be difficult for anyone else to catch their swords. The two of them arrived at Duanbei Mountain late, and had never seen Qilin take action or engage in a fierce battle. But they thought it would not be more shocking than this. After all, you must know that these two people use sword energy. Sword cultivators are recognized as number one in killing. But when it comes to large-scale scenes, it may not be exaggerated. It may be more about concentrating the destruction on one point. It would be unimaginable if this energy were to be emitted by other great supernatural powers. Boom. Fighting between gods. After much deliberation, except for this word, there is no other word that can describe how the two of them feel today. Finally, after this fierce battle lasted for a while, it suddenly became silent. The two people found a piece of flat land, stood firm on their feet, and looked over there, and saw a shocking scene. A godless figure flew out and fell towards the bow-high cliff in the distance. In the blue robe, although his face cannot be seen clearly, he looks extremely handsome. It's a little Taoist priest, and another figure is high up, soaring in the sky. It is Wang Qi. Wang Qi actually won. While they were shocked, Wang Qi raised the sword in his palm and swung it down again. Laugh. An arc-shaped sword light that was even larger than before fell again, chasing the flying figure of the little Taoist priest and crushing it. Laugh. The moment the little Taoist priest's figure fell into the torrent below, the sword light followed closely and caught up with his body. Boom. That's not all. Under the boundless ocean, The waves break because of this. Cut off the waves with one sword. High water walls were built on both sides. And in an instant, the torrent was hundreds of feet high in the sky. And a huge hollow appeared under the sea water. Before it stopped, the sea floor was instantly disconnected. And a huge gap opened. Chao Fan and he too had enlightenment in their hearts at the same time. Absolutely no one can survive this sword. Li Chu fell down. Chapter 423, Climbing Duanbei Mountain. Time seems to have passed for a long time. And it seems to be just a short moment. The wind from the cliff of Bohai Sea hit Chao Pian's face, which felt a bit harsh. Logically speaking, the wind here shouldn't be so strong. He too also said,
Commander Chao, do you think this wind is a bit of a slap in the face?
Chao Pan immediately figured out why the wind was so strong. Because the mountains here were gone, leaving only a bare flat land that was 10 feet lower than before. If the area is smaller, it can also be called a pit. Of course, none of these circumstances matter. What is important is that those who destroy these environments are directly responsible for changing the climate near the Bohai Cliff. Swords. 2 horizontally and vertically. The winner stands. The loser falls. Wang Qi was hanging in the air, high up, and even his wretched temperament became a bit like the unpredictable breath of an outsider, which made people dare not look directly at him. He too asked again,
Commander Chao, are you still planning to recruit him? Solicitation?
Chao Fan muttered this word, and suddenly felt it was a bit funny. After the fight between gods just now, can we still use the word recruitment? Is taking refuge more appropriate? Or, Chao Fan began to think about it. It seemed that sworn relationships were popular in the world recently. However, Wang Qi seemed to be more than 10 years younger than him. So it seemed a bit inappropriate for him to call him eldest brother. Maybe recognizing your adoptive father is a good choice. And calling daddy isn't that difficult. I'm afraid Wang Qi doesn't want to agree. That's a big deal. Everyone can talk about it individually. Unlike him, he too was more simply frightened. As promised, I always thought that the little Taoist priest was the stronger one. Unexpectedly, Wang Qi killed the little Taoist priest without any harm. This wolf is so amazing. For the golden bodhisattva who wants to establish a Buddhist kingdom in the north. The more masters there are in the north, the more difficult it will naturally be. I expected that no matter what happened, both of them would lose. But now, how to deal with Wang Qi in the future is also a problem. Just when the two of them were having their own secrets, Wang Qi floated closer and landed gently.
Commander Chao and Commander He have fulfilled their mission,
he said calmly. Chao Pan and he too looked at Wang Qi and felt that this man's temperament was much colder than before. And his eyes turned to glances. It was as if winning this fight had made him feel cold. It was really installed for him. But to be fair, anyone who sends away a land god level opponent without any injuries after such a fight with gods has to be pretentious. Taking into account the opponent's strength, Chao Pan and he too also tolerated his disguise to the greatest extent.
More than fulfilling the mission, Brother Wang's battle was simply breathtaking. No one would have imagined that there are 2 such swordsmanship geniuses in the world. And from now on, there will only be Brother Wang.
He too sighed.
People talk about the red-browed sword master of Dashua Mountain. But I dare to say that within 10 years, Brother Wang will definitely become the best swordsman in the world. Ha! In what 10 years? In my opinion, Brother Wang's current strength is no longer inferior to that of Red Eyebrow. But he has never competed. If it were me, I would definitely find an opportunity to go to the snowy mountains to challenge and fight from now on. Wouldn't it be wonderful to become famous?
Chao Pan also said loudly.
Oh, I don't dare.
Wang Qi just shook his head lightly, as if he didn't care about the false reputation.
Brother Wang helped me a lot in this battle at Duanbei Mountain. I should have invited you to go up the mountain for a talk. But Brother Wang, you are of a weak temperament and don't seem to be interested in going up the mountain.
Chao Pan was talking. In the middle of his words, he heard Wang Qi suddenly rode.
It's not a bad idea. Huh?
Chao Pan was stunned, wondering why this man suddenly became enthusiastic again. Everyone knows that as long as you go up Duanbei Mountain, you will be inextricably linked with the rebels. So going up the mountain is almost equivalent to joining. Wang Qi had shown previously that although he had a good impression of Duanbei Mountain, he would never join, but was only willing to cooperate. Why did he suddenly change his mind after killing this little Taoist priest? From Chao Pan's perspective, he naturally did not want Wang Qi to go up the mountain at this time, because he still couldn't fully understand this person's temperament. Letting him go up the mountain at this time might actually add a general to Duanbei Mountain. but that would be more of a loss than a gain. But since Wang Qi said so, do you still dare to stop him? Hearing this, Chao Pan could only say,
Brother Wang, just wait for a day. I will send the news back to the mountain and take you up the mountain tomorrow. Ha ha. If the master sees you, he will be very happy.
Wang Qi smiled slightly and nodded. Chao Pan and he too laughed together. But the proportion of these people who actually laughed is worth pondering. The news quickly spread back to Duanbei Mountain. A young man with the level of a land god was going to go up the mountain. The news was like thunder, and soon shook the whole mountain. There are many entrances to the hall on Duanbei Mountain, with a total of 8 flags, each performing its own duties. The rest of the people didn't know much about the missions of Chao and he. I just know that there is a little Taoist priest with extremely strong cultivation, who is not inferior to the land gods. He ruined the mission and killed the hidden stake at the foot of the mountain. Sooner or later, he will have to deal with it. But if there is suddenly a young and powerful leader, it will affect the interests of all parties, and everyone must pay more attention. This time Wang Qi killed Li Chu, and the news sent back by Judge Chao was more detailed. So everyone heard the real name of the little Taoist priest. It turned out that he came from the south of the Yangtze River, and his name was Li Chu. After a fight between gods and immortals, he was killed on the Bohai Cliff by the sword cultivator King Qi, the leader of the underworld in Jixiang Mansion, who was also born out of nowhere. Here is a person who is frightened.
Oh my god!
Senior brother Long Gang, the #1 killer on Broken Steel Mountain and who had been to Shenluo City, covered his mouth with 4 fingers in his room and let out an unbelievable exclamation. That little Taoist priest. Is it actually Li Chu? Absolutely impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Long Gang frowned and tugged at his eyes flickering. How could Taoist priest Shaoli be against the mountain? His master and my master are obviously close friends, and we have a relationship based on the trust of his wife and son. To this day, it remains to be verified whose son Gui Xiaobao is. When he saved Gui Xiaobao earlier, Taoist priest Shaoli also played a big role. Without him, how could things in Shenluo City go so smoothly? But he too had sworn before that the little Taoist priest had killed the hidden stake at the foot of the mountain. There must have been a misunderstanding. Let's talk again. Taoist priest Shaoli's cultivation is unfathomable. How could he be killed? He had seen Li Chu's methods before. If someone said that Guolanke would be killed, Long Gang might still think about it. After all, he knew what level his master's cultivation was. But Li Chu was killed. His first reaction was disbelief, because he didn't know what level Li Chu's cultivation was. In short, it was high. Very, very, very high. This is simply a fantasy. Could it be the same name? But it would be too much nonsense to say that there was a second young Taoist named Li Chu who came from the south of the Yangtze River and was extremely handsome and highly cultivated. Immediately, Long Gang secretly made up his mind. When Wang Qi goes up the mountain tomorrow, we must examine him carefully to see if he really has the strength to kill Taoist Priestly. In addition, the identity of little Taoist Priestly must be made known to the master, and he cannot be allowed to die inexplicably at the hands of me. Duanbei. Besides, he was thinking in his mind that if the person who died was really Taoist priest Shaoli, then he could take advantage of the opportunity to send the news of the death and the body back to Jiangnan to meet his master. Is it possible that the mystery of Gui Xiaobao's life experience can be solved by himself? Thinking of this, Long Gang felt his blood boiling. Chapter 424 Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome.
Is this master Yu's clever plan? Isn't it a little too primitive?
Wang Longji looked at the pig face mask on the table and fell into deep thought for a moment.
You don't care if it's original or not, as long as it's effective. That's it. As long as you don't show your face on Broken Monument Mountain. Who will know it's you? Even if it's a shadow figure. The only wanted person is this pig face.
In the smoke, Yu Qian had a strategizing smile on his face. That day he said he had a clever plan to get Wang Longji up the mountain. But it turned out that he just bought a mask to cover his face. And Wang Longji picked up the mask.
Why is it a pig face? Isn't there anything else? No martial arts master started his career with a pig face. People are all dragons, birds, unicorns, but when they come to me, they are like wild boars. The monkey face is twice as expensive as the pig face, and it's not as big as the pig face. It's not cost effective,
Li Chu said at the side.
Otherwise, it's this water monster face.
Du Lank raised a black mask and said,
I chose him. Ha ha. Lao Du. Is there any difference between wearing this thing and not wearing it.
Wang Longqi couldn't help but mock, because Wang Longqi's face is now considered quite important in Jixiang Mansion. Li Chu and Du Lang have to do these errands. Li Chu's physical body had gone through that battle and received his final sword blow. But now it seemed that it was still unscathed. After sending Chao Pan he too away, he went downstream and easily returned to his physical body. In fact, Li Chu had already discovered it during the battle between Shenluo City and Kanghagen. Although his sword energy is said to be extremely sharp, compared with his physical body, it is still inferior. After all, my physical body has been trained in the Iron Claw shirt, and my sword energy is all natural, and I have not practiced any special strengthening skills. Those without skills are still slightly inferior to those with skills. The result is that his full sword attack is not enough to break through his physical body. Although that sword seemed to Chao Ban He too to be almost unstoppable by anyone in the world. They did not expect that there was still one person who could block it. The only one in the world who can take my sword is myself. The next day, colorful flags were flying on Duanbei Mountain. The great master Guolonke stood under the huge phantom of light and death in the human world. And the heroes of the 8 halls were arranged in 2 rows.
Brothers, today we would like to welcome a hero. The 7 brothers of Jixiang Mansion, who single-handedly defeated powerful enemies for us in Duanbei Mountain.
In front of Guolonke, a tall, slightly bald man shouted loudly. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this person is Guolong's confidant, the chief instructor on Duanbei Mountain. And his surname is Gao. The disciples who go up the mountain must pass the examination and training by him before they are qualified. For such an important position, one can imagine Guolong's trust in him. As he drank, the heroes and heroes around him all shouted in unison.
Drink! 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 Drink!
Under this neat shout, a pig's head slowly emerged from the other side of the square and appeared in everyone's field of vision. Although the pig's head is quite funny, the eyes behind the pig's head are full of calmness and indifference, making people dare not look down upon it. Guolonke slowly followed Wang Qi's footsteps and came to him. He looked up at the pig face with a solemn expression and said,
Brother Wang Qi, welcome to the mountain.
There may be hundreds of brothers who go up to Duanbei Mountain every year to be greeted by such a grand ceremony and personally greeted by the master. But maybe not one of them has been seen for several years. It can be said that Wang Qi has been given enough courtesy. Some of the brothers below looked at it with red eyes. But there's nothing you can do about it. He can kill opponents at the level of land gods before going up the mountain. So he should be treated politely. But some people also doubt whether a young Taoist priest from the south of the Yangtze River is really that powerful. Could it be that Chao Pan and he too were exaggerating just to promote Wang Qi to the throne? It is even more suspicious when you see Wang Qizong showing his face, and not even daring to show his true face. Therefore, when Guolonke brought Wang Qi to the human fire, someone stood up.
Master!
But I saw a short-haired young man standing out from the crowd, looking at Wang Qi's pig face with an unkind look, with a sneer on his face.
Oh! Jianyu?
Guolonke smiled softly.
Do you have any objections?
The person who came was none other than Zhang Jianyu, one of Guolong's highly valued personal disciples. He has always been recognized as the best swordsman on Broken Monument Mountain.
It is true that I at Duanbei Mountain welcome heroes from all over the world. But today Master personally greets us with such a grand ceremony. It would be inappropriate to welcome someone who deceives the world and steals his reputation. Hey!
Guolonke frowned.
Watch your words. Yes.
Zhang Jianyu lowered his head and said,
My disciple's words may be inappropriate, but the general idea is not bad. This Wang Qi brother said he was a master of swordsmanship, but none of our brothers on the mountain have ever seen it. I want to go up the mountain and sit down firmly. Since you are in command, you should show off some of your skills and let everyone see. Right. What do you mean?
Guolonke looked at his disciple. Zhang Jianyu raised his head again and stared at the eyes behind Wang Qi's head.
I wonder if brothers Wang Qi dare to spar with me. If you can beat me in swordsmanship, then I, Zhang Jianyu, will be convinced. I believe that all the brothers on the mountain will. You can also recognize this commander, Brother 7th Wang.
Guolonke raised his head and looked at the pig head beside him.
Of course, I have no problem.
Wang Qi hesitated for a moment and then agreed. His hesitation, in the eyes of outsiders, was a sign of fear. As for what he was thinking, only he knew. No. Chao Pan and he too behind him also laughed at the same time. Chao Pan whispered,
I guess what Wang Qi is worried about right now is how to avoid killing him with one sword.
He too also curled his lips.
I don't know what the heights of the sky are.
They had always been at odds with Zhang Jianyu and others in Duanbei Mountain. This time, Zhang Jianyu thought Wang Qi was one of theirs. So he blocked them like this. It is unknown whether there was any instruction from others behind the scenes. While they were talking, everyone stood up and vacated the venue. Obviously, this is not the first time that something like this has happened in Duanbei Mountain. If someone goes directly to the mountain to be the leader, it is inevitable that some people will be dissatisfied. In the blink of an eye, a dual field was drawn out. Wang Qi looked at the open sky with a pig face, as if in a daze. Opposite me, Zhang Jianyu looked at him like this and felt more and more that he was just putting on airs. Immediately, he stood up with 2 fingers and raised the sword technique. Call out. A rainbow light rose into the sky.
My Chanhong sword is made from 7749 kinds of fine gold. It is the work of Master Guzhen in the sword forging city. It ranks among the top 3 in his life. Ordinary iron will break when touched. Brother Wang Qi, be careful.
Wang Qi nodded when he heard this. Then he also pulled out his sword.
My sword is the work of Master Chen from Lu's shop in Jixiangfu City. It costs 20 taels of silver. It has never met an opponent.
Ah. Zhang Jianyu sneered and was about to take action. Before he could laugh, Wang Qi raised his left hand and swung the long sword in his hand. And a half-moon-shaped light came through the air. So fast. Zhang Jianyu was horrified and immediately took half a step back to prepare for the attack. But the sword light did not come towards him, but flew away from him more than 10 feet away. Zhang Jianyu was stunned for a moment, and then felt a little funny.
Can it be cut crookedly?
He was about to respond when he suddenly felt someone tap him on his shoulder. When he looked back, he turned out to be senior brother Xiaobai, the person he had the best friendship with on the mountain.
Junior brother, stop it,
Xiaobai said softly. Senior brother, Zhang Jianyu was puzzled. Xiaobai then turned around and pointed. Zhang Jianyu followed his finger and saw a mountain peak in the distance, half of which was slowly sliding down. Did Wang Qi just cut off a mountain with a casual sword? Zhang Jianyu's heart skipped a beat. What the HL? Is it something that can be achieved with just a wave of your hand? If he could break a mountain with one sword and let him risk his life and use all his cards to exert all his strength, he might as well give it a try. But Wang Qi is too casual. And, thinking about it now, he didn't cut it crookedly just now. He clearly wanted to give in. If this sword fell on him, he would not survive in such a hurry. Thinking of this, cold sweat started to flow down. Looking at the opposite side, Wang Qi has already sheathed his sword. It seems that he has enough confidence that this sword is enough to determine the outcome. The eyes behind the pig's head were still calm, as if they had never considered themselves an opponent. It's bad, Zhang Jianyu secretly said.
I've become a clown.
At this time, Guolanke said loudly from the front.
Ah! Thank you to brother Wang Qi for keeping your hand and not killing each other. Jianyu, brother Wang Qi went up the mountain. What else do you have to say?
Zhang Jianyu frowned and looked at the master on one side and the pig head opposite. After a long while, he choked out one sentence.
Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome.
The brothers behind him also gave him face and shouted along with him.
Welcome. Welcome. Warm welcome.
For a time, a warm welcome echoed on the top of Duanbei Mountain. Zhang Jianyu, standing at the front and waving his hands, seemed to be the one who took the lead in welcoming Wang Qi up the mountain. Chapter 425 Identity Exposed. Wang Qi rested temporarily in the room prepared in Duanbei Mountain, waiting for the welcome banquet in the evening. He didn't have many acquaintances on the mountain. Only Chao Pan, and he too came over to chat for a few words. They felt that Wang Qi was quite cold at this time, so they left without saying a few words. After leaving the room, he too was still a little puzzled.
General Chao, do you think this Wang Qi is a little strange? Why do I feel that he is sometimes cold and sometimes warm? As if he is two people? I also feel that he is sometimes wretched and sometimes indifferent,
Chao Pan said.
But there are many strange people in the world. His unpredictable cultivation and somewhat unpredictable personality are normal. That's true.
He too also nodded. There are countless people with eccentric personalities in the world. In comparison, Wang Qi's little strangeness was nothing at all.
It's just a schizophrenia at best. A minor problem.
Chao Pan shrugged.
Yes, a small problem.
He too nodded in agreement. The schizophrenic Wang Qi brothers were talking to themselves at this time. Li Chu, whose soul occupies this body, frowned and said,
Lu Fufeng summoned me back. It must be something important. I have to go back to Jixiang Mansion. But don't worry. I will go back as soon as possible. Oh?
Wang Longqi's soul was shocked.
Li Chu. This is no other place. It is the largest den of tigers and wolves in the world. It is surrounded by rebel thieves with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of taels of rewards. You let me, and are they dealing with each other? Well, is the bounty so high?
Li Chu fell into deep thought.
You understand the key points.
Wang Longqi shouted.
The key is that I am just a weak young man with no power to restrain a chicken. You let me hear. Actually, it's not bad.
Li Chu shook his head and said,
You're always wearing a mask anyway. As long as you talk less, no one will notice anything is wrong. Then what if someone comes to take off my mask? If I am exposed in a place like this, will I be equivalent to social death?
Wang Longqi asked worriedly.
Probably not. After the battle up the mountain, no one will dare to cause trouble again,
Li Chu said.
Besides, how can anyone on this mountain be so boring and care so much about the face under your mask? Yes.
Wang Longqi hesitated for a while. Li Chu had laid the foundation well, and he only had to be responsible for showing off. If you can't do this well, you're really a waste.
I'll try my best to come back before the welcome party in the evening. As long as you don't go out, I believe no one will come looking for you,
Li Chu added.
Well, come back quickly. I can't bear it alone.
Wang Long watched Li Chu's soul go through the wall with 7 eyes, and felt an emptiness in his body. The body of the soul flew in the wind, flying much faster than the physical body, and soon it was back to the inn in Jixiang Mansion. Lu Fufeng and Du Lang were waiting anxiously around Li Chu's body. Suddenly, Li Chu opened his eyes and asked,
What happened? Xiao Taoist Priestley, you are finally back.
Lu Fufeng's expression softened.
It's like this. I have some connections in the north. In the past few days, many acquaintances were poisoned by the Golden Bodhisattva. But just now, an old friend suddenly sent me a message. He seemed to have escaped from the control of Jean Bodhisattva. But because the entire sect was under the control of Jean Bodhisattva, he didn't dare to say anything for a while. So he came to me for help. I wanted to go and check. Maybe this is a man who destroyed Jean Bodhisattva's magical power. Opportunity.
But Lu Fufeng smiled sheepishly again.
I'm worried that this is a trap by Jean Bodhisattva. If he wants to deal with me, he will definitely take action himself. In this way, it will be difficult for me to deal with him.
When he said this, Li Chu understood. There is nothing difficult to deal with. This guy just can't defeat the Golden Bodhisattva. So he asked himself to help.
Well, without further ado, let's set off immediately.
Li Chu stood up and said anxiously, thinking about the lonely Wang Longqi over there. After a second thought, he added,
But it's not suitable for me to show my face at this time. It's better not to let me take action.
After all, he was a dead man at this time, so he could not help but worry about this.
Don't worry, Taoist Priestley. As long as the Golden Bodhisattva is not here, I can take care of everything,
Lu Fufeng said quite confidently.
Master, I think Master's idea is good.
Du Lang smiled and raised a monkey face mask.
I have prepared it for you.
Li Chu gave him a look of approval, took the monkey face mask, and put it on his face.
How is it? Yeah.
Lu Fufeng and Du Lang looked at Li Chu's face and were silent for a while. After a long while, Lu Fufeng said,
To be honest, if Taoist Li wears a mask, it won't have much effect. Yes, I have never seen such a handsome monkey.
Lao Du also shook his head and sighed.
But if you have never seen Taoist Priest Xiao Li, it should still be of some use. Let's wear it for now,
Lu Fufeng said. As he spoke, he also took out a horse face mask and put it on his face. Turning his head, he asked Lao Du,
Taoist Du, don't you wear one?
Lao Du blinked, took off the dark water monster mask on his face, and said,
I've already put it on.
Lu Fufeng was silent for a moment, then laughed.
Uh-huh. Taoist Du is really dark and exquisite.
The 3 people in this compartment put on their masks and went out together. Besides, Wang Longqi was sitting alone in his room at Duanbei Mountain, feeling uneasy. Since Li Chu left, he has been feeling guilty, fearing that someone would see through his true face. Not long after, there was a knock on the door.
Who?
Wang Longqi was excited and said calmly,
Brothers from Xia Zitang are here to pay a visit to Brother Wang Qi.
A voice sounded from outside. The sword that Wang Qi showed to Zhang Jinyu today was shocking. And it also really impressed many heroes. It is inevitable that some people would like to make friends with him.
No,
Wan Longqi said coldly. Forehead. The few heroes from Duanbei Mountain outside were stunned, feeling a little stupid for a moment. After staying in the mountains for so long, this is the first time I have encountered someone who can pretend like this. Wan Longqi was also panicking. Now that he was meeting someone, what if the secret was revealed? After a moment of silence, the few heroes from Xia Zitang left in despair. One afternoon, Wan Longqi relied on these 2 words to fend off 3 or 4 groups of heroes who came to visit him. It is conceivable that his popularity on Duanbei Mountain will probably not be very good in the future. But it doesn't matter. That's something Li Chu needs to deal with. What Li Chu is best at is making bad interpersonal relationships better. And Wan Longqi has full confidence in him in this regard. As Li Chu said when he left, no one dared to come and ask for trouble. And no one was bored and interested in his true appearance under the mask. Seeing that it was getting late, the welcome banquet was coming, and Li Chu should be back soon. Wan Longqi was about to feel relieved. Suddenly, I heard a knock on the door from outside, and a voice that seemed familiar called out,
Brother Wang Qi.
Who? Wan Longqi was excited again.
Room service. Huh?
Wan Longqi was stunned for a moment. Is there such a thing on the Rebel Mountain? After thinking about it, he stepped forward and opened the door. I would like to see what services you have. Serious or not. Unexpectedly, when I opened the door, I saw a familiar big face. The owner of this face, with lightning speed, stretched out his hand and ripped off the pig head mask on Wan Longqi's face. Immediately, a familiar shout rang out.
Oh my god! What do you want to do?
Wan Longqi shouted.
Sure enough. It's you?
The big face pointed at Wan Longqi and exclaimed.
It's not me!
Wan Longqi covered his face and wailed. That big face was none other than Long Gang, a disciple of Guo Longke. When he was in Shenluo City, Du Yun had a lot of contact with Wan Longqi, and he naturally recognized them at a glance. In fact, as early as during the day, he felt something was wrong from the smell of Wang Qi's body. With his sensitivity to smells, he had already sensed familiarity, so he had to take off the mask carefully. Li Chu only thought that no one on this mountain would be so boring, but he didn't expect that the smell would reveal a flaw. And the only one who can see through the truth is Long Gang, the #1 killer in Broken Bay Mountain, who looks like a fool, but is unusually intelligent. Chapter 426 Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick.
You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say will be used as evidence for me to report to the boss.
Long Gang sat opposite Wan Longqi. His small eyes narrowed, looking up and down at Qi Xiao.
You give up. I won't say a word until my lawyer comes back.
Wan Longqi put on a face that he would rather die than surrender.
7th young master. We are old acquaintances. Please cooperate.
Long Gang said softly.
I'm not. You got the wrong person.
Wan Longqi said coldly.
Would you like meat and vegetables for the New Year's Eve dinner tonight?
Long Gang asked again.
Just call 2 people who can sing.
Wan Longqi replied subconsciously.
Still pretending.
Long Gang raised his eyebrows.
If you are not Wan Longqi, I will cut off your head.
Wan Longqi looked at the small eyes with shrewd light on the big face, and was speechless for a moment. Hack. He caught me in his weak spot.
Wang Qi. Wang Longqi. That's it.
Long Gang's little eyes continued to twinkle.
Since it's you, then there's no way that Taoist Priestley will be killed by Wang Qi. How is it impossible?
Wan Longqi glared.
Didn't you see how powerful I was when I went up the mountain? How could Taoist Priestley be killed by a loser?
Long Gang continued to mutter to himself.
Hey!
Wan Longqi glared.
Don't go too far. Sorry. My words are a bit biased.
Long Gang quickly changed his words.
Even if little Taoist is killed by a loser, it can't be a loser like you. What the hell?
Wan Longqi stood up and turned around.
Where's my sword? Have a rest. Young Master Qi.
Long Gang waved his hand.
None of us knows who is who. Since I have seen you, there must be something fishy about that sword when we went up the mountain. Stop pretending and tell me the truth. Just tell me. There's something wrong. Wait until I find the sword and I'll give it to you. Are you looking for this?
Long Gang handed the long sword placed in the middle of the table to Wan Longqi. Wan Longqi blinked.
Thank you.
He took the sword and held it hesitantly.
I also want to see how you wielded the sword that cut off the mountain peak. That sword clearly smells like Taoist Priestley.
Long Gang said.
The sword? Where is my sword spike?
Wan Longqi glared again.
Why is my sword spike missing? No, you don't know. My mother knitted the sword spike for me when I went out to travel in the world. If not, that sword spike, I have no intention of using the sword. So you are lucky. Young Master Qi. Stop making trouble.
Long Gang looked at Wang Longqi with squinted eyes.
Do you think I look like a fool?
Wang Longqi also sat down and said very seriously.
To be honest, it looks quite similar. But I have to say that your strategy is aimed at me. And it affects my judgment of you. Then just tell me what happened. I came to investigate this matter because I was worried about Daoist Li's safety. Just tell me whether Daoist Li is okay, and why you went to Duanbei Mountain.
Long Gang also said seriously.
To be honest, Gongzi,
Wang Longqi sighed and said.
It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's actually that this matter involves too much. And I don't dare to say it. Not to mention, the water here is too deep. You can't control it. Qi Xiao, I can't control it. But you can control it?
Long Gang was a little dissatisfied.
Sometimes I can't. Sometimes I can.
Wang Longqi said weakly. Chanshan Lake. Heishui Forest. The tall forest trees are generally more than 3 feet long. And some are even more than 10 feet tall. They have grown for unknown years. The black trees and bare branches filled the forest with shadows. Everything he looked around was darkness.
Senior Lu, if you should say something or not, why would you choose a place like this to talk things over? I don't think your friend is a good person.
Lao Du put on a black water ghost mask that was almost the same as his original face. And changed it again. Dressed in black. Walking in this dark forest. You almost blend in. Li Chu in front of him was also dressed in black. But he had an aura of heroic spirit that could not be concealed. He wore a monkey mask on his face. Just like the Monkey King in myths and legends. Highlight a beautiful word. Sometimes Lao Du also wonders why the master can still show his handsomeness from every hair while wearing a mask and night clothes. But this confusion will dissipate in an instant. It is more meaningful to think about why Li Chu is so handsome than to think about why apples just fall to the ground when they are ripe. Lu Fufeng walked in the forest with a hoarse head.
I originally thought he would be fine. But after coming here, I became a little doubtful.
The mole under Jean Bodhisattva, Lu Fufeng's former friend, asked him to meet in this Blackwater forest. When I came here, I felt the gloomy atmosphere.
It doesn't matter. Taoist Priestley is here. Even if he has all kinds of means, what can he do?
Lu Fufeng didn't forget to lick it while walking.
If I can avoid taking action, I'd better not take action,
Li Chu said calmly.
Once I draw the sword, I will inevitably be recognized by someone with an intention. Then the whole thing of cheating death will be in vain. It's because I'm not thinking clearly. If something happens, I'll try my best to take care of it,
Lu Fufeng said hurriedly. It's not that he's not thinking carefully. But what happened on Broken Monument Mountain has nothing to do with him. So naturally he doesn't care that much. What happened here was related to his life. So of course, he had to drag Li Chu here with all his strength. At this moment, I suddenly heard someone shouting from the other side.
When I touched the top of my eldest sister's head, my black hair was stained with ink, like dark clouds covering the sky. Who?
Lao Du was excited.
Don't be nervous. It's a secret signal.
Upon hearing this, Lu Fufeng flicked his sleeves and raised his head and said,
The second touch touched the edge of the eldest sister's eyebrows. The eyebrows are curved again and again, as if half of the moon is missing.
The tone is sonorous and upright.
Listen to this code. Senior Lu and that friend didn't meet in a good place.
Lao Du muttered in a low voice.
Brother Lu.
After passing the code, an excited call sounded from the other end of the forest. An old man in brown robes flew over. He had a pale face and white hair, and he looked like he was getting older. As for Lu Fufeng, he only looked like a young man. The old man called him brother, which was a bit inconsistent.
Xiao Chenzi. Ha! I didn't expect to see you again.
Lu Fufeng was quite happy to see the old man. He is a carefree loner. To have such a face, he must have a close friendship with him. It is no wonder that he took the risk to come and see this person.
Brother Liu.
This is. The old man surnamed Chen came closer, and was a little surprised when he saw Lu Fufeng and others wearing masks. After all, it would be a bit strange to use these primitive methods after they have reached their level. Who can a mask protect against? But Lu Fufeng used it anyway. And there were 2 more behind him.
These are my 2 little brothers. It's good that everyone has met them. You should mainly talk about being controlled by the Golden Bodhisattva.
Lu Fufeng supported the old man surnamed Chen and said quickly.
Alas!
The old man surnamed Chen sighed, his tone full of despair.
That golden bodhisattva?
Just as he was about to say something, Li Chu's eyes suddenly flashed.
There is something strange in this forest. What's weird?
Lao Du was excited again. With his cultivation level, he would inevitably be frightened all the time when traveling with Li Chu.
Something is alive.
Li Chu felt the surrounding atmosphere and frowned slightly. In the Chanshan Lake not far away, a figure gradually emerged on the water, hidden in the skylight. The figure was almost invisible. Only some shining eyes and teeth could be seen. The figure suppressed his voice and suddenly laughed.
The Blackwater Forest Mother has finally recovered. So I will use you to test the quality of the trees that have been cultivated for thousands of years. Hee hee hee.
Chapter 427. It ran away. Boom 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 boom. The surrounding black fog became thicker in an instant, almost covering the sky. The black forest trees that were already quite tall seemed to be injected with some kind of power. They suddenly grew taller, and their trunks became thicker and more ferocious. As the black mist thickened, thick black vines sprang out from the trees that had been spread. The vines were covered with terrifying spikes. This thing seemed to be alive, and there seemed to be a faint cry and scream. It is conceivable that if it is touched, it will probably penetrate it, and the bones will be difficult to survive. The originally scary forest suddenly turned into hell on earth. Lu Fufeng carefully looked around and did not act rashly. He is also a person in the realm of terrestrial gods. He can clearly sense that the concentration of the surrounding qi is exactly the same as his own, and even more powerful and evil. He looked at the old man surnamed Chun and asked,
Why did you choose to meet me here? Because the surrounding area is surrounded by the golden bodhisattva sphere of influence, and only this piece of Blackwater forest has never been dared to be approached easily for thousands of years. I think it is safer to choose here.
The old man surnamed Chen muttered. Li Chu observed him carefully for a long time, and found that the old man surnamed Chen seemed to be different. He seemed not to be controlled by the golden bodhisattva. But what we saw today was obviously a trap. Could it be? Did the golden bodhisattva deliberately let out a loophole to attract everyone here? Then what is his purpose? Is it just to eliminate Lu Fufeng, who is a threat to him? He didn't have much time to think. The next second, a black shadow came overwhelmingly. It was not a vine, but a huge black tree 7 to 8 feet high. It moved over in an instant. The tree body was covered with spikes, and it carried a powerful power. It was close to death, and no one was spared. Rustle. Li Chu dodged the fierce blow in a flash. But immediately afterwards, both Lu Fufeng and Du Lang were attacked. And soon they became besieged by countless trees. Whoosh! 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 Lin Mu's movement was fast and fierce. Lu Fufeng was able to dodge a few blows, but Du Lang couldn't even dodge a single blow. Thanks to Li Chu flashing over and grabbing him, he was spared several disasters. The old man surnamed Chen was not spared. Just when he was about to be surrounded by trees, Lu Fufeng turned into a strong wind and swept him out. At the same time, he released thousands of wind blades in an instant. These wind blades broke gold and gravel, but when they hit the surrounding trees, they could only make a sound of gold and iron clashing, and could not even break the bark of the trees. Extremely tough. After Lu Fufeng revealed his figure, he glanced sharply up and down and said,
It seems that the only way to go is from above.
After that, he roared again, turning into a sharp blade like wind and heading straight towards the sky. Just as he was about to leave the forest, hundreds of vines suddenly gathered and became entangled in one spot. Bang! The strong wind transformed by Lu Fufeng hit the vine wall with a muffled sound, but was unable to break it and landed again with a roar. After landing, he rubbed his head and looked at Li Chu. It's not that he expected Li Chu to take action immediately. It was just the instinctive reaction of people looking for a big leg in a crisis. At this time, Li Chu was also carefully observing his surroundings. With the huge range of his mind's eye, he could detect that besides the smoky atmosphere here, there seemed to be another aura peeping out. Golden Bodhisattva? Even if he wasn't, he was still related to the Golden Bodhisattva. In that case, he wouldn't be able to rashly draw out his sword and cut through this place. But without using a sword, how can we break the trap of vines that even Lu Fufeng cannot escape from? While he was thinking, Lao Du next to him couldn't stand it anymore. Even if Li Chu has been wearing flash, he still needs to be physically strong to adapt. Once or twice is enough. But if the times are too many, Lao Du will only feel the breath surge in his chest. And the breakfast will be noisy. Old arms and legs. A little dizzy. Just as he was about to be unable to withstand it, another piece of forest appeared like a chain of iron ropes. tangled and sweeping over. At the critical moment, Du Lang couldn't help but recall his life. The marquee flashed by. At this moment, a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. If you can't beat it, join. The creed of life is nothing more than this. Yes, the targets of these trees are people. What if I become like them? In an instant, the fragments of the 89 mysterious techniques that Li Chu had taught him came to his mind. This magical power that he had been unable to comprehend before after all kinds of research suddenly became apparent between life and death.
89 mysterious arts. Change it for me!
Bang! Just hear a bang. Du Lang's whole body flashed with black light. And he actually turned into a slender tree. Moreover, the tree he transformed into was completely black. Almost indistinguishable from the trees in the raging black water forest. Black enough to be completely black and gregarious. Master, I did it! A magical thing happened. When he turned into a tree, the black forest tree that was about to come suddenly paused. And then actually bypassed him and pounced towards Li Chu. I see. Li Chu suddenly realized. Can he just turn into a tree? Seeing countless forest trees surrounding him, he also transformed, turning into trees in an instant more smoothly than Durange. Boom! Something even more magical happened. At the same time that Li Chu transformed into a tree, all the black trees around him stopped moving. When Lu Fufeng raised his eyes, he saw a jade tree standing among the countless blacks, swaying and looking extremely handsome. Why can a tree be so handsome? Even though he was well informed, he was also shocked. Then something even more surprising happened to him. From the depths of the forest, an extremely thick tree with a tree body covered with strange totems and a dense canopy that covered half of the sky quickly moved over. It was exuding a strong demonic aura that could be felt even from hundreds of miles away. Yet, powerful. What a powerful tree demon. Lu Fufeng immediately understood the significance of the existence of this place. The so-called Blackwater Forest was probably using the feng shui of Chanshan Lake to raise demons. Thousands of years ago, an unknown person set up a formation here, and spent countless years just to refine such a powerful tree spirit that was comparable to a land god. What is this person's purpose? Of course he couldn't understand the Almighty's thoughts back then, but he could vaguely guess what the tree spirit was thinking at this time. It stopped all attacks and hurried towards Li Chu. As if, in pure purpose, apart from the demonic aura, everything it exudes seems to be the result of thousands of years of unbearable loneliness. This is the Blackwater Forest Mother. Bang! While he was talking, the giant tree came to the extremely handsome tree that Li Chu had transformed into. Then, hundreds of vines stretched out instantly, seemingly trying to surround Li Chu tightly. Li Chu, who turned into a forest tree, couldn't bear it anymore. I obviously didn't turn into a tree to make you go into heat. He was about to appear, risking his identity to reveal his identity, and used his sword to see if he could cut off the giant tree. But at this moment, the change happened again. There was a loud click, and the sky suddenly brightened up. Countless colorful lights penetrated the black fog and fell down. And then a lightning-like white light fell down, landing right on the head of the Blackwater Forest Mother. Rumble, rumble. Even Lu Fufeng felt the deafening loud noise. And the old man surnamed Chen and Du Lang fainted immediately, unable to resist. In the mixed light and mist, only Li Chu could see clearly what was happening. What fell from the sky seemed to be another giant tree covered with glazed glass. And the Blackwater Forest Mother, with an enchanting atmosphere, was suppressed by this dazzling glazed giant tree in just one breath. Kunlun Mountain. Bai Yujing. The Taoist boy hurried over and shouted as he always did. Sixth Elder! Sixth Elder! In the main hall, the sixth elder was discussing the Tao with others. As the condition of the fairy tree has been getting better and better recently, more and more flowers are blooming. The glass is shining brighter, and the sixth elder has received a lot more praises from the sect. There is news that he will soon be favored by the head coach and transferred to a more important place. More and more fellow disciples came to see the sixth elder to talk about Taoism and make connections.
What are you looking like in a panic? Follow me. What else in the world have you not seen?
The sixth elder narrowed his eyes and said slowly,
I've never seen this scene before.
The expression on Xiao Daodong's face was so urgent that he couldn't tell whether he was crying or laughing.
What's wrong?
Asked the sixth elder.
The fairy tree. The fairy tree.
The little Taoist boy said out of breath.
It's blooming again.
Asked the sixth elder.
Looking at how anxious you are. How many flowers bloomed at one time? More than last time. It's not a fairy tree.
The little Taoist swallowed and continued.
Is it the result?
The sixth elder also stood up. looking excited. If the fairy tree bears fruit, then his contribution will be huge.
No!
The little Taoist boy waved his hand and said to himself,
You damn girl! Can you please let your father finish what he said?
The sixth elder really didn't rush to talk this time, but asked,
Quickly tell me. What's wrong?
Just listen to the little Taoist boy shouting.
The fairy tree has run away!
Chapter 428 A Shy Tree. When Durang woke up, he saw an extremely strange scene. Li Chu, Lu Fufeng, and the old man surnamed Chen who woke up before him, surrounded a tall and gorgeous glazed tree, observing carefully. At this time, the glazed tree no longer had the giant tree posture it had when it suppressed the Blackwater Forest Mother. It was only as tall as a person, but its aura did not diminish at all. Lu Fufeng has the cultivation level of a land god, and he can clearly sense this aura, which is close to that of an immortal. It's hard to imagine the origin of this tree that exudes such an aura. If ordinary people can live around this tree, it is certain that they will be free from illness and disaster throughout their lives. Over time, they will be physically fit and healthy. Women will have a long-lasting appearance, and men will have kidneys and muscles. The surrounding black trees, which were filled with evil spirits before, now seem to have had their souls sucked out, and they were all half shorter. The most amazing thing is that the black bark falls off one after another, revealing the colorful colors inside. The entire Blackwater forest suddenly became more colorful, without any of the creepy secrets, but with a bit more atmosphere and joy. Ouch! When Du Lank opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the new tree bark covered with a large flowered coat. He thought to himself that this was the style of the Northland. And then he got excited and subconsciously looked for Li Chu. As long as the master is still standing here, it means that I am in the earthly world. And that means the bad guy is dead. This is natural and impeccable logic. Li Chu is naturally alive. Not only is he alive, he is also being watched closely by the glass tree. It is obviously a tree, but it always gives people the feeling that it has eyes. Li Chu moved slightly to the left, and it turned left. Li Chu moved slightly to the right, and it turned right. Li Chu took 2 steps back, and it followed him forward. Li Chu took 2 steps forward, but it still came forward to meet it, trying to give it a hug. Li Chu quickly backed away. I don't know how long this weird stalemate has been going on. Du Lank came up strangely and asked curiously,
What is this?
Before he finished speaking, a vine suddenly shot out from the glass tree with a snap. Before anyone could react, Du Lank's tears had already spilled out. Ugh, Lao Du covered his mouth.
It hurt so much. Why did it slap me? Dao Zhang Du. You'd better be more respectful.
Lu Fufeng whispered.
This Lord Tree has just suppressed the source of the demonic chaos in this Blackwater forest in an instant. His cultivation level is difficult to predict.
Then you didn't tell me earlier. Lao Du wailed in his heart and said quickly.
It turns out that it saved us. No wonder I see this fairy tree so tall, handsome, fairy-like and very kind. I even feel a sense of security when I see my father.
Snapped. Before he finished speaking, another vine suddenly shot out. Lao Du's tears flowed down his dark face.
Why did it slap me again? Dao Zhang Du. Be careful what you say. According to what I just observed, this venerable tree seems to be a girl.
Lu Fufeng said carefully.
Clam?
Lao Du's dark face was full of surprise. Are there male and female trees? And
how did you tell?
His doubts had just left his mouth. He saw the glazed tree extending the vine that had just been pulled out of him in front of Li Chu, and then slowly bloomed a dazzling 7-color glazed flower. It was beautiful and dazzling, and you could tell at a glance that it was something extraordinary. Seeing the atmosphere where colorful bubbles were about to appear, Lao Du immediately knew how Lu Fufeng could tell. Even a blind man can see it. Li Chu looked at this strange behavior and said,
It has bloomed several flowers. What is it going to do?
Lu Fufeng whispered.
Chao Taoist priestly. If I guess correctly, this seems to be a kind of courtship behavior. A tree?
Li Chu was a little surprised.
Taoist priest Shaoli. Be careful what you say.
Lu Fufeng said quickly.
What's wrong with a tree? Taoism is natural. Everything in nature has emotions and 6 desires after awakening. It is normal.
He secretly glanced at the glazed tree, fearing that it would feel slighted by Li Chu's words just now. Unexpectedly, the glazed tree didn't mean to be angry with Li Chu at all. Instead, it seemed that it was timidly twisting its crown because he was talking about the central issue. My day, are you being shy? Although a shy tree just talked about nature. This was Juingchuan's first time seeing such a scene.
I'm not a tree,
Li Chu said again.
Then what are you?
Lu Fufeng asked. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why do some people, even if they are so handsome in person, become tens of thousands of times more handsome than other trees even if they transform into trees? Is this supposed to be real? Thinking of this, he already vaguely understood the outline of this matter. It was supposed to be an extremely sinister conspiracy trap. But from the moment Li Chu transformed into a tree, the whole thing looked wrong. The Blackwater Forest mother stopped fighting immediately and rushed over in a hurry, probably thinking about some unhealthy things. And this glazed fairy tree somewhere far away, because it was worried that Li Chu would get there first, came here instantly and suppressed the powerful Blackwater Forest mother in one breath, then followed Li Chu to bloom. In terms of strength, this Blackwater Forest mother is at least an Earth Immortal level demon above herself, and she has only achieved this level of cultivation after thousands of years. Then this glazed fairy tree is a bit scary. Even if it's not at the top level, it's probably close. But what is it doing? How old do you have to be to do such a jealous thing? No. Regardless of age, this is not what a tree should do. Right? He couldn't understand. Looking at Li Chu, who looked calm, he seemed to regard this matter as just an ordinary thing. But this kind of thing is probably nothing new to him. Seducing people and hooking trees. It really made sense to him. After thinking for a moment, Li Chu felt that this was not the solution. So he said to the glazed tree, Senior Shu, first of all, I want to thank you for suppressing the big demon and rescuing us. But I don't know what you want to do. I'll wait for you. It's better to just say goodbye and I will repay you if there is a chance in the future. After that, he turned around and left tentatively. Hearing a whooshing sound, the tree's brilliance flashed and came to him again. Then a vine was handed out, and a flower slowly bloomed on the vine. This is still an infatuation tree. Lu Fufeng and Du Lang put their hands on their foreheads, somewhat unable to accept the scene in front of them. Just when they were in a stalemate, there was already quite a commotion in Baiyujing. Meeting! Meeting! The sixth elder shouted loudly. Even if he doesn't scream, the disappearance of the fairy tree is difficult to cover up. And sooner or later there will be a big discussion. Not long after, all the Dao boys, big and small, and disciples from all over the peak were gathered by him. Just as they were about to discuss how to hide this matter first, they heard flying clouds landing over there, and a letter flew over from the main peak of Baiyujing. The sixth elder felt a thump in his heart. Although in recent years, the headmaster often retreated into seclusion and rarely got into trouble. Many young people did not remember his temper, but the old people all know it. The name Tom Woody was not just blown away. It was typed. Back then, the master was so decisive in killing and so powerful. The fear of the master was engraved in their lungs. Does the headmaster already know? The sixth elder suddenly broke down in cold sweat. Open the letterhead. There are only a few lines above. Recover the fairy tree within 7 days. Northland. Jixiang Mansion. Chapter 429. Say it as a grandson. Jixiang Mansion. In the inn, Li Chu's physical body sat cross-legged and changed into a green Taoist robe. His temples were hanging down, and his eyes were closed. He seemed to be a god, and not a god. His elegance was indescribable. He really looked like a god. Next to it, it was clearly the floor of the third floor. But there was a small glazed tree that was full of color. About 6 feet high, just covering the top of Li Chu's head. The light was flowing on one side. Standing quietly, pretending to be a tree. Just like an ordinary tree. It's just that a normal tree shouldn't appear here. Nor should it put up vines to threaten Durang when he approaches. I mean, Senior Lu. Lao Du looked at the glazed tree, scratched his head, and said, Master asked us to keep an eye on his body before he left, so as not to let the tree do anything. But in this situation, it is clear that the tree is looking at the master's body. What should we do if we are not allowed to do anything? What to do? Lu Fufeng spread his hands and said, I didn't know that Taoist Priestley left in a hurry. Who else could beat this tree except him? To be honest, even if Taoist Priestley was here, I don't know which one of them is more powerful. Of course my master is great and handsome. Lao Du said matter-of-factly. It is true that this is a very destructive advantage. Lu Fufeng was speechless for a moment, and then said, But in a battle close to the top level, you can't expect appearance to play an important role. Is that so? Lao Du looked at the glass tree that turned a deaf ear to the words of the two idlers, and was swaying a crystal leaf next to Li Chu's face, apparently fanning Li Chu. Why do I think it played a decisive role? Lu Fufeng was speechless again. It took him 2 lifetimes of practice to encounter such a being that subverted his worldview. It was indeed hard for the old man to accept it. If he is really 17 or 18 years old, I believe his tolerance for the world will expand a lot in the future. Just like Wang Longqi. Although he is just a mortal. After getting to know Li Chu, he only smiles slightly, and is absolutely not surprised when he sees something outrageous. Oh! The existence that subverts Lu Fufeng's worldview is not this tree, but also Li Chu. After a pause, he took a deep breath to digest it all again, and then said, Taoist Master Shaoli said to watch the body carefully, and don't let the tree do anything. Obviously, he has some other concerns. The behavior of the tree now is still in the daytime stage, so we don't need to be nervous. What if it gets dark later? Lao Du asked worriedly. Then if it really wants to do something, can you stop it? Lu Fufeng asked. I definitely can't stop you. Lao Du pinched his waist, and showed a calm expression, as if he was a waste. Alas, Lu Fufeng slowly exhaled. I probably can't stand it either. You have to bear it even if you can't bear it. Lao Du gritted his teeth. Taoist Master Du. Do you know Taoist Priestley when he was a child? Lu Fufeng said. Lao Du was stunned by his turn. What are you doing? Because judging by his age, you seem to have watched him grow up. Lu Fufeng said. Hee. Lao Du smiled sheepishly. Although I am 1 or 2 years older than the master, I still met him quite late. If I want to know what happened to him when he was a child, it seems that I can only go back to Diyun to ask. Master. Oh. Lu Fufeng nodded. Why did Senior Lu suddenly ask this? Lao Du asked curiously. I just want to know. Lu Fufeng said leisurely. Did Priestley fall in love with trees when he was a child? Li Chu indeed returned to Broken Steel Mountain in a hurry. The physical side is indeed a little uneasy. But the tree is still quite docile so far, and has not shown any aggression. For a while, it didn't seem like there would be any problem. And his lifelong good brother Qi Xiao, who worked all day long to build infrastructure for Diangyuan, was still being killed on Duanbei Mountain, surrounded by Tianziname rebels, who could be said to be surrounded by tigers and wolves. Moreover, Wang Longqi himself had no need to go into danger alone. And it was not just to help Master Diangyuan and his disciples. Although everyone has gone through so much, it is no longer clear who helped whom how much. But Li Chu still understands clearly in his heart. The dinner party is coming soon. But we can't leave him alone. When he returned to his room in Duanbei Mountain, Wang Longqi burst into tears. Li Chu, you are finally back. What's wrong? Li Chu frowned, looking at him looking aggrieved, as if he had been molested. He didn't seem to be injured either. Isn't there really someone doing this on Duanbei Mountain? Speaking of which, if it were Duanbei Mountain, it wouldn't be strange to do this. Thoughts fleeting, Li Chu withdrew his gaze, fell on Wang Longqi again, and heard him reply. It's nothing. I'm just afraid. And after you walked out, my identity was discovered. What? Li Chu's eyes narrowed and fell on the sword. If Wang Longqi reveals his identity, in order to ensure his safety, no one on Broken Monument Mountain must tell anyone about it. The safest way. But the master probably won't allow himself to do this. He obviously has deep feelings for this rebel den as the founder. But the bounties for these people are really high. It's not about money. But fortunately, the person who discovered it is not an outsider, but one of our own. Wang Longqi said again. One of our own? Li Chu asked. Who is it? Do you remember that time in Shiluo City? Long Gang. Wang Longqi asked. A hero from Duanbei Mountain is so angry? Li Chu recalled. He seems to have this nickname. Wang Longqi muttered. It's the one with the big head and big face who doesn't look very smart. Oh. Li Chu nodded instantly, thinking of a figure in his mind. So it's him. Yeah. We ignored that this guy has a dog nose. Wang Longqi said. He smelled my scent. Used a trick to open the door. And took off my mask when he came up. Didn't you say that Duanbei Mountain didn't our people so boring? I wasn't careful. Well, I can't blame you. Li Chu nodded and said with a frown. It's just that the matter was exposed so quickly. If it spread, the matter that the master told me would be difficult to handle in Duanbei Mountain. What is his attitude now? Do I need to talk to him? Hee. Your brother and I are not a pure waste. I have already surrendered him with my sharp tongue. Wang Longqi said with a smile. I tried to persuade him with emotion and reason. But he promised me that he would never I will tell this. Is it reliable? Li Chu asked again. Don't worry. You didn't see what he looked like when he left. Wang Longqi patted his chest and said,
He looks so stupid that he doesn't look like a liar. Not to mention, he almost swore a poisonous oath. My grandson will definitely not even tell his parents and master. That's good.
Li Chu nodded. At the same time,
Master, you have no idea what I saw.
A cloud of fire fell from the cliff, and Long Gang hurriedly went up to meet it.
Is it true? Is it true? What could have happened in such a hurry?
A sharp voice rang out.
Pull over and don't block my parking. If I get bumped or pressed, it's all yours and mine. If you say it's yours, then you are a man. I won't rely on you to tell me the truth. All 6 horses are watching this matter. At best, if you try to make a fool of yourself, I'll be able to argue with you if you don't pay me to death. I'm going to kill you. That's all. If you are not killed, who will take care of you for the rest of your life? Do you have a wife and children? Even if you do, you are finished. Who will take care of your wife and children? Of course, I can take care of your wife, but I am not responsible for your children. Oh, unless I change my last name.
The fire cloud fell to the ground and gradually dispersed. It turned out to be a chariot pulled by 6 winged fire dragon ponies. Sitting on the chariot was a man in black robe with a wide body. Fat body and small eyes.
Okay. Don't say it anymore.
Long Gang begged the coachman in pain.
Master Monkey, you don't know what's going on. There's something wrong with Wang Qi who went up the mountain.
Long Gang's expression was so confident. That expression would probably be familiar to Wang Longqi, who had just met him. Chapter 430. What is the first immortal sect? The welcome party in the evening has been urgently cancelled. This is quite heavy news on Duanbei Mountain, because it is definitely not etiquette for a hero of this level to go up the mountain without holding a banquet. The cancellation of the banquet can only mean one thing. Either Wang Qi regrets it or Guo Longke regrets it. Some of the heroes who were waiting to eat could not help but look disappointed. And then, they were immediately pushed by the heroes behind them. What time is it? I just want to have a feast. Something big might happen. Going up the mountain. If you don't become brothers, you can easily become enemies. That Wang Qi's cultivation level is no small matter. If there is a riot,
everyone be on alert.
Although Guo Longke did not publicize this matter, the wise men on the mountain all understood the matter. Not much though. Before the news spread, Guo Longke came to Wang Qi's room.
7th Brother Wang, the boss.
Wang Qi stood up, lowered his head, and looked at the fat little black man standing in front of him with his hands behind his back. His low-key and indescribable aura, and his expression was somewhat respectful. After all, no matter what, this person has a close relationship with his master. Just wondering whether to reveal his identity at this time. Wang Qi felt the dull and ethereal atmosphere around him, and his eyes flickered. There were about 7 or 8 figures surrounding the clouds in midair outside the room. It seemed that Guo Longke acted very cautiously. With his level of cultivation, he actually arranged for countless masters to come to see him. The partition wall has many ears.
I'm sorry. My brother's trip to the mountain may have to be postponed.
Guo Longke got straight to the point and didn't delay at all.
This matter is not urgent,
Wang Qi said calmly, and then said,
Can I just ask why? Because the Taoist priest Li Chu you killed,
Guo Longke said in a deep voice,
has just been repaid. This person's identity does not seem to be that of my enemy in Duanbei Mountain as mentioned before. On the contrary, he may even be an enemy of me.
Guo. People have great kindness.
The person named Wang Qi in front of this matter is actually Li Chu, and he naturally knows it. So there is no need to ask more. Guo Xiaobao. Even if the last name is a mystery, he is also his son in name only. He was a hero of his generation, and he spoke openly and without any cover-up, telling Wang Qi everything.
So that's it.
Wang Qi nodded, and then said,
This doesn't seem to have anything to do with me?
This is actually true. After all, he was not the one who said that Li Chu had a grudge against Duanbei Mountain.
Huh.
Guo Longke smiled slightly.
I will definitely investigate this matter to the end. If it has nothing to do with Brother Wang Qi, then Mr. Guo will personally apologize for the delay in going up the mountain. But Brother Wang Qi doesn't know. That Taoist priest is not only if he is kind to me, his sect is more likely to have a big connection with me. So we have to find out who is causing the obstruction.
Wang Qi looked at his sincere look, and it seemed that he really had a close relationship with the master, rather than the master's wishful thinking. If Guo Longke cared so much, could he reveal his identity on the spot? Just when he thought so, then Guo Longke said again,
I would like to ask the seventh brother Wang to rest on the mountain for the time being. Please forgive me for any offense I have made. As for my two disciples, Chao Pan and he too, I will definitely investigate them strictly.
Duanbei Mountain, will never tolerate anyone who dares to do evil.
Upon hearing this, Wang Qi paused for a moment before he spoke. If so, there seems to be no need to rush to reveal his identity. If he can inspire Duanbei Mountain to self-examine, then his goal will be achieved. Hiding your identity for now. Maybe there will be miraculous effects later. After just a few words, Guolongke turned and left. Those breaths are still hidden in the clouds. The 8 great powers and above looked at themselves. What a generous gesture. Li Chu closed his eyes, and Wang Longqi's voice rang in his mind.
I am so silly. I just feel that he looks simple and won't deceive others. But I don't know that his brain is full of bad water.
Only then did Wang Longqi remember that the way Long Gang swore at that time was so similar to the way he had sworn that he would never leave a girl in his life. His rising resentment made Li Chu feel it in his soul.
It doesn't matter,
Li Chu comforted.
This matter is not necessarily a bad thing. And the current result is not bad. Little sesame eyes.
Wang Longqi cursed angrily.
You don't have to complain too much. Big ass face.
Over Jixiang Mansion. In midair, a group of colorful auspicious clouds came over. The sixth elder, dressed in splendid Taoist robes, stood in the air, his sleeves fluttering. He doesn't look old in appearance. And he is tall and upright. And he has a bit of an immortal spirit. Looking down at the brightly lit Jixiang Mansion below, the sixth elder's eyes were focused. In his left hand, he holds a jade plaque. There are 2 light spots very close to each other on the jade plaque. One is red and purple, which represents the fairy tree. The green one is the sixth elder. Bai Yujing has countless immortal treasures. If he didn't have some magical power to protect them, he might have lost many of them. At the moment, this is a small anti-theft magical power. As long as the fairy treasure has been branded with thoughts, it will be tracked no matter how far it runs. The immortal tree is very important, and it bears the brand of Bai Yujing's teacher Tong Wudi.
I don't know if there are any changes in the immortal tree, or if there are human cultivators who are interfering with it,
the sixth elder said coldly to himself.
If the immortal tree spontaneously generates consciousness, it would be an unprecedented sign. It is impossible to say that I have to take care of it. If someone to do something secretly and plunder the immortal tree seems to be Bai Yujing's method of making them forget about us since he has not been here for many years.
That's right. This is the common mentality of practitioners in Bai Yujing, the ancestral court of Taoism. They have always boasted that the immortals in Kunlun are different from the cultivators in the world and are aloof existences. After saying that, the sixth elder's figure swept away and flew into the in-room without a trace. Right now, in the room, Lu Fufeng, who was meditating with a futon on the floor, opened his eyes. Well, he sighed slowly.
I remember that in the past, this world was very normal. How come it has become more and more strange as it develops? When did it become like dogs? And the earthly immortals are all gone. If it continues like this, its combat power will collapse.
Lao Du, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, opened his eyes and trembled nervously.
Is there an enemy coming? I don't know. It's a land god. Right above our heads. His aura locking us.
Lu Fufeng said.
Oh, land gods. That's not my business.
After hearing this, Lao Du turned over, grinded his teeth, and fell asleep again. When you go out to do things, you must keep 4 big words in mind. Business scope. Lu Fufeng looked at Dulan's long and useless figure speechlessly, and said in his heart that your Dayun temple is really different from ordinary people. Without hesitation, he jumped up and took a wisp of breeze to meet the high sky.
Ha ha ha. I don't know where the Taoist friend came to the north. What's the matter?
The next moment, Lu Fufeng's figure appeared in midair, opposite the sixth elder.
Fellow Taoist? Ha ha.
The sixth elder looked arrogant and laughed twice. Who is your Taoist friend? Even on Kunlun Mountain, the sixth elder was notoriously arrogant and difficult to get along with, let alone the wild monks outside. What happened to the land gods? There are also differences between land gods. How can they compare with Bai Yujing, who only hopes to rise? If they hit the wild road of great luck and make breakthroughs in a lifetime where it is difficult to make any progress. He looked coldly at Lu Fufeng to see if he looked like the culprit who abducted the fairy tree. You know. At the same time, he leaned back and asked,
what is the first immortal sect?
Chapter 431 Don't want to go home. Naturally, The disturbances on the mountain could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of Chao Fan and E Tuesday. Although Walanke did not formally interview the two of them, they knew it well. Things are bad. I never expected that the little Taoist priest actually had some background. It is said that his master has a close relationship with the big boss. This time Duanbei Mountain killed another disciple. It was inevitable that he would have to give an explanation.
It should have been expected.
Judge Chao put his hand on his forehead and looked solemn.
That little Taoist priest has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. How can his master be so easy to accept? Now master is about to investigate this matter. What should you and I do now? There is no need to panic when Chao Tong is ahead. We did this perfectly. Even if the master has doubts. What can he find out? After all, he can't convict us of anything.
He too comforted.
Humph. What do you know?
Chao Ban said.
I heard that the master is planning to go straight to the south of the Yangtze River to meet the master of the little Taoist priest. If the two of them really have a friendship like the legend, and the disciple is killed, even if there is nothing wrong with what we do, there is no guarantee that master will not take us out for liquidation. Besides, is everything really flawless? When I killed Guanxi, I couldn't see my methods at all. And now that his body has been cremated, there is no trace left.
He too said confidently.
But according to the information I have collected, that little Taoist priest has killed people in the past. But he has never left a body behind.
Chao Pang said.
Huh?
He too was stunned. When dealing with Li Chu, he really didn't do enough homework. Seeing his appearance, Judge Chao cursed his teammates in his heart, and said,
I shouldn't have accepted your instigation in the first place, and had to deal with that little Taoist priest. He has a blood feud with the demon sect behind you. And I am not the one with you. It doesn't matter. Commander Chao, don't just throw the blame away when the situation is not going well.
He too stopped and said,
Utsunomiya and the little Taoist priest behind you also have a big feud. And many of your ideas came from you.
Okay.
Dot.
Judge Chao just complained a few words, and had no intention of quarreling with him. He waved his hands, and was silent for a while. He too didn't hold back. He also knew that he didn't do it carefully. He was so impatient just now. It was just the inertia of a bad-tempered person. Seeing Judge Chao's silence, he asked instead,
In Commander Chao's opinion, how should you and I protect ourselves now?
After another pause, Judge Chao gritted his teeth and then said,
Now that things have happened, if you and I continue to shrink, I'm afraid it won't end well when it happens. Oh.
He too raised his eyebrows.
Then you want to. If you want me to tell you.
Chao Chao's eyes were stern.
Just don't do one thing and don't stop. What Commander Chao means is that the two of us.
He too's eyes trembled as he seemed to understand.
Surrender? I'm going to hack you. Second uncle.
Judge Chao finally couldn't hold back after hearing this, and cursed loudly.
Hey, why are you swearing?
He too looked aggrieved.
I mean, let's move the plan forward,
Chao Ban said.
Originally, we were thinking about how to transfer Master away from Duanbei Mountain. Now that he is going to Jiangnan, it may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You go back and inform Jean Bodhisattva that I go contact Wan Chuang and Wang Qi. He is also our important thug. Oh?
He too was surprised.
That's it. This opportunity cannot be missed. If you wait any longer, you will be waiting for death.
Chao Pan waved his hand heavily.
As soon as Guolanke leaves Duanbei Mountain, we will let him change the king's flag on the top of the mountain. Okay.
He too also nodded heavily.
Any more questions?
Before leaving, Chao Pan asked again casually. He too asked in a low voice.
Are you really not going to consider surrendering? Roll.
Just as the undercurrent was surging on Duanbei Mountain, the distant Jixiang Mansion city was also turbulent. Even though Lu Fufeng looked like a bastard in front of Li Chu, he was still a person who lived his second life. In front of Bai Yujing's sixth elder, his momentum was not lost at all. During this confrontation between the two of them, neither of them had much emotion on their faces. But the people around them couldn't bear it anymore. The collision of chi from the gods on the two continents cast a sudden cloud over the entire city. At the same time, every living creature in the city, including livestock, chickens and dogs, felt an indescribable suffocation. This is one of the situations that Chao Tian fears most. If two Earth Immortals were to fight wantonly in a human city, there would be no need to specifically target them. Just the aftermath of the collision would be enough to turn a huge city into scorched earth. Of course, neither of the two people present were unscrupulous people. Everyone knew that this was within the city. so they didn't plan to start a war. After hearing the other party's threat, Lu Fufeng was wary, but his eyes did not waver at all. If you meet a strange dog on the street, no matter how afraid you are that it will bite you, you must not be afraid to look at it. Otherwise, if you show any timidity, it might pounce on you. The truth is actually similar when meeting a strange sixth elder. Lu Fufeng is also an old man, so he will naturally not make such a mistake. In terms of experience in the world, the sixth elder who devoted himself to cultivation in the mountains really couldn't compare with him. He looked straight at the sixth elder and said, neither humble nor arrogant.
First immortal sect. My fellow Taoist is from Baiyujing, Kunlun in the west. Huh? Just so you know, I am the elder of the Baiyujing sect. Ranking 6th.
The sixth elder glanced scornfully.
Now I suspect that someone here has stolen my Baiyujing's treasure. So I came here specifically to investigate. Ha ha.
Lu Fufeng smiled when he heard this.
This is absolutely not the case.
He was about to say that this matter was absolutely impossible. But suddenly his words stopped. No. It's impossible for you to do this yourself. But the people at the cloud view in the room couldn't tell for sure. He still can't figure out Li Chu's path. Although this little Taoist priest doesn't look like a bad person. He is such a good master who treats rebellion as soup and goes to a brothel as if he is going home. What kind of violation of law and discipline does he do? It makes so much sense. For a moment, he suddenly felt guilty for Li Chu. Immediately, he changed his words.
Is it possible that this is a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding?
The sixth elder looked at Lu Fufeng with an unkind look. In his opinion, you are the only land immortal here, and the aura of the immortal tree is in the room behind you. So who else could have done this? Isn't this the same as if you were shirtless and sweating while sleeping in the same bed with someone else's wife? And someone caught you red-handed and said it was just an accident. I slipped in after a fall. Of course. Although the sixth elder is arrogant, he is not stupid either. He knew that there would be no benefit in starting a fight with a strange land god in a human city. Today he just needs to take his wife back and that's it. So he said coldly,
then step aside and let me go in and retrieve the treasure.
After saying that, he took a step forward and rushed straight to the inn room to retrieve his precious little fairy tree. Lu Fufeng hesitated for a moment. He thought in his mind that Baiyujing was too powerful after all, and it would be unwise to conflict with him. As long as the sixth elder did not harm Taoist priest Li's body, there was no need to argue with him. It's not that he's timid. Who dares to hit Baiyujing's people when they have nothing to do? Before I could get over this thought, I suddenly heard a bang in the inn. Bang. A figure flew out at twice the speed it entered, hit the ground, and created a large crater more than 2 feet deep. Through the gunpowder smoke, Lu Fufeng saw that the unlucky figure was the sixth elder who was so proud just now. The window of the inn room was smashed, revealing the scene inside. A gleaming fairy tree has a long branch bent in a whip-leg posture. Apparently, it didn't really want to go home with the sixth elder. Chapter 432. He said he is your father.
What formation is this?
Lu Fufeng looked at the scene in front of him in surprise, feeling that he had only missed a moment, and seemed to have missed a lot of things. Looking over there again, Du Lank had already knelt down under the bed. Why are you kneeling and looking at this tree? Such doubts arose in Lu Fufeng's mind. He leaned over and saw Lao Du standing up tremblingly and explained.
I was awakened by a burst of suffocating energy just now, thinking that a fight was about to start. I wanted to go to the window to have a look and help you, cheer you up. Unexpectedly, I suddenly saw the 6 elders rushing in with great momentum. And in the blink of an eye, they were defeated by the tree master.
Lao Du made a whipping pose. Of course, there is no need to mention the fact that at the moment when the immortal tree whipped out his whip, he was frightened by the supreme pressure and fell to his knees on the ground. Everyone can smell it. Lu Fufeng looked back at the fairy tree. Could it be that it thought these 6 elders were going to be detrimental to Li Chu? Just as he was thinking about it, he saw the disgraced 6th elder fly into the room again, speaking plausibly to the fairy tree.
What's wrong with you? I'm here to take you back to Kunlun Mountain. It's me! Ah!
Bang. Before he could fully enter, another branch stretched out from the left and knocked him out in the same posture. Lu Fufeng and Du Lank suddenly realized. So it turns out that the treasure he said Baiyujing lost was this tree?
It's me, Xiao Lu.
The 6th elder floated up in the air again and said sadly.
Don't you recognize me? I have been playing under your canopy since I was a child. And we have been in love for so many years.
Bang. The immortal tree stood in front of Li Chu, and the branch on the right struck again. knocking the sixth elder away again with one blow.
Don't get excited first. Just listen to my explanation.
Bang! There was another branch on the left, hitting the sixth elder in the face. Hey, Du Lank next to him felt a burning pain and couldn't help but said,
Sixth elder, try and hit it in the middle. It's not that simple.
Lu Fufeng shook his head first and said,
The cultivation level of this immortal tree is much higher than that of the sixth elder. If you don't follow me home, don't blame me for being rude.
The sixth elder shouted loudly, raised his right hand, and raised a June seal, which seemed to be some kind of magic weapon. It seemed that even though it was too soft, he had to give the fairy tree something hard to eat. But before Lu Fufeng and the two could see the magic weapon clearly, they saw a ray of green light, and another branch of the fairy tree popped out, knocking the magic weapon to the ground in an instant. Before the sixth elder could react, he wrapped his waist again and pushed him to the ground. Immediately, two branches resembled human hands, shooting bows from left to right. Da-da-da-da. He was beaten indiscriminately, and the sound of the blows was like a continuous rainstorm.
Hiss!
Du Lank and Lu Fufeng each picked up a cup of tea next to them, put it to their lips, blew it, took a sip, and said,
Venerable Kaishu saved his hand just now. I think the sixth elder is like this.
Lu Fufeng drank the tea in one gulp, spit out the tea leaves, and said,
It can hit 10.
Boom! After a burst of explosive hammers, the sixth elder lay in the smoke and dust, with tears in his eyes. He suddenly turned to look at Lu Fufeng, and said in a resentful tone,
What on earth did you do to my fairy tree?
Lu Fufeng quickly waved his hand and said,
Don't you dare say such nonsense. Elder,
Du Lank echoed.
This lord tree came to our door by himself. How dare we offend him? But I have to advise you,
Lu Fufeng said,
this tree that has changed its heart is destined to be unable to be taken home. Yes,
Lao Du nodded.
As the saying goes, the heart of a tree is like the needles in the sea. Trying to save a tree that has changed its heart is like trying to pick up a basin of water that has been spilled on the ground. How is it possible?
The two of them touched their teacups lightly, and Lu Fufeng said,
Men should be free and easy. There is no grass anywhere in the world. Why hang yourself on a tree?
Du Lank persuaded again. Snort. When the sixth elder heard what these two humanoid species were saying, they felt as if they were farting. But what Du Lank said is quite reasonable. If he continues to entangle himself, he may really be hanged by this tree. So he didn't say another word, but waved his sleeves and walked away. After all, Jianghu is not about fighting and killing. Jianghu is about human relations. If you can't beat them, you have to go back and shake them. Lu Fufeng and Du Lank looked at his back as he walked away to the sky, and then looked at the beautiful fairy tree in front of them that was picking up the leaves with a branch and then returned to silence. And they both gave a thumbs up. After all, he was a land god, or a land god from Baiyujing, and he just beat him up and ran away. No one is allowed to say something awesome. At this time, Dayun Temple looked like a scene of peaceful times. The old Taoist priest held a picture album in his hand and looked at it with relish. Opposite the stone table, the little fat dragon was holding a book in his paws and reading hard with his little brows furrowed. Under the old locust tree, there is a person and a dragon. The wind blows through the fallen leaves, and there is only the sound of rustling. Li Chu took Lao Du out to do errands, sent the fox girl and the little koi to school, and sent Wanli Feisha to look after the door. Nowadays, only the old and the young are reading to each other in the courtyard. After a while, the little fat dragon seemed tired of looking at it. He secretly raised his big eyes and glanced at the book in the old Taoist priest's hand. As a result, the old Taoist priest didn't seem to raise his eyes, but he caught its glide very accurately. He raised his hand and hit the little fat dragon on the big head. Bang! The big head made a crisp sound.
This is something for adults to see. You can't see it. It's up to you,
the old Taoist priest said sternly. Ouch! The little fat dragon rubbed his head with his left paw, slightly dissatisfied. It seems that I don't understand why the books you, the adults, read are all pictures, but the books my children read are all words? Is there something wrong somewhere?
How dare you say dirty words?
The old Taoist priest raised his hand and gave little fat dragon another slap.
Who did you learn this from?
The little fat dragon quickly covered his head with both hands.
Learn the words of saints and do the things of gentlemen. Everyone in my Dayun temple is a gentleman because we love reading,
the old Taoist priest warned softly.
So you must study hard and become a gentleman like your grandfather and me in the future. Do you understand?
The little fat dragon's big eyes were full of doubts. As a dragon, it can understand human speech without any problems. But at this time, it is not sure whether what Yu Qian is speaking is human speech. A gentleman, like an old Taoist priest. The little fat dragon suddenly had deep doubts about the meaning of these 4 words. Family education is going on happily here. And Wanli Feisha, the gatekeeper over there, runs in and calls out,
Master, there are guests outside who want to see you. Me?
Yu Qian blinked.
My right eyelid kept twitching when I woke up this morning. It's not suitable to receive guests. You go and deal with it. Just say that the audience is exhausted today and won't go on stage. But they are looking for you by name. You seem to have a good background,
Wanli Feisha said. After all, he has been around the world, and he still has a rough idea of the magnitude of the person coming.
Oh!
Yu Qian frowned.
Who is he? It's a little fat black man with an entourage,
Wanli Feisha replied.
Little black fat man?
Yu Qian's right eyelid suddenly twitched, and there was a rare fluctuation in his eyes.
Has he reported his identity? No.
Wanli Feisha shook his head and muttered.
But he said? Say what? He said he was your father.
Chapter 433. This is all for you.
My brother Wang Qi. Something bad has happened.
After Chao Pan and he too separated, they immediately split up. One disappeared without a trace, and the other came to Li Chu's room. Looking at Li Chu's anxious face, Li Chu thought about it and understood what he was afraid of. The exposure of their identities had a series of consequences. These 2 guys probably had something secret in their hearts, fearing that Guolanke would find out the final truth. Although he knew it well, he still looked at He Tu calmly and asked,
What's wrong? We have caused big trouble by killing that little Taoist priest.
The fear on He Tu's face was half true, and he coaxed and deceived him.
Who would have thought that the little Taoist priest had some connections behind him? That little Taoist master is our master.
And my master is said to have a close friendship.
That's right. Li Chu nodded silently in his heart. On the face, he said doubtfully.
Oh! This time the big boss went directly to the south of the Yangtze River to find the old Taoist priest. If they are really guilty, they will inevitably have to hold someone accountable and give them an explanation.
He too intended to arouse Wang Qi's distaste for Guolanke, so he continued to exaggerate.
You don't know. Our leader is the most loyal when doing things. If he really has a relationship with the old Taoist priest, he will definitely not do it perfunctory. When the time comes, he will blame others. Commander Chao and I have been following him since childhood. Of course, he will not. You are making things difficult for us. Brother Wang Qi, you have become an excellent scapegoat. There is no guarantee that the master will not bring you in front of the old Taoist priest to pay for his disciple's life.
Li Chu looked at He Tu and felt that he still hadn't finished speaking. So he tentatively said,
Then shall I go?
Let's go. He Tu rolled his eyes, slapped his thigh, and continued,
It's so easy to go. I believe you should also feel that someone is watching this yard. I won't hide it from you. My teacher before I left, I arranged at least 7 or 8 leaders of the decay realm to surround me, lest you, Brother Wang Qi, escape. Even if your cultivation level is high and you can fight a bloody path. Brother, you may not know the strength of that old Taoist priest. If you can escape today, you may not be able to escape the pursuit of people searching the sky and the earth tomorrow.
In order to lure Wang Qi to the road he had paved, he too continued to make nonsense.
The cultivation level of the old Taoist priest in the Yun Temple is astounding to the heavens and the earth.
Li Chu said silently in his heart. Indeed. But at the same time, I was also a little confused. Who leaked the news? The master has lived in seclusion in Diangyuan for so many years, and everyone here has heard that his cultivation is astonishing, as expected of a master. Thinking this in his heart, he still showed a slightly moved expression on his face and asked,
Then what does it mean to be the leader? Doesn't it mean that I have no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth?
He too smiled slightly. After saying so much, you kid is finally scared. It's easier to handle if you know you're afraid.
Commander Chao and I also went through a lot of discussions. Do you know that the 2 of us racked our brains to save you? Just because we pulled you up the mountain. How can we let you be harmed for no reason? Even if it is critical, yours is our most respected master.
He too pretended to be troubled, hesitated for a while, and then said,
Commander Chao and I finally decided to rebel while the master is away. You betrayed the Duanbei mountain together. Rebellion of rebel thieves.
Li Chu thought about what he said and felt that it sounded a bit wild.
The strongest combat power on Duanbei mountain is, firstly, the dormant divine beast Qilin in the heart of the mountain. And secondly, my master. And when my master is not in the mountain, no one can awaken that Qilin. In other words, what happened? It won't take action at this time, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He too said excitedly, Commander Chao and I happen to know some friends in the world. In order to help you, Brother Wang Qi, we contacted them today to come together. We will work hard to capture this place before Master comes back.
A mountain of broken monuments.
Just right. Li Chu looked into He Tu's eyes. He too looked at him sincerely and nodded.
It's just right.
He held Li Chu's hand tightly and said,
Brother Wang Qi, don't doubt it. All this is for you. My little Taoist priestly. Something serious has happened.
A black shadow with arms and a cloud of black wind quickly swept to Jixiang Fuqing, found the inn where Du Lank and the others were staying, and anxiously knocked on the door to see them. When Du Lank opened the door, he found that he was an acquaintance. Familiar demon, the smallest of the 3 eagles that Li Chu placed in the Golden State.
King Xiandiao. Oh, what kind of wind brought you here?
With a smile on his face, Lao Du introduced King Xiandiao to sit down and poured a cup of tea. King Xiandiao entered the house and looked around for Li Chu first, seeing his physical body sitting cross-legged with eyes closed. Something felt wrong and very strange. I was even more surprised when I saw another eye-catching glazed tree next to me. But there were so many strange things that I didn't know what to say for a while. And I was so anxious that I was sweating.
Director Du, what's wrong with Director Li?
He still asked about Li Chu's situation first.
Oh, my master just has something to do. If you have anything to say, just say it. He can recover at any time.
Lao Du replied.
Then this weird tree.
King Xiandiao pointed again in confusion. Before he could finish his words, Lu Fufeng and Lao Du rushed over to cover his mouth.
Bird thief! If you want to die, die by yourself. Don't hurt us. I advise you to be careful in your words and actions. Do you still want to return to the Golden State?
The 2 men covered their mouths, locked their hands with a big bandana, and then shackled them. They stunned the Xiandiao king and pinned him to the ground, unable to move, and suppressed the words he spoke. He had no choice but to slap the floor with his hand to show his surrender. Only then did Lao Du let him go. Then stood up, pointed at the glazed tree very solemnly and said,
This kind-hearted, beautiful tree venerable is a powerful man who descended from the sky and saved the lives of several of us. He is very similar to my master. It's fate. In addition, there was someone with the level of Elder Bai Yujing who came to cause trouble just now. And he left in tears after being beaten by Master Shu with a combo of moves. After he said this, the branches and leaves of the glazed immortal tree swayed in the wind for a while, seeming to be extremely useful. Good guy. After listening to Lao Du's words, King Xiandiao was frightened. Did he almost disrespect such a terrifying existence? Furthermore, the way he looked at Li Chu's body became more and more odd. Sure enough, even a potted plant next to Taoist priestly cannot be looked down upon. The eyes of Lao Du and Lu Fufeng suddenly became sharp, and they flew towards each other like knives. The meaning was probably that if you dare to say the word potted plant, you will be dead. King Xiandiao shook his head quickly and gave him a soft and smiling look, which probably meant, I am not my eldest brother or second brother. How could I do such a stupid thing? The 3 of them looked at each other, smiled, and nodded to each other, and the atmosphere relaxed. After struggling for a while, Lao Du poured the tea again, served the peanut melon seeds and fruit plate, and then asked, Xiandiao King came all the way to find my master. I think what happened in the Golden State is very urgent. Please hurry up.
Come on.
King Xiandiao picked up a peanut, peeled off the SHL and rubbed off the skin, threw several into his mouth, chewed and drank tea, and then said,
Indeed, it is an urgent matter.
Oh,
what's the matter?
Lao Du asked hurriedly as he picked up an orange, peeled off the skin, and carefully peeled off the white strands on the pulp.
I'm afraid no one can stop this except Taoist priestly,
King Xiandiao said.
Just now, Utsunamiya suddenly issued an order to all the demon kings of the Golden State under their command to get ready and prepare to go out. For thousands of years, the power they have managed has spread far and wide. It's far bigger than we thought. Even Sarutobi Mountain participated in Utsunamiya's operation. This set an example for the demon king, who was originally hesitant. As a result, most of the demon kings in the entire Golden State will be dispatched, including our Sanwangling. I'm afraid it has never been seen in many years that such a large number of demon kings have left the Golden State.
Lu Fufeng looked solemn when he heard this.
What is the goal of their trip?
King Xiandio replied without hesitation.
It's Broken Belly Mountain.
Chapter 434 Reunion. The wind blew through the mouth of the East China Sea, through Hangzhou Prefecture, through Yuhang Town, and across Shirley Slope before ending abruptly above the Yun Temple. It seemed that something thick and transparent filled the void, and the surrounding area turned into a swamp. All this happened because a short figure stepped into the backyard. The slightest hint of the unparalleled power's pressure was enough to suffocate others. But the old Taoist priest sitting there didn't seem to feel it. He still maintained his immortal demeanor, with a leisurely expression and a profound smile. But his gaze was somewhat long.
The person who entered the door was a little fat black man, wearing a long robe, with the same smile on his face. His eyes squinted, and his eyes were bright and unpredictable. The two looked at each other for a long time without saying a word. The followers behind the little black fat man, the disciples, and the little fat dragon beside the old Taoist priest all realized that something was wrong, and did not dare to disturb him. He is a giant in the world, and has made many people famous and frightened. He is an old Taoist in the mountains, and has not left this temple for many years. The world is full of fireworks, and the mountains and rivers are vast. Those days in the arena where white clothes raced against the snow and came, and went like the wind are gone. Perhaps this is how it should be when we meet again after many years of turmoil. Their eyes met, and they were silent for a long time. After all these years, how will I congratulate you? With tears. With.
Stop!
Yu Qian waved his sleeves, interrupting the inexplicable ambiguous atmosphere in the yard, and frowned. Then he turned to look at the fat little black man again, and said with a smile,
I didn't expect you to come here. I didn't even think about coming. I just happened to have something to do.
The fat little black man walked to the opposite side of the old Taoist priest, and Sher Sharan sat down. The little fat dragon was originally sitting in that position, but this man was so powerful that even the slightest bit of exposure made the little fat dragon tremble with fear. As he came over, the little fat dragon who knew people's words and affairs immediately jumped up and gave up the stone bench. Maybe he didn't understand it originally, but during his time in Yongwen, he learned a profound truth. Dragons are floating in the world, and what is more important than strength is emotional intelligence.
What's the matter? Tell me,
the old Taoist priest said directly. In fact, he had already calculated it in his mind. Li Chu's actions on Duanbei Mountain were all personally directed by him. So how could he not know about it? But although he secretly asked Li Chu to do a lot of things to protect Duanbei Mountain, he didn't even mention it at this time. And Guodang didn't do any ink, and said directly,
My brother killed a Taoist priest from the south of the Yangtze River, named Li Chu. I heard he was your apprentice. Ha ha. That's it.
The old Taoist priest shook his head and smiled.
I knew that the people in Duanbei Mountain killed my apprentice. But I'm afraid you don't know that my apprentice is not dead at all.
Before he finished speaking, he saw Guodang shaking his head in the same way.
Ha ha. I'm afraid you don't know. I already knew that your apprentice was not dead at all, and that he was possessed by the soul and got into my Duanbei Mountain.
Humph. The old Taoist priest refused to admit defeat and said,
What's the point? I'm a divination. So if I had known, you would have known that my apprentice was not dead at all. Huh?
Guodang raised his head and said,
I knew your calculations earlier. So if I had known you, I would have known your apprentice was not dead.
The old Taoist priest raised his eyebrows and said,
I have calculated it before you can calculate it. So if I had known it, you would have known it. I would have known it. And you would have known it.
He was still competing here. But Wanli Feisha and Xiao Feilong over there were already confused. Little Fat Dragon directly doubted his hearing of human language. This morning was the day when the child had great doubts about his language ability. And Wanli Feisha also frowned. Are you two elders talking here? The big-headed coachman who was following Guodang also turned pale after hearing this. Everyone on Duanbei Mountain had a bad temper. If it weren't for these two ruthless people who couldn't be offended, he would have really wanted to give him a loud drink. What do you think? Okay.
Dot.
In the end, Guodang waved his hand and said,
You are a very old man, but you are still fighting like a child. Huh?
The old Taoist priest sneered.
It's my grandson who fights against me.
Guodang glared.
Rebound. Okay. My brother.
The coachman named Ho Yi behind him stopped Guodang on the shoulder.
You are our boss after all, so please be more careful outside.
Yu Qian looked at Guodang, and Guodang looked at Yu Qian. There was silence for a moment. And then suddenly they both burst into laughter again.
Ha!
Okay.
Dot!
Guadang pushed Monkey Man away, shook his head, and said with a smile.
You don't know the two of us back then. Hey,
Yu Qian recited softly.
young men are old in the world, but beautiful girls in pink have spots on their temples. I remember from afar.
The words were so emotional that Guadang suddenly turned on the memory mode.
It was outside the city of Hangzhou, when you and I were just starting out in our first battle, and we killed a demon who had been famous for a long time. Only then did I know that the world. It turns out it was such a bloody storm. If you hadn't persuaded me, my journey to the world would have almost turned back here.
Yu Qian also recalled.
I remember from afar that I met two girls in Hangzhou.
And, Guadang continued,
you and I first went to sea, killed the dragon in the East China Sea, and saved the people on the island. That was the first time I understood how happy it is to save people from fire and water.
Yu Qian nodded lightly.
I met 7 girls in overseas countries. Hey, they are all mortals. I guess they are all old now.
Later, Guadang said again.
We were still involved in the underworld in Shiluo City. At that time, we were still very nervous and excited. Never thought that I would fall into the trap of a bandit later.
Yu Qian's face tightened, and she touched her waist with her left hand.
I met 3 girls there. A few days ago, another one came to my door.
Guadang went through it all, and as the experience between the two lasted longer, their strength became higher, and their deeds became more heart-wrenching. Until finally,
when you and I climbed onto Broken Monument Mountain and created the human fire, the seed was already planted in my heart. Until then, I never thought that one day we would be separated. I remember when we were leaving, I went to see you off, and you still owed me daddy. On Broken Monument Mountain.
Yu Qian's face was gloomy, as if it was a bad memory. And he said,
there is nothing to say.
Wanli Feisha, who heard this, became curious.
Why is that? Where is the girl over there?
Silly boy, Yu Qian replied angrily.
It's called Duanbei Mountain. How can there be any women on the mountain?
Ouch, Wanli Feisha sighed in confusion.
Ha ha. Alas, we've finished reminiscing about the past, and it's time to get down to business.
Guadang raised his head and looked at Yu Qian seriously.
Brother Qian, was it you who arranged for your apprentice to go to Duanbei Mountain? That's right.
Yu Qian nodded.
Your apprentice is also a rare young talent in this world, now in the Dragon's Pond and Tiger's Den in the north. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to him?
Guadang asked again.
My apprentice?
Yu Qian smiled again.
Instead of worrying about him, it's better to worry about you. Duanbei Mountain.
Chapter 435. How can there be any good people on Broken Monument Mountain?
The situation is urgent. We have to notify Taoist Priestly immediately. Broken Bay Mountain is very dangerous at this time.
In the inn of Jixiang Mansion, there is a demon king, a land god, and a middle-aged single ugly Taoist priest. These 3 creatures, who were not very familiar with each other, could not be compared with each other, and even encountered friends and foes elsewhere, suddenly burst into inexplicable unity and intimacy in the face of this moment of crisis, probably based on a common belief. The world cannot lose Taoist priest Shaoli. Just like the Holua dynasty cannot lose Chaoga City. They can't lose Taoist priest Shaoli. Just like people can't lose their thighs.
But the distance is far, and the master doesn't have any magic weapon for remote contact.
Lao Du thought for a while.
If we want to contact him, we can only rush to Duanbei Mountain to deliver the message. The Duanbei Mountain is the Dragon Pond and the Tiger's Den. It's heavily guarded. Taoist Priestly went up the mountain under another identity. It's too difficult to send him a message,
Lu Fufeng said.
If there are other ways, it's not impossible.
Lao Du looked at Li Chu's physical body.
The master's physical body and the soul are sensitive. If someone kicks his physical body, the master will sense that the physical body is being attacked. Naturally, he will come back quickly.
Hee. Hearing this, Lu Fufeng and King Xiandiao smiled awkwardly and politely at the same time. King Xiandiao said,
I am extremely in awe of Taoist priest Shaoli, so naturally I dare not offend him. It's better for you two to take action.
Lu Fufeng also said,
Taoist Du follows Taoist Shaoli and is the most familiar with him. It's up to you to take action.
Lao Du touched his chin.
Even if we don't take into account that the tree master is standing by, if my master's physical body just has the magical power to rebound, whoever touches it will die. We need to spend a fresh life. Life to deliver the message? It's not that critical.
Lu Fufeng and King Xiandiao shook their heads together. The general meaning is that I am really in a hurry. But I can hold it back even if I really can't.
In this case,
Du Lang frowned and said,
then we have to burn incense first. Yes, burn incense.
Lu Fufeng also agreed. If you can't contact the little Taoist priest, then ask the magical old Taoist priest.
What?
The Xiandiao king, who didn't know what was going on, was stunned.
Who are you offering incense to? It's already this time. Isn't it a little late to pray to God and worship Buddha? Don't talk nonsense.
Lao Du quickly warned.
The one who will come out in a moment is my master. My master's master. Please be respectful. Taoist Master Shaoli.
Didn't need to be reminded. King Xiandiao's eyes immediately became filled with awe. The little Taoist priest's cultivation has reached an indescribable level. And he actually has a master who can breathe. Oh my god. 3 sticks of incense were lit. And the outline of the old Taoist priest gradually appeared clearly in the air. There was also a faint top of his head next to him. But due to his height, he could not show his full face.
Xiao Du. Here you are. Master. What's going on?
The old Taoist priest asked with a smile.
Hey. There is a new friend. Oh. Master.
Lao Du hurriedly introduced.
This is the Xiandiao king of the 3 Kings Ridge in the Golden State. I am the most loyal friend of the young one. And I have received tasks in the organization. I have worked hard for Mr. Li. And I have shed my blood for Mr. Li.
King Xiandiao quickly expressed his loyalty solemnly, fearing that the old Taoist priest would not know his camp.
Then you are a good bird. Ha ha. Not bad,
said the old Taoist priest.
Yes. Yes.
King Xiandiao quickly accepted this strange-sounding compliment.
Master, the situation is critical now,
Du Lang said.
This Black Eagle King has come here to report that there will be a catastrophe in Duanbei Mountain. Master, he is still up there. So I'm afraid it won't be good. Oh, what kind of disaster?
Asked the old Taoist priest. The green-headed guy next to him seemed to have heard something he was interested in. He leaned forward, revealing a round face. Although he didn't know each other, Lao Du was not in the mood to ask at this time, but quickly replied,
Utsunamiya mobilized all the power they had accumulated in the Golden State for 3,000 years, and let most of the demon kings in the Golden State attack Broken Steel Mountain together. Almost they came out in full force. How many monsters are there in the Golden State? It's unimaginable how powerful this force is. But we can't contact the master at this time. Should we ask him to withdraw quickly? Oh, hee. Duanbei Mountain is going to be in bad luck.
After hearing this, the old Taoist priest suddenly smiled. Not only did he not look anxious, he actually seemed to be gloating about his misfortune. The fat little black guy next to him hadn't said anything yet, but Lao Du was getting anxious.
Don't be anxious, old man. Duanbei Mountain is full of bandits and rebels. It doesn't matter whether they die or not. There may not be many good people on it. Then my master is still up there. What should we do? We still need to have a charter. I think,
the old Taoist priest said with a straight face.
You should be more careful with your words first. Why are there no good people on Duanbei Mountain? Master, I didn't dare to stop you before when you asked me to go up and help them with the rape. But now I really want to say it. They are all a bunch of rebels. So what if they are all wiped out by the Golden State? It's ugly. It means dog bites dog. You said you have friendship with the rebel leader. How dangerous that kind of person is. He has done all kinds of murders and arson over the years. It is said that he drinks human brains every day before going to bed. Who knows if there are any killers? I'm confused.
And I still don't recognize you. The last few times you said you would cooperate with him. I was afraid. There are no good people on Duanbei Mountain. It's not worth it if my master is here.
It could be seen that Lao Du was really worried about Li Chu's safety. And it was the first time he spoke so forcefully to the old Taoist priest. But after hearing this, the old Taoist priest seemed to be happy instead of angry. He looked at the fat little black man on the side with a wicked smile.
How is it? Dog bites dog?
The fat little black man looked at old Du with a gloomy face and asked,
Is this your disciple? What's his name? Young Taoist Dulin.
Lao Du asked again.
Who is this? I. Guolong K.
Plop. Hearing a muffled sound from the opposite side, Lao Du's black face instantly disappeared in the mirror.
Taoist Master Du.
The people over there pinched and slapped the person's mouth to save him for a long time. But they didn't wake up Lao Du. Lu Fufeng had no choice but to come over first and said,
Senior Yu. Senior Guo. Taoist Master Du is too frightened and may not be able to wake him up for a while. Fortunately, It won't affect him. You can explain what should be done in detail first. It doesn't matter. Just let them come as they come.
Over there. Guolong smiled for a moment, and he couldn't tell whether it was a sneer or not.
I want to see how those monsters are going to bite me. What are they going to do?
Take my broken monument mountain.
Dusk. The sky was ablaze. There is a huge open space on the back mountain of Duanbei Mountain. There were several gray elephants walking in the open space, and a large man was sitting among the elephants. What is shocking is that he is actually larger than any other elephant. Just sitting among the elephants. His upper body is already taller than any other elephant.
You seem to be the only one on the mountain who doesn't know about it now. Hee hee. Let me tell you.
The big brain Long Gang was in front of this man, who looked like a mountain of meat, and told him very excitedly,
I am definitely the first to discover this. It's so exciting. My God.
Just as he was talking, Long Gang's expression suddenly changed again, and his nose twitched twice.
What's wrong?
The Roshan man slowly lowered his head and asked.
Something's wrong. There's such a strong evil spirit.
Long Gang said with a tight frown.
Evil spirit?
The Roshan man said.
I raise all these elephants. They are all good and innocent. They cannot become spirits. It's not your place. Even if the elephant becomes a spirit, it's impossible to have such a strong evil spirit. This smell comes from the sky.
Long Gang turned his eyes fiercely and looked towards the distant sky. There is a cloud in the northwest sky. Devour the setting sun. Chapter 436. The old ape opened the mountain gate with a stick. According to legend, thousands of years ago, a divine monument was descended from the sky and engraved with the supreme inscription, and those who viewed it could live forever. As soon as the news came out, countless cultivators gathered and killed at the foot of this mountain until rivers of blood flowed. The sun and the moon dimmed, and countless lives were swallowed up, until an unknown swordsman appeared. With one move, he overwhelmed the crowd and climbed straight to the top of the mountain. He was the first to reach the sacred monument, but he didn't look at the inscription carefully. Instead, he raised his sword and cut off the God Adventure monument, and then floated away, just to teach the world to know. All the fights are just in vain. To sacrifice one's life for the sake of immortality is to reverse cause and effect, and is the most stupid thing in the world. Of course, some people later said that the unknown swordsman just didn't want others to see the inscription. Some people also say that he spent a lot of effort to reach the top of the mountain, but found that he did not recognize the words on the inscription. Then he was so angry that he struck out with the illiterate sword in anger. As time goes by, the past events can no longer be traced. The so-called inscription has long been lost to an unknown location. Only this mountain peak, where countless people's bones are buried, is left, which was previously unknown. Because of that incident, it was named Duanbei Mountain. The barren mountains are silent, hanging in the north, except for some believers who pay homage to the legends of the past. No one would come here. It wasn't until a few decades ago that two young men set foot on this mountain. One is a man. The other one is also a man. On Broken Steel Mountain, a fire ignited. Today, dark clouds covered the fire, blocking out the sky. The sky is full of black wind and demonic fog, covering the sky for hundreds of miles. Mortals with better eyesight can see the shadows of those demons with their claws and fangs above the clouds. Not to mention its roaring and howling, which is like rolling thunder in the sky. It's boiling and boiling, and it's hard to count. Wherever the eyes go, the enchanting atmosphere is hard to escape. Standing at the top of the cloud is the commander of this expedition, the Demon King of Mount Sarutobi, the Little Ape King. If there is a unified leader in the Golden State, that is certainly not possible. But as the largest mountain here, Sarutobi Mountain still has many demon kings, and the winds of Sarutobi Mountain. They left the Golden State, but they were the only ones following their lead. The Little Ape King is no longer young, but his father, the most respected ancestral ape in the Golden State, is still there, so he has to be given a small name. As long as the father is still alive, it will not grow bigger. The Little Ape King, wearing a golden helmet and golden armor, with two long beards reaching to the sky, stood at the top of the mighty demon cloud, feeling majestic and proud for a while. Since the founding of the Hulua dynasty, these monsters in the Golden State have not been so arrogant for a long time. Even if you occasionally go for a walk in the land of Hulua, you must be careful, like a wild dog crossing the street.
Ha ha ha!
The endless demons behind him gave him the confidence, and the Little Ape King smiled boldly.
Brothers, today, I The little ape king. Swear an oath here. When we leave the Golden State this time, we will never go back again. This flowery even if the world is full of mountains and rivers. We, the demon clan, must also be part of it.
This was Utsunomiya's promise to him. By laying down Broken Monument Mountain, the Northland would be at his fingertips. And then countless demons would be given a paradise to roam freely.
Ha! Don't go back! Don't go back!
Don't go back. Never go back.
The demon kings behind him also shouted when they heard the heroic words of the little ape king. They have had enough of being entangled in the small Golden State for so many years. And they can't wait to come and stir up trouble in this prosperous land of the human race. This time in the human world, no monster intends to go back.
Come on, little ones.
All the demon kings waved their hands, and countless little demons bared their teeth and claws, flew down, and rushed toward Broken Steel Mountain. Although these demon kings were full of enthusiasm, they did not forget to let their younger brothers explore the way first. After all, Dwanbe Mountain is also a giant force. It is definitely a lie to say that there is no preparation at all. Sure enough, as countless little demons flew over, a dense light suddenly rose from the top of the Broken Monument Mountain. Boom. It seemed as if a giant shield of true energy was flipped upside down on the top of the mountain, covering the entire mountain, and making a loud rumbling sound as it landed. The little demon's figure hit it and was bounced back hard. Due to the huge force of the countershock, many little demons fell to the ground like raindrops.
Is this the mountain protection formation of Dwanbe Mountain?
The little ape king laughed ferociously.
Brothers, smash it.
Boom, boom, boom. At this time, on the top of Broken Steel Mountain, in the square in front of the holy fire, a pure white marble platform had been erected. On the platform, dozens of heroes from Broken Steel Mountain were sitting cross-legged and casting spells to support the mountain protecting formation. In terms of the number of people, although there are many heroes on Dwanbe Mountain, they can't compare with the countless monsters. It is absolutely impossible to go out and kill them. At this time, as long as the formation is activated, Dwanbe Mountain will definitely be submerged. So the only solution for now is to stick to it. The dark demons outside almost block the skylight of the entire mountain. For those who are less courageous, their liver and gallbladder will burst just by seeing such a scene.
But the heroes on Broken Steel Mountain were not too panicked. This mountain protecting formation has been passed down for many years and has never been broken by anyone. As long as we persist until the master comes back and the unicorn comes out of the mountain, no matter how many monsters there are outside, we will all be like chickens and dogs in front of the supreme beasts. In the center of the formation, instructor surnamed Gal presided over the formation while encouraging the heroes. As everyone worked together to use their skills and cast spells, the formation outside the mountain was bombarded by demon kings all over the sky. Although it seemed to be crumbling, it was still able to maintain, and there was no sign of being breached. But what they didn't see was that not far away, 3 pairs of eyes were already looking over.
With such a big movement, wouldn't the legendary Qilin beast take action?
Li Chu asked curiously. Next to him, he too replied,
Brother Wang Qi, you don't know something. Hee hee. This unicorn in Dwanbe Mountain is named Gua. Yes.
Chao Pan sneered in a low voice.
Gua Longke prides himself on being smart. Who would have thought that he would fall for this? He does not allow anyone except himself to have contact with Qilin. So Qilin only recognizes himself. But this Broken Steel Mountain died on it. As long as he cannot come back, this mountain will be destroyed today.
The 3 of them hurriedly walked under the altar while talking. Judge Chao said,
Let's go up and help.
The disciple guarding below glanced at Li Chu and said,
It's okay for the 2 commanders to go up. This new brother should rest below.
Obviously, he was worried about Li Chu.
Okay.
Chao Pan nodded, and then said to Li Chu thoughtfully,
Brother Wang Qi, please watch below first and act according to our situation. I understand.
Li Chu nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. Chao Pan turned around, jumped onto the altar with E2, and walked all the way to the center.
Gao Jiushi,
he shouted.
Why are you here?
Gao Jiushi frowned slightly, seeming displeased.
Sit down quickly and do your exercises.
As he spoke, Chao Pan had already arrived in front of him. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed in the distance.
Look! A shooting star!
What? Gao Jiaoshi turned around and suddenly wondered.
The sky is full of monsters. Where did the shooting stars come from?
As soon as his thoughts flashed, He saw Cao Cao raise his palms. And the luck 100% chi hit him viciously in the chest. Bang. Gao Jushi was knocked down from the altar by this long-planned and full-force palm. And blood spurted out 10 feet away. At this time, a quick-reacting hero beside him immediately shouted,
Pan Chao! He too! What are you two doing?
The moment Chao Puan took action, he too had already turned towards the sky and shouted,
Brother Wang Chi! Take action!
This is only the case on the bench. At the same moment that the senior instructor, who was in charge of the formation, was knocked away, a wave of ripples appeared in the formation in the sky. And the one who first caught this ripple was the most powerful being in the sky. Boom! Endless dark clouds suddenly swept in and gathered. And the countless tens of thousands of demons behind the clouds were like a young lady whose bra was suddenly torn off, revealing her true appearance. And the dark clouds in the sky that were pulled away all gathered together to form a huge ape that was extremely difficult to see, with the sky above its head and the earth under its feet. This is truly standing tall and tall. His body is all slender, and his appearance can be seen to be aging. But his divine power has not diminished at all. For example, if Dozhan comes in person, a pair of divine pupils and electric eyes suddenly swim like a golden dragon. Drink. There was a loud shout that shook the mountains. The golden dragon wandered from the old ape's arms to the palm of his hand. And just in time to raise his hand to the sky, the two golden dragons suddenly became entangled in one place, twisted into one, and turned into a giant stick pointing toward the sky. The old monkey is still in great glory, and the stick is still raised to the sky. This giant stick that pierced the sky appeared at the moment when the Dharma platform was shaken, and fell heavily in the desperate eyes of the heroes on Broken Steel Mountain. The wind and thunder in Kyushu could not be heard, and the whole world was shocked to hear the rolling waves. This one is great. Shocking. Boom. The cracking sound was like the sky collapsing. The roaring sound was like the ground cracking. And the mountain protecting formation that had previously blocked countless monsters was wiped out in ashes under this blow. As soon as he took action, the people who witnessed this scene had only one sentence in their hearts. The power of the ancestral ape is so terrifying. Chapter 437. Thousands of swords blazing into the sky to determine the outcome. Many years later, when they see shooting stars, the heroes on Broken Monument Mountain will still think of the afternoon when the demon attacked the mountain. When the old ape revealed his divine body and cooperated with Chao Pian's internal and external coordination, he smashed the mountain guard formation of Duanbei Mountain with one stick. At the moment when the loud noise that made everyone's minds roar occurred, almost all the heroes on the mountain had only one thought in their minds. This time, he is pure and innocent. Even if each of the demons flying like wasps in the sky had only one thorn, it would be enough to kill all the people on Broken Monument Mountain. But the blow was so shocking that it was difficult for them to resist immediately. The quickest reaction was among the mountain elites on the throne. Someone immediately focused their attention on Chao Pan, and he too.
They are traitors! Kill them!
Immediately, someone gnashed their teeth and shouted,
I'm afraid no one on Duanbei Mountain will be spared today. But these two young men must be minced into pieces before they die.
Chao Pan and he too moved faster. They had already risen into the sky and flew towards the demon camp in the Golden State in the sky. But the heroes are coming fiercely, and the two of them are also in great danger. So he too shouted again,
Brother Wang Chi, do it quickly!
In their plan, Wang Qijing, who was highly cultivated, should use his sword at this time to help stop the heroes around him. Just a moment of space would be enough for them to escape safely. But Li Chu seemed not to hear it, and stood still. What he too didn't hear was Li Chu's soft response.
Already moved.
Yes, Li Chu had already taken action as early as he too's first call, asking him to take action. At that time, before Ancestral Ape's big stick fell on the formation, a meteor had already come from the west. The current situation is already clear. The master instructed his soul to possess him, and go to Broken Steel Mountain just to uncover the traitors on Broken Steel Mountain, and bring out the forces behind them. At this time, the traitors on the mountain were exposed, and the forces behind them. Li Chu raised his eyes to look at the sky. It was already much bigger than he imagined. I don't know if I can withstand such a huge number of monsters. But no matter what, you have to give it a try. Regardless of whether the people on Duanbei Mountain are good or evil, they are ultimately the side that the master prefers. As for the demons in the sky, he already knew a little bit about them through Chao Fan and he too. And they all came to wreak havoc on the earth. It can be said that even if one is let go, innocent people in Halua may suffer. So this time, the mission of eradicating evil is done. Li Chu's fingers were raised early. This time, he went up the mountain without bringing the pure yang sword with him for fear of exposing his identity. At this time, following the summons of sword control, flying fire meteors, and a sword came from the west. Call out. This sword energy light was concealed by the ancestral ape's stick, making it look inconspicuous. But no one knows that the next second will be the moment to witness a miracle. In fact, at the moment when the ancestral ape took action, the humans, and even the demons on the same side who saw this scene were so frightened that their limbs weakened and their whole bodies couldn't help but tremble. In their opinion, this was probably the most powerful attack they had ever seen in their lives. After all, there are not many opportunities to see a terrifying being at the level of the ancestral ape with all his strength. But things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that in just a blink of an eye, they would see something even more terrifying? Compared with this, ancestral ape's upright stick suddenly seemed short and weak, with only the word he. What are they about to see? Swordsmanship! When the meteor arrived, Li Chu's fingertips quietly changed. The art of 10,000 swords. After learning this sword technique, Li Chu didn't have many opportunities to use it. I just frightened people in Guanghan sect. But I still restrained myself at that time. In fact, he himself didn't know the specific lethality of using all his strength. But he feels like it should be okay. Each sword drawn from the 10,000 sword Ju has at least 1/8 of the power of a spiritual sword. And this sword technique can distinguish 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. Boom. Because there were so many sword shadows that appeared in an instant. There was a thunderous sound. The indomitable ancestral ape body had just struck the earth with a blow, and was enjoying the respect of thousands of demons. Recalling the glory of the war in its youth, I was shocked to see a terrifying sword energy erupting next to me, and I looked over in a blink of an eye. At this glance, the ape's hair stood on end. This breath actually made the old ape recall his mother, whom he had not seen for a long time. My ape mother. What is this? The sky for hundreds of miles around was originally filled with demonic energy. At this time, the endless sword shadows suddenly burst out, suddenly opening up a new sky. From a distance, it looks like half of the sky is red and half is black. This scene lasted only a short moment, because soon, the red sky crashed into the black sky. Li Chu's 10,000 swords technique landed in the demon formation. That scene made time stand still. The heroes on Broken Steel Mountain stopped all actions, including the two traitors who were escaping. And the heroes behind them stopped pursuing them. Everyone just raised their heads and stared blankly at the sky. I'll accompany you to see the meteor shower, falling on the demonic clouds. Let your blood fall on my shoulders. No, not really. There was not a drop of blood in the sky. And the sword movement was like a crop when locusts passed by. Not even a single stalk was left. The huge ancestral ape's magical body even raised its golden dragon stick to resist. As soon as it raised its hand, it was shot by hundreds of sword rays. Because of its huge size, it received the most sword rays. It didn't survive for a second longer than those little demons, and then collapsed. Clear the field with one sword. The fire cloud completely took over the sky. The collision between the endless sword light and these countless demons was not without loss. And the rumbling explosions formed a rolling golden tide. After the explosion, uncontrollable flames followed. Countless red-gold fire points instantly connected into a rain of fire. At first, the people on Broken Steel Mountain didn't pay attention, immersed in the power of that sword. But after the first drop of fire rain fell to the ground, there was a roar. Bang! Half of the mountain burst into smoke. Only then did all the heroes realize that this was no ordinary spark, but a point of fire that fell from the aftermath of the sky, still retaining a very exaggerated power. 1 or 2 points may not mean anything, but this is a rain. Oh my God! Run! I don't know who shouted first, and then ran away. The black wind whizzed by, and they all fled from Broken Steel Mountain. Boom, 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 boom. This rain of fire fell, and the entire mountain was instantly enveloped in black smoke. Natural disaster. This is an absolute natural disaster. Li Chu also had to rise into the sky and get out of the smoke. The magnitude of the aftermath was beyond his imagination. After all, this was the first time he had used it with all his strength. The power of this 10,000 sword Ju even surprised him. But he had no time to think about it at this time. At this time, he was completely immersed in the pleasure of the surging white light entering his body. When the whole world was horrified by this sword, the thought in the mind of Li Chu, the sword wielder, was, This wave of experience is so profitable. Chapter 438. This plan warms up. Into Yun Temple. The sky suddenly changed color. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. And the rolling dark clouds gradually turned into a strange greenish color. Guolong Ke, who had just received the news from Jixiang Mansion, looked up at the sky and suddenly sneered.
These rats seem to want to keep me in Jiangnan. It's indeed a bit rash for you to suddenly go to Jiangnan this time.
Yu Qian said leisurely from the side. Guolong Ke glanced at him and said,
Because it's about you. I was a little rash.
Oh! Yu Qian smiled slightly. Something strange seemed to be rising in the air, and the atmosphere was slightly anxious. At this moment, Lang Lang's laughter suddenly came from the front yard.
Human Dao Guolong Ke has tens of thousands of heroes in heaven and earth. When I saw him today, he turned out to be just a little black fat man like this.
When everyone looked over, they saw a tall, white-faced, beardless, middle-aged man with sharp eyebrows and phoenix eyes, wearing a brocade robe with dragon patterns. Shirshiran walked in. This is a real dragon robe. Anyone in the world except the emperor would be punished by death if he wore it. But when he wore it, he didn't feel any violation. The man in yellow robe walked in and first took a look at the old locust tree in the yard. He seemed to feel a little strange and frowned. He glanced at the well next to him again. He didn't know what he felt, and his eyes wandered slightly.
Who are you?
Wanli Feisha jumped up and asked, conscious of being the youngest in the room.
The
man in yellow robe glanced over. His eyes were compelling, and he was silently majestic. Wanli Feisha was so frightened that he sat back down and whispered,
I'll just ask but don't tell.
This is the pressure accumulated by the strong and the superior over many years. Although it has no substance, it can suppress others from a spiritual level. For example, although Li Chu's cultivation level is so high, he lacks this kind of accumulation over time, and he cannot convince others with coercion. Of course, he doesn't really need it. Guolong Ke did not get up. He just looked at the person coming with a smile on his face.
If you dare to come and stop me alone, you must be no ordinary person. Please tell me your name. Ha ha ha.
The man in yellow robe laughed again and said,
You sound like it's a great honor for me to stop you. But let me tell you, Guolong Ke, it's your great honor that I come to stop you today. Pleasure. Huh?
Guolong Ke said noncommittally. The yellow-robed man flicked his sleeves and said loudly,
You guys, have you ever heard of the name King of all ages? It turns out it's you. Golden State Utsunamiya.
Guolong Ke stood up and said slowly,
I would like to know. I, Duanbei Mountain, have always been on the same page with you. What is the intention of such a big fight this time? When I, Utsunamiya, come back to the world, I need a place to build a nation. The Northland is just right, and your rebel den is too much of a hindrance there.
King Wancher shook his head and said,
That depends on your ability.
Guolong's eyes slowly narrowed. After decades of traveling across the north, this big boss has never had a good temper. What's more, the enemy's purpose is probably not to kill him. They only need to delay him for a while, which will be enough for the Golden State's army to capture Broken Monument Mountain. Then, there is no point in rushing back. So the King of all worlds is not in a hurry. But he needs to be in a hurry. At this moment, I heard the old Taoist priest sitting over there say,
What are you doing? Do you two have the consciousness of being a guest? You just come in empty-handed, and you still want to fight here? This is my home.
King Wancher looked over. But the old Taoist priest was not afraid of his pressure at all. Instead, without waiting for him to speak, he said directly,
Shut your mouth. Lao Gua. You have something at home. You should go away and take him.
Leave me to tell him.
You? The two people facing each other looked at the old Taoist priest strangely.
Ha. I see you are interested in this old locust tree in our yard. Sit down, and I will tell you where it comes from. If you still want to stop Lao Gua today, I tell you that we are destined to die. Friendship.
The old Taoist priest smiled and didn't finish his words. But King Wancher understood. The rest is obviously. If you dare to stop him again, it will be over to see if I can do anything to you. This was somewhat beyond King Wancher's expectations, because he came after Guolong Ke. The only person who sensed the strong aura here was Guolong Ke. He maintains his self-cultivation, and is by no means inferior to Guolong Ke. Even if you can't kill it here,
there is no problem in holding it off for a while. Who would have thought that such an arrogant person would suddenly appear? His aura looks like that of a mortal, and his appearance of being completely unafraid of his own pressure is indeed unusual. If he is not a real mortal, He can only be a master who surpasses himself. Just when he hesitated, Yuqian smiled again and said,
You and I did have some conversations. You know Li Chu, my apprentice.
A master. Definitely a master. This sentence directly solidified the idea in King Wencher's heart. The affairs between the young Taoist priest and Utsunomiya were blocked by the court, and not many people knew about it. So the old Taoist priest was probably not lying. And if he is really the master of the little Taoist priest who made the northern god general wipe out his soul and body, then it seems to be justified no matter how terrifying his cultivation is. Then the king of all ages sat down.
I'd like to hear. What do you want to talk to me about?
Although he sounds tough, he actually admits that he is a bit cowardly. He boasted that he would never lose to anyone in the world in a one-on-one fight. But if these two men fought unreasonably in a group, it was not certain whether he would be able to escape. Yuqian glanced at Guodang and said with a smile,
You can go first and we'll talk later.
Guolongke didn't hesitate, nodded, and walked out. This is the magic of Yuqian. It was like this when they were traveling in the world. He could always do something that seemed magical. You can always trust the old Taoist priest. Seeing Guolongke leading the people away, the old Taoist priest turned his attention to King Wencher across the street and said,
Chao Wan, go get the chessboard. I will play a game of chess with Lao Wan.
Wanli Feisha felt a little unhappy, thinking that you were calling him like my father. But in this situation, it was obviously not his turn to speak. So he had no choice but to get up and get the chessboard. On the other hand, Washer Wang was not happy either. He frowned and said,
Why, Lao Wan, I have been the emperor of humanity for a long time. Now my name is Wansher Wang, which means king of eternity. You can call me your majesty. Okay, old Wang,
Yuqian said casually. King Wencher couldn't figure out his way. And for a while, he was really angry but didn't dare to speak. While he was talking, Wanli Feisha had already sent the chessboard over.
After this game of chess is played, you and I will go back to our respective homes and find our respective mothers without interfering with each other,
Yuqian said with a smile. King Wencher knew that he was trying to stop him from chasing Guolongke. So he sneered.
Don't be too pretentious. You just told me about the locust tree in the courtyard. I did find it a bit strange. It's time for you to tell me. I know what you are looking at is strange. It just feels familiar,
Yuqian said casually.
You lived in the Golden State, and you may have met Huaizu in your early years.
The Golden State is one of the 3 major demon settlements in the world. Huaizu is probably one of the oldest and most powerful ancestral demons, so he has naturally appeared there. After hearing this, King Wencher looked at the old locust tree in the courtyard. His pupils shrank slightly, and he didn't make a sound for a while.
Ha ha. Let's not mention it. The Golden State is in the north of the Northland, not far from the illusory Ghost Kingdom on Earth. I wonder if you have seen the second palace master of the Ghost Kingdom. He is a very powerful old man. Guy, you mean the Lantern King?
King Wencher thought for a moment.
He seems to have disappeared a few years ago. Then do you know where it is?
Yuqian asked with a smile.
Huh?
King Wencher looked at his kind smile and suddenly felt a little scary.
A few years ago, there was a rising star in the demon sect named Yin Jiuyo. He is young and his name is louder than yours. He is called Emperor Yin. Have you ever heard of him?
Yuqian asked again. Yin Emperor, King Wencher murmured. Although Utsunomiya is in the golden state of the outer world, news from the land of Halua has never been cut off, let alone news from such a big figure as the demon sect Yin Emperor.
He disappeared too. Then do you know where he is?
Yuqian smiled again. After a pause, he asked again.
Do you know who is the most powerful among the top 5 villains? 5 evils?
King Wencher blinked.
Of course, it's Baiming Kuimping. Legend has it that once Kuimping appears, it will destroy the world. It's a pity that it never came out. Except for it, under the Kuimping, there is naturally a gluttonous creature, which is said to be able to devour the heaven and the earth.
King Wencher said again.
I don't know if you have seen it before. This kind of big monster doesn't often walk around the world, and there's not much news about it. Let me tell you, it has actually disappeared for many years.
King Wencher looked at the old Taoist priest, who was talking eloquently, and felt a little uneasy. The old Taoist priest said slowly,
Then let me ask you, do you want to get together with them?
Did he finally show his fangs? King Wencher withdrew his hand from the chessboard, paused, and said,
Do you think I will be afraid of you? Don't be afraid or not. No one cares what you think.
The old Taoist priest rolled his eyes at him again and said,
The reason why I haven't done anything to you yet is because you are a human race, and have an essential relationship with those monsters and monsters. Difference. I say this to tell you. Play a game of chess with me honestly, and I will let you go after the game. I will never break my promise. If you dare to do those crooked and evil things. Hee hee.
But, King Wancher said softly,
You have already lost. What?
The old Taoist priest was startled and looked at the chessboard carefully.
Is it so fast?
He stared for a long time and realized that he really had no way to save himself. Then he glared at the little fat dragon aside.
He set a trap for me. Why didn't you remind me?
Wanli Feisha and Xiao Feilong were standing next to each other with their hands on their foreheads, wondering if they felt embarrassed together. After just a few words, Kung Fu was lost, and Guo Longke hadn't even gone far yet.
Then can I leave?
King Wancher asked again. That's what he was thinking. It would be hopeless to chase Guo Longke at this time. The old Taoist priest who had just said that he would never break his promise had a straight face and touched the chessboard with his sleeve.
No, this is just a warm-up. Again!
Chapter 439. I remember there was a mountain in our house.
Level 83.
Li Chu Xiankong felt the truly massive amount of experience entering his body. At this time, he was still wearing the pig head mask. The scene was a bit funny, and no one came to disturb him. The smoke dissipated, and clouds filled the sky. Only the burning smell lingering in the air reminded everyone that not long ago, a group of pitiful little monsters existed above their heads. They were led by a monkey who stood tall and held his big stick in the air. As a result, they didn't even have time to urinate before they were cleared by the pig-headed guy in midair. What is this? Second senior brother's big counterattack? Compared with the big scene of Wan Jian clearing the field, it seems that the broken monument mountain under the feet is gone. Which is not so shocking. Etc. Duanbei Mountain is gone. I don't know who was the first to discover this. The heroes dodging around them started to scream in surprise one after another.
Where's the mountain? Where's Duanbei Mountain? Oh my god!
After the smoke and dust settled, what was once a majestic and tall mountain peak was left with only a series of shocking potholes. As if it had been visited by a rain of meteorites from outside. A huge mountain was destroyed by the 10,000 sword art. No, it cannot be said to be 10,000 sword Ju. Just the aftermath of the falling Wanjian Ju destroyed their home. When everyone was confused about the situation, the two young men who understood the whole situation were the first to react. He Turu, who was mixed with the fleeing crowd, looked up at the pig head in the sky and shouted,
Brother Wang Qi, I told you to do it, but I didn't ask you to do it to them. I asked you to fight. Huh? Who to hit?
The heroes in the surrounding Duanbei Mountain also reacted, and each of them wanted to burn He Tu clean with fiery gazes. On the other side, Judge Chao was better than him in terms of cultivation and brains. When he saw something bad happening, he would immediately run away. Someone nearby had sharp eyesight and quick hands, and immediately shouted,
Penal Chao is also a traitor. Don't let him escape.
In an instant, the sky was filled with light, chasing Chao Pan. In contrast, he too was much unlucky. There were men on either side of him in the center of the crowd, so he was easily captured. At this time, Gao Jishi, who had just been injured, adjusted his breathing for a moment, stood up again, and took charge of the overall situation. Looking at the ruins of a battlefield steaming with heat, he said suddenly,
Brothers, please don't walk around randomly, and first go to a hilltop not far away.
Take shelter. Leave two smart ones waiting for Brother Wang Qi where he is. In addition, if the master comes back, we must tell him where to find us.
As he said this, he rolled his eyes at He Tu again.
As for this traitor, we have to stop him first. Wait for the boss to come back and try it in person.
Yes. In the panic, it seems much more orderly when someone directs. The heroes of Duanbei Mountain are different from those reckless bandits. They follow orders and prohibitions and have strict discipline. At this time, Gao Jiaoshi spoke and took He Tu together to find a place to stay. As for Li Chu, he was hanging high in the sky, and no one dared to go over and say a word to him. Who dares to disturb? You dare? After experiencing the scene just now, in the eyes of these heroes, he is a god. Even if the Qilin beast at the top level takes action, it's probably nothing more than this. Right. What on earth is this person? Some men with poor psychological quality even want to bow to the hanging body of Li Chu before leaving, and make a wish that the golden gun will not fall down. I wonder if it will be effective. But if you bow a few times, you will never suffer. As for what he was doing in the air, no one dared to think. without being in the same realm. Who would dare to speculate on God's thoughts and intentions? This is by no means a lie, but many people really feel this way. Until many years later, the legend of a mysterious war god was still circulating in the north, and people remembered his name like other mythical figures. God of War Wang Laoqi. In fact, Li Chu didn't do anything. He was hanging in a daze, just feeling the change in power after reaching level 83. This is not an easy task. After level 80, each level up requires a huge amount of experience, and the increase in spiritual power it brings is also difficult to quantify. These fresh spiritual powers are rushing through the body. If you don't control it well at all, it is very likely that you will lose it again with every move you make. Destroy a mountain. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Li Chu thinks about it now, destroying the world is not just empty talk. Call. After exhaling a long breath, Li Chu opened his eyes and found that all the heroes of Broken Bay Mountain were gone. In other words, the Duanbei Mountain that was there has disappeared. There were only 1 or 2 timid breaths left, hiding in place and secretly watching themselves. Are they afraid of me? Li Chu felt fear from their actions. But I'm obviously helping them. Li Chu thought for a while and felt that it was probably because of his previous behavior with Chao Panyi too, which made it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. It is normal for Duanbei Mountain to be more cautious. What's more, I didn't fully control Wan Jianju, and this little ripple occurred. Fortunately, no innocent people were harmed. At least no innocent people were harmed. Thinking like this, Li Chu thought that it was over here anyway, so there was no need to rush to explain to them. It's better to go back to Jixiang Mansion first. Change your identity, and then follow Wang Longqi and the others back to Jiangnan. After settling the matter at Duanbei Mountain, a big stone finally settled. He was quite relaxed and slowly flew back to Jixiang Mansion with his sword. As Li Chu approached the inn, the glazed fairy tree in the center began to flourish, suddenly bursting with a strange brilliance. Immediately, a sword light rushed into the inn, putting Wang Longqi's body on the bed. Li Chu's body slowly opened its eyes. At first glance, I saw Du Lang and Lu Fufeng with anxious faces. And King Xiandio? So Li Chu asked, "Why are you here?" King Xiandio hurriedly said, "It would be great if you came back. Little Taoist Priestley, I told you that you would seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Did you know that Utsunamiya gathered most of the demon kings in the Golden State and rushed to Broken Bay Mountain with great momentum? We were just worried about you being affected on the mountain, and we didn't know what to do." "Well, I know that." Li Chu nodded. Then he seemed to think of something, and asked nervously, "You Samwangling didn't participate in this operation, right? Where are your eldest and second brothers?" "My eldest and second brothers probably won't go. I made an appointment with them when I left. If I don't go back, they will say that I have diarrhea and won't participate in this operation." "That's good." Li Chu breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiao Taoist Priestley, are you afraid that if they attack too, the people in Duanbei Mountain will suffer heavy casualties?" King Xiandio asked. "I'm really afraid of casualties." Li Chu nodded lightly. When Li Chu returned to the inn, a fire-controlling carriage galloped over Broken Steel Mountain, but flew straight past again. After a while, fly back. The coachman, known as Monkey Master, scratched his big head and wondered. "This is it. That's right. Why did you fly over your head just now? What's wrong?" Guolongke opened the car curtain and flew out. "It should be here." "But why?" The driver took out a map and looked at it in confusion. "I remember there was a mountain in our house." Chapter 440. Avoid the limelight. Li Chu couldn't help but be moved when he saw the 3 people who were so worried about his safety. So he briefly described to them what happened on Broken Steel Mountain. "It's just that the monsters attacked Beishan, but he stopped it. The battle broke Beishan and suffered some losses." After listening to his gentle description, the 3 of them nodded. As expected, Taoist Priestley can always be assured. It's just that the real scene of that short battle may never be imagined by them. After that, the 3 of them spread out, revealing a table of steaming hot pot behind them. The pot was boiling with fat beef, fat lamb, shrimp paste, fish balls, and various vegetables. It was bubbling. It looked like it had just been started. "Master, you've been working hard these days, so you'd better come and have some hot pot to warm your stomach." Lao Du greeted him diligently. "Hey, this is the secret ingredient that I waited in line for half an hour at Liuji in the south of the city. You won't be able to taste this taste after leaving Jixiang Mansion." That's fine. Li Chu's own body had not eaten for several days. So he came forward. Lao Du had already handed over a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Seeing him move, Lu Fufeng and King Xian Yao dared to move. Lu Fufeng said, "It's great to have you back, Taoist priest Xiao Li. Before, we were worried about your safety, and we didn't think much about food. Even if there are delicacies from the mountains and seas, how can we eat them?" As he said that, he smiled at Lao Du again. "How about Mr. Du? I insist that you buy Lu Ji's base. Right? This time-honored brand has been around for hundreds of years, so it is authentic." "Yes." King Xuanyao also said to Li Chu, "You really haven't seen it, little Taoist Li. How anxious the three of us were before." As he said that, he picked up 2 more plates of meat and shouted, "Give Taoist Li a little more meat. I went to the butcher's shop to select these myself. I watched him chop the meat slices with my own eyes. The thickness is just right for hot pot. It's absolutely delicious." "Fine." Lao Du remembered something again and said quickly, "By the way, Master, there is one more thing I need to let you know. This Lord Tree has some background." With that said, he told the story about the 6th elder by Yujing who came to his door, was crushed by Venerable Shu, and then left in tears. Li Chu frowned slightly as he listened, feeling that if he provoked by Yujing because of this matter, it would be an unreasonable disaster. But this tree lord, he looked back and saw a hint of shyness in a tree, and felt a little helpless. What can anyone do with it? After a feast of wine and food, with the cups and plates in a mess, the 4 of them burped around the table, all feeling that life was quite wonderful. At this moment, a groan was suddenly heard. "Who?" Looking over together, everyone remembered that there was Wang Longqi lying on the bed. He was immortal, and his physical body was taken by God Li Chu to the heavens and the earth to slay demons and eliminate demons. His physical strength was also very high, so it took him a long time to recover after returning. Ahem! Wang Longqi coughed twice. He opened his eyes and saw a bunch of familiar faces surrounding the bed. "Are you okay?" Li Chu asked. "Is Ji Xiao okay? We are worried about you," Lao Du said quickly. "I'm fine." Wang Longqi shook his head. "I'm just a little hungry." "No problem." Lao Du looked back and saw that there was only half a pot of soup left in the hot pot. He turned around and said, "I'll ask the chef to give you a bowl of Yangchun noodles." "What smells so good?" Wang Longqi sniffed. "Are you making hot pot behind my back? I want to eat it too." "The hot pot is gone," Lao Du whispered. "If you want, you can try the hot pot base. Lu Ji's in the south of the city is a century-old brand." Lu Fufeng immediately added, "Wang Longqi, what happened?" After the Huijiu chariot landed, Guolonke came to the front of the heroes. His face was originally gloomy, but when he saw that there were no casualties among the heroes, but they were all a bit disgraced, he relaxed a little. But at the same time, I began to wonder. The mountains are gone, but the people are still there. What is going on? Could it be that the real purpose of the Golden State monster is demolition? Things are very complicated. Gao Jiaxi stepped forward and explained the shocking changes that had occurred in the lightning flash. Guolonke was also a little unbelievable. That Wang Qi was actually Yu Qian's disciple Li Chu. He already knew this. But that little Taoist priest actually had such magical powers? The closer you get to that state, the more you realize how difficult it is to do it all. Even if one summons the divine beast Qilin, it is not an easy task to annihilate thousands of demons in the Golden State in one breath. Even if there is the element of Sword Cultivator's strong lethality in it, it is still a bit scary. After thinking about it for a moment, it's hard to come up with an answer. He didn't think about it, but waved his hand and said, "Bring me the traitor." Immediately, several heroes came up carrying he too, whose chi veins had been sealed. "Master! Master!" When he too saw Guolonke, he was so frightened that 3 souls left his body, and 7 souls ascended to heaven. His legs went weak, and he could no longer stand. He repeatedly bowed his head, and said with tears in his eyes, "Master, I know that my sin is serious. But Master, please spare my life. After all, I am the only one shorter than you in the entire Broken Bay Mountain. If my disciple dies, you will be the most powerful person on our mountain." "A short person. I know you can't plan such a thing with your brain. So let me spare your life," Guolonke said solemnly. "Then you will tell who instigated you to commit this matter, and who helped you contact Wang Jin State Monster. Tell me exactly what you are. Who ordered me?" He too hesitated for a moment. But at the moment of life and death, He gritted his teeth and said, "It's gold." Just after he uttered a word, his body suddenly stiffened, as if he had been under some spell. His throat became hoarse, and he couldn't say another word. It's not over yet. In the next second, his mouth, eyes, nose, and ears. Golden light suddenly appeared in the 7 orifices at the same time. This golden light was like a flame, spurting out violently and quickly swallowing his whole body. And then the flame spread outward and became more and more intense. When Guolanke saw this, he shouted, "Get out of the way." Before he finished speaking, the human figure covered in golden flames exploded. Humph. Guolanke snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and the explosion that was about to spread to the surroundings was instantly stopped. It was stagnant in the air. And then as his fingers tightened, the space seemed to be compressed. And in the blink of an eye it changed. It became a pure black ball the size of a fist. It looks dark and shiny, as if it contains terrifying energy. Guolanke turned his hands and rolled his sleeves, and the black ball disappeared again. The storm was over, and the living he too that was there disappeared into the world. "Master, here." Another disciple came up, not knowing what to do for a moment. Guolanke raised his hand and said, "Please be patient for now. My top priority is to find Qilin." That's right. The Qilin beast, which was related to the real life and death of Beishan, was lost. Since all the disciples are safe and sound here, there is no reason for Qilin to perish. But when the Duanbei mountain collapsed, I don't know where it went. Guolanke closed his eyes and sensed the presence of Qilin with the help of some kind of contract power. "It didn't go far," he murmured, rising out of thin air. The figure flew down to a barren mountain in the distance in a moment. There was a remote cave on the barren mountain. He frowned and then entered, all the way deep into the mountain. I saw a black unicorn beast that had shrunk to the smallest size and huddled in a pile of rocks deep in the cave. The big head was inserted into the pile of rocks, leaving only the scaly buttocks exposed. "What are you doing?" Guolanke stepped forward and patted Qilin's butt. Qilin shook his head and immediately pulled out his big head, revealing a face full of ancient elegance, with a slightly shrinking look in his eyes. Only when he saw Guolanke did he feel a little calmer. Then he shook his mane and regained his majestic and divine appearance. Duanbei mountain collapsed. "What are you doing here?" Guolanke asked again. I heard Qilin roaring lowly. "Ouch." Guolanke was slightly startled. He naturally understood Qilin's language. But what puzzled him was what Qilin said. Because just now, Qilin, one of the most invincible beasts in the world, answered him with 4 words. "Avoid the limelight."